The voice in his mind reemerged. May I ask if the host wishes to bind? At that moment, Tion heard it clearly and without hesitation replied, Bind. Yes, soon as he spoke, the voice returned. The cashback system is currently binding. 10, 20, 50, 80. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the cashback system, which will serve you diligently. The system is now issuing a beginner's gift package. The beginner's gift package has been successfully issued and is stored in the system space. Would you like to open the gift package? Tion promptly responded, Open. The beginner's gift package is being opened. Congratulations, host. You have received a goddess scanner, a gene potion, and 100,000 cash. As soon as the announcement concluded, Tion's phone chimed. He took out his phone to see. Your postal bank card ending in 0242 has received 100,000 yuan, with a balance of 100,566 yuan. Tion felt as if he were suddenly infused with power, leaping up in excitement, dancing like a 3-year-old, a bookworm of the 21st century. Tion understood precisely what this system represented. This was the rhythm of his ascension. Soon, he would be surrounded by mountains of wealth and throngs of beautiful women. After the exhilaration subsided, he inquired, What functionalities do you possess, dear system? Dear host, the full name of this system is the Goddess Cashback System. As long as the host spends on goddesses rated 8 or above, a certain cashback ratio will be applied. The system can be upgraded, and the higher the level, the greater the cashback ratio. Then, how can I upgrade, dear system? The host merely needs to spend a specified amount on eligible goddesses to upgrade. To advance from level 1 to 2, the host must spend 10 million on goddesses. From level 2 to 3, a small target must be met, and so forth. To communicate with the system, you need only think it. There is no need to speak aloud. Moreover, the host can view personal information by silently chanting Display Personal Information panel. Upon hearing this, Tion immediately thought, Display Personal Information panel. As soon as he finished speaking, a blue panel appeared before him, visible only to himself. Host, Tion. Age, 18. Height, 177 centimeters. Strength, 7. Average adult level is 10. Weight, 60 kilograms, slightly underweight. Attractiveness, 80, somewhat handsome. Full score is 100. Current system level, 1. Cashback ratio, 1 minute and 1.1 second. Tion examined his personal information and felt slightly bewildered upon seeing the cashback ratio. Isn't this ratio a bit low? Other systems offer 10-fold or even 100-fold returns. At the very least, it should be a double or a few times more. Why is yours so meager? Are you being stingy? The system replied, This is a primary system. Upgrading will enhance the cashback ratio. If the host finds the cashback inadequate, they may choose to unbind. Upon hearing this, Tion hastily waved his hands. Dear system, don't be upset. I was merely joking. I didn't mean it. It would be foolish to discard such a rare system. By the way, what is the function of the gene potion? The system replied, The gene potion can alter one's physique and cure a multitude of ailments. Can it cure cancer? Tion asked. Yes, the treatment duration is half a month. You are incredible. I adore you. Tion exclaimed, laughing heartily. Eagerly, he retrieved the gene potion, which resembled a glass vial the size of an adult's finger, filled with a deep red liquid. It looked like a typical oral solution, and as he twisted the cap open, a rich medicinal aroma wafted towards him. He raised the vial and gulped down the entire contents. A warm sensation spread throughout his body, causing him to sweat gradually. After an indeterminate period, his body returned to normal. Tion felt sticky and soaked, as if caught in a torrential downpour. Noticing the unpleasant odor, he dashed home, neglecting his evening study session. Upon returning home, he found his parents seated on the living room sofa watching television. His father, He Hongwei, frowned upon seeing his son drenched and emitting a foul smell. Tian'er, what happened? Is everything all right? His mother, Zhou Liyun, expressed her concern and affection. Yes, Tian'er, what is wrong? Shouldn't you be at evening study right now? How did you get into this state? Were you bullied at school? Tell me, and I will help you. Tian briskly headed to his room to find a change of clothes and proceeded to the bathroom. He only replied to his parents, I accidentally fell into a stinky ditch while walking. Approximately half an hour later, Tian leisurely emerged from the bathroom, and Zhou Liyun hurried over to check on him. Seeing that her son was unharmed, she sighed in relief. How could you be so careless? You fell into a stinky ditch while walking. Wasn't it raining all day yesterday? The ground was slippery, and I slipped. Don't worry, Mom. I'll be more careful next time. Tian reassured her, be careful next time. By the way, how is your studying going? Not bad. I should be able to get into a 985 university, if that's good to hear. If you need anything, just let your parents know, all right? Got it, Do you have enough money? Don't hesitate to spend. It's important to nourish yourself at your age. I have enough, really. I haven't even spent all the money you gave me last time. If I run out, I'll ask you and Dad. Tian replied that he had no intention of revealing anything about the system to anyone, including his parents. It was his trump card. Tian sat on the sofa watching TV for a while before returning to his room. After showering, Tian felt revitalized, sensing changes within his body. His intelligence seemed enhanced, and his mind was significantly clearer. Where he once struggled to remember things, now they were almost instantly retained. His body felt empowered, and most importantly, he sensed that his physique was also evolving, as if he could withstand prolonged challenges. Acknowledging these transformations, Tian silently thought, System, Display Personal Information Panel. Host, Tian. Age, 18. Height, 177 centimeters. Growing, 15 days remaining. Strength, 8. Growing, 15 days remaining. Weight, 60 kilograms. Growing, 15 days remaining. Attractiveness, 81. Growing, 15 days remaining. Current system level, 1. Cashback ratio, 1 minute and 1.1 second. After reviewing the information, Tian mused, I feel quite powerful now. I wonder how much stronger I will be in half a month. With the system in place, growth in strength was inevitable. When he next encountered Li Xiaojia, he would make her kneel before him and sing his praises, forcing her to call him daddy. He would then revel in the tormenting of her. As this image crossed his mind, Tian couldn't help but smile, his lips curling in a manner more expressive than a fountain of joy. Casting aside distractions, the foremost priority is to diligently study, aspiring to venture into the capital or the bustling metropolis, where enchanting beauties, lucrative opportunities abound. Thus, the immediate objective is to thoroughly review, for the college entrance examination looms just a month away, necessitating unwavering effort and determination. With a gentle press of the power button, accompanied by a soft hum, the computer screen gradually illuminated, emanating a gentle glow. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his posture, he placed his fingers upon the keyboard, poised to embark on an intense and enriching journey of revision. He first clicked on the familiar folder icon on his desktop, housing a plethora of study materials and notes. Methodically, he perused each document, recalling the key points elucidated by his teachers during class, while cross-referencing with previous exercises to identify areas of weakness. Next, he opened a hefty textbook, meticulously flipping through its pages, striving to comprehend the intricate concepts and principles word by word. Whenever he encountered a challenging section, he paused to ponder or sought out pertinent reference materials and websites, aiming to clarify each knowledge point. In addition to reading, he harnessed the internet to explore a wealth of additional learning resources. Online courses, instructional videos, academic papers, an array of information surged forth like a tidal wave, yet he remained unoverwhelmed, systematically filtering through to absorb and assimilate the most beneficial aspects. Throughout his study session, he also remembered to allocate time for brief respites. Periodically, he would rise to stretch his limbs, alleviating the fatigue that accompanied prolonged sitting. He would sip water to soothe his throat, ensuring his mind remained clear and agile. Thus, he immersed himself fully into his studies, hours slipping by unnoticed. As time progressed, his grasp of the materials solidified, and his confidence burgeoned. Ultimately, when he closed his books and shut down the computer, he was filled with a profound sense of achievement and satisfaction. Tian felt an exhilarating acceleration in his learning, particularly in his capacity for memory. Once requiring several attempts to retain key information, he now grasped it immediately. This newfound ability exhilarated him, instilling a greater sense of assurance in his pursuit of top-tier universities. In the early morning, Tian awoke and glanced at the alarm clock on his bedside table. It read 6:25. Previously, the alarm had roused him, but now, waking early brought no sense of fatigue. Rather, he felt invigorated. After washing up, he made his way to the living room, where he discovered a breakfast lovingly prepared by his mother. Enjoying his meal in high spirits, he set off for school. Upon entering the classroom, he noticed only a few scattered students. Just as he was about to head to his seat, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! A qualifying consumer has been detected. Would the host like to view the details? View. He Tian replied. Name, Wei Qiqi. Age, 18. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 47 kilograms. Figure C. Attractiveness, 8.5. Mystery, 0. Momentarily taken aback by this information, He Tian queried, System, what does this mystery entail? The system responded, Mystery increases by 1 for each casual interaction the goddess has with a male. Realization dawned upon He Tian. So that was the case. He hadn't anticipated that class leader Wei Qiqi possessed such striking beauty. It appeared he must seize the opportunity to engage with this advantageous resource. Hastening to his seat, he retrieved his test paper, then approached Wei Qiqi, saying, Class leader, I am struggling with this question. Might you assist me? Wei Qiqi was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected such an inquiry from He Tian, who had previously been known for his infatuation with Li Xiaojia from the adjacent class. Today, however, he sought her assistance. Relenting, she decided to help him, as it was her duty as class leader to support her classmates. Without further ado, she set aside her thoughts and diligently explained the problem to He Tian. After her elucidation, he exclaimed, Thank you, class leader. Wei Qiqi merely nodded, casting a casual glance at He Tian. Today, he appeared more handsome than before, displaying subtle changes that she couldn't quite articulate, yet he seemed considerably more agreeable than in times past. Returning to his seat, He Tian resumed his focused revision. Having contemplated his studies the previous night, he recognized that with less than a month remaining, he must diligently catch up on anything he had previously neglected. Striving for admission into prestigious institutions, without effort, given his current standing, even securing a place in a second-tier university would be a challenge. Armed with the system and genetic enhancements, he knew he had to exert himself even further. Wei Qiqi couldn't help but glance back, surprised to see He Tian so dedicated to his studies. Previously, he would barely last 3 minutes before rushing off to curry favor with Li Xiaojia. Now, however, he sat earnestly engrossed in his work, presenting an unexpected visual impact. She found herself questioning what had spurred this transformation in the somewhat charming boy. Chapter 3: A New Perspective. As He Tian was diligently reviewing his studies, he was abruptly interrupted by a voice. Tiange, what day is it today? You've come so early and are still studying. Have you caught a fever and lost your mind? Or are you possessed? This is quite unusual. Let me see. With that, the person reached out to touch He Tian's forehead. He Tian raised his hand to swat away the intruding hand and retorted, You're the one who has lost your mind. Can you not speak sensibly? I need to focus on my studies to catch up on what I've missed and aim for a score worthy of a 985. Liang Zi. You should also put in some effort, as Uncle Ji and Aunt Kong have high hopes for you. With that, he returned to his exam papers. Ji Liang, He Tian's deskmate, was the first friend he made after his family relocated to Beishur, having grown up together since He Tian was only 7 or 8 years old. The first time He Tian met Ji Liang was shortly after his family moved to Beishur. His mother, Zhou Liyun, took him to a nearby store to purchase daily necessities, which happened to be the shop owned by Ji Liang's mother, Kong Shuer. Ji Liang was busily working on his homework at a small table beside the cash register. Upon entering the store, He Tian caught sight of a stunning figure diligently arranging the goods. She stood tall and poised, resembling a proud bamboo, slender and upright. Her graceful lines seemed to have been meticulously sculpted by nature, causing onlookers to be utterly captivated. Particularly enchanting were her long, graceful legs, which appeared weightless with each step, as if she were gliding on clouds, exuding a unique rhythm and grace. Her movements were fluid and natural, devoid of any clumsiness, radiating an air of elegance and charm. While Zhou Liyun was paying for her purchases, she complimented Kong Shuer, saying, Madam, you are truly beautiful, and your child is exceptionally well-behaved. What grade is he in now? And which school does he attend? Kong Shuer smiled as she assessed Zhou Liyun, standing there like a breathtaking painting. Approximately 1.7 meters tall. She was both statuesque and graceful, with a long, flowing silhouette that boasted perfect proportions. Her poised stature resembled newly sprouted bamboo in spring, exuding freshness and vitality. Her complexion was captivating, fair and delicate like mutton-fat jade, glistening alluringly under the sun. Her gently arched eyebrows resembled willow leaves, framing a pair of large, sparkling eyes that resembled deep, clear lakes, seemingly harboring endless stories. A prominent nose accentuated her profile, while her cherry-red lips, naturally rosy, blossomed into a radiant smile at the slightest curve. Her cascading black hair flowed smoothly over her shoulders, gently swaying in the breeze, adding an enchanting allure to her presence. Even she felt a flutter of admiration upon seeing herself, and she quickly regained her composure, saying, "Madam, you flatter me. Your figure and beauty are what truly define elegance. I find myself enchanted, let alone the man. My little Liang is currently in the 2nd grade at the 2nd primary school. How about your son? Which primary school is he attending, and what grade is he in?" Thus, the two ladies engaged in conversation, seemingly bonded by an innate connection shared among women. And before long, they were affectionately calling each other Shuer and Liyun. Kong Shuer learned that Zhou Liyun had just moved to Beishur, and her child was currently in the process of transferring schools. Moreover, their homes were in close proximity, merely a 10-minute walk apart. Zhou Liyun was aware of Kong Shuer's situation. She operated a daily necessities store while her husband, Ji Yuan, ran a bustling food stall. Their business was thriving. Ji Liang was 2 months younger than Kong Shuer's son. Kong Shuer mused that if Xiaotian were in the same class as her son, they would have each other for companionship on their daily commutes. She thus suggested to Liyun, "Why not let Xiaotian transfer to my son's class? If they are in the same class, it would be much better for them to have each other, rather than going to and from school alone. Besides, they are already familiar with each other and could become playmates. And our families live so close. Wouldn't that be convenient?" Zhou Liyun pondered this and nodded in agreement, saying, "That sounds good. I will discuss it with my husband." Thus, He Tian and Ji Liang attended the same class throughout elementary, middle, and high school, growing closer than brothers. When He Tian pursued Li Xiaojia, Ji Liang provided significant support, often bringing over breakfast from his father's place. One day, Ji Liang was taken aback by He Tian's demeanor and asked, "Brother Tian, what is going on with you today? This isn't the usual you. Did your crush, Li Xiaojia, say something to you last night that has caused this change? You seem so unfamiliar." Ji Liang was aware that He Tian had gone on a date with Li Xiaojia in the small woods the previous evening, as He Tian shared everything with him. He Tian set down his papers, turned to his childhood friend, and said solemnly, "I broke up with Li Xiaojia last night. She initiated it, claiming she is now with that scoundrel, Li Jiandong. I reluctantly agreed." He Tian thought to himself that he had been forced to consent. Ji Liang responded in disbelief. "What? Brother Tian, you can't be serious. You have liked her for almost 3 years. How can you let her go? And she is now with that ugly Li Jiandong. Could it be for his wealth? After all, his family is quite affluent." Ji Liang knew the wealth of Li Jiandong's family, and if Li Xiaojia were to be with him, it could only be for financial reasons. He Tian, not surprised by Ji Liang's insight, nodded and said, "Yes. It's hard to let go, but I must. So, Liangzi, please refrain from mentioning that wretched girl, Li Xiaojia, in my presence, understood?" Ji Liang nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the matter. "By the way, Brother Tian, why do I feel you are different today? You seem even more handsome than before. And there's an air about you that feels transformed," Ji Liang remarked. Upon hearing this, He Tian thought, "Should I tell you that I bound a system last night?" "Absolutely not. That is a secret I must keep." He Tian remarked, "I truly do not know. After breaking up last night, I simply returned home to wash up and sleep. But enough about that. My current aspiration is to study diligently, gain admission to a prestigious school, and eventually embark on my entrepreneurial journey. By that time, who could fear the absence of beautiful companions? As the saying goes, if you bloom, butterflies will come." With this thought, he couldn't help but chuckle. Ji Liang nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, Tian Gu, I have great faith in you. When you strike it rich, do not forget about me." He too burst into laughter, choosing not to disturb He Tian's study session. He Tian added, "I may forget anyone, but I will never forget you. Over the years, you have been quite a help to me." Ji Liang waved his hand dismissively. "Helping you is just what brothers do." With that, he pulled out his own papers and began to study. Seated merely 2 rows away, Wei Qiqi had long since perked up her ears, absorbing their conversation with clarity. She now understood that He Tian had just experienced a breakup and was channeling his sorrow into motivation for his studies. No wonder he had approached her earlier with questions. Now that he was single, Did that mean she had a chance? Besides his average academic performance, he possessed many admirable qualities. Handsome in a charming way, humorous, and with a slightly mischievous smile that was quite endearing. She had agreed with Ji Liang's earlier remarks. Indeed, He Tian seemed different today, almost more attractive. Perhaps if she used the excuse of tutoring him, she might find a way to grow closer. Startled by her own thoughts, Wei Qiqi felt her cheeks flush. She silently chastised herself, questioning how she could entertain such notions. Yet, hadn't she liked him for quite some time, albeit when he was in a relationship. Now that he was single, her gaze unwittingly lingered on him, noticing his serious dedication to studying. A focused boy was undeniably charming. Realizing this, her face turned as red as a cherry. If He Tian were aware of Wei Qiqi's thoughts, he would likely be ecstatic, as he too was contemplating ways to approach this invaluable ally. If he couldn't find a way to profit from her, it would be a disservice to his own ambitions. This day, He Tian was more attentive in class than ever before. He felt a newfound clarity, effortlessly absorbing the teacher's lessons, something he had never imagined possible before. As for Wei Qiqi's frequent glances in his direction, he remained blissfully unaware. Soon, evening self-study began. Without a teacher present to lecture, He Tian resolved to approach Wei Qiqi under the pretext of seeking help. Previously indifferent, he now found her innocence captivating. Her elegant hairstyle framed her forehead. Her long eyebrows accentuated her gaze, which exuded a hint of spring. Her skin was delicate and smooth, reminiscent of soft jade, and her cherry-red lips were strikingly beautiful. 2 wisps of hair danced beside her cheeks, adding an alluring charm. Her lively eyes sparkled with a playful mischief. Approaching her with his paper in hand, he said, "Class monitor, could you possibly help me with this problem?" He scratched his head, offering an awkward but endearing smile. Seeing He Tian's demeanor, Wei Qiqi felt her face flush once more. He was approaching her again, stirring a mix of excitement and joy within her. She found him even more endearing in that moment, overwhelmed by an impulse to hold him close and shower him with affection. However, she quickly composed herself, grasping her pen to meticulously explain the concepts to him. The other students, witnessing this peculiar scene, were utterly baffled, feeling as though they had stumbled upon a ghost. They wondered what on earth was happening. They had never seen him seek guidance in his studies before, and now he was consulting the teacher. Could it be that he had undergone a transformation today, or perhaps he was under some spell? Whispers circulated, speculating whether he had grown tired of the beautiful Li and was now pursuing the teacher instead. Surely not, considering the teacher's usual demeanor, which radiated an icy aura that discouraged approach. It was likely that he was merely asking for academic help. Time passed amid the students' murmurs, and after completing the explanation, she glanced at him with her enchanting eyes, inquiring if he understood. "If there's anything you don't grasp, I can explain it further," she added. Her cheeks flushed from the frequent glances she had stolen at him during the explanation. Reflecting on her near mistakes, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet, he remained oblivious to her feelings. Although he had approached Wei Qiqi under the pretext of asking questions, his underlying intention was to elevate his academic performance. After listening to her, he nodded appreciatively, saying, "I understand. Thank you, esteemed class leader." With that, he returned to his seat. Chapter 4. Inviting the class leader to dinner. A week passed by in a blur, during which He Tian diligently reviewed his studies, making remarkable progress. Wei Qiqi was acutely aware of his situation. He had come to her daily for guidance and clarification on various topics. After she explained, He Tian would tackle similar problems, which made him feel fulfilled as the college entrance exams loomed just half a month away, necessitating his focused efforts on practice. During their study sessions, he noticed that Wei Qiqi occasionally stole glances at him. Thanks to the enhancements from the genetic serum, his senses had sharpened considerably, and he often felt tempted to tease her, though he managed to restrain himself. Unbeknownst to him, Wei Qiqi cherished the moments spent in his company, finding herself unable to resist sneaking glances at him, marveling at how much more handsome he had become. It felt reassuring and comfortable to be near him, although she often questioned whether it was merely her imagination. One afternoon after class, He Tian approached Wei Qiqi once more for assistance. She diligently analyzed the problems for him. Once she finished, he smiled and said, "Esteemed class leader, I sincerely appreciate your explanations and guidance these past few days. To express my gratitude, I would like to invite you to dinner. What do you think?" Upon hearing his invitation, Wei Qiqi felt a rush of excitement, her heart racing like a startled deer. She pondered whether accepting his invitation could be considered a subtle date. Her heart raced, What should she do? If she declined, would he be disappointed? She worried about when she might have the opportunity to be with him again. He Tian observed Wei Qiqi's rosy cheeks, her expressions fluctuating between excitement and concern, leaving her momentarily speechless. He called out to her once more, esteemed class leader. As Wei Qiqi regained her senses, she noticed He Tian gazing intently at her petite face, which instantly flushed a deeper shade of crimson. She lowered her gaze to the desk and softly greeted him. He Tian, brimming with joy, returned his paper to his designated spot and approached Wei Qiqi, exclaiming that they should go out for a meal. Without waiting for a response, he headed towards the exit of the classroom. Shortly after, Ji Liang followed suit, inquiring whether they were off to eat. He Tian whispered a few words in Ji Liang's ear, prompting him to depart alone, throwing a wink back at He Tian as he left. He Tian and Wei Qiqi arrived at a bustling food stall, making their way to a cozy spot by the window at the back. Wei Qiqi trailed behind him and settled down opposite him. Before long, a young woman in her 20s approached with a menu for both He Tian and Wei Qiqi. Holding the menu, He Tian turned to Wei Qiqi and said, "Class monitor, feel free to order whatever you desire. I assure you, I am more than capable of covering the bill." Wei Qiqi felt a tinge of shyness, as this was her first outing for a meal with a boy other than her family. However, concerned about He Tian's expenditure, she replied, "You order. I'm not picky." Hearing her words, He Tian was elated and chose the most extravagant items on the menu, such as beef fillet and lamb chops, opting for the priciest offerings. Wei Qiqi was taken aback by his selections and nervously interjected, "He Tian, there's no need to order such expensive dishes." He Tian, with a serious demeanor, waved his hand dismissively and declared, "It's not too much. It's only fitting to express my gratitude for the support and care you've shown me, even if it costs a little more. After all, how else can I take advantage of the system's returns? With such a minimal cashback rate, I must reach my small goals somehow. Were it not for the fear of your disapproval, I would have suggested dining at a 5-star hotel for a lavish meal. That would yield a greater return, and it's just a small sum." Wei Qiqi pondered his intentions, wondering if he perhaps harbored feelings for her. The thought caused her cheeks to redden further. Unbeknownst to He Tian, had he been aware of her musings, he might have exclaimed, "What a surprise! I view you as a mere tool, yet you mistake me for a boyfriend." Suddenly, He Tian remarked, "Class monitor, with just half a month left before the college entrance examination, I would like to hire you for tutoring. Name your price, and I shall pay." As he spoke, he silently consulted the system, inquiring whether this transaction would count as an expense for the goddess. The system confirmed that it would only be permissible if she agreed voluntarily. Furthermore, only one transaction could occur per individual each day, and the system's capabilities had expanded following an update. Should He Tian employ threats, coercion, or inducements, the system would issue a warning, and severe violations could result in disconnection. Additionally, if he were to suggest or imply that others lend him money, a warning would also follow, leading to potential disconnection. He was advised to remain cautious. He Tian felt a surge of temptation to unleash a colorful exclamation, yet he restrained himself. Just then, he heard Wei Qiqi say, "You needn't worry about payment. I am more than willing to assist you with your studies." He Tian immediately responded, "Then it's settled. After school, you shall tutor me. However, I insist on compensating you. You must accept something for your efforts, as it would weigh heavily on my conscience otherwise. What do you think? What an international joke this is. Here you are, merely a tool, and I cannot miss the opportunity to exploit the system for some financial gain." Wei Qiqi adamantly refuses to accept any money. He Tian finds himself in a predicament. Feeling the burden of frustration, how is it that even when he wishes to spend, he cannot? For a moment, silence envelopes the two. Before long, the dishes arrive, and the two share an unspoken understanding, engrossed in their meal. After satisfying their appetites, they proceed to the front desk to settle the bill. The total amounts to 836 yuan, but with a wave of her hand, the receptionist suggests a round number. "You can simply pay 800. Would you prefer to use cash or a scan?" He Tian, with a generous gesture, dismisses the need for change, opting instead to scan and proclaim, "Here's 900. Consider the extra as a tip for your excellent service today." The receptionist, momentarily taken aback, realizes that in her 2 years of working at the front desk, this is the first time someone has offered to round up in such a manner. Nonetheless, she is more than pleased to receive any form of payment. With that, He Tian scans the 900, and the system chimes, "You have spent 900 yuan. A cashback of 990 yuan has been issued. Wei Qiqi marvels at He Tian's generosity. As they retrace their steps back to school, He Tian inquires if there is anything she desires as a token of gratitude. Wei Qiqi shakes her head, insisting that no purchase is necessary. Alas, even the desire to spend seems thwarted. Throughout their journey, both remain quiet, but in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness. He Tian shares various jokes he has encountered online, soon eliciting laughter from Wei Qiqi. Upon their return to the classroom, several classmates observe their arrival together and gossip ensues, speculating about a romance between He Tian and Wei Qiqi, while others claim He Tian is playing the field with both the campus beauty, Li, and Wei Qiqi. He Tian pays no heed to the rumors. With only half a month until the college entrance examination, each will soon go their separate ways, and perhaps they will lose contact thereafter. What matters most now is to seize the time for study. Returning to his seat, He Tian pulls up his personal panel, having neglected it for several days amidst his studies. Host, He Tian height, 180 centimeters, in growth, 7 days remaining, strength, 15, in growth. 7 days remaining, weight, 65 kilograms, in growth, 7 days remaining, attractiveness, 88, in growth, 7 days remaining, current system level, 1, cashback ratio, 111 splendid. A significant improvement has been made this week. Once the transformation is complete, I shall undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. The time to come shall be devoted solely to study. Chapter 5. The college entrance examination. In the blink of an eye, half a month has slipped away, and tomorrow marks the day of the examination. Today is the final class for the students in this classroom, and they are fervently engaged in review and practice. Ji Liang and He Tian are also diligently studying. After weeks of dedicated effort, He Tian now feels confident about gaining admission to a prestigious university. For the past half-month, Wei Qiqi has consistently assisted him with his studies after school, and He Tian has risen to the occasion, diligently catching up on what he had previously missed. During the tutoring sessions with Wei Qiqi, He Tian initially behaved himself, but gradually began to flirt with her, often leaving her blushing and shy. Their relationship grew increasingly intimate. He Tian affectionately called her Qiqi, while she referred to him as Tiange. He Tian could sense that Wei Qiqi harbored feelings for him. Yet her bashfulness and modesty prevented her from expressing them openly. Nevertheless, He Tian's aspirations lay elsewhere. With his capabilities, even if he could not win her heart, he could at least indulge in affectionate embraces. He believed that Wei Qiqi had a promising future ahead and did not wish to jeopardize it at this moment. Nor did he want her to be distracted. Perhaps if she still liked him after graduating from university, they could explore that possibility. By then, with his financial prowess, he would likely be surrounded by admirers, and he wondered how he would face her if she still held feelings for him. As He Tian delved into his thoughts, the school bell rang, signaling the end of the last period for the senior class. The classroom erupted in excitement. Some students hastily packed their books, while others tore theirs into shreds, scattering the pieces throughout the classroom and the corridors. Ji Liang, noticing He Tian still packing his books, teased, Tiange, why are you still packing those? Do you want to keep them? He Tian jokingly replied, these books could fetch a good price. It would be a pity to throw them away. At that moment, Wei Qiqi approached and remarked, oh, Tiange, I didn't realize you were short on cash. During their tutoring sessions, she often treated him to lavish meals, ranging from hundreds to over 1,000, claiming it was a token of gratitude for his tutoring, which made her feel quite bashful and motivated her to work even harder. He Tian playfully suggested to Wei Qiqi, so, Qiqi, do you still want your books? If not, you can give them to me, and I'll take them home to sell. He chuckled mischievously afterward. Seeing his charming face adorned with a playful grin made Wei Qiqi's heart flutter, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. She adored that smile and wondered how to manage her feelings. Blushing, she replied, if you want them, I'll give them to you. Realizing she had misspoken, she quickly added, I mean, if you want these books, just take them. He Tian paid little mind to her flustered words, completing his packing before turning to help her with hers. Wei Qiqi couldn't help but gaze at him, thinking how handsome he looked, particularly when he was focused on his task. She yearned to steal a kiss from him, feeling overwhelmed by her infatuation. If only he were her boyfriend, she could openly express her affection. Lost in her thoughts, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Not long after, He Tian finished packing the books, and along with Ji Liang and Wei Qiqi, the three of them carried the bundled books to the school gate. Ji Liang's father, Ji Yuan, was already waiting there. driving a 5-seater pickup truck. They tossed the books into the back of the truck, and then all three got in, with Ji Liang occupying the passenger seat, while He Tian and Wei Qiqi settled in the back. After dropping Wei Qiqi off at her home, He Tian took a glance at the building. It was an old residential complex, and Wei Qiqi lived on the 3rd floor. He Tian got out of the car and helped carry her books to her doorstep. Wei Qiqi said, "Didn't you mention you were going to sell these books? What is going on?" He Tian placed the books at her door, shrugged his shoulders, and jokingly replied, "I was worried you'd tire yourself out packing, so I thought I'd lend a hand." With that, he headed downstairs. As Wei Qiqi opened her front door and tossed the books into a corner, she called out to He Tian, "Wait a moment. Why don't you come in for a bit, have a glass of water? My parents are away on a business trip." He Tian waved his hand, declining, "No, thanks. Liangzi and Uncle Ji are still waiting for me downstairs, and besides, I need to get home and prepare for tomorrow's college entrance exam." With that, he began to descend the stairs. Wei Qiqi called out to him again. When He Tian turned back, he was taken aback as Wei Qiqi swiftly ran over and pecked him on the cheek before darting back inside and closing the door. He stood there momentarily stunned, wondering if he had just been kissed by that girl. Upon returning home, his phone buzzed. The message was from Chi Hua Yao Chao. "Thank you for today." He Tian replied, "Didn't you already thank me at the stairway?" As Wei Qiqi read the message from Man Tian Xing, she immediately recalled the moment she had just shared with him and couldn't fathom how she had mustered such boldness. Reflecting on it now made her cheeks flush. She replied, "You're annoying, don't mention it." Man Tian Xing responded, "All right, I won't say a word. I'll keep it to myself." Chi Hua Yao Chao retorted, "How can you think about it? If you do, I won't talk to you anymore." He Tian could easily imagine that Wei Qiqi was blushing, embarrassment evident. Man Tian Xing replied, "Fine, I won't think about it. After the college entrance exams, I'll return it to you. How about that?" He Tian waited for a while without receiving a reply. Just as he was about to set his phone down and eat, it buzzed again. Chi Hua Yao Chao messaged, "Let us talk about it later. If you get into Tsinghua or Peking University, I'll let you have it back. If not, then you don't have to." He Tian reassured her, "Don't worry. I'm determined. I will surely get into Tsinghua or Peking University." "By the way, is that your goal too?" Chi Hua Yao Chao replied, "Yes. But it depends on the exam results. If it doesn't work out, I'll go to Shanghai." He Tian and Wei Qiqi chatted for half an hour before he finally put his phone down to eat. With the college entrance exam looming the next day, he needed to rest well to prepare. After dinner, He Tian went to bed early. Lying there, he reminisced about the moments he shared with Wei Qiqi, his heart brimming with sweetness. Before he knew it, he drifted off to sleep. The next day, the college entrance exams arrived as scheduled. He Tian walked into the examination hall with confidence, believing he could achieve good results and fulfill his promise to Wei Qiqi. Over the following days, he dedicated himself to answering the questions and successfully completed all of the exams. After the college entrance examination, He Tian wore a relaxed expression. He had initially intended to invite Wei Qiqi for a sumptuous meal to celebrate the end of their exams. He sent her a message suggesting they get together, to which Wei Qiqi replied affirmatively. He Tian shared his current location with her, pondering that once he had sufficient funds, acquiring a car would be inevitable. Thus, the most pressing matter was obtaining a driver's license. Without hesitation, he took out his phone and messaged Ji Liang, including his whereabouts. The trio made their way to a rather upscale restaurant, where the receptionist greeted them warmly at the entrance, inquiring if they had a reservation. He Tian replied in the negative and asked if there were any private rooms available. The attendant smiled and mentioned that there were, albeit at a higher cost, and asked if they were certain about wanting one. He Tian nodded affirmatively, signaling for her to lead the way. Ji Liang and Wei Qiqi remained silent, as He Tian had already informed them prior that he would be treating them to a grand feast. The waitress guided them to the second room on the right on the 2nd floor. Upon entering, they were greeted by a picturesque view through the window. Verdant mountains, towering trees, and lush grass added a touch of spring to the landscape. Winding roads meandered below, leading into the distance. As soon as they settled in, the waitress smilingly presented each of them with a menu. He Tian encouraged Ji Liang and Wei Qiqi to order whatever they fancied, assuring them not to be polite. Ji Liang casually flipped through a few pages of the menu before setting it down, saying, "Brother Tian, you order. You know me. I'm not picky, whatever you choose. I'll eat." Wei Qiqi echoed this sentiment, stating she was also not particular. Noticing that neither of them had ordered, He Tian set down his menu as well and smiled at the waitress, requesting that they serve the restaurant's signature dishes for the table. The waitress nodded and replied, "Certainly. Please hold on for a moment," before exiting the room. Once they were alone, He Tian remarked, "Tomorrow, I plan to register for driving lessons. Would you both like to join me?" Wei Qiqi responded with excitement, "I want to learn too. But isn't it quite difficult?" He Tian chuckled, "What do you have to fear? With me as your experienced driver, you'll surely pass with ease." Ji Liang grinned, saying, "Then we'll be counting on you." Brother Tian. As they conversed, the waitress began to bring out the dishes in succession, each plate more enticing than the last. "Wow, this looks delicious," exclaimed Wei Qiqi, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Don't just stare, let us dig in." He Tian encouraged them. The three of them ate and chatted, enjoying a delightful atmosphere. During the meal, He Tian shared amusing anecdotes from his past, which elicited hearty laughter from both Wei Qiqi and Ji Liang. After finishing their meal, He Tian settled the bill, which totaled 3,600 yuan, and the trio exited the restaurant together. They decided to head to the driving school the next day to embark on their journey of learning to drive. Just as they stepped out, a notification rang out, announcing a cashback of 3,960 yuan. He Tian felt a surge of excitement. He had just enjoyed a lavish meal for free. As they left the restaurant, He Tian glanced at the time and suggested, "How about we take a stroll to digest a bit?" Wei Qiqi and Ji Liang readily agreed. Thus, they meandered through the streets, savoring the beauty of the night. As He Tian passed by a shopping mall, he spotted a beautiful dress and imagined how stunning Wei Qiqi would look in it. He turned to her and said, "Qiqi, you should try on this dress. It would surely look splendid on you." Wei Qiqi, feeling a bit shy, accepted the dress and entered the fitting room. Shortly thereafter, she emerged wearing the dress, her inherent beauty now enhanced by its charm. Ji Liang complimented, "It looks marvelous. Qiqi, this dress suits you perfectly." He Tian nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Wei Qiqi smiled brightly, but, upon glancing at the price tag, felt a twinge of regret over the expense. However, He Tian was unfazed, thinking to himself that the more expensive the purchase, the greater his cashback would be. Noticing Wei Qiqi's evident fondness for the dress, he promptly headed to the cashier without waiting for her response. The system's voice chimed again, cashback of 420 yuan. He Tian's heart soared with joy. The system was truly remarkable. Chapter 6. College Entrance Examination Results. One morning, He Tian awoke and checked the clock, which read 6:30. In the past, when he had to rise early, he often felt drowsy by class time and would struggle to stay awake in the classroom. Yet now, during the holiday, he found himself unable to sleep and had arisen early. He decided to wash up and then go for a morning run. As he stepped outside, the sunlight bathed him in warmth. He jogged along the street, savoring the fresh morning air. As he ran, He Tian noticed a newly opened breakfast shop by the roadside. He halted, entered the establishment, and ordered a steaming bowl of soy milk and buns. Relishing the delicious breakfast, he felt a sense of satisfaction and joy. After finishing, He Tian resumed his morning run. While he was jogging, he heard the sounds of an argument and a scuffle nearby. Following the commotion, he arrived at a street corner where two young men were pushing each other. He Tian immediately intervened, exclaiming, "Stop fighting. Let us discuss this calmly." One of the young men angrily retorted, "He stole my wallet." The other protested, "I did not. I merely found it." He Tian observed them for a moment, then proposed, "Since you both have differing accounts, let us go to the police station to clarify the situation." The two hesitated at his suggestion. He Tian continued, "Alternatively, perhaps you could take a moment to cool down and consider other ways to resolve this." Ultimately, the two decided to settle the matter privately. They thanked He Tian before departing. Watching them walk away, He Tian reflected on how sometimes a few words can diffuse a conflict. He hoped for a world filled with more understanding and tolerance. With a lightened heart, he continued to enjoy the delights of his morning run. After an undetermined duration of running, He Tian felt as though he had covered quite a distance, yet his body did not feel fatigued. Likely a testament to his genetic disposition and the enhancements from the serum. The system truly delivered exceptional quality. Remembering his plan to enroll at the driving school that day, He Tian retraced his steps home. Upon arriving, he took out his phone and texted Ji Liang and Wei Qiqi about the time and place to meet, then headed to the bathroom for a relaxing hot shower. Upon arriving at the designated meeting spot, I caught sight of Wei Qiqi, who had been waiting there for some time. Today, she had made a modest effort to enhance her appearance. Donning a light blue shirt adorned with a bow on each shoulder, the ends of which were embellished with delicate tassels. The pockets at her slim waist also featured bows with tassels that danced gently in the breeze. She paired this with a pair of grayish-blue casual trousers and white sandals, exuding an aura of youthful innocence and vivacity. She occasionally glanced at her phone and then at the pedestrians passing by, clearly having arrived some time ago. He Tian approached her briskly, greeting, "Chi-Chi, you're here so early. Have you been waiting long?" Wei Chi-Chi gently shook her head, replying that she had just arrived. "Why are you alone? Where's Ji Liang?" He Tian inquired. "I'm not sure," he continued. "Let me call Liangzi and find out." Within half a minute, He Tian hung up the phone and informed Wei Chi-Chi that Liangzi had just left his home and would arrive shortly. "Let us find a cafe across the street to sit and wait," he suggested. After receiving a nod of agreement from Wei Chi-Chi, they made their way to the cafe. Once inside, they chose a table by the window and ordered fruit juices, as He Tian was unaccustomed to coffee and Wei Chi-Chi detested it. The atmosphere was rather somber, with both of them remaining silent. He Tian, noticing the faint blush on Wei Chi-Chi's cheeks, felt a playful urge to tease her. "Chi-Chi, you look particularly lovely today. All dressed up. Is it for my benefit?" he joked. Wei Chi-Chi's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson, her embarrassment evident as she stammered, "No, not at all. I didn't mean to." Seeing her flustered reaction amused He Tian further, prompting him to continue his playful banter. "Oh, is that so?" he said, deliberately scrutinizing her appearance. As Wei Chi-Chi squirmed under his gaze, he added, "If it's not for me, then are you hoping to enchant me? Well, I must admit, you've certainly captivated me. What shall we do now?" Overwhelmed with shyness, Wei Chi-Chi buried her face in her chest and softly protested. "I'm not trying to enchant you." Her voice was barely above a whisper, and internally she chastised, "This rogue Tian Gu is too annoying, making such comments in public. Even if I did dress for him, he needn't say it aloud. It's mortifying." At that moment, He Tian heard a tapping on the glass and turned to see Ji Liang standing outside. "Liangzi is here," he announced to the still flustered Wei Chi-Chi. "Let us go." With that, he headed to the front desk to settle the bill. As he completed the transaction, a notification chimed, indicating a cashback of 55 yuan. The trio then proceeded to the driving school registration area. After a brief discussion about the process of obtaining a driver's license, they promptly registered for the C1 license at a fee of 2,800 yuan each. He Tian offered to cover the cost up front, suggesting they could reimburse him later, and the others said nothing in objection. He Tian then scanned the QR code and transferred a total of 8,400 yuan. Just after the payment was made, another notification sounded, indicating a cashback of 9,240 yuan. He Tian felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Having a beautiful companion was indeed delightful. Not only did it cost nothing, but it also came with rewards, making the experience utterly enjoyable. After registering, each person took home a driving test book. Initially, He Tian intended to take the two for a leisurely outing to spend some money. However, Wei Chi-Chi received a call from home and had to return. Thus, the three friends parted ways, agreeing to meet 3 days later for the first theory test. For them, the first test was merely a formality, easily completed in mere minutes, and they all passed on their first attempt. Next, they would focus on practicing for the second test. As time swiftly passed, the trio dedicated their days to driving practice, interspersed with shopping and dining excursions. Ji Liang often indulged in the affectionate banter between He Tian and Wei Chi-Chi, who would blush profusely whenever teased. In playful retaliation, she would deliver light punches, deepening their bond considerably. Though they had not officially defined their relationship, their closeness resembled that of a couple, holding hands, pinching cheeks, and playfully tousling hair, save for kissing and embracing. He Tian's intention was to refine his conversational skills with Wei Chi-Chi, learning how to make a girl smile and feel comfortable relying on him. With Wei Chi-Chi as his practice partner, He Tian found himself alleviated of many burdens. To hone his eloquence, he often scoured the internet at night for tips on conversation, understanding women's psychology, and other strategies. This way, he would not feel awkward when encountering girls in the future. After a week of practicing for the second test, they were ready for the exam, and fortunately, all three passed. Next up was the third test, which involved road driving. On this day, it seemed they had all agreed to skip practice, as it was a crucial moment for countless students. The day the college entrance exam results were announced. At this very moment, the three young individuals were in the comfort of their homes, filled with a mixture of anxiety and anticipation. Among them, He Tian's family had gathered early around the computer, which held their hopes. Their emotions were as tumultuous as a stormy sea. His father tightly grasped his mother's hand, seemingly trying to convey his unease, while she fixated on the screen, her eyes revealing endless concern and worry. He Tian sat quietly nearby, his hands clenched into fists, palms damp with sweat. Yet he forced himself to appear composed, attempting to mask his inner turmoil. The room was thick with a suffocating tension, and time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Finally, the moment arrived. Although He Tian's hands trembled with anxiety, he steadied himself and carefully entered his identification number, cautiously clicking to check his results. The three of them anxiously watched the computer screen. Upon seeing the total score, He Hongwei and Zhou Liyun embraced joyfully, tears streaming down their faces as they beheld the astonishing score of 736. It was truly unbelievable for them, given their son's typically average performance. They had not anticipated such an impressive result, especially after only a month of diligent study prior to the exams. Wiping her tears, Zhou Liyun said to He Hongwei, "Dear, quickly call our relatives and friends. We must celebrate Tian's admission to college with a grand feast." He Hongwei nodded in agreement, replying, "Of course. I will call them right away." After a brief conversation, he eagerly took out his phone to call relatives and friends, excitedly sharing his son's college entrance examination results. Once the calls were made, He Hongwei and Zhou Liyun decided to venture out to purchase some groceries. Intending to prepare a delightful meal to celebrate as a family of three, they informed He Tian before stepping outside. Still enveloped in joy, He Tian pulled out his phone and took a picture of the computer screen, sending it to Wei Qiqi and Ji Liang. "Misty Star Qiqi, here are my exam results. I am truly grateful for the tutoring you provided me recently. Blossoming Flowers, congratulations on your outstanding score, brother. Here is my result, image JPG." He Tian glanced at the message revealing a score of 688, feeling somewhat bewildered as it seemed a bit low. "Misty Star Qiqi, did you not perform well? Or were you not in your best state? This score does not seem to reflect your true potential." Blossoming Flowers, "No, I was in great form and gave it my all." Misty Star, what are your plans for college applications? Blossoming Flowers, I am considering either Shanghai or Zhejiang University. What about you, brother? Misty Star, I have not made up my mind yet. I will discuss it with my parents tonight. By the way, are you still going to practice driving this afternoon? Blossoming Flowers, if you go, then I will go. If you do not go, then I shall not go. Misty Star, let me check with Liangzi first. I will get back to you shortly. Blossoming Flowers, all right, brother. He Tian exited the chat with Wei Qiqi and noticed a new message from Ji Liang, which included an image. Upon opening it, he saw a total score of 636. Misty Star, congratulations, Liangzi. This score must indicate exceptional performance on your part. He was aware of Ji Liang's capabilities, having been friends for a decade. Before He Tian linked to the system, their scores were quite comparable, both achieving above-average results. It appeared that Ji Liang had indeed exceeded expectations this time. Refreshing wind. Ji Liang replied, "Indeed, this time it was not just a stroke of luck. While you were tirelessly reviewing and attending tutoring sessions, I was subtly influenced by your efforts and managed to study a bit myself. Haha, I never anticipated scoring this well. It seems that fortune has smiled upon me. Misty Star, I always believed in you, haha." Refreshing wind. Are you still going to practice driving, or will you wait to fill out your college applications? By the way, have you decided on where to study? I am considering Tsinghua University or Gaodong University. Earlier, I mentioned to Qiqi that I have not made up my mind. Please do not spill the beans to her. Chapter 7. Top scholar Ji Liang glanced at the message from He Tian and thought little of it, believing that He Tian could handle the situation. Refreshing wind, understood. Brother Tian, if we are to practice driving, let us postpone until after we fill out our applications. Misty Star, fine. We can complete the applications first. After all, there is no rush in these next few days. I will inform Qiqi. Refreshing wind, all right. He promptly sent a message to Wei Qiqi. Misty Star Qiqi, Liangzi said we will hold off on driving practice until we finish our applications. A few days delay is no issue. By the way, Qiqi, are you free? I would like to take you out for a meal as a token of appreciation for your tutoring. In the realm of blossoms and grasses, the stars twinkled above. Let us meet at the south entrance of Qianda Plaza, she suggested. All right, dear brother, she replied. After responding to He Tian's message, Wei Qiqi hurriedly prepared herself. Upon her arrival at Qianda Plaza, she spotted He Tian, who had been waiting patiently. With a radiant smile, she approached him. Just as she reached him, He Tian grasped her delicate hand and pulled her close, enveloping her in an embrace. In that fleeting moment of surprise, He Tian leaned in without hesitation, his lips striking hers with the swiftness of lightning, as vibrant as cherries in bloom. This action was akin to an unexpected tempest, leaving her breathless, yet filled with anticipation. As their lips met, time seemed to stand still. The world around them blurred into obscurity, while only the palpable sensations between them remained. He Tian could feel her soft lips quivering slightly, exuding a gentle fragrance reminiscent of flowers blossoming in spring. He tenderly drew in her lower lip, savoring the sweetness as one would a precious confection. As he gently pried open her pearly gates with his tongue, she reciprocated his kiss. Minutes slipped by, and when Wei Qiqi found herself breathless, she gently pushed He Tian away, stealing a glance at him. Noticing his lingering expression, her cheeks flushed a brilliant red, and she buried her face in his broad chest. In a barely audible voice, she chided, "Brother, you are incorrigible. You tease me upon our first meeting." He Tian chuckled. "I am merely fulfilling my promise, dear Chier. You once said that if I were to gain admission to Qingbei, I could kiss your cherry lips." Wei Qiqi felt her embarrassment swell, her ears and neck aflame. With her small fists playfully pounding against his chest, she protested. "When did I ever say you could kiss me? I merely—" "Oh, brother, you naughty boy. You've completely misconstrued my words." She pouted cutely, seeking solace in his embrace. He Tian, taking her delicate hand in one of his, lifted her chin with the other, placing a gentle kiss upon her crimson lips. "Come, let me take you shopping and treat you to delicious food." Wei Qiqi murmured in agreement, her voice barely a whisper. Fortunately, He Tian, having undergone systematic enhancement, caught her words. At that moment, Wei Qiqi's heart raced like a startled deer, lacking the courage to meet He Tian's intense gaze. She felt transformed into a timid fawn. Her head bowed low, burying her charming face deep against his chest, as if this act would shield her from his penetrating eyes. Her small hands fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, fingers trembling slightly, betraying her inner turmoil. She sensed her heartbeat quickening, as if it might leap from her throat. Beads of perspiration formed on her forehead, cascading down her cheeks. In the stillness of the moment, she could hear her own rapid breaths, each sound amplified in the serene atmosphere. He Tian held Wei Qi's hand as they strolled through the bustling square, captivated by the beautiful, novel, and delightful sights. Wei Qi, like a little girl, eagerly wanted to see, play, and indulge in everything that caught her eye. Observing the lively and playful Wei Qi brought joy to He Tian's heart. Throughout their journey, he bought her numerous trinkets. Although they had seen plenty, the expenses had accumulated, leading to minimal cashback. They eventually arrived at a food street, where Wei Qi, embodying the essence of a foodie, found herself unable to move past the enticing delicacies. Witnessing her delight, He Tian happily indulged her desires until their hands were laden with treats, refusing to stop until then. They finally found a place to sit and savor their culinary delights. After finishing their meal, they once again resumed their shopping adventure hand in hand. As evening approached, He Tian received a call from his parents, with his mother informing him of a sumptuous dinner at home, as the Ji family was also visiting, urging him to return early. Consequently, He Tian escorted Wei Qi home. Upon reaching her building, he said, "Chier, I shall take my leave here. I won't go up. I will visit you when I have the chance." With that, he turned to head home. Wei Qi felt a twinge of reluctance as she had thoroughly enjoyed her day. He Tian had taken her first kiss, showered her with gifts, and treated her to an abundance of delicious food. A wave of sadness washed over her at the thought of his departure, though she reassured herself with his words that they would have opportunities to play together again. With a faint smile, she called out, "Brother, wait a moment." He Tian turned to her, asking, "Sure, what is it? Is there something else?" Without uttering a word, Wei Qi leaped into his embrace, tilting her head up to say, "Brother, today I had a wonderful time. Thank you." He Tian gently cupped her small face and smiled, replying, "Why are you being so polite? Making you happy is my duty." Wei Qi felt a surge of emotion, nuzzling against him and softly uttering, "Thank you, brother." He Tian held her shoulders, gazing at her blush that seemed as if it could drip with warmth, her large eyes blinking adorably. He reached out to playfully tease her little nose, saying, "All right, silly girl, go on up. I will come to visit when I have the time." Reluctantly, Wei Qi nodded, and suddenly, she planted a kiss on his cheek before dashing up the stairs. However, just a few steps in, she was caught by a pair of strong hands. pulling her back into his warm embrace. As she lifted her head, her lips were captured in a kiss, and a warm tongue explored her mouth, making it difficult for them to part. Wei Qi responded tenderly, entwined with the intruder in her mouth. In the next moment, a large hand covered her ample bosom, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Although separated by fabric, she could distinctly feel the mischievous movements of that hand. Time seemed to blur until, nearly breathless, Wei Qi managed to push Tian away, a silken thread still connecting them as they parted. Embarrassed, her cheeks flushed as if she could bleed from the heat. She turned and sprinted away, her long legs carrying her swiftly, leaving behind a playful remark carried by the wind. "Brother, you naughty rascal." Tian smiled as he watched Wei Qi's silhouette before turning back. Upon arriving at the doorstep, he was greeted by the sounds of laughter and joy emanating from within. Stepping inside, he discovered his parents engaged in light-hearted conversation with Ji Liang's parents, while Ji Liang sat in the corner of the sofa, engrossed in his phone. As soon as they noticed Tian's return, Kong Shuer stood up, and, looking up at Tian who towered over her, exclaimed, "Xiao Tian is back. It's been a while, and you've changed so much. Auntie can hardly recognize you. You've grown taller and stronger, and you're even more handsome than before. Most impressively, you scored so high on the college entrance exam. You've truly brought honor to your parents. Auntie is genuinely happy for you." Tian jokingly replied, "Auntie, you flatter me. If you keep praising me like this, I might get a bit too proud." This elicited hearty laughter from the group. Ji Yuan chimed in, "Xiao Tian, you're becoming increasingly humorous. Where do you plan to study, Tsinghua or Peking University? What major?" Without hesitation, Tian replied, "Tsinghua, with a focus on business administration." In truth, Tian had contemplated this long before. If he couldn't get into Tsinghua or Peking University, he would still choose business administration at another institution. After all, once he became wealthy, having a company to play with would be quite enjoyable. Should the system ever release him, he could strive to manage it successfully. Ji Yuan nodded. "Once you excel in your studies, becoming a manager would be quite commendable." Tian then turned to Ji Liang, who had been silent, and asked, "Have you thought it through, Liangzi? Where do you want to study and what major?" Ji Liang, without looking up, responded, "Zhejiang University, Computer Science." "Do you aspire to be an IT professional?" Tian inquired. "Yes, that's the plan. With technology advancing, many jobs will eventually be replaced by robots. So I chose computer science. Even if I end up writing code or software, that seems promising to me," Ji Liang replied, still absorbed in his game. "I believe in you. When I have the means to start a company, you can be my chief technology officer," Tian said with a grin. Ji Liang nodded in agreement. Soon after, they heard Zhou Liyun call for dinner, and everyone made their way to the kitchen. The dining table was laden with an array of dishes, each more appetizing than the last, making their mouths water. The meal lasted over an hour, and once they were full, Tian and Ji Liang retreated to Tian's room. Ji Liang promptly sat at the computer desk, skillfully booting up the computer to play a game, while Tian sat beside him and asked, "Liangzi, when will you fill out your application? We should do it together." "As soon as you do, I will," Ji Liang replied, still focused on the game. Tian, noticing Ji Liang was engrossed, joined in the gaming session. Losing track of time, just as they were deeply immersed in their play, Ji Liang's parents announced it was time to leave, prompting him to reluctantly step away from the computer and depart with them. Feeling a bit bored on his own, Tian decided to wash up. Before he knew it, a few days had passed, and Tian, Ji Liang, and Wei Qi had agreed to fill out their applications together. Tian only applied to Tsinghua, leaving his second choice blank. Ji Liang chose Zhejiang University, while Wei Qi opted for Moda University. After completing the necessary paperwork, the three of them headed off to practice their driving, eager to obtain their licenses before receiving their admission letters. Ever since their last kiss, Wei Qi had taken on a charmingly dependent demeanor towards Tian. Although shy, she always stayed close to him, frequently indulging in playful antics, resembling an affectionate couple. Much to Ji Liang's chagrin, who was inundated with their displays of affection, he longed for the day when he would acquire his license, wishing to avoid witnessing their flirtations. With some leisure time, Ji Liang picked up his phone to browse for interesting news. Not long after, he exclaimed in surprise and approached the cozy duo of Tian and Wei Qi, exclaiming, "Hey brother, look, you are the top scholar of our province." Chapter 8. Preparing to depart for the capital upon reading the news, both Tian and Wei Qi were momentarily taken aback. After 25 seconds, Wei Chi-Chi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, brother, that's incredible. Being the provincial top scholar carries such prestige." Ji Liang chimed in, "Indeed, He Tian. This is a matter of great honor for your family. If I were the top scholar, my father would be overjoyed, praising my well-rounded abilities." He, Wei Chi-Chi added, "If I were the top scholar, I would even dismantle our house, and my parents would commend my practical skills." He Tian shook his head in mild exasperation, saying, "What does it matter being a top scholar? I care not for such titles. My goal is to enter my desired school, and the score is of little consequence." Disagreeing, Ji Liang retorted, "You don't understand the value of being the provincial top scholar, He Tian. So many dream of it, yet fail to achieve it. Countless people envy and resent such a distinction." Wei Chi-Chi concurred, Yes, brother, the prestige of being the top scholar is immense. You would be admired wherever you go." At that moment, He Tian's phone rang. Upon seeing it was his mother calling, he answered, "Mom, what is the matter?" "I'm currently practicing driving." Zhou Liyun replied, "Son, we have many reporters from television stations here, saying you are the provincial top scholar and wish to interview you." He Tian responded, "Mom, please send them away. I will not partake in any interviews." "That's enough. I'll see you tonight." After hanging up, he relayed the conversation to Ji Liang and Wei Chi-Chi, who were staring at him intently. Ji Liang, brimming with excitement, said, "He Tian, this is a chance to appear on television. Are you truly going to let it slip away so easily? It would be such a shame. Why not go back now to accept the interview?" Wei Chi-Chi nodded in agreement with Ji Liang's proposition. However, He Tian felt no thrill regarding the situation. His focus remained on obtaining his driving license and admission letter, with aspirations to embark towards the capital, where he could showcase his skills with the aid of a system. Shaking his head, he said, "Forget it. I'm not interested. It's far more important to concentrate on practicing driving and obtaining my license." With that, He Tian hurried off to practice. As time flew by, they successfully acquired their driving licenses. Whenever they had the chance, the trio would take Ji Liang's father's pickup truck to remote locations for practice. After several days, their driving skills had improved significantly as they roamed around in the truck. On this day, when He Tian and his two companions were preparing to drive to the city center for some leisure, he received a call from his mother, informing him that the admission notice had arrived and he needed to return home briefly. Consequently, the three friends bid each other farewell and headed home. Upon arriving, He Tian found his parents already seated on the sofa, eagerly awaiting his return. He walked over and sat beside his mother. Zhou Liyun handed He Tian the admission notice, which he delicately took and perused. After a considerable amount of time, he placed the admission notice on the table. At that moment, Zhou Liyun joyfully exclaimed, "Tianer, your father and I have just discussed it. Tomorrow we will take the admission notice back to our hometown to share the joy with your grandparents. After all, you are the top scholar of our province." He Hongwei chimed in, saying, "Indeed, Tianer, you know that on the day your results were released, your mother and I informed all our relatives and friends that we could reach. When we return from our hometown, we will host a celebration in your honor. What do you think?" With the decision made by his parents, He Tian felt indifferent and nodded, saying, "Mom and Dad, you two can decide. I will follow your lead." He Hongwei replied, "Then you should rest well today. Tomorrow morning, we will head back to our hometown. Your mother and I need to prepare for the trip, and we will be off shortly." He Tian nodded in agreement and retreated to his room, clutching the admission notice. He opened his computer and began playing games. After a while, feeling bored, he decided to take a shower. Once he finished, he lay on his bed and checked his phone, discovering several unread messages from Wei Chi-Chi. "Brother, what are you up to? I just finished showering and am lying on my bed. What about you? Has your admission notice arrived?" "Yes, it has arrived. My parents said they would take me back to our hometown for ancestral worship, and after we return, they will hold a celebration for me. Has yours arrived yet?" "Yes, it has. My parents are also taking me back tomorrow for ancestral worship, and we will visit my grandparents afterward. Then we will go to my maternal grandparents' house. And after returning, they will hold a celebration for me," Wei Chi-Chi replied. "It seems our schedules are quite similar, just different locations. My parents are also taking me back tomorrow," she added. He Tian conversed with Wei Chi-Chi for quite some time before excusing himself, saying he needed to sleep early in order to rise early the next day, which finally prompted her to relent. After finishing his chat with Wei Chi-Chi, He Tian spent a considerable time conversing with Ji Liang before setting his phone down and drifting off to sleep. The next morning, He Tian awoke early. During this period, He had developed a habit of waking up on time to jog every day. After returning from his run, he spotted his mother in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Zhou Liyun, noticing He Tian's return, said, "Wait a moment, breakfast will be ready shortly. Please have a seat." He Tian replied, "I will wash up first," and proceeded to the bathroom. By the time He Tian finished washing up, Zhou Liyun had already set the breakfast on the dining table, waiting for him alongside He Hongwei. Zhou Liyun called out to He Tian, "Hurry over for breakfast, so we can head back to our hometown afterward." The family of three quickly finished their breakfast, tidied up, and set off for their hometown. Returning to his hometown, He Hongwei found his grandparents eagerly awaiting him at the door. After parking the car, he retrieved the items from the trunk. As He Tian stepped out of the vehicle, he was immediately surrounded by his loving grandparents, who pulled him close and inquired about his well-being with affection gleaming in their eyes. He Tian responded to their questions with a smile, basking in the warmth of family love. Upon entering the house, He Tian noticed that it had been beautifully redecorated. His grandparents had prepared a sumptuous feast, and the family gathered around the table, sharing stories and laughter, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After the meal, He Tian accompanied his parents to pay respects to their ancestors. Following the ceremony, they visited other relatives, receiving warm hospitality at every stop, which filled He Tian with a profound sense of familial and hometown affection. That night, lying in bed, He Tian reflected on the day's experiences, his heart brimming with emotion. He understood that no matter where life took him, home would always be the warmest harbor. The following morning, He Hongwei and his wife took He Tian to his maternal grandfather's house, where he encountered many familiar faces. At his grandfather's home, the adults engaged in lively conversations while the children frolicked in the yard. He Tian played with his cousins for quite some time, sharing snippets of his life in the city. As evening approached, his grandmother prepared an extravagant dinner. The family savored the delicious food while discussing their recent experiences. After dinner, they gathered in the yard to admire the breathtaking starry sky, and He Tian felt an immense sense of contentment. That night, as he lay in bed reminiscing about the warmth of these 2 days, he recognized that these cherished memories would accompany him throughout his life. With thoughts of home lingering in his mind, he gradually drifted into slumber. Early the next morning, after completing his run and freshening up, He Tian had breakfast and prepared to meet Wei Qiqi for a stroll. However, he learned that Wei Qiqi was still at her hometown and wouldn't return until the next day. He paid it no mind, as his parents were organizing a celebration for his academic advancement. Sitting in front of his computer, He Tian contemplated the upcoming events. After his celebration, he would attend the advancement parties for Liangzi and Xie, and then he planned to head to the capital to seek out opportunities to earn money. Having been with the system for 2 months, his bank account balance remained below 120,000, which was quite embarrassing. During this trip to the capital, if he encountered a collaborator, especially one driven by materialism, he aimed to significantly enhance the system's level. He could hardly wait for time to pass, eager to embark on his journey to the capital. As he pondered these matters, an involuntary grin crept onto his face, more difficult to suppress than a fleeting delight. Today, He Tian found himself with little to do, scrolling through Douyin to admire beautiful women. He recalled his desire to reward a goddess on the platform, contemplating whether doing so could yield some financial return. However, he was met with disappointment. 100 yuan reward only netted him 55 yuan. The system stipulated that he must meet the individual in real life to receive a full refund. Otherwise, the return would only reflect the amount given to the goddess. He Tian lamented this misfortune, feeling he had missed an opportunity for financial gain. It seemed that in the future, he would need to meet individuals in person before engaging in such transactions. Thus, he resumed his search on his phone, hoping to discover local goddesses. After a prolonged session of browsing, I suddenly stumbled upon an enchanting little maid named Mu Mu. Before my eyes appeared a petite girl clad in an exquisitely tailored maid outfit. Her delicate form was enveloped in a splendid black and white dress, perfectly cut to accentuate her figure. The skirt gracefully concealed her knees, its hem fluttering gently like a blooming flower. A white apron, adorned with intricate embroidery, was tied around her waist, adding a playful charm to her overall appearance. Upon her head rested a maid's cap, embellished with lace, from which a few silky strands of hair cascaded, softly brushing against her fair and tender cheeks. Her large, bright eyes sparkled like 2 radiant jewels, exuding an innocent brilliance. Long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, enhancing her ethereal beauty. She wore gloves as white as snow, holding a dainty broom, seemingly prepared to commence her tidying duties. On her feet were petite black shoes, adorned with glimmering rhinestones that emitted a delightful sound as she moved. This maid-clad girl seemed to have stepped out of a fairy tale, evoking an instinctive affection in all who beheld her. He Tian glanced at the viewer count. It was just over 100, not yet reaching 200. Thus, he entered the live stream. Instantly, he heard the host's melodious voice welcoming him to Moo Moo's enchanting realm. Noticing that even a nameless level 0 newcomer like himself was acknowledged, He Tian surmised that the popularity of this petite host was rather modest. He quickly checked the details. Name, Muya, age, 20, height, 161 centimeters, weight, 45 kilograms. Measurements, C. Appearance, 83, mystery, 0. He Tian decided to invest 2,000 and sent a gift. Immediately, Moo joyfully exclaimed her gratitude for the gift. When asked what he would like to see, she cheerfully offered to sing and dance. He Tian pondered and suggested, sing a song that you're particularly good at. If it's performed well, there will be a reward. With a bright smile, Moo responded, all right, brother, I will sing for you right away. Soon, her melodious voice filled the air. After completing a song, Moo slightly bowed and thanked everyone, inviting them to request songs or dances if they wished. Just as the audience was still immersed in the live ambience, a dazzling light suddenly flashed across the screen. Following this, an enormous, spectacular super rocket soared through the sky like a meteor, heading straight for the host. This magnificent rocket was a gift from the enigmatic tycoon, Mantiangsing. In an instant, the live stream was ignited with excitement as the comments surged wildly. Wow, someone actually sent a super rocket. This Mantiangsing is incredibly generous. Amazing. The air buzzed with gasps and praise, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. What was once a tranquil stream had erupted into a fervor, leaving all present astonished by this unexpected delight. Moo, the adorable little one, covered her mouth, her breath slightly unsteady, overwhelmed by the extraordinary gift of a super fire. It was astonishing. After nearly half a year of streaming, this was the first time someone had bestowed upon her such a remarkable gift. Previously, her viewers would offer her small tokens worth mere cents or a handful of dollars. Receiving a super fire for the first time, she could hardly believe it was real. Still basking in joy, another super rocket appeared, its effects flooding the entire screen. Before Moo could utter a word, a third super fire's effects illuminated the display once more. Following these 3 super fires, the barrage of comments became increasingly fervent, with praises for the illustrious master of the stars reverberating throughout the chat. It seemed that Moo had gained a formidable supporter. Overcome with emotion, she found herself speechless. The accolades and admiration pouring in, creating an atmosphere more vibrant than before. He Tian, having spent a substantial sum on gifts, felt a tinge of regret upon receiving a mere 5,500 in return. Yet, he brushed aside his concerns, eager to see if he could entice the streamer into a more personal engagement. Moo was utterly elated, still processing the events when He Tian sent a message encouraging her to dance, promising further rewards for a captivating performance. Without hesitation, Moo bowed gracefully and replied, all right, dear master of the stars, I wonder what dance you wish to see. I can perform any. It was a rare opportunity to impress such a benefactor, and she was determined not to displease him, as her tuition depended on his generosity. He Tian typed, just dance your best. Okay, dear brother, Moo responded. I will dance just for you. With that, she moved like a delicate butterfly, her form gracefully swaying. Each movement was elegant and natural, as if she were one with the music. Her dance resembled the gentle ripples on a lake stirred by a soft breeze, tender and lively, akin to blossoms blooming in spring, vibrant and full of life. Her enchanting demeanor captivated all who watched, evoking a profound sense of enchantment. As the melody rose and fell, her steps alternated between joyful leaps and slow, fluid spins, conveying the emotions of the dance with exquisite clarity. Even He Tian found himself entranced, eventually sending her a Douyin number 1 as a token of appreciation. Before long, Moo concluded her performance and offered a bow, expressing her gratitude to He Tian, the master of the stars. Hearing her sweet, syrupy voice, He Tian sent 3 more super fires, immediately flooding the screen with their dazzling effects. Moo bowed again, ready to express her thanks. Once the effects faded, He Tian exited the live stream. He understood that even with his gifts, It was unlikely he could coax her out for a meeting in the short term. Instead, he decided to explore further, hoping to discover other captivating streamers. After a lengthy search, he found no one meeting his criteria. The majority of streamers scored a mere 5 or 6 out of 10, far from the 8 or 9 he sought. He could only lament the disparity between technology and talent. Feeling fatigued after his prolonged search, He-Tion resolved to rest. Planning to return later in the evening when many streamers would be available, as their schedules often allowed for night streaming. Thus, he decided to return after dark. As He-Tion prepared to exit Douyin, he noticed several unread messages. Upon glancing at one, he discovered a friend request from Muya, which included her WeChat ID. He had just added her on WeChat when a message from Muya appeared. "Thank you for your generous gift, Qingfeng Yajingge." To which he replied, "Mantangsing. You are most welcome. May I inquire about your profession and place of origin?" She responded, "I am from Beishur and preparing to attend university." Muya pondered He-Tion's message. Realizing that he was likely around 18, just having completed his college entrance examinations. It struck her as rather extraordinary that a prospective university student would lavish such a significant gift upon her. Could he possibly be from a wealthy family? She couldn't help but wonder about his appearance. If he were handsome, cultivating a friendship might prove beneficial, especially if it could alleviate her financial burdens for tuition and living expenses. She had heard rumors about the dynamics between female streamers and their affluent supporters, and the thought of calling someone younger than herself brother felt somewhat awkward. However, desperate times called for desperate measures. Perhaps she could ask him for a selfie or initiate a video call to ascertain his looks. She scolded herself for her naivety, but decided a video call would be more reliable than a random photo. Thus, she initiated the call. He-Tion, engrossed in typing a message, was startled by the sudden video call request. Upon seeing it was Qingfeng Yajing, he promptly accepted. Muya had changed her attire to a light pink t-shirt, her hairstyle remaining the same, though her lower half remained out of view. When she laid eyes on He-Tion, she was pleasantly surprised. He was strikingly handsome, with distinct features that far exceeded her expectations, fitting perfectly within her criteria for a partner. Regaining her composure, she greeted him sweetly. "Hello, brother. My name is Muya. What is yours?" He-Tion replied, "I am He-Tion. Nice to meet you, Muya." She continued, "Brother, I am also from Beishur, residing in the urban-rural fringe of Dongqing. Which part of Beishur are you from?" Noticing her intent, He-Tion wondered if she was hinting at a possible dinner invitation, which filled him with unexpected delight. After a moment's thought, he replied, "I am also in Dongqing, specifically at the Inshur community." Muya considered this and remarked that it wasn't too far apart. "Do you have some free time? To express my gratitude for your gift, I would like to treat you to a meal, if you would be so kind as to accept." Without hesitation, He-Tion agreed, envisioning her as a potential benefactor. They arranged the time and place before ending the call. He-Tion rose to wash his face and set off, while Muya felt a twinge of uncertainty. What if he turned out to be a lecherous individual? Although he was undeniably handsome and her type, she worried about the possibility of his having undesirable traits often associated with wealthy men. She concluded that she should bring her friend Ran Ran along for company. However, what if he took a liking to Ran Ran, who was exceptionally beautiful? Oh dear, what a dilemma. What should I do? She lamented inwardly. She decided to disregard her worries and bring Ran Ran along, just in case. Approaching the door of the adjacent room, she knocked gently. This two-bedroom apartment was shared by her and her university classmate and roommate. Muya had lost her parents at a young age, raised by her grandparents, who also passed away 2 years ago, leaving her all alone. Although she had an uncle, her aunt insisted that this newly admitted university student abandon her studies to marry, claiming that education was of little value for a girl and that marriage should come early, as it was an inevitable destiny. The man her aunt wanted her to marry was in his 30s, known as a notorious bully in the village, feared for his domineering ways. Without a second thought, Muya left that loveless home to pursue her studies, working part-time while attending university. Over the past 2 years, apart from Ran Ran, she had no true friends. Others distanced themselves upon learning of her situation. Only the empathetic Ran Ran remained, sharing a deep bond as they worked and studied together, becoming inseparable confidants. During their live broadcasts, Muya streamed in the daytime while Ran Ran took over in the evenings. When the door opened, an astonishing figure stood before her. Poised gracefully at the entrance, she was tall, approximately 1.7 meters. Her long, silky hair cascaded gently to her shoulders, brushing against her fair skin, resembling a beautiful painting. Her exquisitely delicate face bore a hint of drowsiness, her eyes half closed as if still lost in a dream. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, on the verge of awakening, yet exuding an enchanting languor. Clearly, this lovely woman had just emerged from a sweet slumber. Muya's close friend, Lu Xiaoran. Upon seeing her, Muya immediately mentioned their dinner plans, causing Lu Xiaoran's eyes to widen in disbelief. What? Xiaoya, you want to meet for dinner offline? Are you out of your mind? We've never dined out with anyone during our streaming. Muya countered, that's because no one has ever given us such generous tips. It's just dinner, nothing scandalous. Ranran, hurry up. I've already promised. Reluctantly, Lu Xiaoran nodded. Fine, just give me a moment. With that, she dashed off to shower and get ready. After an indeterminate amount of time, they finally set out for their rendezvous. Upon their arrival, He Tian had been waiting for quite a while. Muya rushed over to greet him. Sorry, we're late, brother. He Tian, initially engrossed in his phone, turned at the sound of her voice, his expression brightening at the sight of the two beautiful girls. Their hairstyles and outfits mirrored each other, leading him to momentarily believe they were twins. One stood around 1.6 meters tall, her hair styled in two playful ponytails, clad in a white dress that reached her thighs, paired with white stockings and dainty white high heels adorned with a small butterfly that fluttered with her every step, as if ready to take flight. One of the beauties stood tall at approximately 1.7 meters, her impressive bosom seemingly straining against her attire, creating a rather enticing silhouette. At that moment, a voice from the system resounded, indicating the detection of a message recipient and inquiring if the host wished to view it. He Tian silently contemplated the option to check. Name, Lu Xiaoran. Age, 20. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Figure, E-beauty rating, 84. Snapping back to reality, He Tian shook his head and remarked, it's quite all right. I've only just arrived. Shall we find a place to eat and chat? The two ladies nodded in agreement. The trio hailed a taxi to a nearby upscale restaurant, with He Tian leading the way and the two women following closely behind. Chapter 10. Dining with Beauties. Fortunately, the restaurant was not overly crowded at that hour, allowing He Tian to secure a lavish private dining room. As they settled into the opulent space, Muya introduced her friend, saying, Brother, this is my best friend, Lu Xiaoran. Turning to Lu Xiaoran, she added, Xiaoran, this is my brother, He Tian, whom I mentioned to you. Both He Tian and Lu Xiaoran exchanged polite greetings. Brother, we are classmates and roommates, Muya explained. We take turns live streaming. I stream during the day, and Xiaoran streams in the evening. I hope you don't mind me bringing her along for this meal. Muya smiled warmly. He Tian shook his head, saying, not at all. It is truly an honor to dine with two lovely ladies. Does Miss Lu stream as well? What is her username? I would love to check it out when I have the opportunity. Muya giggled. Brother, Xiaoran's Douyin username is a little dear. He Tian nodded appreciatively and, taking the menu from the waiter, said to the two women, order whatever you desire. It's my treat. Muya playfully waved her hand. That won't do. We agreed that I would treat you. I can't let you pay? He Tian chuckled. It matters not. Dining with beautiful women is a privilege, and it is rare for them to pay. This time, I insist on footing the bill. Perhaps you can treat me next time. Though Lu Xiaoran had remained relatively quiet throughout, her heart was a tempest of emotions. From the moment she laid eyes on He Tian, she felt a flutter of infatuation, thinking to herself how handsome he was and how blissful it would be to be his girlfriend. Since their first encounter, her gaze had seldom strayed from him. Muya, realizing the ambience of luxury surrounding them, had ceased to contest He Tian's insistence on paying. Upon entering the restaurant, she had discerned the opulent decor and understood that the meal would be costly, likely consuming several months of her hard-earned money. However, having come this far, she felt it would be inappropriate to withdraw. The thought of He Tian treating them filled her with joy, yet she still felt the need to maintain a semblance of decorum. Casually flipping through a few pages of the menu, Muya eventually set it down and said, Brother, why don't you order for us? We are not picky eaters. Lu Xiaoran glanced at Muya and echoed, Yes, brother, whatever you choose, we shall eat. We are not finicky. Earlier, as they had casually flipped through the menu, the prices had appeared exorbitant, and she worried that if He Tian found the cost too steep, he might leave, leaving them to foot the bill, which could exceed their earnings for an entire year. Thus, it was prudent for He Tian to select the dishes. In contrast, He Tian was unfazed by the menu, simply addressing the waiter, Please bring me your house specialties, along with a bottle of your finest red wine. The waiter smiled and slightly bowed, saying, "Certainly, gentlemen, please wait a moment." After speaking, he exited the private room. He Tian glanced at the two beautiful women and inquired, "How long have you been live streaming?" Muya replied, "It's been 6 months, and this is the first time I've encountered such a generous gentleman." He Tian hesitated for a moment and asked, "With such beauty, haven't you met anyone more generous?" Muya shook her head, saying no. Most are just a few dimes. Lu Xiaoran nodded in agreement. Muya then looked at He Tian and said, "Brother, you mentioned you are a prospective university student. Which university is it?" He Tian answered, "Tsinghua University. I'll be reporting in September." Muya and Lu Xiaoran exchanged glances, and Muya exclaimed, "Tsinghua, brother, that is impressive. What score did you achieve in the college entrance examination? I saw in the news that our province's top scorer was 736. He Tian nonchalantly replied, "It's not a big deal, just 736. Muya and Lu Xiaoran were both taken aback, incredulous at the casualness of his statement. Muya quickly realized and exclaimed, "You are this year's top scorer in our province." He Tian nodded. Lu Xiaoran was internally astonished. Youth, charm, wealth, and talent were all embodied in him. Muya had a similar reaction, thinking it was as if fate had favored him abundantly. At that moment, Muya's eyes sparkled with admiration as she said, "Brother, you are truly remarkable. Handsome, wealthy, and talented. All those qualities are concentrated in you. It's enviable." Lu Xiaoran nodded in agreement. Muya continued, "Now that you're in university, we are in the same city. We are also attending university in the capital, entering our 3rd year, though we are at a 2nd-tier school, studying music and dance. What major are you pursuing?" He Tian was momentarily taken aback. Both of them were university students, preparing for their 3rd year, which meant they were 2 or 3 years older than him, yet they still called him brother. This seemed acceptable, he thought. He chuckled and replied, "I'm majoring in business administration. I didn't expect you both to be university students. I thought you were still in high school." At that moment, the waiter began to serve the dishes, and the aroma of the food filled the air. Muya and Lu Xiaoran gazed at the delicious spread before them, nearly moved to tears by the sight. He Tian opened a bottle of red wine, pouring a small glass for each of them and himself, then raised his glass, saying, "To our first meeting." The 3 of them chatted and dined, spending nearly 2 hours at the table, with Muya and Lu Xiaoran's bellies round and full. When it was time to settle the bill, it came to 65,000, with the wine costing over 40,000. He Tian was quite pleased, as the system returned him 71,500 yuan. Dining for free and earning 6,500. Who wouldn't be happy? As the 3 emerged from the restaurant, He Tian noted that the evening was still young and suggested they take a stroll. The 2 women agreed. Along the way, many men envied He Tian for being accompanied by 2 beautiful women, wishing that they could be in his position. He led Muya and Lu Xiaoran to the 3rd floor of Qianda Plaza, which was filled with luxury brand stores. Upon entering the LV boutique, the staff warmly welcomed them, saying, "Welcome to LV, please feel free to browse." A tall, elegantly dressed woman approached and asked, "Have you found any styles you like? I can assist you in trying them on." He Tian turned to Muya and Lu Xiaoran, saying, "Each of you choose one. Consider it a gift to commemorate your first meeting." Lu Xiaoran quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, "Brother, no, it's unnecessary." He Tian observed Lu Xiaoran as stuttering and assured her, "There's no need to be polite, just choose what you like." He then instructed the attendant to select a suitable item for each of them, with no limit on price. Upon hearing this, the attendant felt a surge of joy, especially with the price being unrestricted, granting her ample room for maneuver. She promptly nodded and replied, "Of course, please wait a moment." Muya and Lu Xiaoran felt a mix of emotions. They were delighted by He Tian's generosity in wanting to buy them such expensive bags, yet concerned about the age-old adage that one should not accept gifts without a return. What if accepting his gifts came with unreasonable demands? Should they acquiesce or refuse? Before long, the attendant returned with 2 bags. When He Tian observed the moment Muya and Lu Xiaoran laid eyes on the bags, his own eyes brightened. Without waiting for the attendant to speak, he declared, "I'll take these 2. How much? Please wrap them up." Everyone present was astonished. He was purchasing them immediately without even examining them. It was rather extravagant. A man like him was a rare find indeed. The attendant, regaining her composure, informed He Tian, "Both bags are limited editions. Although the designs differ, they are priced the same at 99,000 8,000 each. Are you certain you wish to proceed? He Tian nodded affirmatively, saying, Yes, wrap them up, but my card has a limit, so I will need to split the payment into 2 transactions. Is that acceptable? The attendant smiled and replied, Of course, sir, I will take care of that. Moments later, the bags were wrapped, and amidst the astonished gazes of Mu Ye and Lu Xiaoran, He Tian completed the payment in 2 transactions. There was no other choice. His funds were insufficient at that moment, but he would indulge lavishly once his finances allowed. After exiting the LV boutique, the trio made their way to the Chanel store. Upon entering, before the attendant could even greet them, He Tian instructed her to select several outfits and cosmetics for them, again without any price restrictions. The staff stood in disbelief, taken aback by such a generous request. However, they quickly divided tasks and began fetching clothing and cosmetics. Mu Ye quietly said to He Tian, Brother, please, do not spend so much. We are overwhelmed by such precious gifts. Lu Xiaoran chimed in. Yes, brother, presenting us with such extravagant gifts. Before she could finish her thought, He Tian interjected. What is the matter? It's merely a small gesture. Consider it a token of our meeting. Lu Xiaoran responded. Even if this is our first encounter, there is no need for such lavish gifts. He Tian dismissed her concerns, stating, Just accept them. You need not worry about anything else. Just then, several attendants emerged with multiple outfits and cosmetics. He Tian encouraged Mu Ye and Lu Xiaoran to head to the fitting rooms to try on the clothes. After Mu Ye and Lu Xiaoran entered the fitting room, He Tian instructed the attendant to prepare 2 sets of the finest cosmetics for them. The attendant, delighted, promptly went to the back to package the items. Mu Ye and Lu Xiaoran emerged almost simultaneously, and He Tian's gaze seemed magnetically drawn to them, rendering him momentarily immobile. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that 2 enchanting beauties were standing gracefully before him. Both ladies possessed natural beauty, resembling celestial beings, captivating all who beheld them. One donned a flowing pale blue gown, her figure ethereal, akin to a fairy descended from the heavens. The other was clad in a charming canary yellow outfit, exuding a delightful innocence reminiscent of a neighborly young girl. Their eyes, clear as autumn waters, their lips, as rosy as cherries, and their skin, as fair as snow, ensnared him in a spell of admiration, leaving him utterly entranced. Feeling the weight of He Tian's unwavering gaze, Mu Ye and Lu Xiaoran blushed, lowering their heads in modesty. Particularly, Lu Xiaoran, with her prominent bosom, seemed on the verge of bursting forth from her attire. He Tian's eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Xiaoran's face turned crimson as she buried her head even lower, nearly brushing against her own proud curves. Her hands, trembling with nervousness, clutched the hem of her dress tightly. While Mu Ye mirrored her embarrassment, her face flushed to the roots of her hair. Snapping back to reality, He Tian remarked approvingly, suggesting they try on a few more outfits. Mu Ye and Lu Xiaoran returned to the fitting room, and shortly thereafter, the attendant presented He Tian with the packaged cosmetics. Inquiring about the cost, He Tian declared they would settle the payment for the cosmetics first, deferring the clothing payment until they made their selections. The attendant smiled, stating, Sir, the total for these 4 sets of cosmetics is 80,000. Without hesitation, He Tian handed over his card, instructing the attendant to process the transaction. She took his card to the machine, and soon the system announced a cashback of 88,000 yuan. The attendant respectfully returned the card to He Tian. Chapter 11. The Blessing of Companionship. He Tian slipped the card into his pocket. The 2 ladies tried on several outfits, and He Tian found them all quite splendid, instructing the attendant to package them for purchase. Once packaged, the attendant informed He Tian, Sir, there are a total of 10 outfits, amounting to 1,860,000. May I proceed? Without waiting for her to finish, He Tian produced his card, saying, Please process the payment, but today my card has a limit. I'll need to split the payment into 2 transactions, one for 100,000 and the remainder afterward. Is that acceptable? The attendant nodded with a smile, affirming it was possible. Shortly after, the system chimed melodiously, ding. Cashback of 110,000 yuan. Ding. Cashback of 96,400 yuan. Satisfied, He Tian left Chanel with the 2 lovely ladies. He had initially intended to lavish them with additional gifts, but the ladies declined, leaving him no choice but to abandon the idea. After departing from Chanel, He Tian escorted the 2 women to a French restaurant. The ambience was elegant, with flickering candlelight creating an atmosphere of utmost romance. The trio settled at a window-side table, where He-Tion gallantly pulled out chairs for the ladies. During the meal selection, he recommended several classic French dishes and thoughtfully chose a rich, full-bodied red wine for the two ladies. While waiting for their dishes to be served, He-Tion engaged in delightful conversation with the two ladies, exchanging anecdotes from their lives. Soon, a feast of delectable dishes arrived at their table. As they savored the exquisite cuisine, they admired the picturesque scenery outside, relishing the beauty of the moment. After they finished their meal, He-Tion settled the bill at the counter before stepping out of the French restaurant with the two charming ladies. Just as they exited, a chime from the system announced a cashback of 33,000 yuan, leaving He-Tion in a state of sheer joy, an experience of spending money he had never encountered before. Strolling along the street with the two beauties, his spirits soared. At that moment, Lu Xiaoran suddenly suggested they visit a nearby bar for a while, confessing that she had never been to one before. He-Tion readily agreed. They entered a lively bar, where a smiling server approached, slightly bowing as he welcomed them and inquired about their reservation. He-Tion shook his head, introducing himself as Mr. He, stating that it was their first visit. He asked if there were any good spots at the bar. The server informed him that while the ordinary bar area was full, there were tables available at the Diamond and Supreme bars, both of which required a minimum spend. Curious, He-Tion asked for details. The server glanced at He-Tion and the two stunning women following him, recognizing that gentlemen who accompanied such exquisite companions were typically well off. Thus, he explained, the Diamond Bar, located near the stage, offers a broad view with a minimum spend of 6,888 yuan. The Supreme Bar boasts the best location in the venue, elevating the experience and closest to the stage, with a minimum spend of 9,888 yuan. Which would you prefer, Mr. He? He-Tion surveyed the entire establishment and decided, let us go with the Supreme Bar. The server maintained his smile, gesturing for them to follow. He led the trio to the highest bar, where the view was indeed as grand as he had described, granting a sweeping panorama of the entire venue. It seemed there was a reason for the high prices. As they settled in, the server presented the menu and inquired what they would like to drink. Being unfamiliar with such establishments, He-Tion hesitated. Although he had seen videos, nothing compared to the reality of being there. He recalled a drink he had seen and asked the server, do you have the Divine Dragon set? If so, I would like to order one. The server nodded, yes, Mr. He. Would you prefer the Great Divine Dragon or the Little Divine Dragon? He-Tion, intending to indulge rather than merely drink, waved his hand grandly. I'll take the Great Divine Dragon, and please bring some snacks as well. The server bowed politely, certainly, Mr. He. However, according to our policy, the Divine Dragon set requires payment before the drinks are served. Would you prefer to pay via scan or card? He-Tion inquired about the price. The server leaned slightly. The Great Divine Dragon set is priced at 88,888 yuan. Without further ado, He-Tion retrieved his card from his pocket and handed it to the server, who processed the payment. Upon hearing the successful transaction notification, the server nodded respectfully. Please hold on, Mr. He. I will bring your drinks shortly. Ding. A notification of a cash rebate amounting to 97,777 yuan echoed through the system. Shortly thereafter, a line of ladies, each cradling a bottle of wine, gracefully approached He-Tion. At that moment, the host boomed, congratulations to Mr. He at the VIP table number 1 for acquiring a complete set of the revered God Dragon. As soon as the words left his mouth, fireworks erupted, painting the sky in a dazzling array of colors. He-Tion understood that this was not merely a gimmick to enhance the bar's atmosphere. A bottle of the prestigious Black Spade A could fetch several thousand yuan outside, with a more affordable option at around 2,000. In the bar, the God Dragon set indicated a comprehensive selection akin to a Black Spade A family bucket, consisting of 5 bottles of the Golden Edition and an additional bottle of the Black Gold variety in various flavors of champagne. It was rumored that the son of the wealthiest man in the kingdom had a particular fondness for Black Spade A. Tonight, He-Tion also intended to indulge in the Black Spade A, which was favored even by the affluent heir. A smile crept across his lips as he mused that the 88,888 yuan spent was indeed worthwhile. While savoring the fine wine, he observed the crowd around him. At that moment, a stunningly voluptuous beauty approached He-Tion, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Handsome, would you buy me a drink? She cooed, her lips parting slightly. He-Tion lifted his gaze to meet hers, stifling a chuckle. He had encountered such flirtations numerous times before. However, in a particularly good mood this evening, he decided to entertain this enchanting lady. Of course, he replied, casually offering her a glass of champagne. But I have one condition. Intrigued, the beauty inquired, what condition? With a mischievous smile, He Tian replied, you must tell me why you chose me. With a sultry grin, she leaned closer and whispered, because you are the most handsome man here tonight. He Tian burst into laughter, thinking to himself how charming this woman was. Just as their conversation flowed effortlessly, the bar's music suddenly crescendoed, causing Muya and Lu Xiaoran nearby to feel a twinge of jealousy. Despite their presence, they were displeased at seeing He Tian engaged so intimately with another woman. Unable to contain herself, Muya wrapped her arm around He Tian's. He Tian instantly felt his arm enveloped in softness, a subtle movement revealing an incredibly pleasant sensation. Simultaneously, his other arm was embraced by Lu Xiaoran, sinking deeply into her ample bosom. With both arms tenderly held by these two women, He Tian experienced a physical response to their soft touch. The voluptuous beauty noticed this scene and realized that the two were indeed envious. However, she was unfazed. Such occurrences were commonplace in bars. Often, when men brought their companions to drink, the companions would grow jealous upon seeing alluring women flirt with their partners, and some would even resort to physical confrontations. Given He Tian's striking handsomeness, it was entirely understandable for his companions to feel possessive. The beauty turned her attention back to He Tian, smiling as she asked, young man, you are so handsome and youthful. Do you have a girlfriend? He Tian glanced at her, noting the system did not respond, indicating she did not meet the standards. Thus, he felt little interest. Shaking his head, he replied with a smile, no, I don't. The beautiful woman felt a surge of delight within her, and she gracefully lifted her wine glass, taking a delicate sip while casting a flirtatious glance at He Tian. What do you think of me? She inquired. Muya and Lu Xiaoran, upon hearing her words, clung even tighter to one another. He Tian sensed the jealousy emanating from the two women beside him and awkwardly chuckled. At that moment, the music resumed, and seizing the opportunity, He Tian stood up, politely addressing the beautiful woman. Excuse me, I need to visit the restroom. With that, he departed from his seat and made his way towards the restroom. Muya and Lu Xiaoran exchanged glances and followed suit. Upon reaching the restroom entrance, Muya spoke first. Brother, you can't possibly be infatuated with that vixen, can you? Let me tell you, she is not a woman of virtue. It's clear she frequents bars, preying on men like a siren. He Tian was well aware of this. Even if she were a woman of good character, he would have no interest in her. When she approached, the system did not react, indicating that her beauty was merely a facade crafted by makeup, enhanced by the bar's dim lighting. Moreover, her revealing attire stirred an instinctive urge in men to conquer her. Lu Xiaoran nodded in agreement. Indeed, brother, that woman is far from respectable. You must steer clear of such individuals, lest you be left with nothing but bones. He Tian mused that if she were to consume something, there would be no bones left to speak of. He recognized the jealousy radiating from the two women and jokingly remarked, rest assured, I would never. By the way, why are you both so anxious? Could it be that you have developed feelings for me? If so, why not both of you be my girlfriends? With that, he smirked playfully. Upon hearing his words, Muya and Lu Xiaoran's cheeks flushed crimson. Lu Xiaoran looked at He Tian and said, brother, don't jest. One is already overwhelming. You wish for two? Even if we agreed, your parents would never consent. We come from different worlds. You are affluent, while we have nothing. So please, don't tease us like that. Muya nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, your girlfriend will undoubtedly belong to a wealthy family. He Tian chuckled, replying, a wealthy heiress? Too plump for my taste. She would crush me. Laughter erupted from Muya and Lu Xiaoran, with Muya exclaiming, you are too amusing, brother. After finishing his business in the restroom, He Tian returned to the bar. Muya and Lu Xiaoran nestled beside him, each wrapping an arm around his. Once again, He Tian found his arms enveloped in softness. Particularly on Lu Xiaoran's side, the sensation was soul-stirring, igniting a warmth within him that prompted a strong protest from certain regions. He felt compelled to take a sip of his drink to quell the rising heat. Although He Tian had claimed he would not engage with the alluring woman before him, who could resist temptation? Perhaps, under the spell of her seductive demeanor, he might find himself drawn away. The enchanting beauty fixed her gaze on He Tian for a considerable time, her voice dripping with charm as she purred. What kind of girlfriend are you seeking, young man? I can be anything you desire. Whatever type you fancy, I can embody it. After speaking, he puffed out his impressive chest. Chapter 12. I will have many girlfriends in the future. He Tian cast a glance at the beautiful woman before him. Her intentions were quite direct and clear. As long as He Tian agreed to be her boyfriend, she would become whatever he desired. Just as He Tian was about to speak, he felt her arms tighten around him. He glanced at the two women beside him and jokingly remarked that one of them would not suffice, as he intended to have many girlfriends in the future. In truth, this was also directed at Mu Ye and Lu Xiaoran, implying that he planned to be a playboy. He Tian felt it was better to be candid now to avoid any future complications. Everyone present understood that He Tian was destined to be a playboy. Yet the fiery beauty seemed unfazed, shrugging her shoulders and asking if she could be one of them. Before she could finish, He Tian withdrew his hands from the embrace of the two women, swiftly wrapping his arms around their slender waists. To their astonishment, he planted a quick kiss on both of them, declaring that he was primarily here to accompany his two girlfriends. Mu Ye's face flushed a bright red, and she playfully pinched He Tian's soft flesh, yet she did not pull away, allowing him to hold her waist. Lu Xiaoran was similar, delivering a few playful punches to He Tian before yielding to his embrace, though her body trembled slightly. The fiery beauty observed the scene and understood that He Tian had rejected her. Not wishing to linger, she decided to explore other areas, hoping for unexpected surprises, and made her excuse to leave. Once she departed, Mu Ye and Lu Xiaoran both sighed in relief. Mu Ye turned her blushing face towards He Tian, gazing at his handsome visage, and asked, "Brother, was what you said true? Will you really have many girlfriends in the future?" Lu Xiaoran, equally anxious, fixed her gaze on He Tian, pondering Mu Ye's words. He Tian had no intention of hiding the truth and nodded, saying, "So, are both of you willing to be my girlfriends? Aside from marriage, I can provide you with everything else: houses, cars, money, and so forth." Mu Ye and Lu Xiaoran exchanged glances, momentarily stunned into silence. It was Lu Xiaoran who broke the quiet first, asking, "Will you get married in the future, brother?" Upon hearing He Tian's earlier words, she felt a stir of emotions. In this age, many women remain single, often for reasons they well understand. At a certain age, finding someone who meets their criteria becomes exceedingly challenging. Most single women claim they would be content with any man, yet when it comes to blind dates, their demands can be more stringent than those of ancient aristocrats. Some women, believing themselves to be exceptional, set impossibly high standards. Men often wish to distance themselves from such expectations. To these women, such demands seem commonplace, as though many could easily meet them. Thus, she yearned to seize the opportunity, realizing the importance of acting swiftly. Consequently, she sought clarity on whether He Tian would marry in the future. If he did, it would position her as a mere mistress. However, if one does not marry, then all women around him are equal, merely distinguished by who is favored more. After all, being solitary is inconsequential. One could assert that apart from Mu Ye, he has no other kin. He scurries about for money, humbly seeking employment, often met with indifference, and must also endure the whims of his employer. Presently, an opportunity lies before him. Should he seize it, though it may sound unseemly, he could lead a life of great freedom. As long as he lives splendidly, the opinions of others are of little concern. Thus, Lu Xiaoran felt a stirring within her. Yet her feminine modesty restrained her from giving an immediate response. Mu Ye shared similar sentiments. A mere glance was enough for them to understand each other's thoughts. Yet, in each other's company, she found it somewhat difficult to let go. He Tian shook his head, asserting that he had no intentions of marriage, not for at least another decade. Upon receiving the system, he was aware that he would inevitably spend money on many beautiful women. However, he would never become a sycophant, for such behavior only led to ruin. Nevertheless, thoughts of marriage had not crossed his mind, even if he were to marry. It would not be until well into his 30s, and he was only 18 this year. After He Tian spoke, the three fell into contemplation. With only the passionate music enveloping them, time slipped away unacknowledged. He Tian eventually checked his phone, noting it was past 9 o'clock. It was nearly time to return home. He wished to avoid causing his parents any worry. Once he moved to the capital for his studies, he could indulge as late as he wished. Observing the two women still deep in thought, he announced, "I'm preparing to head home. Otherwise, my parents will become anxious. Will you remain to drink or join me?" Mu Ye, regaining her focus, replied, "We should also return home." Upon exiting the bar, As He Tian prepared to call a taxi for the two, Muya softly inquired, "Brother, was what you said earlier true? If I and Ran became your girlfriends, would you fulfill your promise?" He Tian looked at Muya and Lu Xiaoran, noticing their flushed faces, their heads bowed in shyness, and their small hands fidgeting with their clothing. A smile crept onto He Tian's lips as he replied, "Yes, if you agree now, I will provide you with pocket money shortly, 100,000 each. It just so happens my balance is exactly 200,000. Once I have more funds, I might even give you a bit extra." He Tian continued, "In a couple of days, I can take each of you to purchase a modest vehicle for transportation." Lu Xiaoran, upon hearing this, lifted her gaze to He Tian and asked, "Really?" He Tian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, if you both agree, let us plan for the day after tomorrow. Do you have driver's licenses?" Both Muya and Lu Xiaoran nodded in unison. Lu Xiaoran explained, "We took driving lessons last year while searching for jobs. It's quite challenging to find work. Employers either want experience or require driving skills. Jobs that don't require experience tend to pay poorly. So, Muya and I decided to invest in driving lessons." He Tian nodded, "That is excellent. Let us add each other on WeChat for easier communication." After adding Lu Xiaoran on WeChat, He Tian asked, "So what are your thoughts? Or would you prefer to consider it a bit more before responding?" Before Lu Xiaoran could utter a word, Muya spoke first, declaring her agreement, provided that her brother would keep his promise. Lu Xiaoran echoed her sentiments, and as soon as the words left their lips, both of their faces flushed crimson. Upon receiving their affirmation, He Tian promptly drew them into his embrace, boldly pressing his lips against Muya's rosy mouth. Muya shyly tilted her head upwards, responding with a mixture of awkwardness and bashfulness. Moments later, their lips parted, leaving behind a delicate silken thread. Muya's face reddened even more as she nestled into He Tian's arms, too shy to meet his gaze. He Tian then turned slightly, kissing Lu Xiaoran's vibrant lips. Witnessing He Tian kiss Muya had already made Lu Xiaoran feel too bashful to look at them, and now, with her own lips being kissed, her embarrassment intensified. She wrapped her arms tightly around He Tian's waist, surrendering to his advances. After approximately 5 minutes, Lu Xiaoran, nearly breathless, finally broke away. Although they separated, a glossy thread still connected their mouths. He Tian joyfully proclaimed that from that moment forward, they would both be his women, and they could share anything with him. Muya and Lu Xiaoran obediently nodded in agreement. He Tian continued, stating that he would now provide them with pocket money. He then pulled out his phone and directly transferred 200,000 to Muya, despite having less than 300 left in his account. Regrettably, he could only transfer to one person to receive a rebate. Further transfers would not yield any returns. This indicates that as long as there is money in the account, any amount can be transferred, and the system will handle the rest. I kindly ask the readers not to dwell on this matter. Thank you for your understanding. He Tian told Muya to accept the money, explaining that he had sent her 200,000, giving 10,000 each to her and Ranner, and he would provide more in a few days. From now on, he would call her Yer and her Ranner. Upon checking his phone, he noticed the transfer amount was exactly 200,000, less than a quarter of what they would earn in a year of hard work. After confirming the receipt, she swiftly sent 10,000 to Lu Xiaoran. Upon receiving the money, Lu Xiaoran was overjoyed, thinking that she would no longer have to endure a life of hardship. Without hesitation, she planted a kiss on He Tian's lips and said, "Thank you, brother. You may call me however you wish." Muya, unwilling to be outdone, also kissed He Tian's lips, uttering, "Thank you, brother. You may name me Yer as you please, as long as it makes you happy." At that moment, the system's voice chimed in, announcing a cashback of 220,000. "You may return for now. I will buy each of you a means of transportation later. I must head back as well, or my family will worry. All right, brother, we are leaving. Goodbye." Muya waved to He Tian, and shortly thereafter, Lu Xiaoran boarded a taxi waiting at the entrance. Lu Xiaoran waved goodbye to He Tian as well. By the time He Tian returned home, it was nearly 10 o'clock, and he suspected that his parents had gone to sleep, likely exhausted from preparing for his graduation banquet. When He Tian arrived home, he found no one there. After washing up, he lay on his bed and checked his phone. There were several unread messages from Wei Qiqi and the two girls from earlier. He Tian first opened the chat with Wei Qiqi. "Chihuahua Yao Chao, brother, I am home. What are you doing? Why haven't you replied to cheer? Under the vast expanse of stars, I apologize for my absence. I have been preoccupied with preparations for tomorrow's graduation banquet. Only now, after a refreshing bath, do I find a moment to glance at my phone. I imagine the messages have been incessantly flowing in, arriving every few seconds. Dear brother, I commend your efforts today. Once your banquet is held, I shall also celebrate. My parents have decided it will take place within the next couple of days. You must certainly attend, dear brother. That is settled then. Please inform me when the time comes. Regardless of inclement weather or unforeseen calamities, you shall be present at my graduation banquet. Upon reading this, Wei Qiqi felt a sweet warmth envelop her heart, rolling playfully on her bed. You are truly amusing, dear brother, she responded, laughing heartily. Wei Qiqi shared the events of her recent journey with He Tian, who engaged in conversation with her for an extended period before bidding her good night and exiting the chat. He Tian then opened the chat with Muya. Dear brother, we have arrived home. Today was delightful, she wrote, sending several messages along with a few selfies in the outfits she had just purchased. After reading her messages, He Tian replied that he had just finished washing up and was preparing for bed, feeling a bit fatigued. He would chat again next time and promptly exited the conversation. He then perused Lu Xiaoran's messages, which were quite similar to Muya's, leading him to speculate if they had conspired together. He responded to Lu Xiaoran in a manner akin to his reply to Muya. Chapter 13. Graduation banquet in the early morning. After completing his run and enjoying breakfast, He Tian's parents began their flurry of activity, preparing for their son's graduation banquet. They set up dozens of tables below their apartment complex. Their efforts a testament to their dedication. Though weary, their faces were alight with joy. The Ji family arrived early to lend a hand, equally busy and bustling about. Wei Qiqi also arrived at dawn, eager to assist, but upon seeing her, He Tian quickly urged her to sit and relax, insisting she need not trouble herself. However, Wei Qiqi was not one to heed such advice. Without hesitation, she joined the industrious throng. Feeling a bit awkward sitting idly, He Tian joined in to help as well. Through their collective efforts, everything was prepared before noon. As guests began to arrive, He Tian and his parents stood at the entrance to greet them. Observing both familiar and unfamiliar faces, He Tian felt a wave of emotion wash over him. In this moment, he recognized that he was on the brink of a new journey. Once all the guests had arrived, the banquet commenced officially. He Tian delivered a brief speech, expressing gratitude for his parents' nurturing and sharing his hopes for the future. Following this, everyone began to dine, and the atmosphere was vibrant with excitement. During the festivities, He Tian noticed Wei Qiqi watching him discreetly, her eyes filled with tenderness. Moved by the moment, he approached her, and they began to converse, reminiscing about their high school memories, exchanging smiles. Unbeknownst to them, the banquet was drawing to a close. As guests gradually departed, He Tian and Wei Qiqi bid farewell to one another. Standing at the threshold of his home, He Tian watched her retreating figure, a surge of inexplicable emotions welling up within him. He understood that the story between them was merely beginning. As night fell, after a long day, He Tian finally finished his evening routine and lay in bed, scrolling through his phone. He received a message from Wei Qiqi about her graduation banquet scheduled for tomorrow, to which He Tian promptly replied that he would arrive on time before preparing to sleep, feeling quite exhausted. Ji Liang also messaged to inform him that Wei Qiqi's banquet was tomorrow and that he would be hosting his own the day after. He Tian responded to Ji Liang, assuring him he would assist the day after. Just as He Tian was about to put his phone down and sleep, he suddenly remembered that he needed to accompany Mu Yar and others to buy a car the day after. With Liangzi's banquet planned, it was imperative for him to lend a hand. Today, Liangzi's family had come to help out, so it would be remiss not to do the same. Hence, he decided to postpone the car-buying trip with Muya and her friends by a day. He had initially thought of heading to Beijing early after the banquet, but it seemed that plan would need to be delayed as well. Perhaps he could travel to Beijing with Yar and her friends, who had been studying there for 2 years and would be more familiar with the city than he was. He Tian sent a message to Mu Yar and Lu Xiaoran, informing them that he had prior commitments and would need to delay their car shopping by a day. Once he received their acknowledgement, he finally set his phone aside and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, after completing his exercise and having breakfast, He Tian took a taxi to Qingdao Plaza, where he purchased a lady's watch worth 200,000 yuan from the Rolex boutique. He specifically requested the staff to use the simplest packaging, wrapping it in a gift bag so that its true value would remain concealed. He was concerned that Wei Qiqi might refuse the gift if she perceived it as overly extravagant. He Tian invited Ji Liang to accompany him to Wei Qiqi's home. Upon arriving at the base of her building, They were greeted by a lavish display of dozens of banquet tables, with numerous guests already in attendance. Wei Qiqi, who had been waiting for He Tian, rushed towards him, excitedly exclaiming, "Brother, you finally made it. I thought you wouldn't come." He Tian gently ruffled Wei Qiqi's hair and replied softly, "I bought you a gift, which is why I was a bit late." He then presented the gift to her. Wei Qiqi accepted it with childlike joy, her face blooming with a radiant smile as she thanked him profusely. Upon examining the exquisite packaging, she remarked, "Brother, this gift must be quite valuable, right?" At that moment, a pleasant chime echoed in He Tian's mind, indicating a system notification, cashback of 220,000 yuan. He Tian shook his head and chuckled, saying, "It's not expensive. Right now, brother doesn't have much money, but when I do, I'll buy you an even grander gift, okay?" Wei Qiqi shook her head, insisting, "There's no need for that. As long as it's from you, I would cherish it, even if it were from a street vendor." Afterward, she guided He Tian and Ji Liang to their seats. Not long after they settled, the banquet commenced, and as He Tian and Ji Liang savored their meal, they discussed the details of Ji Liang's upcoming graduation banquet, during which Wei Qiqi came over to sit beside He Tian and join the conversation. Once He Tian had eaten his fill, he informed Wei Qiqi that he was preparing to leave. She then pulled him into a secluded corner, without a word, wrapped her arms around his neck, and pressed her luscious red lips against his, seemingly wishing to convey all her longing from the past days into his heart. He Tian, with an air of familiarity, embraced Wei Qiqi's slender waist with one hand, while the other playfully explored her alluring curves as if guided by an invisible radar. Their tongues intertwined passionately as he pried open her delicate lips, engaging in a fervent dance within the confines of her cherry blossom mouth. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Wei Qiqi, breathless, finally pushed He Tian away. Though they parted, a glistening thread of saliva still connected their lips. Flushed and shy, Wei Qiqi nestled in He Tian's embrace, reluctant to separate. After a lingering moment, He Tian gently released her, saying, "Qiqi, you must go now. Today, you are the star and cannot be away from the crowd for too long." Noticing her desire to linger, He Tian affectionately ruffled her hair and added, "Be good. And next time, we shall explore together." With a reluctant nod, Wei Qiqi planted a kiss on his cheek and walked away, glancing back 3 times. He Tian, along with Ji Liang, returned home. Ji Liang had initially intended to invite him for a gaming session, having not played together in ages, but He Tian declined, citing concerns of worrying his parents by staying up too late. Upon returning home, He Tian freshened up and lay on his bed, engaging in flirtatious conversations with 3 lovely ladies until the late hours of the night. The following morning, after exercising and having breakfast, he accompanied his parents to Ji Liang's house to assist with the graduation banquet, which was in full swing. By the end of the festivities, He Tian was utterly exhausted. After a brief rest on the sofa, he washed up and, due to fatigue, quickly fell asleep. Around noon, He Tian was awakened by his parents for lunch. After dining, he sat at his computer to unwind, taking out his phone to chat with Wei Qiqi about taking her shopping the next day. He also discussed with Muya the plans for purchasing a car, agreeing on the time and location. Determined to spend generously that day, He Tian set off. Upon arriving at the designated meeting spot, He Tian chose a bubble tea shop, sipping his drink as he waited. After what felt like an eternity, Muya and Lu Shaoran approached and took a seat across from him. He observed them closely. Their hairstyles and outfits mirrored each other perfectly. Twin ponytails adorned with matching white Chanel dresses that revealed a generous expanse of porcelain skin. Particularly striking was Lu Shaoran, whose impressive bosom seemed on the brink of straining the buttons of her dress, which, fortunately, was of high quality. He Tian felt a brief pang of sympathy for those buttons. Both ladies wore the same white stockings emblazoned with letters and donned elegant white high heels, making them appear as if they were twins. He Tian ordered each of them a cup of bubble tea, and after finishing, they hailed a taxi to the BMW dealership. Upon arrival, the system's voice chimed. "Detection of a consumer has been initiated. Would the host like to view the details?" He Tian silently affirmed, "View." Name: Su Lily. Age: 27. Height: 165 centimeters. Weight: 48 kilograms. Attractiveness: 86. Figure: D. Mystery. 2. A statuesque beauty approached, her movements graceful and her figure voluptuous. She wore a meticulously tailored black uniform dress that accentuated her alluring curves as if it had been custom-made for her. especially the voluptuous curves of her hips, accentuated exquisitely by the dress, could not help but draw the gaze of onlookers. The high heels adorning her feet lent her an air of elegance and confidence. As one's eyes traveled upwards, they were met with her long, fair legs enveloped in sheer black stockings, evoking an irresistible urge to reach out and caress. The enchanting beauty bent slightly, her face alight with a smile as she warmly welcomed the three guests to our BMW dealership. "I am Su Lily. Given the sales figures here, how may I assist you?" He Tian responded to Su Lily, expressing his intention to merely browse vehicles. Specifically inquiring about the xDrive 40i Executive Luxury Edition, requesting two, if available. Su Lily was momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure, affirming that such models were indeed in stock. "Sir, I will guide you to the vehicles." He Tian waved his hand dismissively, stating there was no need to inspect. He trusted their dealership. In truth, whether or not he viewed the cars was inconsequential, as the funds were sourced from the system. Even if issues arose, he could simply purchase again. After all, the more he spent, the greater the cashback he would receive. Having sold cars for several years, Su Lily was astonished to encounter a client who was willing to purchase without inspection, let alone two vehicles at once. Most customers would meticulously scrutinize even the smallest details. She promptly led He Tian to the VIP lounge for a moment of respite, while Muya and Lu Xiaoran remained silent, tightly clutching He Tian's arm. They too were surprised by his boldness in buying a car without even a glance. Was this the new norm among the wealthy? Su Lily crouched before He Tian, intending to elaborate on the car's specifications. However, sensing the futility, He Tian directly requested her to fetch the purchase contract. She hurriedly departed to retrieve the documents and soon returned, placing two contracts before him. "Sir, here are the purchase contracts. Please let me know if there are any issues." He Tian, uninterested in perusing the details, waved his hand, asking for the price instead. With a smile, Su Lily replied, "One vehicle is 1.68 million, totaling 3.36 million for two. I can apply for the best price for you." He Tian shook his head, insisting no discount was necessary. He was not concerned about the few extra coins. Su Lily was momentarily stunned. No discount. What an unusual approach. While most customers would haggle for the best deal, even seeking further reductions from the already lowest price, this exceptionally handsome young man was foregoing any discount, leaving her to ruefully accept a smaller commission. "May I ask how to address you, sir? When do you plan to pick up the car?" Su Lily inquired. "I am He Tian, and if possible, I would like to take the car today. Is that feasible?" Su Lily nodded, affirming, "Certainly, Mr. He. Once the contract is signed, I will arrange for the vehicle. Although it will bear a temporary license plate for 2 to 3 days until the official one arrives. Does that work for you?" He Tian nodded in agreement. "That's acceptable. Let us proceed with the contract." Seeing He Tian so agreeable, Su Lily swiftly filled out the contract, requiring only his signature and payment to finalize the transaction. Chapter 14. Envying only the lovebirds, Su Lily placed the contract before He Tian, who remained comfortably reclined on the sofa, unperturbed. He Tian glanced at the two ladies beside him and remarked, "You need to sign. This car is a gift for you. So naturally, it must bear your names." In an instant, the three beauties were taken aback, with Muya and Lu Xiaoran being particularly astonished. They understood that the cars were intended for them, but were utterly unprepared for the lavishness of such a gift, especially one registered in their names. Their hearts swelled with joy and gratitude as they processed this unexpected generosity. Su Lily, too, could scarcely believe that the remarkably handsome young man before her was so extravagantly generous, bestowing not one, but two luxury cars worth millions, and not even placing them in his own name. The most puzzling thought crossed her mind. Why had no one ever gifted her $1 million car? She felt an intense envy towards the two beauties beside the dashing gentleman, wishing fervently to be one of them. Once their surprise subsided, Muya and Lu Xiaoran hastily signed a contract. Afterward, He Tian produced his bank card and handed it to Su Lily, saying, "Please process the payment. However, there is a limit on my card. The first transaction will be for 220,000, and the second for 240,000. I will inform you of the amounts each time. Is that agreeable?" Su Lily nodded in affirmation, responding, "Of course, Mr. He." She then took the POS machine and processed the payment of 220,000 multiple times, finally completing the transaction. Each time, He Tian maximized the amount charged, and the funds finally arrived, over 520,000 000. It had been a challenging endeavor, and he still needed to continue charging to reach the system upgrade. Upon completing the payment, Su Lily brushed her hair back and smiled, saying, Mr. He, let us exchange contact information. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me directly. Once the license plates are ready, I'll notify you. He Tian nodded and took out his phone, exchanging contact details with Su Lily. She then asked him to wait briefly in the lounge while she arranged for the cars. The other sales representatives looked on with envy as Su Lily sold 2 luxury cars, filled with jealousy and regret. Had they known to act more swiftly, the commission from those 2 vehicles could have been theirs. They silently berated themselves, slapping their thighs in frustration. Lu Xiaoran, embracing He Tian's arm, planted a kiss on his cheek and exclaimed, Thank you, brother, for the luxurious cars. I am so incredibly happy. Muya, on the other side, also gave He Tian a kiss and joyfully added, Yes, yes. Thank you for the car, brother. I never imagined I would own such an exquisite vehicle. This is truly wonderful. As she spoke, she tightened her grip on his arm, causing He Tian to acutely feel her softness. He Tian reciprocated by kissing each of their cheeks and assured them, What I promised, I shall fulfill. If there is anything else you desire, do not hesitate to ask. Muya pondered for a moment before saying, Brother, at present, we lack for nothing. Lu Xiaoran nodded in agreement, adding, Indeed, we have food, shelter, clothing, and now these magnificent cars. We are quite content for the time being. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoran's words, He Tian suddenly recalled something and said, You are living in a rental, correct? Allow me to purchase a house for you. We shall start with a modest one, and if you prove yourselves worthy, I will arrange for a larger one in due time. Muya and Lu Xiaoran, having listened to He Tian's words, were suddenly engulfed in a deep blush that crept down to their necks, each lost in thought. They yearned for a home of their own, yet felt hesitant. He Tian had already gifted them a car, a lavish one at that. To desire a house as well seemed excessive, and the last thing they wished for was to incite his displeasure, which would lead to regrettable consequences. They resolved to broach the subject with He Tian at a later time. He Tian, on the other hand, harbored no such reservations. After all, these 2 women would ultimately belong to him, and spending money on them was of little consequence, especially since it was the system's funds. His primary focus was on upgrading the system, which would yield greater returns. After acquiring the car, He Tian led Muya and Lu Xiaoran to the recently discussed Jin Xiu Garden community. Upon entering the sales office, the system's voice chimed in, announcing the detection of a potential customer. He Tian silently commanded it to display the information. Name, Mu Qingqing, age, 25, height, 168 centimeters, weight, 50 kilograms, figure. A stunningly tall and voluptuous beauty approached, her hair styled into a high ponytail. Her exquisite oval face was complemented by a delicate nose and luscious cherry lips adorned with a soft pink hue. She wore a black uniform blazer that accentuated her figure, the fabric straining against her curves, raising concerns that the buttons might give way under pressure. Her lower half was clad in a fitted black skirt, with sheer black stockings that embraced her long, shapely legs. A pair of black stilettos further enhanced her poised stature. The beauty glanced first at He Tian, then at the 2 ladies flanking him, one of whom was entwined around his arm. What a handsome young man, and such beautiful women, she thought, bending slightly with a smile to welcome them. Welcome to the Jin Xiu Garden sales office. I am Mu Qingqing, your sales representative. Are you here to view properties or inquire about rentals? He Tian, captivated by her warm smile, felt a surge of excitement and replied, Hello, my name is He Tian. I am looking to purchase a larger, fully furnished apartment that is ready for immediate move-in. Mu Qingqing examined He Tian closely. His fair complexion, deep, dark eyes, thick eyebrows, and prominent nose, all framed by a playful smile. He was no ordinary man. He was the Prince Charming she had always envisioned. A flush crept across her cheeks, and she mentally chastised herself for her lack of composure, striving to regain her poise. Mr. He, we have several properties that match your criteria, she said with a smile. Would you like to view them now, or would you prefer to relax in our lounge with a cup of tea before proceeding? He Tian, eager to expedite the process, dismissed the notion of tea and relaxation. Let us go now. Very well, Mu Qingqing responded, leading He Tian and the others to the viewing area. They arrived at a building not far away, featuring an artificial lake, and ascended to the 6th floor, room number 1. Upon entering the room, I gestured for Mr. He to come inside. The space encompasses a total of 300 square meters, featuring 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, an independent kitchen, and separate bathrooms, among various other amenities. Mu Qingqing meticulously detailed the property's features to He Tian while guiding him through the residence. When He Tian inquired about the 2 shy women, they nodded subtly, expressing in barely audible tones that it was indeed beautiful, and they were very satisfied, thereafter remaining silent. After receiving their affirmation, He Tian nodded in agreement, stating, "Yes. It's quite good. I like this one. How much is it?" Mu Qingqing initially intended to show He Tian a few more properties, but to her surprise, he had already made his decision. Still, she sought to confirm, "Mr. He, are you certain about this property? Would you not like to explore others?" He Tian shook his head, replying, "No need, I'll take this one. How much is it? When can the paperwork be completed? I wish to move in today." Mu Qingqing paused momentarily, taken aback by He Tian's decisiveness, and responded, "Mr. He, this property is priced at 8 million. The paperwork can be completed in about an hour, and once finalized, you may move in. I can apply the maximum discount for you, including waiving a year or 2 of property fees." He Tian interrupted her with a wave of his hand, smiling, "No discounts necessary. Let us proceed at this price." He added, "What kind of international joke is this? If I receive a discount, I'm losing substantial cash back. This isn't a discount, it's a cut into my finances." After saying this, he led the 2 women out of the room, with Mu Qingqing hurriedly following suit. As they made their way to the sales office, the 3 women exhibited varied reactions. Mu Ya and Lu Shaoran shared similar sentiments, exclaiming how incredibly extravagant their brother was. He had just purchased each of them a luxury car worth millions and secured a multi-million-dollar property without a flicker of hesitation. They were overwhelmed with emotion, nearly in tears. This was Mu Qingqing's first encounter with such a generous client who required no discounts, especially one so dashing, driving such exquisite vehicles. Just moments prior, as she prepared to grab some water, she had caught sight of He Tian and the 2 women emerging from 2 BMWs. While she wasn't well versed in cars, her boyfriend often spoke of their merits and prices, making her somewhat knowledgeable. Thus, she recognized that those 2 BMWs were new models from this year, particularly the executive version, starting at 1.2 million. Noticing the temporary plates, she deduced they had just been picked up. And anyone capable of acquiring 2 luxury cars worth millions surely wasn't lacking in funds. Consequently, as He Tian exited the vehicle, she positioned herself nearest to the entrance, thinking to herself, "If this client is intercepted by those opportunistic women, I would regret it for a lifetime." Thankfully, she had exercised a bit of cleverness by standing close to the door, chuckling inwardly at the commission she would earn from selling this property, envisioning herself waking up from nightmares with a smile tonight. Upon arriving at the sales office's lounge, a beautiful attendant promptly brought tea. Mu Qingqing gathered the necessary documents, and just as she settled down, He Tian handed his bank card to her. As Mu Qingqing smiled and prepared to swipe the bank card, He Tian interjected, "Miss Mu, my card has a limit today. I can only charge several $100,000 at once, so I will need to make several transactions to complete the payment." After saying this, he proceeded to swipe the card multiple times, charging amounts of 500, 000, 60, 000, 70, 000, and 100, 000, until the payment was finally settled. Once the payment was made, the balance on the card reached a total of 1.55 million. Such a modest sum had certainly not come easily. Mu Qingqing filled out the necessary documents and handed the contract to Mr. He, saying, "You only need to sign here." He Tian took the contract without even glancing at it, passing it directly to Mu Ya and Lu Shaoran, informing Mu Qingqing that the property was a gift for the 2 of them, based solely on their signatures. Dumbfounded, Mu Qingqing stared at He Tian, then shifted her gaze to the 2 beautiful women beside him, feeling a mix of admiration, envy, and resentment. Why had she never encountered such a generous and handsome man? Truly, comparisons could be disheartening. She retrieved her phone and said to He Tian, "Mr. He, let us add each other on WeChat. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Should you consider purchasing a property again, I will ensure everything is handled impeccably for you." He Tian also took out his phone and added Mu Qingqing on WeChat. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. Ding. The host has met the conditions for system upgrade. The system is commencing the upgrade. Progress, 10, 25, 50, 80. Ding. System upgrade complete. Chapter 15, Farewell to First Love. Ding. System upgrade complete. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 vial of Gene Serum, Limited to 1 use per person, 2 double cashback cards, valid for 1 month, and an upgraded goddess scanning eye. Daily cashback transfer limit. 1 person, maximum per person. 1 million. Transfer limits may increase with further upgrades. Just as the system completed its upgrade, Heetion's personal information panel appeared before him. Name: Heetion. Age: 18. Height: 183 centimeters. Strength: 20. Average for adults is 10. Weight: 75 kilograms. Attractiveness: 95. Extremely handsome. Current system level: 2 cashback ratio, 112. Heetion was taken aback. After the system upgrade, the cashback ratio had only increased by 1. Was there no justice in this? Fortunately, he could not use the gene serum himself. Perhaps he could give it to his family, and if the system reached level 3, he might receive another vial, 1 for each of his parents. System: why have you reached level 2 but your cashback ratio is still only 12? Doesn't that seem a bit low? Host: if you desire a higher ratio, you must strive to upgrade the system. After this upgrade, the host may only make 1 payment per item at the time of purchase. For example, when buying a car, only a single payment can be made. Any subsequent payments will only yield cashback on the initial transaction. Please be advised. At this revelation, Heetion felt perplexed. With the system upgrade, the excuse of limited transactions was rendered obsolete. However, it was of little concern. He still possessed 2 double cashback cards with a month of validity. There was no rush. He could utilize them for larger purchases later on. Just as Heetion was lost in thought, he felt a gentle nudge from behind. He returned to reality, looking at Muya, who had pushed him. What's the matter? Is there something you need? Muya, with a hint of concern, asked. Brother, what's wrong? Called for you several times just now, but you didn't respond. Heetion gently patted Muya's head and replied, It's nothing. I was merely lost in thought. By the way, has the contract been signed? If so, I'll help you move your belongings over and see what else you might need to buy. Lu Xiaoran exclaimed joyfully, Brother, it's signed. We can go back and move. Heetion nodded. All right, let us return and transport the items. With that, he drove the 2 women to Muya's rental apartment to collect their things. One cannot help but notice the sheer volume of belongings that girls possess. Fortunately, they had 2 vehicles at their disposal. Yet, even with Heetion's enhanced physique due to the basic medicinal transformation, he found it quite exhausting to traverse the stairs back and forth. After a half day of diligent effort, they finally completed the move. Heetion, utterly fatigued, collapsed onto the sofa, indulging in playful banter with Wei Qi online to nurture their relationship. Meanwhile, Muya and Lu Xiaoran busied themselves organizing their respective spaces. Heetion called his parents in advance to inform them that he would not be returning home that night, as he would be staying at a classmate's place. His parents, with repeated reminders, urged him to take care and stay safe before ending the call. As evening descended, Muya and Lu Xiaoran each clung to one of Heetion's arms as they drove towards a nearby restaurant, conveniently located close to their new home. Heetion suggested they celebrate their housewarming by dining at the finest restaurant in the vicinity, a proposal that the 2 women readily accepted. Upon arriving at a lavishly adorned restaurant, the security personnel directed their BMW to a suitable parking spot. Once inside, they requested the finest private room and ordered the most exquisite dishes. When it came time to settle the bill, the system promptly refunded 54,000 yuan. After a delightful meal, Heetion took Muya and Lu Xiaoran to purchase daily necessities, filling the car to the brim. Glancing at the time, Heetion felt it was still early, so he led the 2 to the luxury section of Qianda Plaza for some clothing shopping. As Muya and Lu Xiaoran linked arms with Heetion while entering the LV boutique, a charming saleswoman greeted them with warmth, welcoming them to browse at their leisure. Given her experience in the luxury brand store, she recognized the Chanel outfits worn by the 2 women, understanding they were capable of making significant purchases. Heetion encouraged Muya and Lu Xiaoran to select several bags and shoes, while he settled into the lounge area to rest, continuing his flirtatious exchanges with Wei Qi via his phone. Just as Heetion was engrossed in his lively conversation, a familiar voice reached his ears. What are you doing here? Are you waiting for someone or working a summer job? You've changed so much lately. I almost didn't recognize you. You seem to have become quite handsome, grown taller, and your physique appears significantly stronger. I presume you've been working out diligently. Heetion lifted his head to see a man and a woman walking towards him, arm in arm. As Heetion Gang was about to respond, the system's voice chimed in. Detected a valid consumer. Name: Li Xiaojia. Age: 18. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Body type, C. Mystery level, 0. Favorability, 15. After reviewing Li Xiaojia's profile, He Tiangang couldn't help but admire her beauty, remarking that she truly deserved the title of Campus Belle. Suddenly, he noticed the increased favorability following the system upgrade. What on earth is this favorability? He queried. Host, the system replied. Favorability represents the degree of affection that the opposite sex has for you. The higher the value, the more they like you. The levels of favorability are classified as follows: 0 to 20, stranger 21 to 40, acquaintance, the kind who gives a casual greeting 41 to 60, somewhat infatuated, showing mild interest 61 to 80, infatuated, capable of engaging in light flirtation, though excessive advances may provoke resistance 81 to 90, in love, open to kissing, hugging, and even intimacy 91 to 95, devoted, vowing never to marry anyone but the host, loving the host more than themselves 96 to 100, lifelong devotion, willing to die for the host, and if the host were to perish, would unhesitatingly accompany them in death. Upon understanding this, He Tiangang couldn't help but scrutinize Li Xiaojia and the young man by her side. Li Xiaojia sported a half-up waterfall hairstyle that accentuated her youthful, cherubic face, highlighted by a delicate nose and a slight smile. Her lips, tinted with a soft red, resembled cherries, invoking an irresistible urge to kiss her. She wore a light pink blouse paired with a beige pleated skirt, emphasizing her curvaceous figure. Her long, shapely legs were clad in nude stockings and adorned with light pink high heels, radiating youthful elegance and understated affluence. Beside her stood Li Jiandong, the boyfriend mentioned during her previous breakup. Approximately 175 centimeters tall, he bore a few freckles and possessed an unremarkable appearance, so ordinary that he could easily blend into a crowd. Slightly overweight, he weighed around 180 kilograms. He Tiangang observed the two, their expressions devoid of emotion as they awaited someone. Indeed, Li Xiaojia found it hard to believe that He Tiangang could afford to spend time here, fully aware of his family situation after dating him for over 2 years. Her father was an elementary school principal, and her mother worked as a team leader in a state-owned enterprise. While not excessively wealthy, they lived a comfortable life. The cost of even a single handbag here could cover a significant portion of his living expenses for months. Disregarding their presence, He Tiangang continued to engage with his phone, chatting with girls. Li Xiaojia smiled slightly and inquired, He Tiangang, which university have you been accepted to? My boyfriend and I are planning to study in the capital. Although it's not a top-tier university, it is still a solid second-tier institution. She emphasized the words my boyfriend, as if to flaunt her relationship in front of He Tiangang. Without lifting his head, He Tiangang replied, Congratulations to you both. I will also be attending university in the capital. Li Xiaojia inquired about which school in the capital. Just as He Tiangang was about to respond, Muya and Lu Shaoran approached simultaneously. Muya glanced at He Tian and then at the couple before him. With a playful tug on He Tian's arm, she exclaimed, Brother, we have picked out everything. Would you like to take a look? Without waiting for his consent, she pulled him out of the lounge area. He Tian surveyed the bags and shoes chosen by the two girls and shook his head. Observing his reaction, Lu Shaoran, feeling a sense of unease, cautiously asked, Brother, did we choose too many items, or were they too expensive? He Tian shook his head again, saying, No, it's not that. You simply chose too few. Only 3 or 4 outfits and 2 or 3 pairs of shoes. Are you worried I won't have enough money to pay? Lu Shaoran quickly shook her head, clarifying, No, brother, we have more clothes and shoes at home, so. He Tian interrupted her, insisting, Choose a few more outfits. You need a different one for each day of the week, and the same goes for shoes. Pick more pairs. Relieved? Lu Shaoran thought she had misjudged and realized he was displeased because they had chosen too few items. She resolved to select additional outfits. He also encouraged Muya, who was still on his arm, to do the same. Li Jiandong and Li Xiaojia exchanged surprised glances upon witnessing He Tian's actions. Li Xiaojia, in particular, was taken aback. She understood He Tian's character well. Although he was not particularly wealthy, he never overstepped his means and was not one to seek attention. Though Li Jiandong came from a wealthy family, if he were to act like He Tian, he would likely face a severe reprimand at home, perhaps even a physical reprimand. Although Li Jiandong did not harbor dislike for He Tian, he did not particularly like him either. After his breakup with Li Xiaojia, he had respected her wishes not to be disturbed, and he hadn't approached her even once, almost as if he had never known her. If it had not been for this chance encounter, he would have remained oblivious to He Tian's presence. This aspect of He Tian earned him a measure of respect from Li Jiandong. Could it be that He Tian had won the lottery? Otherwise, he would not dare to act so extravagantly, especially while accompanied by two beautiful women. Li Xiaojia pondered this and decided to stay and observe the situation. Before long, Muya and Lu Xiaoran returned with several more outfits and a few pairs of shoes, which they tried on for He Tian. He was quite pleased. With a grand gesture, he instructed the attendant, "Wrap them all up and charge it to my card." The attendant promptly complied, packaging the items with haste. Once completed, she bent slightly and informed He Tian, "Sir, everything is packed, totaling 780,000 yuan." He Tian handed over his card, and after the attendant processed the transaction, the store's speaker announced, "Transaction successful, 780,000 yuan." Just as the announcement concluded, a system notification chimed, "Cashback of 936,000 yuan awarded." Chapter 16. The beginning of happiness. Mu Ya's affection level, 5. Current affection, 85. Lu Zhao's affection level, 5. Current affection, 88. Li Xiaojia's affection level, 30. Current affection, 45. What is going on with Li Xiaojia? Her affection level has skyrocketed inexplicably. He Tian suddenly realized that she had initially broken up with him for monetary reasons. He Tian provided the waiter with the address of his new home and also left Mu Ya's phone number, instructing the waiter to deliver it directly to his residence, avoiding the need to carry it around. The two women, one on either side, linked arms with He Tian as they exited the establishment, disregarding Li Jiandong and Li Xiaojia. Not far from the store, He Tian guided the two ladies into a lingerie shop, encouraging them to purchase an array of alluring undergarments, particularly stocking up on stockings. He waited at the entrance while the two women shyly entered the store to select their purchases. When Li Jiandong and Li Xiaojia emerged shortly thereafter, they were taken aback. Li Xiaojia seemed to have an epiphany, her face flushed to the point of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Li Jiandong appeared eager, whispering something to Li Xiaojia, who shook her head vehemently in response. Disappointment washed over Li Jiandong's face. He Tian, meanwhile, was occupied with his phone beside the cashier. After an indeterminate amount of time, he noticed the two women shyly approaching the checkout, casting a glance at him while burying their heads in embarrassment. He said nothing and allowed the cashier to process the transaction, which totaled 30,000 yuan. After settling the bill, a notification chimed, "Cashback of 360,000 yuan." Noticing the time, He Tian led the two women back to the car, preparing to drive home. At that moment, the system's voice chimed once more, "Li Xiaojia's affection level, 10. Current affection, 55." He Tian was momentarily taken aback, questioning Li Xiaojia's peculiar behavior. Unbeknownst to him, as she and Li Jiandong were about to leave, they spotted He Tian and the two women entering a BMW. Li Jiandong remarked, "Wow, that's this year's new model BMW, starting at 1.2 million. Where did that kid get so much money? And it has a temporary plate. It must be a recent purchase." Upon hearing Li Jiandong's comment, Li Xiaojia felt a pang of regret for breaking up with He Tian. Otherwise, the passenger seat of that BMW would have been hers. Once the trio returned home, they arranged their purchases and settled comfortably on the sofa. He Tian took his toiletries to the bathroom for a refreshing shower while the two women organized their clothing and shoes. After enjoying a relaxing hot shower, He Tian wrapped himself in a towel and returned to his room to play on his phone. Just as he was engrossed in a lively conversation with Wei Qi, he suddenly received a message from Li Xiaojia. "Qin Jia Mengqi, what are you up to? Why aren't you responding?" Qin Jia Mengqi, blushing. "I was asking what you were doing right now. What are you thinking about?" Man Tianxing is planning to play a 3-person card game. 3-person card game? Is it Dodiju? You never used to play cards. What has changed? At that moment, Li Xiaojia was clad in a beige camisole nightgown adorned with a cute bunny pattern, revealing a generous expanse of her fair skin, delicate and rosy. The exquisite jade-like feet, smooth and delicate, adorned with a coat of pink nail polish, rested gracefully atop a pair of elegantly crossed long legs, exuding an air of opulence. After waiting for quite some time without receiving any word from He Tian, I took it upon myself to investigate the meaning behind playing poker. Upon discovering some online memes, Li Xiaojia's cheeks flushed crimson, and she inwardly cursed He Tian for his thoughtlessness. As time elapsed without a response from him, I sent another message inquiring about which of the two beautiful women he was dating today. I deemed it more appropriate to ask about his girlfriend rather than whether he was keeping them as mistresses, as that would likely incite his ire. Are both of them equally captivating? I mused. Since when did you become so fickle? And when did you amass such wealth? Surely, you Haven T won the lottery or engaged in some illicit activity. Upon reading Li Xiaojia's messages, He Tian pondered that this was indeed her intention. He replied, neither. I've merely made some profit from stock trading recently. Whether I am frivolous with money seems unrelated to you. I plan to gift each of those two beauties $1 million today. What do you think? Are you out of your mind? $1 million each? Even if you've earned some money, that's extravagance beyond reason. You could save it for when you decide to marry. He Tian chuckled, relishing the playful banter with Li Xiaojia. Why should I marry? It would be far better to find ways to earn more and indulge in the company of multiple beauties. One beauty a year at $1 million. Imagine dozens of them surrounding me. The thought alone brings joy. Li Xiaojia, upon reading He Tian's words, felt a surge of anger. Her proud figure trembled with indignation. Taking a deep breath, she resolved not to be provoked. What audacity! He dares to suggest keeping dozens of beauties. Can he even manage that? Wait a moment. Did he just say $1 million a year for each? Does he possess considerable wealth? If not, he must be a scoundrel, a true cad. You infuriate me, she exclaimed. Do not dare. If you were to perish, Li Jiandong would surely seek retribution from me. Farewell, a beauty approaches. I must return to my poker game. Do not dwell on me. After sending the message to Li Xiaojia, He Tian exited their chat and continued to flirt with Wei Qi. You wretched man, who wishes to think of you? Li Xiaojia furiously sent a dozen messages without receiving a reply, exasperatedly tossing her phone onto the bed. She cursed, damn He Tian, odious He Tian, scoundrel He Tian. Her agitated demeanor revealed just how infuriated she truly was. Time passed, and soon Muya and Lu Xiaoran arrived at He Tian's room. He Tian gazed at Muya, who was wrapped in a towel, revealing a generous expanse of pristine skin. Her exquisitely defined collarbone and the tantalizing sight of her elevated figure, with droplets of water glistening on her calves, heightened her allure. Her feet, nestled in pink slippers, betrayed her nervousness. Her face was flushed like an apple, nearly buried in her own allure. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoran mirrored Muya's state, leading one to wonder if they were long-lost sisters. Feeling slightly bashful, Lu Xiaoran lowered her gaze. After witnessing the scene, He Tian could no longer suppress the impulses of his body. Embracing the delicate waists of both ladies, 3 hours later, tranquility returned to the room. He Tian reclined against the headboard, savoring the events that had just transpired. Muya and Lu Xiaoran leaned on either side of him, resting their heads against his chest, stealing shy glances at one another before turning away. At that moment, the system's voice chimed, ding. Muya's affection level, 6. Current affection, 91. Lu Xiaoran's affection level, 5. Current affection, 93. Not bad, He Tian thought as he picked up his phone to check the time. It was nearly midnight. He first transferred 1 million to Muya. After she received it, he sent another million to Lu Xiaoran. Only then did he set his phone down. Following the system upgrade, he was able to transfer money to both women, with a limit of 1 million each, so he decided not to waste the opportunity. With a cashback of 1.2 million, his balance had now exceeded 2 million. He pondered how to earn even more. Muya's cheeks flushed, and with a hint of shyness, she asked, Brother, why did you transfer so much money to us? We don't need that much. Lu Xiaoran echoed her sentiment. Yes, brother, we usually don't spend much, and we earn a little from our daily live streams. He Tian replied dismissively, Of course, this is for your living expenses. I've always said that aside from marriage, I will not withhold anything from you. Besides, you are both my women now, and I want to take care of you. Feel free to spend, and if you run out of money, just let me know. Ding. Muya's affection level, 2. Current affection, 93. Lu Xiaoran's affection level, 1. Current affection, 94. Can this also increase affection? He was surprised that their affection levels were already so high, given that they had known each other for only a few days. Both Muya and Lu Xiaoran nodded in agreement. Understood, brother, we will. He Tian nodded. Let us get some rest, it's getting late. He embraced the two women, who nodded and nestled against his arm. Before long, all three drifted into slumber. In the early morning, He Tian opened his eyes, feeling utterly refreshed and comfortable. He glanced at the two women, noticing their steady, peaceful breaths. He rose gently from the bed, careful not to disturb the sleeping beauties. After exercising for about half an hour in the living room, he took a shower and brushed his teeth. Upon exiting the bathroom, he entered the bedroom, where he caught sight of Muya and Lu Xiaoran. A frown creased his brow as he suddenly recalled that it had been their first time together last night. In their youthful impulsiveness and lack of experience, they had not considered the feelings of the lovely ladies. Bending down, He Tian scooped up Muya and carried her towards the bathroom, while she shyly buried her face in his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. After gently placing Muya in the bathtub and filling it with water, he stepped in, much to her astonishment, and began to wash her, causing her to blush fiercely. Muya felt an overwhelming desire to disappear into the ground. It was the first time a man had bathed her. Though this man had seen her entire form, she still felt her whole body burning with embarrassment. About an hour later, He Tian returned to the room, cradling the feverish Muya in his arms. As soon as he placed her on the bed, she hurriedly burrowed under the covers, too shy to emerge. He Tian couldn't help but chuckle at her amusing demeanor, which only intensified Muya's embarrassment. At noon, seeing that both girls were feeling uncomfortable, He Tian ordered a lavish spread of fast food. Throughout the meal, the two girls kept their heads down, unable to meet He Tian's gaze. He Tian, unfazed, leaned back on the sofa after finishing his meal. When the two girls had tidied up, nearly an hour had passed. He Tian informed them of his departure, advising them to rest well, as he might head to the capital in a couple of days. Originally, he had intended to go to the capital after the graduation banquet, but the trip had been postponed until now. Chapter 17. Shopping with Wei Qiqi. Upon hearing He Tian's words, the two girls, momentarily forgetting their shyness, nestled beside him, linking their arms with his, and asked, "Brother, when shall we go to the capital?" He Tian tilted his head in thought and replied, "In the next few days. I need to familiarize myself with the environment there to make plans. Additionally, I will see if I can purchase or rent a place in the capital." Lu Xiaoran looked up at He Tian and inquired, "What about this place if we go to study in the capital?" He Tian gently ruffled Lu Xiaoran's hair and reassured her, "You need not worry about this. You won't need to bring so many belongings. Clothes, shoes, and daily necessities can be bought in the capital. Dragging a mountain of luggage will only hinder us." Muya lifted her small head and planted a kiss on He Tian's face, saying, "All right, we will listen to you, brother." He Tian then pressed his lips fervently against Muya's lush red ones. Moments later, he gently released the breathless Muya and turned to passionately kiss Lu Xiaoran, only letting go when she was nearly out of breath. He Tian affectionately stroked the girls' heads and said, "I will transfer each of you 1 million to enjoy a shopping spree." The two girls simultaneously shook their heads, saying, "No need, brother. I genuinely cannot spend that much money." He Tian playfully pinched their cheeks. "This is for you. You are both my women now. It is only right that I dote on you. Be obedient." The girls could only nod compliantly. After transferring the funds, He Tian spent some tender moments with them before taking a taxi home. It wasn't that he didn't want to drive. He was merely concerned about explaining the car's origin upon returning home, so he opted for a taxi instead. Upon arriving home to find it empty, He Tian settled on the sofa to call his parents and ease their worries. Then, he sent a message to Wei Qiqi, inviting her to go shopping. After agreeing on a time and place, he used the restroom and washed his face before heading to the designated location. Wei Qiqi, brimming with excitement, danced about like a 3-year-old. She hurried to shower, change clothes, and prepare herself beautifully for their meeting. When Wei Qiqi arrived at the agreed-upon spot, she spotted a remarkably handsome young man waving at her from a distance. With quickened steps, she approached him, her head bowed in shyness, captivated by his striking presence. Who else could make Wei Qiqi blush so profoundly, if not He Tian? He Tian gazed at Wei Qiqi, who adorned a delicate lavender off-shoulder dress, revealing her porcelain-like shoulders. Her fair arms, tinged with shyness, clutched the hem of her skirt, while a pearl strap encircled her graceful swan-like neck, tied elegantly with a bow at the back. At the center of her bosom, a pair of butterflies were encrusted, beneath which a square opening hinted at a tantalizing allure. The skirt gracefully reached her knees, and her fair calves were elegantly sheathed in flesh-toned stockings, her feet adorned with pink high heels. She appeared both innocent and charming, with a playful spirit. He Tian drew her into his embrace, holding her tightly, while Wei Qiqi wrapped her arms around his neck. He pressed his lips fervently against hers, and she, unyielding, reciprocated, offering her delicate tongue for his tasting. Their tongues danced passionately within his mouth. Time became an abstraction as they reluctantly parted, a gossamer thread of connection lingering between their lips. Wei Qiqi bashfully nestled into He Tian's arms, where he gently encircled her slender waist, which was barely more than a handful. After a moment, they separated, and He Tian playfully brushed her delicate nose, smiling as he said, "Come on. Today your brother will take you shopping for delicious treats." Wei Qiqi nodded enthusiastically, shyly responding with a soft okay. Hand in hand, their fingers intertwined, they ventured out to explore. Initially, He Tian had intended to take her to a fine dining establishment, but Wei Qiqi insisted on visiting the street food stalls. After a short while, their hands were filled with an array of delights, and they finally settled in a cool spot to rest and savor their feast. He Tian gently caressed Wei Qiqi's head and said, "Qiqi, I plan to head to the capital in the next few days." Wei Qiqi paused, looking up at him with wide eyes. "Brother, why are you going to the capital so soon?" He pinched her delicate cheek and replied, "The reason for my early departure is twofold: to familiarize myself with the environment there and to pursue my entrepreneurial aspirations." With excitement, Wei Qiqi exclaimed, "Brother, you want to start a business? What do you intend to do? Where will you find the funds?" He took her delicate hand in his, playfully toying with it as he answered, "I have recently dabbled in stock trading and made a bit of money, so I do have some capital." He added, "As for what I wish to pursue, I shall determine that once I arrive in the capital." With that, he opened his phone to show her the balance in his account. Upon seeing the astonishing sum of over 2 million, Wei Qiqi gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. She had not imagined that He Tian had amassed such wealth in such a short time, while she, consumed with thoughts of him, felt utterly helpless and incapable. A pang of self-reproach washed over her. Brimming with excitement, she exclaimed, "Brother, that's incredible. You've earned so much money in such a brief period." Yet, her elation quickly faded, and with a downcast expression, she lamented, "Brother, am I really so useless? You work so hard, and I can't assist you at all." With those words, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. He Tian shook his head and exclaimed, "How could that be? My Chiera is so beautiful, adored by all, like a flower in bloom. I am working hard to earn money, and Chiera, you should focus on your studies. In due time, I shall establish a company for you, allowing you to showcase your talents to the world, revealing that my Chiera is the most wonderful and stunning girl in existence." Wei Qiqi, flushed by his words, shyly retorted, "Who belongs to you? I am not yours." With that, she buried her face in her chest, observing her adorable, bashful demeanor. He Tian could not resist wrapping his arms around her slender waist and gently planting a kiss on her cheeks, which were aflame with a rosy hue. "My Chiera, even when shy and blushing, you are so incredibly beautiful and charming. What would I do if I couldn't help but devour you?" In an instant, Wei Qiqi's cheeks reddened to the point of seeming as if they might bleed, and she buried her head even lower, almost touching her own snow-white, proud bosom. She had forgotten to eat, murmuring in a barely audible voice, "Brother, you are so annoying." Yet her small hand clutched tightly onto He Tian's larger one, her palm growing sweaty with excitement. Seeing this, He Tian swept Wei Qiqi into his embrace, pulling her onto his lap. Startled, she gasped and nestled her head against his neck, too shy to look at him, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist, as if fearing he might leave. He Tian could distinctly feel the softness of her body pressing against him, igniting a fire within him, while her breath tickled his neck. At that moment, the system's voice chimed, "Wei Qiqi's affection level has reached 95. Such a high level. It seems this little mouse was not a wasted effort." Initially, he had merely intended to practice his eloquence with her, but unexpectedly, his flirtation had resulted in such profound affection. He Tian gazed at the enchanting figure in his arms, lifting her apple-like face to meet her lips with a kiss. Though Wei Qiqi was shy, she eagerly responded, parting her cherry-red lips to allow He Tian's tongue to intertwine with hers. After a prolonged moment, they parted, with Wei Qiqi blissfully leaning against He Tian's broad chest, her arms encircling his sturdy back, a sweet smile gracing her lips. He Tian, observing the beauty in his embrace, swallowed the words he had intended to share. Gently caressing her silky hair, he said, "Chiera, let me take you shopping for a few outfits and shoes. After I head to the capital in a couple of days. I don't know when I'll see my Chiera again. I truly feel reluctant to part." Wei Qiqi, her eyes brimming with tears of gratitude, shook her head. She gazed deeply into He Tian's eyes, stroking his handsome face as she replied, "There's no need, brother. Please don't waste money on me. Your intentions alone bring me joy and happiness. I cannot be of much help to you, and I certainly cannot squander your money. You need to save it for your entrepreneurial endeavors. I understand that it requires a significant amount. He Tian interrupted her with a kiss upon her cherry lips, his large hand brushing gently over her radiant face. He felt deeply moved to have such a sensible and virtuous girl by his side. Whispering in her ear, he said, "Wife, you are truly wonderful. Having you as my partner is my greatest fortune." Upon hearing He Tian call her wife, Wei Qiqi felt a jolt through her body, unable to contain the overwhelming joy and happiness within her heart. Cradling He Tian's handsome face with both hands, she willingly offered her crimson lips. After a considerable duration, they parted, and with a soft whisper, her cherry-like mouth called out husband. He Tian, teasingly, remarked, "Wife, what did you just call me? I didn't quite hear that. Could you speak a bit louder?" Wei Qiqi's cheeks flushed as she playfully replied, "Husband, husband, husband. Are you satisfied now?" Her repeated utterance of husband sent a thrill through He Tian's heart, akin to the refreshing sensation of an ice-cold beer on a sultry June day. He tightened his embrace around Wei Qiqi, as if attempting to merge her with his very being, causing her breathing to quicken. He Tian gently reassured her, "Wife, the very reason I earn money is to spend it on you. Moreover, without your desire to spend, how would I find the motivation to earn? The more you indulge, the greater my drive to come up with ways to make money. Wouldn't you agree? If you lack the desire to spend, then what significance does it hold for me to earn more?" Though Wei Qiqi contemplated a rebuttal, He Tian preempted her, understanding the importance of seizing the moment. He continued, "Trust me, and I shall take you shopping shortly. After a few days, when I head to the capital, who knows when I will see you again." Persuaded by He Tian's words, she acquiesced to the shopping trip. Hand in hand, they arrived at the luxury brand district in the square. Upon seeing it, Wei Qiqi hesitated, but He Tian gently tugged her hand, leading her into the Gucci boutique. As they entered, before the attendant could utter a word, He Tian gestured towards Wei Qiqi and instructed, "Please select a few outfits and shoes that would suit my wife. Cost is no object, and also, gather some of the finest cosmetics available." Wei Qiqi was about to protest against such extravagance, but He Tian would not allow her to speak, assuring her, "Wife, feel free to choose boldly. You are so beautiful, and with such a splendid figure, you deserve only the best attire and cosmetics." Filled with elation and bliss from He Tian's words, Wei Qiqi felt like the happiest girl in the world. In Chapter 18, Encountering First Love, just as the attendant was about to assist Wei Qiqi with trying on clothes, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind. "He Tian, what are you doing here?" Turning around, He Tian was startled to see Li Xiaojia and Li Jiandong. He chose to ignore them and busied himself with his phone. Noticing He Tian's indifference, Li Xiaojia felt a twinge of disdain. She stepped closer and addressed him, "He Tian, I'm calling you. Why aren't you responding?" Feigning surprise, He Tian replied, "Oh, it's you. My apologies. I was engrossed in my phone and didn't notice you." Li Xiaojia brushed off the slight and approached He Tian, tilting her head slightly to gaze at him. "Are you waiting for your two girlfriends?" she inquired. He Tian shook his head, "No." Curious, Li Xiaojia pressed on, "Then who are you waiting for? Surely, you're not here alone." He Tian simply shook his head in silence, frustrated at being ignored once more. Li Xiaojia was about to pose another question when a melodious voice chimed in. "Husband, how does this outfit look?" Three individuals simultaneously turned their heads to behold a stunning beauty clad in a light blue sleeveless dress that dipped modestly at the chest, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her alabaster figure, accentuated by a deep décolletage that sparked the imagination. The hem of her dress gracefully brushed her ankles, where she adorned delicate light blue heels, and combined with her naturally exquisite visage, she exuded the elegance of a regal princess. He Tian promptly approached Wei Qiqi, surveying her from head to toe, nodding in approval, exclaiming her beauty was remarkable. He urged her to select several more outfits and pairs of shoes. Li Xiaojia and Li Jiandong stood in astonished silence, realizing that the enchanting figure was indeed Wei Qiqi, the class leader from He Tian's class. They could hardly fathom that He Tian had won her over. It was simply unbelievable. Li Xiaojia felt a whirlwind of emotions. This was the third enchanting woman he had encountered. Could He Tian truly be earning $1 million a year? Wait, had Wei Qiqi just referred to him as husband? When had their relationship progressed at such a rapid pace? She distinctly remembered Wei Qiqi's aloof and proud demeanor in class. Yet now she appeared utterly transformed into a tender woman. Shouldn't she seize the moment? What if it was too late? And he found himself out of funds or without a place in her heart. In contrast, Li Jiandong was consumed by a profound envy and resentment towards He Tian. He had witnessed him accompanied by 3 beautiful women and wondered how many more were hidden from view. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he felt a deep sense of imbalance. Why wasn't he the one surrounded by such beauty? He too yearned for the attention of lovely women. Cursed be He Tian, that scoundrel. After approximately half an hour, Wei Qiqi had tried on 5 or 6 outfits and 3 or 4 pairs of shoes, all of which He Tian found pleasing, prompting him to instruct the attendant to package them all. Although Wei Qiqi initially intended to select only 1 outfit and a pair of shoes, as well as a single set of cosmetics, He Tian dissuaded her with sweet words, causing her cheeks to flush with a hint of bashfulness. In that moment, she forgot everything else, only to be jolted back to reality by the sound of He Tian completing the purchase. She shot him a playful glare. A mix of joy and concern washed over Wei Qiqi. She was elated that her beloved was willing to spend so generously on her. Yet, her heart ached at the thought of the 300,000 he had just spent, money that was meant for his entrepreneurial endeavors. Such a lavish expenditure truly pained her. He Tian, grinning, received a system rebate of 360,000. He wrapped his arms around Wei Qiqi's slender waist as they strolled past the astonished gazes of Li Xiaojia and Li Jiandong. Upon exiting the Gucci store, He Tian led Wei Qiqi into a lingerie boutique. She peered inside, her face growing warm at the sight of the array of exquisite undergarments on display. He Tian, taking her hand, boldly entered, whispering in her ear, "Wife, would you like me to help you choose some beautiful lingerie and stockings? I am quite adept at it." Wei Qiqi shook her head vigorously, fearing his choice might lead to revealing pieces. In a hushed tone, she insisted, "I will choose for myself." Suddenly, He Tian leaned in and whispered a few more words into her ear, causing her to blush deeply and flee the scene. He Tian was leisurely playing on his phone at the checkout counter, engaging in casual conversation with Muya and her friends from a distance. Time seemed to pass unnoticed until Wei Qiqi, her cheeks flushed and a bit bashful, approached him. He noticed she was holding merely 3 small bags, one of which likely contained just a single set of lingerie. This girl was quite reluctant to part with her money. He Tian feigned a stern expression, insisting that Wei Qiqi must select at least 10 sets of lingerie and over 20 pairs of stockings. Otherwise, he would insist on assisting her one by one. With no choice but to comply, Wei Qiqi began her selection. This shopping trip for lingerie and stockings amounted to 30,000 yuan. Yet He Tian received a system rebate of 360,000 yuan. He sighed, reflecting on how challenging it was to spend money while shopping with Wei Qiqi. They seemed to refrain from purchasing anything substantial. After a long day, they had hardly spent much at all. As evening approached, He Tian intended to take Wei Qiqi to a restaurant for dinner, but she insisted on dining at a street stall. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. They found a stall on the food street, seated side by side, and ordered 2 bowls of noodles. Observing the lingering blush on Wei Qiqi's charming face, He Tian inquired, "My dear, when do you plan to head to the magical city? Would you like your husband to accompany you?" Wei Qiqi tilted her head thoughtfully, replying, "I suppose it won't be too soon, perhaps the day before I report. My parents will take me, as it is my first time traveling far, and they are quite concerned." She then asked, "What about you? Have you confirmed your schedule?" He Tian pondered briefly before responding, "I believe it will be the day after tomorrow. I have a few matters to attend to, and I should discuss it with my parents as well." Before long, their noodles arrived, and the tantalizing aroma nearly brought tears to their eyes. He Tian and Wei Qiqi relished their meal together. Once they were satiated, the sky had darkened. He Tian had initially hoped to explore further with Wei Qiqi, but she insisted on returning home, fearing her parents would worry about her safety as a young woman out alone at night. He Tian had no choice but to escort her home. Just before parting, they shared a few minutes of a passionate French kiss at the corner near her building, making the farewell bittersweet. Upon returning home, He Tian found his parents present, and they settled on the sofa to watch television and chat. As the night wore on and the gentle breeze flowed, He Tian lay in bed, playing on his phone and chatting with Wei Qiqi, Muya, and Lu Xiaoran. Just as the conversation reached a lively crescendo, a message from Li Xiaojia arrived. "Has Qin Jiamengshi fallen asleep yet? What about you? Are you still awake?" "I'm awake," he replied. "Qin Jiamengshi, you rascal. How did you manage to win Wei Qiqi's heart? Why is that any of your business?" Why should I tell you? You're meddling, he retorted. I'm just curious. By the way, you mentioned you would also be going to the capital for school. Which institution? Tsinghua University, he responded, attaching a photo of his acceptance letter. He could almost envision the astonished expression on Li Xiaojia's face upon receiving the news. Seriously? You got accepted to Tsinghua? How is that even possible? What are you trying to say? Hurry up and tell me, or I'm going to sleep. After a considerable time had passed without any response from Li Xiaojia, He Tian continued chatting with the three girls. Eventually, he received a message from Li Xiaojia. Qin Jia Mengxian, I wanted to ask you, but never mind. I'm going to sleep now, good night. After sending the message, he engaged in conversation with the three girls for a while longer before finally turning off his phone and retiring for the night. The next morning, after returning from his workout, He Tian had breakfast and took a taxi to Mu Ya's place. Upon entering, he placed the breakfast he had bought along the way on the table. Mu Ya and Lu Xiaoran, having rested for a day, had recovered significantly, though they still felt somewhat uncomfortable while walking. He Tian looked at the two girls sitting beside him and gently touched their heads, inquiring about their recovery. Upon hearing He Tian's words, the two girls momentarily blushed, thinking he had come over with ulterior motives. After a brief pause, Mu Ya spoke up, We're doing well. Do you want something now, brother? He Tian, taken aback, responded, What are you talking about? Is that how you see me? Mu Ya sheepishly scratched her head and laughed. No, I meant we're feeling much better now. He Tian nodded, stating, I came primarily to check on your recovery. If you're feeling well, I plan to depart for the capital tomorrow. If it's still inconvenient, you can rest another day and we can leave the day after. The two girls exchanged glances, and Lu Xiaoran linked her arm with He Tian's, saying, Brother, let us rest for another day, and then we'll set off, all right? He Tian agreed, all right. We'll leave the day after tomorrow. Make sure to rest well today. Delighted, the two girls kissed He Tian on the cheek and leaned against his chest, expressing their gratitude. He Tian transferred 1 million to each girl, suggesting it was for them to purchase some nourishing items. He was intrigued by this method of transferring money. Despite the minor limitation on the amount, earning 40,000 in one go was still quite satisfactory. He Tian pondered how to further increase his wealth, as he currently had 3 million in his account, which he deemed insufficient. In contrast, Mu Ya and Lu Xiaoran felt entirely different. Having over 3 million in their accounts was something they never dared to imagine before. Yet, since following He Tian, their perspective had shifted dramatically. The money seemed to flow in effortlessly, leaving them perplexed about how to spend it wisely. He Tian, toying with the delicate hands of the two girls, suddenly had an idea and suggested, Let us go out and take our minds off things. We could use some activity. Initially reluctant, the girls couldn't resist the eagerness in He Tian's eyes and eventually agreed. He drove them to the most bustling lifestyle plaza in the northern city, parked the car, locked it, and then led the girls for a stroll around the plaza. Two women linked arms with He Tian, drawing envious glances from passers-by. Not only was he handsome, but the two ladies beside him were strikingly beautiful, especially the taller one, whose figure was truly breathtaking. He Tian paid no heed to the stares of onlookers, leisurely enjoying the company of the two women. After strolling for a while, he led them to a Patek Philippe boutique. Upon entering, a voluptuous woman in her 30s approached them, bending slightly to welcome the trio to the store. Chapter 19. Departure to the capital. He Tian smiled at the attendant and requested her to select a lady's watch for the two women, ideally around 3 million. Do you have any? The attendant, barely able to contain her delight, smiled broadly and replied, Yes, sir. Just the day before yesterday. We received 2 models that fit your budget. Please wait a moment while I fetch them. Mu Ya, taken aback, gently tugged on He Tian's arm and said, Brother, you don't need to buy this for us. It's too extravagant. Lu Xiaoran echoed, Yes, brother, a watch worth millions is a waste of money. There's no need to buy it. He Tian caressed their delicate faces and reassured them, I have told you before, you are my women, and you deserve to enjoy the finest life. I am simply fulfilling the promise I made to you both. Rest assured, I will not squander money. Just enjoy everything that wealth brings you, my dear. Mu Ya wanted to say more, but upon seeing He Tian's resolute expression, she swallowed her words. Lu Xiaoran lowered her head, lost in thought. Before long, the same attendant returned, carrying 2 exquisitely packaged boxes. She opened the boxes to reveal 2 stunning watches before He Tian. Pointing to the watch on the left, she began, This model is the 7118145-1G001, crafted by our master watchmakers. He Tian interrupted, Just tell me the price. no need for the introduction. He had little knowledge of watches, only aware that this brand was renowned, along with others like Rolex, Vacheron Constantin, and Richard Mille, all considered luxury items. Therefore, he preferred to skip the details and save time. Unperturbed by the interruption, the attendant maintained her smile and replied, "Very well, sir. This watch is priced at $3 million. While the 73001450 series, model 73001450 R001, is priced at $3,200,000. Which one would you like?" He Tian asked the two women to try on each watch. After they adorned their wrists, he admired how both watches complemented them beautifully. After some contemplation, he decided, "I'll take the $3 million watch for each of them." The attendant smiled and said, "Understood, sir. Please wait a moment while I retrieve them for you." Shortly thereafter, the attendant returned with another packaging box, neatly bundled together with the 7118 watch. "Sir, the total for the two watches is $6 million. Will you be paying by card or bank transfer?" He Tian handed his bank card to the waiter, stating that the card had a limit and requested to charge it in 2 transactions, the first for $3 million. The waiter bent slightly to accept the card and nodded, saying, "Certainly, sir, please hold on." After taking the card to the POS machine, a moment later, an announcement rang out, confirming a successful payment. Simultaneously, He Tian's system chimed, indicating a cashback of $3.6 million, followed by another notification of $3.6 million cashback. After retrieving his card from the waiter, He Tian signaled for the two women to take the watches. Just as he was about to leave, the waiter approached again, presenting another card, saying, "Sir, you are now a distinguished VIP of Patek Philippe. This is your VIP card, which entitles you to discounts on future purchases and the ability to reserve any Patek Philippe watch." He Tian accepted the card without much thought and placed it in his pocket. The waiter then inquired, "Would it be convenient for us to connect on WeChat? You can reach out to me for any assistance in the future." After adding the waiter on his phone, He Tian departed, meandering aimlessly with the two women. By noon, the trio found a luxurious restaurant and indulged in a lavish meal before heading back. His primary objective was to spend more money. Having ample funds in the capital would facilitate many endeavors. With over $4.2 million in his account and 2 doubled amounts, he mused that mingling in the capital should be manageable. He decided not to dwell on it, resolving to address everything upon arrival in the capital. That evening, upon returning home, He Tian found his parents seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television show. He plopped down beside his mother, leaning back on the sofa, and announced, "Mom and Dad, I plan to go to the capital the day after tomorrow." He Hongwei and Zhou Liyun exchanged surprised glances, and the atmosphere grew suddenly quiet. Zhou Liyun was the first to recover, exclaiming, "Tianer, why so early? You still have over half a month until the new student orientation, don't you?" He Tian smiled and replied, "I want to arrive a bit earlier to familiarize myself with the environment. Additionally, I intend to explore entrepreneurial ventures while studying." "Entrepreneurial ventures? What kind of business are you planning, son? What are your intentions?" He Hongwei inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. He struggled to comprehend how his typically obedient and sensible son could suddenly entertain such thoughts. Taking a deep breath, He Tian fixed his determined gaze on his father and earnestly replied, "Dad, I have actually been formulating a plan for quite some time. After careful consideration, I have decided to delve into the investment sector. As you know, society is developing rapidly, with various emerging industries constantly arising. If one can seize opportunities and invest wisely, substantial returns are inevitable. Moreover, I have a profound interest in the financial market and have conducted extensive research. I believe that with my expertise and keen insights, I can achieve success in this field." Upon delivering this declaration, He Tian's eyes sparkled with confidence and resolve. He Tian contemplated the necessity of persuading his parents before discussing his plans, for otherwise, given their personalities, they would never allow him to venture to the capital so prematurely. His words had a profound effect on He Hongwei and Zhou Liyun, who were momentarily taken aback by his unwavering resolve. After a period of introspection, He Hongwei finally spoke. "Son, while your aspirations are admirable, reality can be quite harsh. Setting aside your claims of expertise and insight, there is the issue of funding. Investment requires substantial capital. Where do you intend to procure such funds? You are still a student without income. Although your mother and I have some savings, it is hardly sufficient. Should we invest that amount, it would barely create a ripple. Indeed, while lucrative returns are possible with sound investments, the accompanying risks are significant. You must think this through carefully. He Tian was fully aware of the risks associated with investing. A single misstep could lead to total loss. However, this concern served merely as a pretext to convince his parents to allow him to travel to the capital, should he truly engage in investment. It would be under the auspices of a capable partner, and he would ensure that financial support was provided to her. After all, with a system in place, the risk of loss was minimal. Even in the event of a setback, he could always provide further funding. What was there to fear? Looking earnestly at his parents, He Tian reassured them, "Please don't worry about the funding. I mentioned earlier that my intention is merely to familiarize myself with the environment and understand the situation in the capital. I am not rushing into investment immediately. Furthermore, should I decide to invest, it would be after careful deliberation. Initially, I wouldn't invest a large sum. Rather, I would start with a modest amount in lower-risk ventures that require minimal capital. After all, I wouldn't want my efforts to amount to nothing, would I? Do you really think your son would be so foolish? I am, after all, the provincial champion. I have prepared thoroughly before my departure." He continued, "Moreover, I have grown up and am ready to explore the vast opportunities that lie beyond. The world outside is boundless. So, dear parents, you need not worry. I will take good care of myself." Just as He Hongwei and Zhou Liyun were about to voice more concerns, He Tian stood up decisively and declared, "It is settled then. I will set off for the capital the day after tomorrow. I will book my flight tonight." Without allowing his parents a moment to respond, he retreated to his room, leaving them in a state of stunned silence. Before his departure to the capital, He Tian spent a delightful day with Wei Qiqi. When it was time to part, she wept sorrowfully, which tugged at He Tian's heartstrings. He promised her that he would visit whenever he had the chance, soothing her with sweet words until she felt better. Upon escorting Wei Qiqi home, He Tian presented her with a meticulously prepared luxury watch worth 4 million. He knew that if she were aware of the true value, she would refuse to accept it. To circumvent this, he falsely claimed it was a replica worth only a few hundred, which led Wei Qiqi to accept it. No sooner had she received the watch than the system's voice chimed in, announcing a cashback of 4.8 million. With 5 million already in his account, He Tian felt confident that with proper management in the capital, surpassing 10 million would be a breeze. In the early morning, He Tian completed his morning routine, had breakfast, and called Mu Ya and the others, reminding them to pack their belongings and park the car properly, before being escorted to the airport by his parents and Ji Liang. Upon arriving at the airport, He Hongwei took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to his son, saying, "Here are 100,000. You can take it for now, and if it's insufficient, just let your mother and me know." He Tian, however, declined the card, embracing his father instead, gently patting his back, and said, "Dad, there's no need for that. I still have money on me. If I run out, I will call you. Of course, I will also call just to chat when I have the time." He Hongwei patted He Tian's back in return, saying, "All right, remember to call if you need anything. Even if there's nothing urgent, don't forget to call regularly, understood?" He Tian released his father and smiled. "Got it, I will call often." Afterward, he embraced Zhou Liyun and Ji Liang. Zhou Liyun wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, yet she understood that her son had grown up, needing to study and explore the world. Although filled with reluctance, she ultimately had to let go. He Tian allowed Mu Ya and the others to board the plane first, and after bidding farewell to his parents and brother, he too ascended the aircraft. He had booked a first-class seat, thus boarding the plane earlier. This was his first experience flying. Previously, he had only observed others boarding through television and videos. Once aboard, a system voice announced, "Valid consumer detected. Name, Su Yushi. Age, 26. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Body type, D. Attractiveness, 88. Mystery, 63. Favorability, 60. Name, Lin Mushi. Age, 28. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Body type, D. Attractiveness, 91. Mystery, 2. Favorability, 30. Name, Xiaqing Yao. Age, 22. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Body type, B. Attractiveness, 86. Mystery, 1. Favorability, 30. He Tian, upon reviewing this information, muttered a curse under his breath, realizing that Su Yushi was likely conducting business aboard the flight, given her impressive statistics. Just as he was pondering this, a melodious voice interrupted, "Hello, sir. May I see your boarding pass?" He was jolted from his thoughts and looked in the direction of the voice, encountering a young woman in an airline uniform, her face radiating beauty, smiling at him with an expression that conveyed professionalism, warmth, and patience. Chapter 20. First flight. He Tian retrieved his boarding pass and presented it to the attendant. After glancing at it, she smiled and said, "Sir, you are seated in first class. It's located over there." The flight attendant gestured toward the front of the plane. He Tian nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "All right, thank you." The flight attendant slightly bent at the waist, smiling, and said, "You're welcome. It's my pleasure." With that, He Tian made his way toward the first-class section, followed closely by Muya and Lu Xiaoran after they had their tickets checked. It was their inaugural flight. And to make it even more exhilarating, they were seated in first class. The thrill coursing through them was almost palpable, their smiles more buoyant than a soaring Gatling gun. Once settled into their seats, the two women eagerly engaged in conversation with He Tian, who was equally animated, given that it was his first time aboard an aircraft as well. Before long, a statuesque and elegant flight attendant, adorned in a meticulously tailored uniform, approached with a graceful and light step. Her long legs, encased in black stockings, exuded an air of mystery and allure. The fitted jacket accentuated her slender waist and full bosom, drawing admiring glances. A gentle smile graced her face, her eyes bright and tender, as if they could pierce through to one's very soul. Her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, delicately brushing against her fair skin, adding to her charm and allure. As she drew nearer, an enchanting and refreshing fragrance seemed to waft through the air, intoxicating those around her. She knelt beside He Tian, smiling as she introduced herself. "Good day, sir. I am Lin Mushi, the flight attendant for this journey. May I offer you a beverage or meal?" He Tian, captivated by Lin Mushi's beauty, replied, "Please bring me a bottle of mineral water." "Thank you." With a nod, Lin Mushi responded, "Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment." She stood, casting a glance at He Tian, and as she turned to leave, she looked back at him once more. What a handsome young man. How can I possibly obtain his phone number or WeChat? She pondered, her heart racing. If I were to directly ask for his WeChat, would he think I'm too forward? What should I do? Perhaps when I bring him the water, I could casually chat with him and gradually ask for his WeChat. Yes, that is the plan. Lin Mushi, you can do this. While Lin Mushi was motivating herself, a notification chimed in He Tian's system. Ding. Lin Mushi's affection level, 10, current affection level, 40. He was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden increase in affection. As He Tian contemplated his itinerary upon reaching the capital, Lin Mushi returned with two fellow flight attendants, her colleagues and friends, Xia Qingyao and Zhang Qingqing. During her brief absence to fetch the mineral water, she had shared with them her encounter with the remarkably handsome young man in first class. Upon hearing this, the two women became animated, exclaiming, "Sister Cici, which seat is he in? We must see for ourselves." Lin Mushi, holding back her eager friends, replied, "There's no rush. I'm just fetching him a bottle of water. I'll bring you both over shortly." The two women nodded excitedly. In truth, Lin Mushi had confided in her friends because facing such a handsome young man alone felt daunting. She was shy and apprehensive about potential rejection. Having a couple of friends nearby would alleviate some of that awkwardness and bolster her courage. She knew her friends would undoubtedly be intrigued, and their presence would certainly embolden her. Thus, Lin Mushi approached He Tian, bending her elegant legs as she squatted down, extending the bottle of mineral water in her hand and saying, "Sir, here is the mineral water you requested." He Tian accepted the bottle, twisting off the cap and taking a generous sip. Noticing a few flight attendants gazing intently at him, he inquired, "Is there anything else you need?" Initially, he contemplated asking why they were staring at him, but refrained, finding such a question somewhat awkward. Just as he finished his query, the system's voice chimed, "Ding. Lin Mushi's affinity level is 10, current affinity level is 50. Ding. Xia Qingyao's affinity level is 10, current affinity level is 40. Taken aback, Lin Mushi quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I meant to ask if you require anything else, perhaps a blanket? It might get a bit chilly later." The two flight attendants chimed in, "Indeed. After the plane takes off, the air conditioning will be quite strong, so it may feel a bit cold." He Tian pondered for a moment and replied, "That would be appreciated." No sooner had he spoken than one of the flight attendants stepped out. Lin Mushi noticed her companion leaving to fetch a blanket and, summoning her courage, looked up at He Tian's handsome face, asking, "May I inquire your surname, sir?" Would it be possible for you to share your phone number or WeChat? Rest assured, I wouldn't disturb you. After speaking, she felt a flush on her cheeks, her gaze shyly fixed on He Tian, her eyes brimming with anticipation. The other flight attendant also watched He Tian expectantly. He Tian was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the two beautiful and somewhat charming flight attendants. Feeling a playful urge, he addressed the half-squatting attendant, saying, "I prefer beautiful ladies to call me brother. What is your name?" The blushing flight attendant, unsure if it was shyness or something else, shyly replied, "Brother, my name is Xia Qingyao," while handing him a note. "Here is my phone number, which is also my WeChat ID." He Tian found himself bewildered and curious about why a flight attendant would carry a note with her contact information. Although he had encountered news online about some flight attendants doing just that, handing out their contact information to wealthy and handsome men in hopes of a fortunate encounter or a chance to marry into a wealthy family, he still felt perplexed. No wonder some said flight attendants were akin to aerial artillery. The flight attendant named Su Yushi, detected by the system earlier, must be engaged in this business. Lin Mushi, seeing that Xia Qingyao had presented her note to He Tian ahead of her, hurriedly offered her own, bashfully stating, "Brother, this is mine, also my WeChat ID." The flight attendant who had gone to fetch the blanket returned and, upon witnessing this scene, hurried over to hand her note to He Tian as well, exclaiming, "Brother, this is mine. I am Zhang Qingqing," as she placed the blanket over him lightly. Observing the enthusiasm of the three women, Muya and Lu Xiaoran were momentarily stunned, but soon found it understandable. After all, which girl wouldn't wish for a wealthy and handsome boyfriend or husband? They themselves shared the same aspirations. She merely serves as her brother's kept mistress, lacking the authority or the courage to intervene. Should her brother abandon them, they would regress to a primitive state. He Tian received a note from the three women, of whom only two were acknowledged by the system. Nevertheless, He Tian addressed the system, requesting to view Zhang Qingqing's personal details. Name, Zhang Qingqing. Age, 25. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Body, C. Appearance, 78. Mystery, 1. Favorability, 50. Upon reviewing Zhang Qingqing's information, He Tian sighed, feeling it was a pity she fell short by 2 points. He introduced himself to the three women, stating, "I am He Tian, and my WeChat ID is 136-3366. Please add me when the time comes." After noting this, the three women nodded in agreement and engaged in conversation with He Tian for a while before departing, as they still had work to attend to. Once the plane took off, He Tian conversed with Muya and the others. During this time, 3 flight attendants visited briefly, exchanging a few words before leaving. Feeling somewhat fatigued, He Tian succumbed to sleep. He was eventually roused by someone shaking him. Awakening, he found Muya excitedly exclaiming, "Brother, we are almost there. The plane is preparing to land." After hearing this, He Tian headed to the restroom to wash his face before returning to his seat to await the landing. Finally, the plane touched down, and He Tian escorted Muya and the other woman out of the airport, hailing a taxi to the Dream Hotel. This hotel had been recommended in his preparations, noted as one of the most luxurious establishments in the capital, ranked among the top 10. As the trio arrived at the entrance of the Dream Hotel, a welcoming hostess dressed in a striking red qipao, her figure alluringly curvaceous, greeted them with a bow, saying, "Welcome to the Dream Hotel." Upon entering the hotel and approaching the front desk, the system's voice chimed in, "Ding. Valid consumer detected. Name, Lan Yusin. Age, 22. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 57 kilograms. Body, E. Appearance, 93. Mystery, 2. Favorability, 10. After glancing at the front desk attendant's information, He Tian remarked to himself about the exceptional beauty capable of working at a top-tier hotel. Her height and figure were astonishing, reminiscent of the enchanting Lu Xiaoran. With a stunning E-cup physique, the front desk attendant, noticing a handsome man accompanied by 2 alluring women, bent slightly and welcomed them, asking, "Do you have a reservation, or would you like to book a room?" He Tian shook his head, replying that he wished to book a room. Ding. Lan Yusin's current favorability is 0. He Tian was taken aback, pondering, "Is something amiss? Is this our first encounter? Have I offended you in some way?" Regardless, he thought, "Let the favorability drop. I am not here to be your sycophant." Lan Yusin, observing He Tian's choice to book a room with 2 women, concluded that he must be a scoundrel. If He Tian were aware of her thoughts, he would likely retort, "Your judgment of character is remarkably accurate." With a smile, Lan Yusin inquired, "What type of room would you like? We offer various price ranges." As she pushed the price list across the counter towards He Tian, he barely glanced at it, asking instead, "Do you have a presidential suite?" Lan Yuxian nodded with a smile, saying, "We have two types of presidential suites here. One is the standard presidential suite, priced at 888 yuan for one night stay, and the other is the luxurious presidential suite, which costs 160,000 yuan per night. Both suites offer complimentary luxury car service for transportation within the capital. May I inquire which type you wish to reserve, sir, and for how long?" Without a moment's hesitation, He Tian waved his hand grandly and declared, "I'll take the luxurious presidential suite for a month." Lan Yuxian stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. A month in the luxurious presidential suite? What an extraordinary decision. Could this striking gentleman possibly be the heir of a prominent family? Once she regained her composure, Lan Yuxian cautiously asked, "Excuse me, sir, did you say for how long?" He Tian noticed the change in her address and her slight stammer, leaving him puzzled. What was so astonishing about this? Lan Yuxian had been working here for nearly 2 years. Yet it was her first time encountering someone wishing to stay in a luxurious presidential suite for an entire month. Previous affluent guests typically stayed for just 1 or 2 days, with the maximum being 5. This dashing young man, however, was reserving a suite for a full month, truly an eye-opening experience. After her initial shock faded, Lan Yuxian quickly composed herself and smiled. "Very well, sir. I will proceed with your registration. May I see your identification, please?" He Tian instructed Muya to hand his ID to Lan Yuxian. After a brief moment of computer processing, she informed him, "Sir, the total comes to 4.8 million yuan. He Tian then presented his bank card to her, indicating his intent to pay. Receiving the card with both hands, Lan Yuxian took it to the POS machine for processing. A moment later, the transaction was confirmed. Simultaneously, He Tian heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding. Lan Yuxian's favorability level is now 30. Current favorability is 30. Ding. Cashback of 5.76 million. Once the registration was complete, Lan Yuxian handed the room key to He Tian, her gaze almost shimmering with admiration. A person capable of effortlessly spending 5 million yuan on a room could hardly be believed to be anything but a wealthy heir. If she could win his favor, it would be akin to a humble chicken transforming into a phoenix. Moreover, he was undeniably attractive. Even a minor role in his life would guarantee a life free from financial worries, with plenty of cash to spare. Truly, he embodied the ideal of a wealthy and handsome gentleman, just her type. What to do with these feelings? No, she needed to secure his WeChat first. Had He Tian been aware of her thoughts, he would have been immensely pleased. He welcomed the prospect of her spending, rather than fearing it. As He Tian prepared to turn and head towards the elevator with the room key in hand, Lan Yuxian shyly took out her phone and asked, "Sir, may I add you on WeChat? If you encounter any issues during your stay, you can reach out to me." He Tian nodded, took out his phone, and added Lan Yuxian on WeChat before ascending to the top floor. Upon arriving at the door of his room and opening it, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Valid consumer detected. Name, Yin Xiao. Age, 36. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 63 kilograms. Figure, G. Attractiveness, 90. Mystery, 1. Favorability, 30. After reviewing the information, He Tian couldn't help but curse inwardly. Goodness. His mind was still racing with thoughts about the striking beauty before him. A stunningly voluptuous beauty approached He Tian, greeting him with a warm smile as she gracefully bowed. "Welcome to the luxurious presidential suite of Dream Hotel. I am your concierge, Yin Xiao." He Tian was momentarily taken aback, captivated by this enchanting, mature woman. She wore a meticulously tailored black dress, its hem dancing gently in the breeze, shimmering like stars scattered across the night sky. The delicate, smooth fabric clung to her alluring figure, accentuating her perfect curves, evoking a sense of admiration. Her exquisite features were complemented by skin as fair as freshly fallen snow, exuding a warmth akin to fine jade. Her large eyes resembled deep lakes, bright and expressive, radiating wisdom and gentleness. Beneath her high-bridged nose, her lips curled slightly upwards, adorned with a subtle smile as enchanting as blooming spring flowers. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, brushing against her porcelain skin, releasing a faint, intoxicating fragrance. Chapter 21. Embracing a new life. Her voice was melodious, imbued with a refreshing maturity that intrigued He Tian. Standing before him in her high heels, she matched his height. Yan Xiao felt a tinge of shyness under his gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly, enhancing her allure. With her head lowered, she stole a glance at He Tian, pondering how strikingly handsome he was, exuding a sense of warmth. His physique appeared impressive, suggesting a commitment to fitness, and at such a young age, he resided in such an opulent suite, accompanied by two equally beautiful women. He must either be a wealthy heir or a young master from a prominent family. If only she were a decade younger, perhaps she might have a chance. Yan Xiao also noticed the two women clinging to He Tian's arm, both strikingly beautiful, with oval faces, elegant noses, and luscious cherry lips. Their figures were commendable, particularly the taller beauty, who was only slightly shorter than herself, yet equally rare in allure. They were adorned in designer attire from head to toe, and notably, the exquisite watches on their wrists, which she had heard her friends mention, began at a staggering 3 million. Together, the two wore watches worth 6 million. This young man was indeed generous with his wealth. If he were to offer a few million for companionship, countless beauties would line up for his favor, and he could easily support several. She mused that if he were to take an interest in her and offer to care for her, she could alleviate the burdens of working tirelessly to provide for her daughter's education, ensuring a better environment and living conditions for her child. Alas, the age difference weighed heavily on her mind. If she attempted to seduce him, would it be too bold? Yan Xiao, what are you thinking? How shameless of you to entertain such thoughts, she chastised herself. Yet, what if she succeeded? The tuition, living expenses, and all household costs would be a worry of the past. She could resign from her job and devote herself entirely to him. Unlike here where the clientele consisted mostly of wealthy but unappealing middle-aged men, who often made unwelcome advances. For her daughter's sake, for a brighter future. Yan Xiao steeled herself, believing she could do it. Aware of her own charm, she resolved to test the waters with He Tian, bolstering her own confidence. She had encountered numerous affluent men online, who claimed that money was merely for women to admire, not to spend on them. Many of these individuals sought to exploit young women's bodies without any cost. He Tian was oblivious to her thoughts, while Muya and Lu Xiao ran fixated intently on Yan Xiao. They discerned that this exquisitely mature beauty possessed an enviable figure, a waist delicate enough to be clasped within a single hand, a pristine swan-like neck, and a profound cleft that seemed fathomless. The prominent curves of her bosom were enticing enough to spark curiosity among even the most modest of girls, who yearned to explore their softness. Ding! Yan Xiao's favorability level increased by 20, currently at 50. Upon hearing the system's notification, He Tian snapped back to reality. Just as Lu Xiao ran interjected, asking, "What is a room steward?" Yan Xiao smiled and explained, "A room steward is a butler exclusive to the presidential suite, catering to the needs of guests residing there. This includes running baths, assisting with refreshments, ordering meals, and serving them, sparing clients from any exertion. Should guests wish to venture out, the steward can summon a hotel vehicle or even arrange for an external ride. Additionally, if required, they may accompany clients on shopping excursions, ensuring all needs are met, except for intimacy and sleep companionship." Following Yan Xiao's thorough elucidation, He Tian grasped the concept. No wonder the presidential suite commanded such a steep price. It seemed the cost was justified. However, it mattered little, as it was the system's currency at play. Standing in the expansive living room, He Tian was awestruck by the opulent decor. The suite comprised two distinct rooms, from the floor-to-ceiling windows. One could behold a sweeping vista of the vibrant capital. He Tian approached the window, marveling at the prosperity of Long Country. Meanwhile, Muya and Lu Xiao explored the rooms, examining each in turn. They noted the disparity in size. The larger room covered approximately 100 square meters, while the smaller one measured around 70 to 80 square meters. It was evident that the larger room was the master bedroom, while the smaller one served as a guest room. The two ladies instinctively chose the guest room, leaving the master suite for He Tian. Yan Xiao approached He Tian from the side, her hands gracefully crossed and resting, as she softly inquired, "May I ask your esteemed surname, sir? How would you prefer me to address you?" He Tian turned to glance at Yan Xiao and replied, "You may call me He Tian. Are clients allowed to choose their forms of address here?" What options are available? With a smile, Yin Xiao responded, "Greetings, Mr. He. As long as it is a presidential suite, you have the liberty to choose." He Tian was taken aback, intrigued. What are the usual titles? Yin Xiao continued with a smile. Commonly, we have titles such as boss, young master, master, brother, or even little brother. Her voice trailed off, piquing He Tian's curiosity further. What else is there? He Tian mused, feeling compelled to uncover the mystery, lest he find himself restless that night. Yin Xiao's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly whispered, "Well, there is also the term daddy." After speaking, she lowered her gaze and added, "Of course. This is only applicable within the suite. Outside, we adhere to the aforementioned titles. So, Mr. He, how would you like me to address you?" After listening, He Tian was not particularly surprised. The idea of being called daddy was not unfamiliar. After all, many men desired to be addressed in such a manner by women. He envisioned certain future scenarios, and if he were to have his partner call him that, it would evoke a peculiar sensation, akin to being surrounded by a multitude of daughters. Ultimately, he decided it would be best reserved for a select few innocent and charming individuals, while the rest could simply refer to him as brother, regardless of their age. The thought alone brought him joy. He Tian pondered the thrill of having a significantly older woman address him as daddy. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Muya and Lu Xiaoran standing a few meters away, their cheeks tinged with crimson, their heads bowed in contemplation. Yin Xiao, aware of He Tian's gaze, followed it and observed the two beauties, their faces flushed, engrossed in their thoughts while nervously fiddling with the corners of their clothing. Perhaps they were reflecting on his earlier words, provoking a cascade of thoughts within them. He Tian approached Yin Xiao, leaning closer to her exquisitely delicate ear, and teasingly remarked, "I would like you to call me daddy." Yin Xiao's face deepened in color, her heart racing with shyness at the notion of calling a man the same age as her daughter daddy. Yet, as this was part of her profession, she nodded and replied, "All right, daddy. You can call me Xiao, or Yao Yao, or Yin Yin." Ding. Yin Xiao's affection level increased by 10, bringing her current affection to 40. He Tian was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated that such a title could enhance one's affection. The sound of a mature beauty calling him daddy filled his heart with elation. Once the atmosphere calmed, he nodded and said, "Very well. I shall call you Yao Yao from now on." He then turned to Muya and Lu Xiaoran, suggesting, "Yao Yao, Xiaoran, would you like to take a bath first? Let Yao Yao prepare some milk for you, so you can enjoy a milk bath." Muya and Lu Xiaoran, returning from their reverie, responded, "All right, brother. We will prepare ourselves." With that, they retreated to their room. He Tian then addressed Yin Xiao, saying, "Yao Yao, please go and prepare the milk for them." Yin Xiao nodded, replying, "All right, daddy, I will prepare it right away." With that, she exited the room. Upon hearing this endearment, He Tian felt a surge of delight. He approached the sofa, reclined comfortably, and took out his phone, only to discover a plethora of unread messages and several friend requests. He accepted the requests from the 3 flight attendants, who seemed to be constantly monitoring their phones, as they promptly inundated him with messages. "What are you doing, brother? Have you eaten yet?" He Tian chose to ignore them and continued scrolling through his messages. Wei Qiqi had sent him a rather pleasant inquiry. "Have you arrived in the capital? How is it? What is the weather like?" He patiently responded to each question. After a brief chat with Wei Qiqi, he exchanged messages with Ji Liang as well. After reassuring his parents of his well-being, he glanced at Li Xiaojia's message, in which she complained about his lack of response. Feeling a bit vexed, he teasingly replied, "Have you missed me so much after just one day apart? Are you hoping to be my little sweetheart, someone I can spoil? The proposition of being entirely devoted to you is not beyond the realm of possibility, provided you address me as father henceforth. In return, I would consent to your complete devotion. Should you exhibit exemplary behavior, I would bestow upon you luxurious gifts such as a supercar, a villa, and various opulent possessions. Furthermore, I would allocate a monthly stipend of 1 million as your allowance, disbursed consistently each month. Should you have contemplated this, simply refer to me as father, and I shall comprehend your intent. Enough of this discourse. Once you have made your decision, please inform me, but do so promptly, within a maximum of 2 days. Should this time elapse, I shall extend this privilege to another, as I am confident many beautiful women would eagerly adopt such an appellation for me." Indeed, upon dispatching this message, the world seemed to fall silent. Meanwhile, lying on her bed, Li Xiaojia was momentarily stunned after reading He Tian's message, as though struck dumb. She contemplated becoming He Tian's paramour, yet the requirement of calling him father felt akin to assuming the role of his goddaughter. The terms he proposed were undeniably enticing, and she recognized the prevailing societal truth that money reigns supreme. Many individuals would go to great lengths for financial gain. She had encountered numerous reports online detailing how various women would endure anything for monetary compensation, even to the extent of kneeling on the street, disrobing, or engaging in acts of public indecency. For the sake of wealth, they seemed willing to forfeit their dignity and self-respect. There were also those who married elderly men in their 70s or 80s for financial security. If love were the true motivation, who would believe such claims? If one genuinely sought true love, why not seek it in rural areas, where it is abundant? Ultimately, it boiled down to the pursuit of wealth. Li Xiaojia wrestled with her thoughts for an extended period, yet no clarity emerged. If she acquiesced to his proposal, she would have to call He Tian father indefinitely. The mere thought of uttering such a term in public made her feel as though she might perish from embarrassment. However, declining his offer meant relinquishing the alluring conditions he had laid out: supercars, villas, luxury items, and a monthly allowance of 1 million. Each of these enticements could drive one to madness. Yet, she understood that to attain such rewards, she must ensure she pleased him. The notion of performing to his satisfaction made her cheeks flush with heat. Unbeknownst to her, while she grappled with her decision, others had already begun to respond. The number of women adding her on WeChat was rapidly increasing, and she felt it prudent to label each contact with their names to avoid confusion. Once she had organized her contacts, she noticed a message from Lan Yusin. "Young master, good evening. Are you asleep?" He Tian replied, "Not yet. May I inquire what you wish to discuss?" Lan Yusin responded, "I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. I was wondering if you might join me for dinner tomorrow, as I have the day off." He Tian contemplated briefly before replying, "I'm uncertain of my availability tomorrow. If you have other matters to discuss, feel free to come and speak with me." Lan Yusin reassured him that she had no particular agenda, merely a desire to forge a friendship with him, to which He Tian replied, "Of course, Miss Lan. It would bring me great joy to befriend someone as beautiful as you." She replied, "There is no need for such formality. You may call me Yusin or Xian. He Tian acknowledged, "Very well, Xian." Lan Yusin was elated to hear He Tian address her in such a manner, sensing a glimmer of opportunity. With a bit more effort, she believed success might be within her grasp. She was acutely aware that the chance was right before her. It was merely a matter of seizing it. "When will the young master have time for me to treat you to a meal?" She pondered. "Perhaps the day after tomorrow." He Tian replied, adding that he would confirm the exact time later. "All right, I shall take my leave to bathe now. We shall chat later," she responded. "Very well. Young master, I shall not intrude further," Lan Yusin replied. He Tian set down his phone and noticed Yin Xiao pushing a cart filled with milk into the room. He couldn't help but marvel at how the avaricious capitalists truly enjoy the fruits of their labor. It was no wonder that most beautiful women gravitate toward wealthy tycoons. Now that he had become one of those figures, he could only reflect on the unpredictable nature of life. Yin Xiao poured the milk into the bathtub and informed He Tian that he could bathe now. He Tian agreed and then pushed the cart aside. He suggested that both women join him in the bath, while he reclined on the sofa, contemplating the itinerary for the following day. His plan was to buy some clothes, bags, and cosmetics for the two women, but he was uncertain about where to spend his money since he was unfamiliar with the area. As He Tian pondered his upcoming plans, Yin Xiao's sultry voice interrupted his thoughts. "Father, would you like me to prepare the bathwater for you now?" Turning to see Yin Xiao standing behind him, he shook his head and said, "Not yet. Let Yer and Ranner finish bathing first. I am in no hurry." Suddenly struck by a thought, he asked, "Xiao, if I were to buy a car, where would be the best place to do so?" Yin Xiao tilted her head in contemplation before responding, "It seems there is a car exhibition in the East District tomorrow. If you are interested, you could visit there." "What kind of car are you considering, father?" He Tian mused for a moment before replying, "I am not sure yet, but I will decide after seeing what is available." Yin Xiao then smiled as she took out her phone. "Father, let us add each other on WeChat. This way, if you need me to do anything, it will be more convenient. For instance, if you go out and need to return, you can inform me, and I can prepare the milk in advance." He Tian nodded in agreement and added her on WeChat. Chapter 22. A splendid day, brother. We have finished bathing. Mu Ye and Lu Shaoran exclaimed sweetly after their milk bath. He Tian observed their freshly bathed skin, noting how it appeared even more radiant and smooth. He reached out to touch, confirming its silkiness. However, after this sensory delight, he felt a stirring of protest from his own body and quickly instructed Yin Xiao to run the water for his bath to regain his composure. As Mu Ye and Lu Xiaoran returned to their room, He Tian entered the bathroom, disrobed, and settled into the bathtub to soak. At that moment, Yin Xiao entered, clad in a sheer lace dress. Before He Tian could express his astonishment, she smiled and said, "I have come to give you a back rub." Without waiting for his response, she stepped into the bathtub, settling behind him to gently massage his back. Since He Tian began his scholarly pursuits, this was the first occasion on which a woman had bathed him and scrubbed his back. Given the situation, he decided it was best to fully embrace the pleasures of life and relish the gentle touch of the beauty behind him. Just as he began to lose himself in enjoyment, Yin Xiao's voice emerged from behind, inquiring about her technique. "How is my back scrubbing? Is it comfortable?" He Tian nodded, affirming, "Indeed, quite pleasant." Initially, He Tian had been taken aback by Yin Xiao's presence, too flustered to even glance back. The moment her hands made contact with his back, he felt a surge of reaction, as if a wave of nervousness washed over him. However, he managed to maintain his composure, feigning enjoyment with closed eyes. While his inner turmoil raged like a tempest, one could only imagine the challenge of resisting the allure of a stunning beauty, clad in a sensuous, semi-transparent lace dress. Attending to him, fearing he might succumb to temptation, he refrained from looking at Yin Xiao or engaging in flirtation. Yet, Yin Xiao perceived the situation differently. She found the young man quite upright. Despite her enticing attire, he displayed no reaction whatsoever. Was she truly so lacking in charm? Previously, older suitors had clamored for such privileges. Why, then, did this one seem indifferent? What should she do? With a faint blush adorning her cheeks, Yin Xiao gently offered, "Let me massage your head to help you relax." He Tian remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. Noticing his acquiescence, she adjusted his position, settling herself against the bathtub, her hands resting on his shoulders as she leaned closer. Ultimately, He Tian's firm back inadvertently pressed against her bosom, causing her to feel a slight discomfort in her chest. Yet she endured it resolutely. He Tian, feeling the plush softness of her form against his back, found it rather enjoyable, to the point that he involuntarily protested, but ultimately subdued his own reactions. Observing that He Tian remained unfazed even as he inadvertently compressed her figure, Yin Xiao began to question her allure. She gently pressed on his temples, smiling. "Is this comfortable? Is the pressure adequate?" He Tian nodded appreciatively. "Very comfortable. You may apply more pressure." "Very well," she replied, increasing her effort. He Tian responded with soft groans of pleasure, prompting a satisfied smile from Yin Xiao. "Of those two young ladies outside, which one is your girlfriend?" she inquired. He Tian, with a twinkle in his eye, responded, "Both of them." Yin Xiao, unfazed by his revelation, having observed their interactions, merely sought to steer the conversation. "Impressive," she remarked. "You've managed to win over such beautiful companions. Do they not feel jealous of one another? How have you accomplished this?" With a smile, He Tian replied, "Jealousy? What reason is there for jealousy? I made my intentions clear from the outset. I am a rogue, destined to attract many women. If they cannot accept that, they are free to leave. I have always adhered to the principle of voluntary association, but once they choose to be with me, they must maintain a respectful distance from other suitors. If one cannot maintain a distance, I possess ample means to eliminate her. Of course, if she wishes to depart, a mere advance notice will suffice. I have no intention of causing her distress." He Tian never planned to conceal anything from anyone, apart from his parents, and would eventually be forthright with Wei Qiqi. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiao fell into a momentary silence, lost in thought. After a while, she slowly spoke, inquiring whether he had many women. He Tian chuckled softly, admitting that he currently had not many, only 3, though soon to be 4. He had already anticipated that Li Xiaojiao would agree, knowing her materialistic nature would compel her to accept the conditions he proposed. It was merely a matter of time. Yin Xiao smiled gently, congratulating him on winning the affection of yet another beauty. She then asked how he persuaded them, implying that perhaps he had offered certain conditions. He Tian shook his head, smiling as he replied that he made no demands. Rather, his proposals were simply enticing enough to capture their interest. With a twinkle in her eye, Yin Xiao pressed for details on what conditions had charmed these women. He Tian, noticing her curiosity, playfully remarked, "Why, dear Yaoer, your inquiries are rather thorough. Are you perhaps interested in joining me, hence your detailed questioning?" Yin Xiao blushed slightly, smiling as she expressed her genuine curiosity about what kind of conditions could elicit such affections from beautiful women. He Tian candidly revealed that apart from marriage, which he could not offer, he was able to provide everything else: luxury cars, opulent residences, designer goods, and allowances, among other things. However, any woman who chose to be with him would have only him as her man. He adored it when his women called him brother, though there were exceptions where he allowed different titles. For instance, if she were to be with him, he would insist she address him as such, though in public, she ought to call him brother. Curiously, Yin Xiao inquired about the allowances he typically granted his women, particularly the two sisters outside. He Tian smiled, stating that it depended on their behavior. If they performed well, the allowance would be generous. If not, it would be less. For this month, he had given Yer and Ranner 300,000. Yin Xiao, upon hearing this, secretly cursed him as a rascal, realizing that his terms indeed had an irresistible allure. Apart from the cars and houses, the notion of receiving 300,000 was staggering. It would take her a decade to earn such an amount. No wonder those two beauties were adorned in luxury. Before her stood a true scion of a prominent family. Her demeanor softened considerably as she asked about his family's wealth. He Tian pondered for a moment, revealing that his father was a primary school principal and his mother worked in a state-owned enterprise as a team leader, both sustained by the government. With a smile, he added that his father served the people and his mother was also a beneficiary of state support. Upon finishing, he distinctly sensed a tremor in Yin Xiao's body. He could not fathom the reason behind her reaction. Yin Xiao felt as though the world was spinning. It was no wonder he was so affluent. He was a red second-generation scion, a status that far surpassed that of the typical rich second generation. No matter how formidable a rich second generation might be, they could never compare to the privilege of a red second generation. The offspring of the red elite can, with but a single utterance, transform a wealthy heir into a pauper, while simultaneously elevating a destitute heir to affluence. Such is the power of prowess. Yin Xiao found herself breathing somewhat hurriedly, contemplating that she had encountered an extraordinary individual, feeling as though she had stumbled upon a treasure. It was no wonder that a presidential suite costing over 100,000 could be rented so effortlessly for an entire month. If she could seize this opportunity, would it not propel her to great heights? Yet, she pondered, what if he found her age unappealing? They say a man's preferences remain steadfast, forever enamored with the youthful 18. One could never know the outcome unless they dared to try. Besides, she had no intention of remarrying. A trial might present an opportunity. Abstaining would ensure a lifetime of mischances. With resolute determination, Yin Xiao encircled He Tian's waist with her arms, resting her head upon his shoulder, and bashfully inquired, "May I call you that forever? I wish to be your woman. Rest assured, I shall be obedient and compliant. Will you grant me a chance?" She knew her age surpassed his significantly, yet she vowed to be the most obedient and agreeable companion. Upon speaking, she could not suppress a gentle sob. He Tian was taken aback by this unexpected gesture, feeling a mix of shock and delight. To have such a stunning beauty desire him was undeniably exhilarating. As he turned his head, he inadvertently brushed his lips against Yin Xiao's cherry-red mouth. Both instinctively recoiled momentarily. Just as He Tian was about to speak, he was met with the soft press of Yin Xiao's lips, who mistakenly believed that his earlier peck indicated his consent. However, her innate response caused her to pull away, only to realize her excitement was overwhelming, prompting her to lean in and present her lips for his tasting. She even opened her mouth slightly, extending her delicate tongue. He Tian turned to face Yin Xiao, their eyes locking as they sat opposite one another, his hand wandering softly along her form. After a prolonged moment, they reluctantly parted, with Yin Xiao blushing deeply as she nestled into He Tian's embrace. He felt her warmth against his chest, struggling to suppress the thrill and impulse surging within him, resisting the temptation to act on his desires. He mused that he had found yet another source of indulgence, one that epitomized the realm of charming plumpness. In an effort to maintain composure, He Tian gently caressed Yin Xiao's silky hair, speaking tenderly, "I can offer you an opportunity, contingent upon your performance. Should you excel, I shall fulfill my promises." Before He Tian could finish, Yin Xiao looked up, her gaze shy yet earnest, declaring, "Rest assured, I shall surely meet your expectations." He Tian nodded, hoping for such an outcome. Ding! Yan Xiao's favorability has increased by 20, bringing her current favorability to 60. Yan Xiao felt a surge of joy, realizing her success. Now, all that remained was to prove herself. Unbeknownst to her, He Tian was even more exhilarated, his heart racing. After enjoying a bath, He Tian led Yan Xiao back to his room, where he introduced her to Muya and Lu Xiaoran. Perhaps it was an innate trait among women to find common ground. Before long, the three women had formed a close bond, exuding intimacy. He Tian sat on the sofa, engrossed in his phone while waiting for his hair to dry. Once it was dry, he hurried into the room, where he found Yan Xiao seemingly at a level of 20, while the current level appeared to be 80. The entire battle had lasted for over 5 hours. Though they emerged victorious, they were exhausted. He Tian reflected that the joy of the wealthy is indeed distinct from that of the impoverished, which explains why many affluent individuals have shorter lifespans. In contrast, many elderly from poorer backgrounds, some over 90, can still care for themselves, while numerous wealthy individuals, not even reaching 90, have already settled into their final resting places for many years. After rising, He Tian made his way to the bathroom to fill the tub, indulging in a soothing bath. He then ordered breakfast from the hotel, and after enjoying his meal, he reclined on the sofa, again lost in his phone. Around noon, the three women gradually awoke and freshened up. Once they were ready, he casually ordered some light snacks for them, as he suggested saving room for a grand feast later. After their meal, Muya and Lu Xiaoran sat on either side, while Yan Xiao perched on He Tian's lap. He Tian took out his phone and transferred 1 million to Yan Xiao, stating, "You performed admirably last night and this morning. Here is 1 million as pocket money." Yan Xiao wrapped her arms around his neck, planted a kiss on his cheek, and expressed her gratitude, promising to work even harder to satisfy him. Afterward, she took out her phone to receive the funds. He Tian's large hand slipped beneath her garment, causing Yan Xiao to blush and gasp. He Tian set his phone aside and said, "Let us go. Today, I'll take you three sisters on an extravagant shopping spree." The three women, brimming with excitement, hurried to apply makeup and change clothes, joyfully accompanying He Tian out for shopping. Upon arriving at the bustling East District Lifestyle Shopping Plaza, the three women were exhilarated by the throngs of people. The quartet strolled leisurely through the shopping center, drawing much attention. A handsome man accompanied by three stunning beauties prompted many men to wish they could take his place, their gazes towards He Tian filled with envy and resentment. Particularly, upon seeing Lu Xiaoran's impressive figure and Yan Xiao's striking beauty, their eyes widened, fearing they might miss something extraordinary. He Tian paid no heed to the stares and led the three women directly to the luxury goods section on the second floor. As they entered the Hermes boutique, He Tian heard the system's voice resonate. "Ding, detected valid consumer. Name, Qian Xiaoxiang. Age, 25. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Figure, D. Attractiveness, 88. Mystery, 2. Favorability, 20. Welcome to Hermes," the sweet voice of the attendant echoed. Chapter 23. A day of extravagant shopping. A strikingly tall and voluptuous beauty captured his attention. She sported a high ponytail, her large, captivating eyes accentuating the youthful roundness of her cheeks, which were tinged with a faint blush. Her cherry-red lips curled into a sweet smile. Clad in a sleek black professional pencil skirt, she appeared as though a sprite from the night had descended upon the earth. The garment fit her like a glove, closely embracing her graceful curves, exuding a unique blend of elegance and sensuality. The hem of her skirt gracefully rested just above the knees, striking a perfect balance between modesty and flamboyance, exuding a subtle beauty. The fabric was smooth and delicate, glimmering with a faint sheen, reminiscent of the dazzling stars in the night sky. The snug fit accentuated her figure undeniably, with her slender waist, voluptuous hips, and elongated legs radiating an alluring charm against the backdrop of black. Paired with exquisite high heels, her presence was imbued with an additional aura of confidence and charisma. He Tian glanced at the name tag adorning her chest, which read Qian Xiaoxiang, and with a smile, instructed her to assist the three beautiful women in selecting bags and shoes, ensuring they were all satisfactorily packaged. Qian Xiaoxiang gazed at the handsome gentleman before her, marveling, "Wow, this man appears as if he has stepped straight out of a masterpiece." His high, sculpted nose was a testament to the artistry of a master sculptor, with bold lines that embodied both strength and elegance. His deep-set eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, seemingly capable of discerning the innermost thoughts of others. His thick eyebrows, arranged like ink strokes, slightly arched at the tips, lending him an added air of gallantry. His lips, perfectly proportioned, were often adorned with a subtle, mischievous smile that could easily captivate anyone. Soft lighting cascaded over him, outlining his flawless physique, broad shoulders, a solid chest, and long legs, all of which showcased the quintessential allure and strength of masculinity. Such an exceptionally handsome and graceful man would undoubtedly become the center of attention wherever he went. Turning her gaze to the three beautiful women beside him, she noted that two of them were adorned head to toe in luxury, their wrists adorned with Patek Philippe watches. Upon closer inspection, she realized the watches started at an astonishing $3 million. In their rural hometown, that amount could purchase 2 or 3 houses. It seemed these two beauties casually carried the equivalent of several homes with them. The tall, mature beauty exuded an allure that surpassed her own, her radiant complexion reminiscent of a baby's soft skin. Her prominent bosom was an enticing presence that could drive countless men to madness. Judging by appearances, she seemed to be several sizes larger than Qian Xiuxiang, inciting a mix of envy and admiration within her. Snapping back to reality, Qian Xiuxiang smiled and nodded, gracefully bending slightly as she addressed him. "Good sir, please follow me, ladies." He Tian had little interest in the selection process. His curiosity lay in the shopping that would follow. He made his way to the lounge area, reclining on the sofa while engrossed in his phone. Soon after, a beautiful waitress approached, presenting a cup of tea before him with a polite, "Sir, please enjoy your tea," before departing. He paid her no mind, continuing to flirt playfully with Wei Qiqi. Half an hour swiftly passed, and Mu Ye and the others joyfully approached He Tian, bubbling with excitement. "Brother, we've made our selections." He followed them outside, where a plethora of neatly packaged bags awaited him. "How many bags and shoes have you chosen?" he inquired. Lu Shaoran shyly murmured, "Each of us selected 5 bags and 3 pairs of shoes." "Brother, do you think we were a bit greedy?" He Tian gently brushed her hair aside, shaking his head. "Not at all, though it seems you could have chosen a bit more. However, it's no matter. We can always shop again next time." Without inquiring about the prices, she turned to the waiter and instructed him to process the payment by card. After speaking, she handed her card to the astonished Qian Xiuxiang, who, at first, remained calm while fetching their bags and shoes. However, as the 3 elegant women continued to select items that caught their fancy without regard for their prices, they insisted on having everything packaged. Each exquisite item was treated like a mere cabbage, with some selections leaving even Qian Xiuxiang herself taken aback. Yet, the 3 ladies remained indifferent to her surprise, persisting in their selections. Upon reaching the shoe section, the same frenzy ensued. With each package Qian Xiuxiang prepared, her astonishment grew, eventually rendering her numb to the unfolding events. She resembled a smiling automaton, engaged in the repetitive motions of retrieving and packaging goods. When the group finally grew weary from their shopping spree, Qian Xiuxiang found herself momentarily free, gazing at the towering pile of bags, incredulous that a single person could have packed so much. Still in a state of astonishment, Qian Xiuxiang was further shocked when He Tian presented his bank card for payment, displaying the same nonchalance regarding prices. He made no inquiries about discounts or potential reductions. Observing his unconcerned demeanor, she wondered if he was indeed a scion of a wealthy family, seemingly untroubled by the value of money. With trembling hands, Qian Xiuxiang accepted the bank card, still reeling from the surprise, and stammered, "Pardon me, please wait a moment." She then proceeded to retrieve the POS machine for payment. As she processed the card, the system chimed with notifications. Qian Xiuxiang's favorability rating increased to 30, with her current rating at 50. Yan Xiao's favorability was at 5, currently at 85. He Tian paused momentarily, but continued conversing with the 3 women, oblivious to the ratings. Unbeknownst to Qian Xiuxiang, Yan Xiao had been exceedingly pleased during the bag selection, her joy radiating from her face as her man spent money on her. Initially, she had endeavored to choose the less expensive items, fearful of being reprimanded for wasting her partner's money or for being inconsiderate. The thought of losing him tormented her, prompting her to select only the cheaper options. However, Mu Ye and Lu Shaoran, noticing Yan Xiao's hesitance, encouraged her to choose the more expensive items, suggesting that doing so would please her brother. They recounted a previous incident, warning her that if she only opted for cheaper items, her brother might become upset. The mere thought of He Tian being displeased to the point of abandoning her filled Yin Xiao with dread. After years of searching, she had finally found such an exceptional man. The prospect of being cast aside was unbearable. Consequently, she began to follow Mu Ye's lead, intentionally selecting pricier items. Nearby, Qian Xiaoxiang, overhearing their conversation, was taken aback, pondering that wealthy individuals typically haggled for the best prices, striving to minimize their expenditures. This was her first encounter with the notion of being encouraged to spend more money. Before long, the store's loudspeaker announced the arrival of a bank transfer amounting to 36 million yuan. Simultaneously, He Tian's system chimed with a cashback notification of 83 million yuan. Finding the vast quantity of items cumbersome, He Tian instructed the staff to deliver them to the hotel. Approaching He Tian with a smile, Qian Xiaoxiang greeted him. "Good day, sir. I am Qian Xiaoxiang. Let us add each other on WeChat. In the future, if there is anything needed, we can service directly at your residence." Upon hearing Qian Xiaoxiang's self-introduction, He Tian couldn't help but feel a playful urge and chuckled, saying, "Hello, I am Tang Bohu." Qian Xiaoxiang was momentarily taken aback, and then as if a thought crossed her mind, her face flushed instantly. How could this person be so annoying, teasing her in public? Mu Ye and the other two ladies erupted into laughter upon hearing this. As Qian Xiaoxiang noticed their laughter, her face turned even redder, almost burying her head in her ample bosom. Ding! Qian Xiaoxiang's affection level rose to 10, bringing her current affection score to 60. After adding Qian Xiaoxiang on WeChat, He Tian grinned and said, "Just note my name as Tang Bohu." He chuckled mischievously afterward. Qian Xiaoxiang instinctively nodded, only to realize later that she scolded herself internally for her foolishness today, for not remembering the first teasing and then actually agreeing to the second one. She couldn't help but pinch her thigh. Immediately regretting it, she winced in pain. He Tian planned to take them to a lingerie store to select some intimate apparel and black stockings. As they left Hermes amidst the trio's company, He Tian turned back with a mischievous smile and said, "Xiaoxiang, goodbye." Upon hearing this, Qian Xiaoxiang blushed and fled. This person is truly insufferable, even as he departs. He doesn't forget to tease her. How annoying. Yet, despite her words of disdain, she still saved his name as Tang Bohu. Ding! Qian Xiaoxiang's affection level rose by 3, bringing her current score to 63. Just as He Tian stepped outside, he heard the system's voice, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. The four of them arrived at the entrance of the Manafin boutique. From the doorway, the shelves were adorned with an array of lingerie, exciting He Tian. He chuckled and suggested the three ladies pick out plenty, including several pairs of stockings. The three ladies, hearts racing and cheeks flushed, entered. Although they entered together, they soon dispersed to choose their own items, leaving He Tian at the entrance. Leaning against the railing, he observed the bustling crowd below, pondering that there were still too few tools at his disposal. He needed to hasten the search for more, or else his spending would be too slow. He needed to prepare in advance. If one day Tong Gu decided to sever ties, or wished to venture into a business or invest in a film, he might find himself lacking funds, which would be problematic. It seemed prudent to seek out capable individuals who wished to forge their own paths and invest, just in case. The most pressing matter at hand was to elevate Tong Ji's level, which required enlisting more tools. Otherwise, it would take an eternity to upgrade the system. While He Tian was engrossed in these thoughts, he heard Lu Xiaoran's voice calling, "Brother, we've made our selections." He approached Lu Xiaoran and her companions, noticing their rosy complexions and bashful demeanor. Observing the numerous bags they held, it was clear they had chosen quite a lot. He Tian promptly said they would pay directly with a card. Ding! Cashback of 840,000 yuan. He Tian arranged for the store to deliver everything to the hotel, and then took three ladies to dine at the most upscale restaurant nearby. After a lavish meal, the system rewarded him with a cashback of 720,000 yuan. Once they were satisfied, they headed directly to the auto show to admire the cars. Upon arrival at the entrance, the security guard recognized He Tian and, without uttering a word, allowed them entry and directed their vehicle to a parking spot. It was fortunate that He Tian had requested to be picked up by a luxury car today. Otherwise, gaining entry would have been quite a challenge, especially without tickets. The four of them leisurely perused the exhibition stands. He Tian had made up his mind. He would purchase one vehicle for each of the three ladies. With nearly 8 million yuan at his disposal, he could easily acquire a car priced at around 600,000 yuan. The principle was simple: spend according to the available funds, as accumulating wealth was paramount. As they approached a striking red sports car, He Tian paused, admiring the beautiful model beside it, but to his surprise, the system did not respond. What was going on? Was this a fusion of technology and art? The model, it seemed, boasted a score of 80 to 90. He could only marvel at her remarkable ability to transform her appearance. He Tian stepped closer to the car and inquired with a middle-aged staff member about the price. The staff member glanced at He Tian, noting not only his handsome features, but also the presence of 3 stunning ladies, 2 of whom had exceptional figures. It was likely that someone capable of attracting such exquisite companions was not short on funds. The middle-aged man approached He Tian, extending his hand with a smile. "Good day, sir. My name is Li Huafeng, the manager of the Ferrari section at this auto show." He Tian shook hands with Li Huafeng, returning the smile. "I am He Tian." Li Huafeng slightly bowed, grinning as he asked, "Are you interested in purchasing this Ferrari, young master He?" He Tian nodded. "Yes, but I am uncertain about the price. If it is reasonable, I shall take it." Li Huafeng replied with a smile. "This model is the Ferrari 12 Cilindri Spider version, priced at 6,800 yuan. It is powered by a 6.5L V12 engine." He paused for a moment before cautiously asking, "May I inquire, sir, if you have previously purchased any Ferrari models?" He Tian shook his head. "I have not bought any Ferrari before." Upon hearing this, Li Huafeng's expression changed. "To purchase this vehicle, you must become a Ferrari VIP, which requires asset verification with a minimum of 50 million yuan. He Tian furrowed his brow. "Mr. Li, does that mean I cannot buy it without being a Ferrari VIP? What must I do to become one?" Li Huafeng explained with a smile. "Customers who have purchased a Ferrari can become VIPs." He Tian nodded, grinning. "Then I shall buy 2 of this model. Would that suffice?" Li Huafeng was momentarily taken aback before responding, "Yes, that would be acceptable." Observing that He Tian was serious, he questioned, "Do you truly intend to purchase 2 12 Cilindri Spider versions?" He Tian confirmed, "Indeed, is that not permissible?" Li Huafeng's face brightened with delight. "Of course you can buy them. Let's proceed with the paperwork immediately." Li Huafeng, with a cheerful demeanor, said, "All right, please, young master He. Step into the VIP room and wait a moment." After He Tian and his companions followed Li Huafeng into the VIP room, Li Huafeng went to fetch some documents. Shortly thereafter, he entered the room with a beaming smile, placing the documents before He Tian. "Young master He, all that is required is your signature here." He Tian, smiling, inquired, "Manager Li, when can I pick up the car?" Li Huafeng replied with a grin, "Young master He, you may collect the vehicle in 2 hours. There is only one on display, and I must arrange for another to be brought from elsewhere." He Tian nodded and turned to Mu Ye and Lu Xiaoran with a smile, saying, "Ye and Ranner, please each sign a copy. This car is a gift for both of you." Chapter 24. What is your dream? Everyone present was taken aback by the extravagance of purchasing a car merely to gift it to 2 beautiful women, and moreover, to have it registered under their names. Such an act was indeed astonishingly lavish. Mu Ye and Lu Xiaoran, recovering from their shock, quickly retrieved their identification cards from their bags and handed them to Li Huafeng. After Li Huafeng filled out the necessary documentation, he presented the contracts to both women for their signatures. Once they had signed, He Tian produced his bank card and handed it to Li Huafeng, stating, "Manager Li, please process the payment in 2 transactions, 1 for each car." Although Li Huafeng was puzzled, he complied, as it was rare to encounter someone purchasing 2 supercars at once. Within 2 minutes, the system chimed, "Ding. Cashback of 8.02 million. Ding. Cashback of 8.02 million. Upon hearing the system's announcement, He Tian's spirits soared, the smile on his face almost rivaling that of a celebratory cannon. Li Huafeng approached, handing over the card along with the keys to both cars, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, young master He, for your support. In 2 hours, both vehicles will be properly registered and delivered to you." He Tian nodded, saying, "Thank you, Manager Li." Li Huafeng waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all, it's my pleasure. May I inquire whether young master He will be resting here while waiting, or?" He Tian chuckled, "I'll take a stroll. Just let me know when the cars arrive." Li Huafeng took out his phone and said, "Young master He, let us add each other on WeChat. I will notify you when the cars are ready, and you can reach out to me directly for your next purchase." He Tian agreed, added Li Huafeng on WeChat, and then exited the VIP room. Once outside, Muya and Lu Xiaoran excitedly embraced He Tian, showering him with gratitude. Thank you, brother. He Tian wrapped his arms around their slender waists, planting a kiss on each of their cheeks, and teasingly asked, How do you plan to thank your brother? The two girls blushed and exchanged glances, realizing what He Tian desired. They lowered their heads and whispered, We'll make sure to thank you properly when we return home tonight, their faces turning even redder. Meanwhile, Yin Xiao, who had overheard their conversation, felt her own cheeks flush. Thinking to herself how this young man had no sense of restraint in public, once they returned home, he would surely pursue his desires unabashedly. After some playful banter, He Tian released Muya and Lu Xiaoran from his embrace. Turning around, he gently wrapped his arm around Yin Xiao's slender waist and planted a kiss on her crimson lips, saying, Yaoer, what kind of car do you desire? Father will buy it for you. Yin Xiao's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her heart fluttering with excitement and anticipation. She had thought her man would not indulge her with a car, yet here he was, inquiring about her preferences. What car should she choose? Even if she had an idea, she feared voicing it. What if she picked an expensive one and he deemed her too greedy? Would he come to dislike her? Ultimately, it mattered not what car he selected. Lowering her gaze, she murmured softly, Yaoer doesn't know. Whatever car father gifts me, I shall accept. He Tian laughed heartily, planting another kiss on her face, and said, Then let us take a look. We shall buy whatever you fancy. Yin Xiao nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to them, their leisurely stroll was nearing its end, and having found nothing suitable, He Tian contemplated taking a break. As he turned around, he caught sight of a strikingly glamorous car. Curiosity piqued, he approached to inspect it, for he was not well versed in automobiles. Many luxury vehicles remained a mystery to him, let alone the name of this particular one. As he neared, the system's voice suddenly echoed, Detected valid consumer. Name, Zhou Ying. Age, 22. Height, 181 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Bust, D. Attractiveness, 95. Mystery, 0. Affection level, 0. An absolute paragon of beauty. This is the most stunning woman He Tian has ever encountered. Her physique is exquisite, nearing perfection. You deserve to possess such a treasure. Approaching the car, He Tian's gaze was irresistibly drawn to a figure in the distance. She stood tall and elegant, reminiscent of a lotus flower, fresh and ethereal. Clad in a form-fitting white sheath dress, it hugged her curves like a second skin, perfectly accentuating her slender waist and alluring hips. Soft lights cascaded over her, causing the white fabric to shimmer with a gentle glow that left onlookers entranced. This ensemble not only highlighted her graceful demeanor, but also exuded an enchanting allure that made it impossible to divert one's gaze. With such height, one could kiss her without bending. With such a figure, one would yearn to return. With such beauty, countless hearts were captivated. He Tian was spellbound by her charming smile and alluring silhouette. He longed to embrace her tightly, to cherish her in his arms. No wonder this showcase attracted the largest crowd. It was indeed a spectacle. Regaining his composure, He Tian stepped closer, a smile gracing his lips as he addressed Zhou Ying. Beautiful lady, how much is this car? Zhou Ying, initially lost in her reverie, returned to reality upon hearing his voice and turned to behold the speaker. Wow, this handsome gentleman is simply breathtaking, utterly jaw-dropping. His exquisitely sculpted visage appeared as though it were meticulously crafted by divine hands. The prominent bridge of his nose rose and fell like majestic mountains, with lines that flowed seamlessly and naturally. His deep, luminous eyes twinkled like stars, radiating brilliance. His thick eyebrows, reminiscent of ink strokes, exuded a striking charisma. When his lips curled into a subtle smile, they seemed capable of melting the very fabric of the universe. His physique was nothing short of perfection, with long, straight legs that exuded strength and wide shoulders that imparted a sense of solidity and reliability. Each movement emanated an unparalleled charm and confidence, rendering onlookers utterly captivated. Such attractiveness transcended the realm of ordinary imagination, dazzling beyond belief. Ding. Zhou Ying's affection level is at 30, current affection level is 30. He Tian felt a surge of excitement upon hearing the sound, delighted by her favorable impression. Perhaps he could indeed win her over. After all, what man wouldn't he desire a stunning beauty with a score of 95, especially one shrouded in mystery? Noticing Zhou Ying's silence, He Tian assumed she hadn't heard him clearly and inquired once more, Miss, how much is this car? Zhou Ying snapped back to reality. glanced at He Tian, and with a smile replied, "Sir, this Lamborghini SVJ, fully equipped, is priced at 9 million. With a grand gesture, He Tian declared, "I'll buy it." The entire gathering was left in awe, having merely glimpsed the exterior without examining the interior or taking it for a test drive. He had already decided to purchase it. Surely, he must be out of his mind. Even Zhou Ying was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at He Tian. "You really intend to buy it?" He Tian nonchalantly nodded. "Yes, I do. May I ask where I can make the payment and sign the contract?" It was only then that Zhou Ying snapped out of her astonishment and hurried off to find the manager. Before long, Zhou Ying returned alongside a man in his 30s, striding swiftly toward He Tian. Pointing at him, she said, "Manager, this is the one." Earlier, in her flustered state, she had informed the manager that a young, handsome gentleman was interested in purchasing a car. She had already disclosed the price, and the handsome man was resolute in his decision. The manager promptly accompanied her to meet him, aware of the model Zhou Ying was representing. Upon arriving, the manager observed a strikingly handsome young man, approximately 185 meters tall and in his early 20s, flanked by 3 exceptionally attractive women, 2 of whom stirred something within him, embodying the allure of mature beauty and youthful charm. A man capable of attracting such exquisite company could only be a scion of a wealthy family or an aristocrat, surely not here merely for amusement. With these thoughts in mind, he extended his hand politely and smiled. "Greetings, young sir. I am Wang Qinyang, the manager of this Lamborghini exhibition. May I ask your name?" He Tian reciprocated the handshake with a smile. "He Tian." Wang Qinyang responded with a grin. "I understand from Zhou Ying that you have a keen interest in this vehicle?" He Tian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, if the price is agreeable, I am ready to place an order. This lovely lady mentioned it is 9 million. Wang Qinyang replied, "Young sir, it is somewhat inconvenient to discuss matters here. Would you kindly accompany me to the VIP room for a more detailed conversation?" Upon receiving He Tian's nod, he led him to the VIP room, where He Tian made himself comfortable on the sofa without hesitation. With great tenderness, he played with Yan Xiao's delicate hand. As Wang Qinyang took a seat before He Tian, just as he was about to speak, he heard the notification tone of a message. Observing He Tian retrieving his phone and performing a few quick taps, he soon heard a voice message. "Hello, young master He. This is Li Huafeng, Shaoli. The 2 Ferrari 12 Cylindri you just purchased have been arranged at the entrance of the car exhibition. You may take the vehicles at your convenience. The license plates have already been prepared for you." Wang Qinyang felt a shock within. Having just acquired 2 Ferraris, he was now poised to purchase a Lamborghini. It seemed that young Master He's capabilities were indeed formidable. He Tian, too, marveled at the efficiency of the Ferrari representative, chuckling as he remarked to Muya and Lu Xiaoran, "You both heard that. The cars are already at the entrance and can be driven away shortly." Once Muya and Lu Xiaoran nodded in acknowledgement, he turned to Wang Qinyang with a smile. "Manager Wang, was that car truly priced at 9 million? If so, I will purchase it." Wang Qinyang replied, "Young Master He, please, just call me Xiao Wang. The Lamborghini SVJ is indeed 9 million. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the purchase?" He Tian nodded affirmatively and, without hesitation, handed his bank card to Wang Qinyang, instructing him to process the payment. Wang Qinyang accepted the card with both hands and stood to exit. Before long, he returned with the necessary documents and handed the bank card back to He Tian, bending slightly as he smiled. "May I trouble young Master He for your ID to fill out the contract?" He Tian glanced at Wang Qinyang before turning to Yan Xiao, saying, "Yao Yao, please provide her with your identification." He then smiled at Wang Qinyang. "Use her ID. This vehicle is being purchased for her." Wang Qinyang was taken aback. Gifting a beautiful woman a car worth millions was indeed extravagant. Yan Xiao, astonished, covered her cherry-red lips, her heart racing with excitement, tears welling in her eyes. Her father was buying her a $9 million supercar, and she was overjoyed. Overwhelmed with emotion, she fumbled until He Tian gently patted her head, encouraging her, "Quickly, hand your ID to Xiao Wang." She hurriedly retrieved her ID from her bag and presented it to Wang Qinyang. In no time, Wang Qinyang placed the contract before Yan Xiao, smiling as he said, "Just sign here." After she signed, he handed her the car keys, stating, "These are for you." Once she had accepted the keys, He Tian inquired of Wang Qinyang, "Xiao Wang, when can we drive the car away?" Wang Qinyang leaned slightly, smiling as he responded, "Young Master He, you can take the car within 2 hours at most. Let's exchange WeChat. I will notify you once the license plates are ready." He Tian nodded, retrieving his phone to add Wang Qinyang on WeChat. Wang Qinyang, understanding the unspoken cue, smiled and said, I won't disturb your rest, young master He. I'll head to the VIP lounge after selling a supercar today. I'm quite pleased. He hummed a tune as he returned to his office. As soon as Wang Qinyang exited, Yin Xiao beamed as she cupped He Tian's face, showering him with kisses and bashfully saying, Thank you for the supercar, Daddy. I promise to do my utmost tonight. Her face flushed a radiant red. She felt reassured. She had chosen wisely. Just as he had said, cars, money, luxury goods were all in her grasp. Now, all that remained was a house. In the future, if I strive diligently to present myself well, I believe that soon he shall bestow upon me what I desire. At that time, my daughter and I will no longer need to rent a home or endure the scrutiny of landlords. Although being someone else's lover is not an easy path, especially among many such lovers, he is capable of providing me with everything I yearn for and can offer my daughter a better life. The system's melodious voice chimed, announcing a cashback of 8 million. Finally, I have surpassed the million mark and become a millionaire. The revolution is yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive. In the evening, He Tian and his companions drove their newly acquired car to a nearby restaurant for a lavish feast. On the return journey to the hotel, he recorded a video of Yin Xiao sweetly calling him daddy while perched atop a luxurious sports car. He contemplated sending it to Li Xiaojia to provoke her, to breach her defenses, for he had not forgotten the promises made at their parting. It was time to teach her a proper lesson, making her kneel before him and sing of her submission. Upon returning to the presidential suite, it was already past 9. He Tian requested the 3 women to give him a back massage, which they did with great care. He relished their attentive service. Emerging from the bathroom, well past 11, he reclined comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. He opened the chat with Li Xiaojia, sending her the video of Yin Xiao from earlier that day, along with the transaction records. After much internal struggle, Li Xiaojia had initially planned to acquiesce to He Tian the following day, as it was the final deadline. Although addressing him in such a manner felt humiliating and embarrassing, the allure of his generosity was overwhelming. Instances of people sacrificing their dignity for monetary gain were all too common. At least, her shame would only be in his presence. At times, she introspectively questioned her dreams, responding with desires for wealth, cars, homes, and an abundance of luxury goods and cosmetics, all for a better life. Ultimately, she found herself yielding to her own reasoning. However, articulating her thoughts proved cumbersome. Convincing herself was one matter, but expressing it aloud was another challenge entirely. As she tossed and turned restlessly, contemplating how to voice her thoughts, her phone buzzed. She quickly grabbed it to check, discovering a video and an image sent by He Tian. The image displayed a successful transfer of 1 million to a recipient who had accepted it. With trembling hands, she delicately tapped her porcelain-like fingers to open the video. Chapter 25. Encounter with the flight attendant. Li Xiaojia opened the video, and to her astonishment, a stunningly charismatic woman appeared, seated in a lavish sports car. The exchange between her and He Tian was fervent. After their separation, the woman coyly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the sports car for Yao Yao." Though the video lasted merely a few seconds, Li Xiaojia immediately discerned that the woman spoke effortlessly. She was acutely aware that if she did not call out, countless other beautiful women, perhaps even more alluring and with better figures, would eagerly take her place. The woman's physique was enviable, far surpassing her own. Glancing at herself, she felt woefully inadequate. Yet, this woman exuded a certain gentleness. If she, being older, could call out, why couldn't she? Li Xiaojia ultimately conceded to He Tian. Having made up her mind, she sent a video invitation to He Tian. Shortly after He Tian shared some videos and images, her invitation arrived. On the other end, Li Xiaojia appeared in a pink pajama set, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, likely just washed that evening. He Tian, feigning ignorance, inquired about the matter, adding that if there was nothing else, he would hang up. Li Xiaojia, flustered and anxious, quickly urged him not to disconnect, asking if his previous words were true. What truth? If you don't elaborate, I'm going to sleep. He Tian pretended to be annoyed. With a blush creeping onto her cheeks, Li Xiaojia softly queried, "You mentioned that if you would give me a car, a house, luxury items, and money. Was that genuine?" He Tian grinned mischievously, nodding affirmatively, "Of course. The more obedient and understanding you are, the more you shall receive. Take that beautiful lady for instance. She has been exceptionally compliant lately. So I rewarded her with a $9 million sports car. If you desire one too, it depends on your performance and whether you can satisfy me. Li Xiaojia's eyes sparkled with greed at the mention of the $9 million car. The thought of it being hers sent her into a frenzy of joy. Overwhelmed by desire, she inadvertently called him daddy. He Tian, thrilled, replied, "Ah, splendid. I'm quite pleased. However, you'll have to wait for me to provide those gifts. Otherwise, if you take my money and run, I would be at a loss." Li Xiaojia hastily asked, "Where are you now, daddy? Can I come find you?" He Tian shook his head. "I'm in the capital. You can come, but what about your wealthy boyfriend? You must sever ties with him completely before seeking me, or else your benefits will only be a fraction of what I previously mentioned. Think carefully about how to proceed. I will definitely cut him off without a trace." "Don't worry. When did you go to the capital?" "I had no idea. I wish to go there too, but sadly, I lack the funds. Could you lend me some? I want to fly over to see you tomorrow, please." Li Xiaojia pouted enticingly. He Tian pondered for a moment, saying, "It's not impossible to lend you money, but you must first demonstrate your sincerity. There must be a give and take, don't you think?" Li Xiaojia instantly grasped He Tian's implication, tossing her pajama top aside with decisive ease. She coquettishly addressed He Tian through the phone. "My sincerity is unwavering. If you're not satisfied, just say the word, and I will comply without hesitation." However, He Tian had his own calculations in mind. With 3 women already in his orbit, adding another could prove overwhelming. Furthermore, a beautiful receptionist awaited his attention. If he could also win over the 2 flight attendants he met on the plane, he would have even more tools at his disposal. Thus, he resolved to have Li Xiaojia wait until she enrolled in university, as she would be studying in a second-tier institution in the capital, alleviating any concerns. He Tian nodded enthusiastically. "That's wonderful. Your sincerity is duly noted. Please hold on for a moment. I will transfer a small sum to you. But do not seek me out just yet. Firstly, I have matters to attend to. Secondly, take care of your own troubles with efficiency. You may come to me when it is time for university enrollment. I look forward to witnessing your performance then." With that, He Tian promptly transferred 1 million to Li Xiaojia. Upon seeing the substantial amount, Li Xiaojia was elated. 1 million, a month's allowance. How delightful. Such a fortune would last me quite some time and allow for countless purchases. Overjoyed, she promptly replied, "Thank you, Dad. I will heed your words. Whenever you say I should come over, I shall do so. I promise to handle my affairs properly, so you need not worry. When I report to university, I will surely make you proud." Ding. Li Xiaojia's affection level increased to 30, bringing her current affection level to 80. He Tian observed her exuberance, akin to that of a 3-year-old, dancing with glee. He nodded and said, "All right, we shall discuss it later. I'm off to bed now." Without waiting for a response, he ended the call. After concluding the video chat with He Tian, Li Xiaojia pondered how to spend her newfound wealth and how to decisively sever ties with Li Jiandong, ensuring he would not linger. Meanwhile, He Tian returned to his room, where the 3 girls were playfully frolicking on the bed. Upon his entrance, Yan Xiao shifted to make space for him in the middle. As soon as he lay down, Muya sprang up like a little monkey, perched on He Tian's body, cupping his face and planting a kiss on him. With a beaming smile, she inquired, "Brother, who were you chatting with? Seeing you so happy makes me curious." He Tian embraced Muya's slender waist, a smile gracing his lips. "Just a high school classmate. I have a matter to attend to tomorrow, so you 3 should find a place to amuse yourselves." Lu Xiaoran rested her head on He Tian's arm, coyly asking, "Where are you going, brother? What will you be doing? Can I come along?" "You needn't worry. I promise to be well-behaved and won't disturb you. Please take me with you." She nuzzled her head against him. Just as Lu Xiaoran settled down, Yan Xiao took He Tian's hand and placed it on her own bosom, playfully complaining, "Then can you take me along, brother?" He Tian rubbed the top of her head and shook his head gently. "Tomorrow, I will go alone. You 3 can enjoy shopping together." Suddenly, Muyo exclaimed, and He Tian found himself engaging in cheerful banter with the 3 girls once more. After several hours of delightful conversation, the girls fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, He Tian awoke, rose, and made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. After breakfast, he texted Lan Yusin, expressing his availability and desire to invite her out for a meal. Lan Yusin promptly responded, "How dare I let you treat me? As I mentioned previously, I shall be the one to invite you." He Tian did not dwell on the matter. After all, a meal is merely a meal, regardless of who pays. Once the time and venue were arranged, He descended the stairs. He Tian did not opt to drive himself. Instead, he took the hotel shuttle. Upon arriving at the designated spot and noticing that he had some time to spare, he wandered over to a nearby tea shop and ordered a cup of milk tea. Just as he was about to find a seat, a somewhat familiar voice called out from behind him, "Brother, what are you doing here?" He Tian turned around abruptly and was pleasantly surprised to see two stunning flight attendants, Lin Mushi and Xia Qingyao, walking hand in hand toward him. With wide eyes, He Tian exclaimed, "Oh, it's you two. Aren't you supposed to be flying today?" The two beauties were none other than Lin Mushi and Xia Qingyao, whom He Tian had met on a flight. With a teasing tone, he remarked, "Aren't you three sisters? Why are only the two of you here? Did one of you get lost?" Lin Mushi playfully punched him lightly on the arm, feigning annoyance as she replied, "Not at all. Qingqing flew to Hangzhou today. We have a few days off. What's the matter? Are you feeling a bit down not seeing Qingqing?" With a cheerful grin, He Tian responded, "You two are quite delightful, so whether they're S1 less or not doesn't really matter." Ding. Lin Mushi's affinity increased by 10, current affinity, 60. Ding. Xia Qingyao's affinity increased by 10, current affinity, 50. He was astonished that affinity could actually rise. It seemed quite absurd. If he teased them a bit more, would the affinity continue to soar? Xia Qingyao playfully retorted, "You just think too highly of yourself. We don't. Where are you two lovely ladies headed? Surely, you aren't here specifically to find me? That would truly be an honor," He Tian said with a grin. Xia Qingyao's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she replied, "Brother, you really have a wild imagination. We're not here for you. Mushi and I are going to a friend's house. We made plans yesterday. What are you doing here? Surely, you aren't waiting for some beautiful lady?" He Tian nodded enthusiastically. "You're quite perceptive. Would you two care to join me? The more, the merrier." Lin Mushi shook her head. "No, we already have plans. We wouldn't want to interrupt your date with a beautiful lady." He Tian smiled. "All right then. Let us arrange to meet again sometime." Xia Qingyao quickly chimed in. "We'll be free tomorrow." He Tian's eyes lit up, playfully teasing, "Oh, Qingyao is so eager to go on a date with me. Have you been looking forward to this day?" Xia Qingyao stomped her foot in playful frustration. "Who's eager? Nonsense. Who wants to go on a date with you? Why do you call me Qingyao? Look at you. You're stumbling over your words. I can see that you're quite pleased to hear I'm available." He Tian smirked. Xia Qingyao rolled her eyes dramatically. "Who's pleased? You're the one who's pleased." He Tian glanced at her petite and delicate figure, smiling as he said, "Qingyao, don't be upset. Being happy and joyful is greatly beneficial for you, you know?" Curious, Xia Qingyao asked, "What benefits does being happy and joyful bring me?" He Tian stepped slightly closer, gently patting her shoulder, and with a cheerful demeanor, he replied, "Because joy breeds beauty." "Joy breeds beauty?" Xia Qingyao murmured quietly, pondering the meaning of his words. She lifted her head and glanced at He Tian, only to find him fixated on her with unwavering attention. In an instant, she comprehended the implications of his gaze, which incensed her greatly. Fuming, she stomped her feet and shouted, "Scoundrel, this isn't over between us." With that, she lunged toward He Tian, who, upon noticing her, took off running. Lin Mushi, witnessing the scene, erupted into laughter, finding He Tian utterly amusing, which only heightened her joy. Summer Qingyao chased after He Tian for quite a while, unable to catch up, and breathlessly gasped, "You jerk, you run faster than a rabbit. Come back and let me take a swing at you to cool my temper." He Tian, standing a short distance away, chuckled and retorted, "Oh really? You say I run faster than a rabbit? But you have 2 legs as well. Why are you so slow? Moreover, your legs are even more developed than mine. Yet you can't catch me. TSK, TSK, TSK." Upon hearing his words, Summer Qingyao's anger surged, and she shouted, "You vile scoundrel. I will make you pay for this. You're driving me crazy." He Tian feigned surprise and exclaimed, "What? What have you eaten? You, a young lady, should eat something better instead of that, ugh." As he spoke, he pretended to gag exaggeratedly. This only fueled Summer Qingyao's fury further, and she felt an overwhelming surge of energy as she pursued He Tian. However, clad in her flight attendant uniform and high heels, her strides were limited, and within moments, she was panting for breath. She called out, "You scoundrel, just let me hit you a couple of times to vent my anger. I promise I won't hit too hard." He Tian, grinning, replied, "Do I look like a fool to you? Am I going to invite trouble upon myself? It's impossible for you to hit me. Perhaps a playful peck would suffice." Summer Qingyao was momentarily baffled. "A peck? What do you mean?" Suddenly realizing, she felt both embarrassed and furious. her face turning as red as an apple as she scolded, You scoundrel, rogue. Feigning confusion, He Tian asked, 6 mao? Is it really 6 mao? Summer Qingyao pointed her slender finger at him, stammering, You have been rambling without making any sense. Clearly, she was quite vexed by He Tian's antics. Meanwhile, Lin Mushi was in stitches, tears of laughter streaming down her face at the banter between the two. He Tian glanced at the time and exclaimed, Oh, we're nearing our appointed time. Turning to Summer Qingyao, he added cheerfully, Aren't you supposed to meet up with your friends? Here you are, spending ages with me. How ridiculous. Summer Qingyao, fuming, shot back, Go away, you despicable scoundrel. Who is here to flirt with you? Why are you so shameless? He Tian, unfazed, simply laughed and said, If I'm shameless, then so be it. After all, you have none. He then mischievously winked at her, further igniting her ire. Summer Qingyao pointed accusingly at him, speechless in her frustration. He Tian, assuming Lan Yusin would arrive soon, smiled at Summer Qingyao and said, All right, I have matters to attend to, so I won't play with you any longer. I'll arrange to meet you tomorrow. With that, he bid farewell to the two and departed. Chapter 26. What do you desire? After He Tian departed, Lin Mushi and Xia Qingyao also took their leave. Shortly thereafter, a striking figure approached He Tian, creating a beautiful scene. Her high ponytail cascaded like a waterfall down her shoulders, with a few wisps of hair naturally falling across her forehead, presenting an image of both competence and freshness. A subtle touch of makeup enhanced her features, rendering her visage even more exquisite. Despite the light application, her beauty radiated a refreshing elegance that felt utterly natural. She donned a black spaghetti-strap dress, the delicate fabric clinging to her graceful silhouette, exuding both innocence and allure. The V-shaped neckline revealed her fair skin and delicate collarbones, igniting a desire to discover more. The hem of the dress lightly brushed against her long legs, swaying with the gentle breeze like a blooming flower, emanating an enchanting charm. On her feet, she wore a pair of black high heels, their exquisite heels resembling works of art, exuding an air of nobility and grace. The clever design accentuated the contours of her feet, making each step radiate confidence and allure. The newcomer was Lan Yusin. Upon seeing He Tian, she approached with a cheerful smile, saying, Young master, have you been here for long? I apologize for making you wait. It was my oversight. I shall drink 3 cups as punishment. He Tian shook his head, replying, It's nothing. I just arrived. His gaze lingered on Lan Yusin, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. That's good to hear. Lan Yusin sighed in relief. Shall we go? I will take you to a wonderful restaurant that I frequent. All right, let us proceed, He Tian responded calmly. Lan Yusin led He Tian to a restaurant named Xiangmanju. Navigating effortlessly, she guided him to the last private booth in a row. She stepped inside, and He Tian followed suit. The booth was tranquil, with the sweet sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers wafting through the window, cultivating a serene ambience. Before long, a young waiter entered with a smile, inquiring, What would you like to order? He Tian handed the menu to Lan Yusin, saying, You choose. I am open to anything. Lan Yusin took the menu and selected several signature dishes before sending the waiter on his way. As they awaited their meal, the two engaged in light conversation. He Tian inquired about Lan Yusin's interests, to which she responded that she enjoyed reading, traveling, and savoring delicious food. He Tian nodded in agreement. It seems we share some common interests. Lan Yusin smiled. Then we can explore these topics further in the future. As they spoke, dishes began to arrive at their table. The vibrant colors and enticing aromas stimulated He Tian's appetite, and they chatted amiably while dining. After they had indulged, He Tian remarked, This restaurant serves delightful cuisine. I can foresee frequent visits in the future. Lan Yusin concurred. Indeed, it is quite remarkable. Thus, whenever I find leisure time, I come here with my girlfriends to enjoy the delicacies. He Tian mused. It seems I must also explore various eateries when time allows, to discover which places offer the most delectable fare. However, I rarely have that luxury. Ha. He Tian chuckled self-deprecatingly. Young master, you must be busy earning money and dedicating all your time to the company, right? You certainly wouldn't have as much free time as us common folks. Lan Yusin glanced at He Tian and smiled. Not at all. I also have to study. In just a few weeks, I will be enrolling at Tsinghua University. Where would I find the time to explore gourmet cuisine? He Tian shook his head. You won't start university until September? Lan Yusin expressed her surprise. The young man before her would only become a college student in September. She had assumed he was assisting his family in developing their business. She hadn't realized he was still a prospective university student, making him 3 or 4 years younger than herself. However, she was astonished that he had been accepted into Tsinghua. It seemed that this mysterious young man was indeed exceptionally talented. He Tian nodded, remaining silent. I didn't expect you to be younger than I imagined, Lan Yusin remarked. Do you think I'm already in my 70s or 80s in your imagination? He Tian joked. No, I merely thought you were about my age. Lan Yusin hurriedly waved her hands, speaking nervously. It was just a joke, no need to be so tense. Let's lighten the mood a bit, He Tian smiled. Lan Yusin feigned fear, dramatically placing her delicate hand on her ample chest. You scared me to death. Seeing Lan Yusin's adorable reaction, He Tian couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, I wouldn't truly frighten you. However, you mentioned that you would come here to sample delicacies with your friends. What types of dishes do you usually prefer? Lan Yusin relaxed and answered with a smile. We tend to favor lighter dishes, like vegetable salads and seafood. Of course, we also occasionally venture to try some exotic flavors. He Tian nodded in understanding. I see. Girls typically pay more attention to healthy eating. By the way, do you have any favorite restaurants or food recommendations? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Lan Yusin's eyes brightened as she enthusiastically shared her culinary experiences. I recently discovered a newly opened Japanese restaurant. Their sashimi and sushi are incredibly fresh and delicious. You should definitely give it a try when you get the chance. He Tian listened intently, mentally noting the name of the establishment. Thank you for the recommendation. I will make sure to visit next time. Speaking of the start of school in September, do you know of any interesting club activities at Tsinghua? I'm not very familiar with this aspect yet. Lan Yusin pondered for a moment. I'm not entirely sure either, but the school's website should have relevant information. You could check there or consult with the upperclassmen. Joining clubs can enrich your university life and help you meet like-minded friends. He Tian smiled gratefully. All right, I will keep an eye out. I hope to have a fulfilling and enjoyable time at university. If there is nothing else, I think I'll head back, He Tian said with a smile. He understood that some girls were not easily hurried, and while he was eager to find a supportive companion, he believed in moderation. Therefore, he did not intend to take Lan Yusin to spend money just yet, unless she willingly wished to. He Tian would not take the initiative to mention it, as it might seem somewhat ingratiating. Therefore, he decided to withdraw, understanding that some matters require a gradual approach and cannot be rushed. Lan Yusin, noticing He Tian preparing to rise, smiled at him and said, It is still early. Would you mind chatting with me a little longer? She was aware that it might not be easy to invite He Tian out again, considering the multitude of beautiful women surrounding him. How could she, a mere insignificant presence, compete for his attention? He had only just arrived in the capital and had yet to establish himself. Once he did, he would undoubtedly attract admirers like moths to a flame. As He Tian was about to stand, he sat back down and playfully remarked, Since Xiner cannot bear to part with me, I shall accompany you with my life. A blush graced Lan Yusin's cheeks as she smiled and replied, I would not dare to let you risk your life, my dear sir. I am but a humble girl who cannot afford such a sacrifice. She continued, By the way, I heard that you purchased a magnificent car worth 9 million. Why have I not seen you driving it today? He Tian, taken aback, inquired. How do you know about that? Did you see it yesterday? Lan Yusin shook her head, saying, A person of my humble status could not possibly be in such circles. You overestimate me. I heard it from Zhou. She mentioned that a strikingly handsome young gentleman, accompanied by 3 beautiful women, attended the car exhibition and purchased the very car she was promoting, valued at 9 million. Initially, she thought he was merely toying with her, but soon after, the vehicle was indeed sold. When she described the handsome gentleman and his 3 companions, I deduced it must be you. He Tian, intrigued, asked, Are you referring to the car model? Do you know her? He was contemplating how to find that car model, as if fate had provided him with a pillow when he felt drowsy. Although he could obtain Zhou Ying's WeChat through Wang Qingyang, he suspected that doing so would only irritate her, so he refrained from asking. It seemed fortunate that Lan Yusin and Zhou Ying knew each other and shared a good rapport. Lan Yusin nodded. We are university classmates and roommates. After graduation, we all stayed in the capital to pursue our careers. I took a job at the front desk, and she became a car model. She shares everything with me. As there are not many friends she can connect with in the capital, I am one of them. Ah, I see, He Tian replied. That car is not mine. I bought it as a gift from my woman. My goodness, you are so generous to your lady. She must be incredibly fortunate, Lan Yusin marveled. He Tian smiled knowingly. Why wouldn't I cherish my own woman? Would I expect someone else to treat her well? He continued, while I cannot provide them with marriage, I can compensate them in other ways. Curiously, Lan Yusin asked, what will you do when you decide to marry? Will you choose one among them, or seek another? I have not yet contemplated marriage. However, when the time comes, I would choose a woman who can accept their presence. I would never sacrifice a multitude for the sake of one. I believe no man desires only one woman. Either he lacks the capability, or he is not worthy. As long as he sees beauty, he cannot help but be drawn to it, He Tian stated candidly. Otherwise, there would not be so many stories of wealthy men keeping beautiful women. Lan Yusin nodded in agreement with He Tian's words. The same principle applies to many women who, for the sake of money, would not hesitate to do anything. If they do not, it is merely a reflection of insufficient compensation. Having worked for nearly a year, she had witnessed numerous wealthy individuals accompanied by various beautiful women to spend the night together. She was acutely aware of the challenges of earning money these days, constantly scrutinizing others' expressions and often facing reprimands. At times, she contemplated resigning and escaping this wretched place. However, where would she go? To a factory? That was a jest. Not only would the pay be less than here, but the assembly line work was faster than high-speed trains, leaving one utterly exhausted. Furthermore, with a multitude of university graduates, securing a job was no simple feat. Several candidates would compete for a single desirable position. This reality explained why so many stunning women preferred to be kept by wealthy uncles or affluent older gentlemen instead of seeking employment. If it were a young heir, it went without saying that countless beauties would line up for his selection, and soon enough, many would flock to the gentleman before her, leaving her overwhelmed with choices. Young master, with so many beauties around you, do I qualify to join? She inquired. If I were to become your woman, what would my status entail? He Tian gazed at Lan Yusin's charming face, surprised, as a hint of shyness mingled with sincerity graced her expression. He neither nodded nor shook his head, but curiously asked, why do you wish to join? What do you desire, or what would you like me to provide for you? As Lan Yusin uttered these words, she had steeled herself. Success would be ideal, but if not, she would simply seek other opportunities. Tilting her head thoughtfully, she looked at He Tian and said, as long as the young master can provide me with living expenses and pocket money. He Tian chuckled. And how much would you require for living expenses and pocket money? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lan Yusin slowly extended a delicate hand. Together, for living expenses and pocket money, 500,000 a month. Would that be acceptable? She felt her request was somewhat excessive, considering that 500,000 could easily support 2 to 3 people. Thus, she nervously observed He Tian's reaction. Upon hearing her request, He Tian shook his head and sighed. Is this all? You must think little of me. Seeing him shake his head, Lan Yusin assumed she had asked for too much. Growing even more anxious, taking a deep breath, she said, if the young master finds any part of my request unreasonable, please do point it out. He Tian continued to shake his head, stating, there is nothing unreasonable. I treat my women equally. Monthly pocket money will be 1 million, and of course, those who perform well and are obedient may receive even more. The last 2 you encountered each received 3 million a month, along with cars and houses. Lan Yusin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is that truly the case, young master? If I behave well, will there be even more pocket money? Realizing that his earlier head shake did not indicate her request was excessive, but rather that she had underestimated her worth, she thought. How could such a wealthy gentleman be so stingy? Someone who could afford to gift several million worth of cars would surely be generous. He Tian nodded and smiled. When the time comes, you can simply inquire with them, and you shall see. If you decide, I can initially offer you 100,000 as pocket money. However, the rest will depend on your performance. Without further ado, Lan Yuxian stood up, approached He Tian, and, to his astonishment, seated herself upon his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. She leaned in, offering her luscious lips for him to savor. Her delicate tongue playfully beckoned his to explore her cherry-like mouth. Unable to resist, He Tian's hands found their way to her alluring curves, tenderly massaging and caressing her. After a prolonged moment, as they parted, Lan Yuxian noticed the shimmering thread connecting their lips and, feeling shy, buried her face in his chest, unable to utter a word. He Tian took out his phone, transferring her the promised 100,000, saying, I have sent the pocket money. Please receive it. Afterward, we shall return. By the way, you may continue to call me young master. I quite enjoy it. Lan Yuxian nodded, bashfully replying, "Yes, young master." Upon checking her phone and confirming the amount, her heart swelled with excitement. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. Tian introduced the ladies to one another and allowed them to engage in conversation while he reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. In Chapter 27, "You came here of your own accord." The 4 women chatted animatedly in the room, while Tian sat alone, messaging Lin Muqing and Mu Shi, inquiring about their plans and suggesting a meal together the next day. Not long after, he received a response, "Sure. When and where?" After pondering, he typed, "Do you have any recommendations?" Lin Mushi replied, "How about we meet at the place we encountered today at noon? We can visit the amusement park. I will bring my girlfriends along. I hope you don't mind." Tian responded, "Not at all. I would relish the opportunity to enjoy leisure with such lovely ladies." Lin Mushi confirmed, "Then it's settled. See you tomorrow." After concluding his conversation with Lin Mushi, he flirted with Wei Chi for a while. Setting his phone down, he approached the room to check on the girls. As he neared the door, the sound of their laughter filled the air, bringing him great relief that the rumored discord had not manifested. Upon reaching the entrance, he observed the ladies playfully teasing one another and smiled, saying, "Let us go out for dinner and perhaps stroll around." The 4 women, brimming with excitement, hurried to change and apply makeup. An hour later, they emerged one by one, presenting themselves before Tian. As he beheld the stunning beauties before him, a wave of exhilaration coursed through him, a thought previously unimaginable. Once they descended, they boarded the hotel's waiting shuttle. As Tian had no intention of driving himself, it would only complicate matters, especially since the hotel provided complimentary transport. He led the 4 enchanting ladies into an upscale restaurant, instantly drawing envious glances from onlookers, who admired Tian for being accompanied by such exquisite companions, 3 of whom boasted remarkable figures. Some individuals harbored the desire to usurp Tian, an aspiration so palpable it was almost tangible. In the gazes of certain onlookers, there lingered a profound animosity, as if they were accusing Tian of preying upon young maidens, particularly those endowed with beauty. Others engaged in speculation regarding Tian's identity. Was he a scion of wealth or a privileged heir from an illustrious family? Such formidable prowess to escort 4 young women simultaneously. Unperturbed by the scrutiny and whispers surrounding him, Tian led the 4 ladies to the front desk, requesting the finest private room available. Upon entering the lavishly adorned chamber, Tian instructed the young women to order their preferred dishes as a youthful server arrived. After selecting their meals, the 4 ladies engaged in spirited conversation. Following a sumptuous feast, Tian settled the bill and strolled leisurely with the ladies, the myriad of enticing products lining the streets igniting their excitement. He encouraged them to choose freely. Given that Lan Yusin was a recent addition to their company, Tian seized the opportunity to revisit a luxury boutique, allowing the 4 ladies to indulge in a delightful shopping spree. They purchased an array of clothing, shoes, stockings, lingerie, and cosmetics, culminating in an expenditure of 3 million. As they passed a jewelry store, Tian realized he had yet to purchase any gold or silver adornments for them. Thus, he led the ladies inside, inviting them to select whatever caught their fancy. After their selections, 2 million more had been spent. Noticing the hour was late, Tian escorted the ladies back to their hotel, arriving just before 10 o'clock. Exhausted from the day's endeavors, he sank into the sofa, acutely aware of the fatigue that accompanies a day spent shopping with young women. With over 12 million at his disposal, he contemplated when to purchase a car for Xiner, determined to maximize the benefits of his recent windfall. After a brief respite, Tian called upon Yin Xiao to prepare a warm bath for him, while Lan Yusin and Yin Xiao took turns massaging his back. Initially, Lan Yusin felt a tinge of embarrassment, as it was her first experience bathing a male. Upon first glimpsing Tian's physique, her cheeks flushed a vibrant crimson. However, as she observed Yin Xiao's composed demeanor while attending to Tian, Lan Yusin mustered her courage and gradually joined in, eventually relaxing into the task. After a little over an hour, tranquility returned. Tian emerged from the bath invigorated. Lan Yusin's affection had surged to 50, now totaling 80. Such rapid affection was astonishing. It was no wonder that many claim the path to a woman's heart is paved with tender moments. After a period of quiet reflection on the sofa, Tian entered the bedroom, relieved to find the bed spacious enough. He silently praised the prospect of finally relishing in bliss. That night, The atmosphere in the room was charged with passion as He Tian engaged in a fervent 5-hour endeavor, his heart brimming with victorious delight. The following day, just before noon, He Tian awoke quietly, rising delicately to avoid disturbing anyone. After indulging in a soothing hot bath and a light meal, he descended the stairs. Arriving at his destination, he ordered a cup of milk tea, settling into a spot to sip and wait, much like the previous day. Time swiftly approached noon. And just as He Tian and Wei Qiqi were engrossed in their animated conversation, a familiar and irate voice pierced through the air. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." He Tian looked up to see a furious beauty with twin ponytails, clad in a light gray JK uniform, her long legs encased in sheer black stockings, and black leather shoes adorning her feet, striding briskly toward him. Two other beauties followed closely behind, one resembling Lin Muqing, while the other was unfamiliar to him. Lin Muqi sported an elegantly styled bun, dressed in a soft pink suit, complete with tailored trousers and a crisp white shirt, her feet graced by delicate pink heels, exuding the aura of a professional woman. The other beauty stood around 7 meters tall, with cascading hair partially tied back, a charming smile gracing her lovely face. She wore a beige gown adorned with rose patterns, the hem brushing against her ankles, complemented by beige heels, radiating an air of opulence and sophistication. At that moment, the system's voice resounded, announcing, "Detected valid consumer. Name, and Yueying. Age, 25. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Cup size. D. Attractiveness, 88. Mystery, 1. Favorability, 10. Just as He Tian was momentarily taken aback, Xia Qingyao dashed toward him but stumbled, uncontrollably lunging forward. Instinctively, He Tian extended his arms, and a familiar sensation surged through him as he caught her. The moment his hands made contact with Xia Qingyao, an electric thrill coursed through her body, prompting a soft gasp. The atmosphere fell into an unexpected silence as their gazes locked, each stealing a glance at He Tian's hands. Xia Qingyao let out a high-pitched exclamation, drawing the attention of passers-by who had just finished work, causing them to stop and whisper among themselves, pointing curiously. As He Tian released his grip, Xia Qingyao transformed into an enraged tigress, her hands poised to seize his neck. He Tian bolted away, with Xia Qingyao in pursuit. After a brief chase, she halted, hands on her knees, panting heavily. He Tian paused before her, chuckling, "I never imagined that beneath your seemingly ordinary exterior lies a chest more developed than mine. Quite unexpected. Your muscles may be soft, but they feel delightful." Infuriated by his words, Xia Qingyao retorted, "I'm going to kill you." He Tian feigned surprise. "What? You mean you want to, that? If that's the case, your skills must be quite impressive." Xia Qingyao fumed even more, despite his handsome appearance. He was utterly infuriating, nearly driving her to madness. "I'm going to beat you senseless." He Tian laughed again. "Are you certain about that? You just said one thing, and now you're saying another. Just how much do you crave my body to be this desperate?" Xia Qingyao nearly choked in disbelief. This rascal was insufferably teasing her. "I'll kick you to death," she roared in fury, launching a long leg toward He Tian. Quick as a flash, He Tian seized her leg, and as he grasped her ankle, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of her underwear. He Tian smirked with a mischievous grin, teasingly inquiring about the delicate pink lace that was rather sheer. He remarked on her usual dignified demeanor, expressing surprise that she could be so daring beneath it all. "I find your icy exterior and fiery interior quite appealing. No wonder you always seem so tempted by my presence." Xia Qingyao's face flushed crimson, mortified that a man had glimpsed her undergarments, particularly the light and airy kind. How would she face anyone after this? Observing her embarrassment, He Tian released her foot. But as soon as he did, she rushed at him, ready to retaliate. Thankfully, He Tian was quick on his feet, evading her advances before she could reach him. Once more, the two engaged in a playful chase, He Tian running in circles while she pursued him, only stopping when she could run no longer. Gasping for breath, Xia Qingyao heard the infuriating taunt. "So, you are the infamous poorly endowed one. It makes sense now. How utterly despicable," she exclaimed, "though I may not be voluptuous. I certainly possess a dainty charm. Is that so hard to comprehend? Is that what you call dainty?" He Tian scoffed. "It seems more like an ungraspable concept." Xia Qingyao was incensed, nearly losing her breath in her indignation, her delicate finger pointing accusingly at him, struggling to articulate her retort. Just then, Lin Muqi arrived, urgently interjecting. You two must cease this bickering. Brother, if you knew Qingyao better, you would realize she is truly a wonderful person. Please don't hold her minor attributes against her. Very well. I, as a grown man, shall not stoop to the level of a young girl, He Tian conceded, placing emphasis on young. Xia Qingyao shot him a glare, thinking him insufferable for constantly fixating on her modest bosom. Lin Mushi, seeing the argument had subsided, pointed to her stunning companion and introduced, Brother, this is my dear friend. And Yueying. Isn't she beautiful? She is the manager at Jingwei Technology Company, Limited, earning nearly $1 million annually. Hello, Missin. It is a pleasure to meet you. He Tian extended his hand. Hello, Mr. He. The pleasure is mine, and Yueying replied, gracefully shaking his hand. Only then did Yueying openly examine He Tian. The man before her was indeed strikingly handsome, with well-defined features and exquisite contours that exuded a captivating charm. His high nose, deep-set eyes, and slightly upturned lips formed a visage of perfection. His hair was neatly styled, gently swaying as if kissed by a soft breeze. Standing tall and fit, dressed in simple yet fashionable attire, he radiated a unique aura and refined taste. From any angle, he was a breathtaking sight, embodying the very essence of the ideal man in the eyes of many. Ding. And Yueying's affinity level is 30, currently at 40. Ding. Lin Mushi's affinity level is 10, currently at 60. May I ask what profession Mr. He is currently engaged in? And Yueying inquired with a gentle smile. He Tian shook his head, replying, I am only a freshman as of September. The three young women were simultaneously taken aback, being a freshman in September, particularly for Lin Mushi and Xia Qingyao, who affectionately referred to him as Brother He, evoked an indescribable sensation. However, having called him so many times, they thought it inconsequential at this point. Missin, may I inquire about the nature of your esteemed company? He Tian asked with a warm smile. And Yueying chuckled softly. Our company specializes in mechanical equipment, such as ultrasonic cleaners and dry ice cleaning machines, among others. He Tian nodded in understanding, then turned to Lin Mushi with a smile. It's quite late. Shall we find a place to dine? You choose the venue, and I shall treat you. This seemed to trigger some nerve in Xia Qingyao, who leapt up with excitement, exclaiming, I know a place renowned for its exquisite cuisine. Shall we dine there? Without waiting for the others to respond, she hailed a cab and hopped in. The three had no choice but to follow suit. Upon arrival, the four alighted from the car and were greeted by the dazzling sign that read Fu Man Lu. The exterior was lavishly adorned, exuding an air of sophistication and elegance, indicating that the dining experience here would be rather upscale. It appeared that this young lady was intent on avenging herself against He Tian, likely aiming to indulge in extravagant food at his expense, unaware that the pricier the establishment, the more delighted He Tian would be. As they entered Fu Man Lu, the interior was even more opulent than the exterior, overflowing with luxury and grandeur. The moment they stepped into the restaurant, they attracted numerous envious gazes, filled with jealousy and admiration, accompanied by three stunning beauties. It was remarkable that a mere mortal could be so fortunate. One would consider themselves fortunate to have even one of them. Yet here stood this charming young man with three. Was there any justice in the world? Whispers circulated among onlookers, speculating who this young gentleman might be and which affluent family he hailed from. This dashing lad is indeed fortunate. If I could trade 10 years of my life for such fortune, I would gladly do so. Someone mused. However, they were mistaken. One must possess the requisite charm to attain such bliss without sacrificing vitality. At the entrance, four young ladies in elegant attire greeted them with a bow, collectively announcing, Welcome to Fu Man Lu. Then, a young woman in a form-fitting uniform approached He Tian and the others, bowing gracefully as she smiled. Welcome to Fu Man Lu. May I ask if you have a reservation? The group shook their heads in response. The server continued with a smile. Would you prefer dining in the main hall or in a private room? A private room, the finest available. Chapter 28. If you have the capability, come forth. The server led He Tian and his companions to the first private room on the 3rd floor. Upon entering, they found that the decor was similar to that of the main hall, albeit on a smaller scale. The layout resembled that of a cozy apartment, complete with a living room, bedroom, and bathroom. Opening the window revealed a breathtaking view that invigorated the spirit. As they settled in, 3 young female servers entered, presenting the menu to He Tian and the others. What would you like to order? They asked with warm smiles. Please bring us your signature dishes. He Tian instructed the waiter without even glancing at the menu. He then turned to the few ladies, saying, "Feel free to order anything you desire. It's on me. No need to be modest." However, after flipping through the menu, the ladies returned it to the waiter without selecting a single dish. Noticing their indecision, He Tian smiled at the waiter and said, "Let us keep it this way for now. We can add more later if needed." Once the waitstaff exited, He Tian turned to Xia Qingyao with a gentle smile. "Why didn't you order? Haven't you been here before?" Xia Qingyao shook her head slightly. "The prices here are quite high. I've never dined here. I've only heard others say the food is excellent, which is why I brought you all along." The group fell into a brief silence, realizing that she couldn't afford it and had only come this time because of a benefactor. Well, that logic was not without its merits. He Tian chuckled, "Whether you've been here or not, let us savor the flavors today." He chose not to dwell on the matter further and engaged everyone in conversation. Just as their discussion grew lively, a knock echoed through the room, and soon after, the waiter entered, pushing a cart laden with exquisite dishes, artfully arranged and radiating enticing aromas that made one's mouth water. Everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks and began to sample the offerings. Each dish boasted a unique texture and was seasoned to perfection, prompting enthusiastic praise from all. "This cuisine is truly remarkable, Qingyao. Your recommendation is spot on," He Tian remarked between bites. A satisfied smile crept onto Xia Qingyao's face. "I'm glad you all like it." In this delightful atmosphere, they relished their meal. Once satiated, the group agreed that the culinary experience was delightful, and if circumstances allowed, they would certainly return. He Tian, however, was indifferent to the cost. As long as there were suitable goddesses present, he would spend any amount. After settling the bill, the system's notification chimed, announcing a cashback of 90,000 yuan. Upon exiting the restaurant, Lin Mushi suggested they take a leisurely stroll to digest before heading to the amusement park. This proposal met with unanimous approval, and the group began to meander aimlessly. As they wandered, they attracted envious glances from passers-by, but He Tian paid no heed to their stares, continuing to share light-hearted banter with the ladies. Before long, they arrived at a square. It was midday, and the crowd was sparse. He Tian hastily stepped into the square, prompting the ladies, noticing his quickened pace, to follow suit. Once inside, He Tian sighed in relief. The sweltering heat outside was unbearable, while this space offered a refreshing coolness, thanks to the air conditioning. The ladies exchanged knowing glances, having assumed he was rushing for a pressing reason, only to discover he was simply trying to escape the heat. "Aren't you all feeling warm?" He Tian asked with a playful smile. All three ladies nodded in agreement. They too were feeling the heat. Seeing their acknowledgement, He Tian secretly chuckled, realizing that despite their aloof demeanor, they were just as susceptible to discomfort as anyone else. "Well, since we're here, let's explore a bit. The sun is relentless outside," he suggested, smiling at the ladies. They all concurred, recognizing that wandering in the heat had been exhausting, preferring to enjoy the cooler environment for a while. Thus, they began to leisurely browse through the square. He Tian glanced around and suddenly spotted an ice cream shop, excitedly pointing at it and exclaiming, "Let's go have some ice cream." Xia Qingyao and the other two girls nodded in agreement. Upon entering the store, He Tian graciously treated everyone, allowing them to choose their preferred flavors at will. With ice cream in hand, they savored the sweet delight while continuing their leisurely stroll through the square. As they walked, they came upon a fountain, the water splashing vibrantly in the sunlight, casting a spectrum of colors. In a fit of playful exuberance, He Tian dashed to the edge of the fountain, playfully catching the droplets. This playful spectacle drew the attention of the other three, who eagerly joined in this delightful frolic. Laughter and joy filled the air, as they seemed to forget all their worries, relishing this blissful moment. "I have a gift for you all." He Tian smiled at the three girls. "After all this time, I haven't given you anything yet." At this, Bai Qingyao's eyes lit up. "Brother, what gift do you wish to bestow upon us? What would you like? Bags, cosmetics, or perhaps clothes and shoes? Choose whatever you desire, and I shall cover the cost." He Tian replied nonchalantly. With that, he led the three girls to an Hermes boutique. "Go ahead and select whatever you choose. I shall purchase as an apology for my previous misdeeds," He Tian stated calmly. "Then I shall not hold back," Xia Qingyao said cheerfully. Dashing into the store to commence her selection of bags, she meticulously compared styles and colors, occasionally holding one against herself for a better view, while the other two girls offered suggestions from the sidelines. He Tian watched them quietly, a fond smile playing on his lips. Ultimately, Xia Qingyao chose a sleek black crossbody bag, simple yet stylish. What about you two? Are you not selecting anything? Are you afraid I might not be able to afford it? Or is there nothing that catches your eye? He Tian inquired, glancing at the other two girls. Upon hearing his words, the two girls eagerly began to choose their bags. Turning to Xia Qingyao, He Tian asked, "Is one enough for you? If not, feel free to select a few more. Don't worry, this small expense is of no concern to me. Didn't I just say that whatever you choose, I shall pay for it?" Seeing her hesitation, He Tian gently urged her, "Go on," and encouraged them to pick a few more as well. "Otherwise, you might think too little of me." After being nudged, Xia Qingyao relayed his message to the other two, then rushed back to grab the bag she had earlier admired. After about half an hour, the three girls returned to He Tian, each carrying several bags. "We are ready," they announced. He Tian signaled the attendant to process the payment. Moments later, the attendant approached, bowing slightly. "Sir, the total comes to 1.5 million. He Tian produced his bank card and handed it to the attendant to complete the transaction. Before long, the system chimed in, cashback of 1.8 million. "Thank you, brother." Xia Qingyao joyfully wrapped her arms around He Tian's, her happiness evident. As the four emerged from the specialty store, they continued their leisurely stroll through the square. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces, enveloping them in a moment of unparalleled bliss. Lin Mushi pondered how a soon-to-be college student could so nonchalantly spend 1.5 million without batting an eye. What kind of family could he possibly hail from? He didn't quite fit the mold of a typical rich heir. She had encountered numerous affluent second-generation individuals, most of whom were rather stingy. It was rare to find one who spent money so freely. If he were a scion of a prestigious family, that would make sense. The other two girls shared similar thoughts, speculating whether He Tian was either a rich heir or a young master from a noble lineage. Unable to contain her curiosity, Xia Qingyao asked, "What does your family do?" He Tian glanced at Xia Qingyao, then at Lin Qingxi and An Yuing, all of whom wore expressions of intrigue. He sighed, revealing, "My parents serve the people. Please don't tell anyone." The moment the words left his lips, the three girls exhibited a range of expressions, yet they understood the significance behind serving the people. No wonder he was so wealthy. Numerous affluent individuals contributed substantial sums to support those who serve the public good. The trio remained silent for a while, gazing at He Tian as if trying to glean something significant from him. Noticing their peculiar expressions, He Tian inquired, "What's wrong? Is there something on your minds?" Lin Qingxi shook her head and asked, "Where are we going to play next? Didn't we say we'd go to the amusement park?" He Tian led them to the amusement park, where the atmosphere was vibrant and filled with laughter. Xia Qingyao eagerly tugged He Tian towards the roller coaster, while Lin Mushi and An Yuing opted for the carousel. On the roller coaster, Xia Qingyao gripped He Tian's hand tightly, feeling the wind rush past her ears as she shouted with glee. Meanwhile, Lin Mushi and An Yuing enjoyed a serene experience on their wooden steeds, swaying gently to the music, relishing the tranquility and beauty of the moment. They also indulged in bumper cars and the pirate ship, each face radiating joy. Unbeknownst to them, the sun gradually dipped towards the horizon, marking the swift passage of the day. Before leaving the amusement park, He Tian treated each girl to an ice cream, a sweet conclusion to their delightful outing. As evening descended, the four returned to the same restaurant where they had dined at noon, this time opting for a private room. He Tian refrained from ordering and encouraged the three girls to choose their own dishes, assuring them that he had no dietary restrictions. They each selected their favorite meals. After a satisfying meal, they engaged in cheerful conversation. Suddenly, Xia Qingyao asked, "Do you have a girlfriend?" All three girls turned their gaze towards He Tian. He nodded. "I have several." He Tian had never intended to keep this a secret. Aside from Wei Qi, he had informed the other women that he would have many partners in the future. Those who could accept it could stay, while those who could not need not feel obliged. With wealth on his side, he was untroubled by the absence of beautiful women. It was merely a matter of time. Upon hearing He Tian's response, the three young women were momentarily taken aback. They had contemplated this matter, as in their eyes, He Tian's background was extraordinarily impressive. Coupled with his striking good looks and considerable wealth, it was only natural that numerous beautiful women would flock to him. After all, in today's society, how many wealthy men secretly maintain multiple relationships, often forgetting the full extent of their own romantic entanglements? Xia Qingyao was filled with questions. inquiring just how many girlfriends her brother had. Can you tell me? She asked. He Tian, observing her eager expression, jested, what? Do you wish to be your brother's girlfriend too? If you were, the treatment would be quite exceptional. Xia Qingyao was momentarily puzzled. What kind of treatment? He Tian chuckled and explained, aside from the fact that I cannot offer you marriage, you would receive a car, a house, luxury items, and a monthly allowance of 1 million. Should you perform well, the allowance could increase. Upon hearing this, the breaths of the three women quickened. Such privileges could entice a vast majority of beautiful women, including themselves. Judging by He Tian's demeanor today, it seemed highly probable that he was speaking the truth. Is that really true? Brother, are all these things yours? Xia Qingyao stammered. He Tian nodded. Indeed, the benefits for a few girlfriends are typically like this. With a charming expression, he added, the allowance varies. 2 of them receive 350,000 a month. 300,000. That's an astonishing amount. Lin Mushi exclaimed, her disbelief palpable. I could never earn that much in decades. Brother, do you still want more girlfriends? Do you think I could be one? Lin Muching asked eagerly. Xia Qingyao chimed in, brother, what about me? Could I be one? Although I'm a bit younger, I assure you, I'm quite delightful. As soon as Xia Qingyao finished speaking, she anxiously glanced at He Tian, fearing he might refuse. He Tian neither nodded nor shook his head. He glanced at Lin Mushi, then at Xia Qingyao, and smiled faintly. Let us see how you both behave. If I am pleased and you prove to be obedient and understanding, it may not be out of the question. Upon hearing He Tian's words, Xia Qingyao was the first to react. She scooted her chair closer to him, wrapped her arms around his, and rested her head on his shoulder, beaming with enthusiasm. You can count on me. Yao Yao will strive to be the most obedient woman by your side. Seeing Xia Qingyao's fluid movements, Lin Mushi followed suit. Sitting beside He Tian and embracing his other arm, resting her head on his shoulder as well. Brother, Cici will also endeavor to be the most attentive and obedient woman alongside you, she declared, pecking his cheek gently. Ding Xia Qingyao's affection level increased by 10. Current affection level, 70. Ding Lin Mushi's affection level increased by 10. Current affection level, 80. And Yue Ying observed her 2 close friends, who appeared so endearing and affectionate, and felt a sense of intoxication. She pondered why she had not encountered such a situation earlier. Though she was already married, her relationship with her husband was far from ideal. Yet, she felt resigned to her fate. Meanwhile, Lin Muqing and Xia Qingyao, noticing in Yue Ying's expression, expressed concern. Yue Ying, why don't you join us? You deserve better than that useless husband of yours. Xia Qingyao echoed in agreement. Indeed, yeah, you should part ways with your husband. Given the current state of your relationship, divorce is merely a matter of time. It would be wiser to act sooner rather than later. Prolonging it only complicates matters. Lin Mushi continuously influenced in Yue Ying, saying, once you return, you should divorce your husband, and then the 3 of us can live together. Wouldn't that be delightful? Hearing her friend's words, and Yue Ying felt conflicted, torn between desire and hesitation. She was indeed stirred, yet she was a married woman. She glanced up at He Tian, pondering. Would you want me? He Tian contemplated for a moment and replied, if you possess the determination, then come to me. As chapter 29 unfolds. He Tian had just finished speaking when Yue Ying stood up, approached him, and faced him directly. She then sat on his lap and leaned down, kissing him passionately. Lin Qingxi and Xia Qingyao, standing nearby, were utterly stunned. After an indeterminate period, the 2 finally parted, and Yue Ying shyly nestled her head in He Tian's embrace. Softly murmuring, once I am divorced, I shall be the most obedient and charming woman by your side. He Tian was overjoyed, for he now had 3 lovely companions, allowing him to slow down the search for new followers. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed. Lin Mushi and Xia Qingyao, witnessing the exchange, also cozied up to He Tian for a while. When they eventually separated, He Tian surveyed the 3 beautiful women and declared, since you have all become my girlfriends, I must treat you well. Come, let us go shopping for clothes, shoes, and more, he said with a cheerful demeanor. After settling the bill, He Tian immediately led the 3 beauties back to the original shopping plaza, where they indulged in a shopping spree, acquiring a plethora of clothing, shoes, lingerie, and stockings. This extravagant shopping excursion cost He Tian a total of 2 million, yet the system refunded him with 2 for million. He sent a message to Muya, informing her that he would not be returning tonight, as he was with the 3 women. He Tian accompanied Yue Ying and her friends back to their rented abode. Though modest in size, a two-bedroom apartment with a living room of merely a few dozen square meters, the place was well equipped with all essentials, including a television and sofa. Despite its compactness, it exuded warmth, evoking a sense of home for He Tian. Upon entering, He Tian unceremoniously settled onto the sofa, prompting Yin Yueying to quickly set down her belongings and prepare a cup of tea for him. Lin Mushi and Xia Qingyao took seats on either side of him. After sipping his tea, He Tian stated, "Since you have all chosen to be my girlfriends, I am a man of my word. Today, my bank card has a limit, so I will transfer 1 million to both Cici and Yao Yao. And as for Ye, I shall transfer your share tomorrow. Does that sound agreeable?" The three women expressed no objections to He Tian's proposal, and he promptly transferred 1 million each to Lin Mushi and Xia Qingyao. Upon receiving the funds, the two women beamed with joy and rewarded He Tian with a kiss. Although Yin Yueying had not yet received her transfer, she felt reassured knowing He Tian had promised to do so the following day. "Within 2 days, I will procure cars for you. As for houses, there is no rush," he added. He Tian embraced the slender waists of Lin Mushi and Xia Qingyao, laughing heartily. As for what type of car to purchase, he suggested that their performance would dictate that decision. If they behaved well, he would consider acquiring a more expensive vehicle, perhaps one in the range of several million. Upon hearing He Tian's words, the three young women exchanged knowing glances. Xia Qingyao, brimming with joy, planted a kiss on He Tian's cheek and exclaimed, "Brother, I will go prepare your bath water right away. After such a long day, you must be exhausted and in need of a refreshing wash." With a nod of approval from He Tian, Xia Qingyao bounced off to the bathroom to draw the water. Watching her lively figure, He Tian was reminded of his carefree childhood spent playing joyfully with friends in the countryside. He marveled at how unexpectedly adorable this little girl was, and he found immense pleasure in their playful interactions. After filling the tub, Xia Qingyao returned to summon He Tian for his bath. As he approached the bathroom door, he turned back with a mischievous grin and said, "Come here and help me scrub my back." The three young women's faces flushed crimson upon hearing his request, each exchanging glances, hesitant to move. Observing their bashful demeanor, He Tian urged, "Come on, you three. Just moments ago, you were vying to be the most obedient women by my side. Why the sudden reluctance?" Reluctantly, the trio entered the bathroom to assist him in undressing. Their faces were so red they seemed on the verge of bleeding as they shyly helped scrub his back. Meanwhile, He Tian lounged on the sofa in his shorts, engrossed in his phone while the three women took turns bathing and changing. After some time lost in the world of his phone, He Tian began to feel drowsy. He casually wandered into a nearby room, where a delicate fragrance of orchids greeted him, invigorating his senses. The space contained a bed and a computer desk, atop which rested a laptop. Next to the desk stood a modest wardrobe. This was his first venture into a girl's personal quarters, and he felt a mix of intrigue and novelty. Curiously, he opened the wardrobe to find neatly arranged clothing, long skirts in one section, short skirts in another, and blouses in yet another. He also discovered an array of lingerie, which stirred a sense of excitement within him. This room undoubtedly belonged to Yin Yueying, as the clothing sizes matched her figure, and the floral scent mirrored her own fragrance. He approached the bed and, without hesitation, reclined upon it. The mattress was incredibly soft and fragrant. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was nearly 11 o'clock, and the three women had yet to finish bathing. Just then, Yin Yueying gently entered, and upon seeing He Tian lounging on her bed, a blush crept onto her cheeks. He Tian invited Yin Yueying to lie beside him, wrapping his arm around her waist tenderly. "If you ever face any difficulties, do not hesitate to share them with me. I will not shy away from offering my assistance." And Yin Yueying nestled closer in his embrace, deeply touched by his words. Shaking her head, she expressed that there were no difficulties. Her work was satisfactory. The matter of divorce might take a little longer, yet she reassured her brother, "Rest assured, Ye will handle it with utmost swiftness." He Tian gently kissed her crimson lips, stating that he would not interfere in this matter. "Should you find it insurmountable, do not hesitate to inform me, understand?" And Yin Yueying nodded, touched, and softly replied. Just as He Tian was about to continue, Lin Mushi and Xia Qingyao entered together. Lin Mushi seemed to have overheard their conversation and smiled, saying, "Brother, do not worry. This matter is not arduous. If only you provide Ye with a modicum of financial assistance for her ineffectual husband, it would suffice." Previously, Ye's husband had proposed that if she granted him 1 million, he would consent to the divorce. However, she had not acquiesced at that time, resulting in the prolongation of their marital ties. With her brother's presence, she believed the divorce would soon be a reality. He Tian nodded. I will transfer 1 million to Yaya tomorrow. Should that amount prove insufficient, do let me know, understood? And Yue Ying's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude. Brother, you are truly wonderful to Yaya. He Tian affectionately tousled her hair. Silly girl, as my woman, it is only right that I treat you well. Now do not weep. I am not fond of girls who cry. And Yue Ying promptly stifled her tears and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. He Tian chuckled. How does Yaya wish to express her gratitude? And Yue Ying's cheeks flushed as she playfully punched He Tian's shoulder, exclaiming, Brother, you are truly insufferable. With that, she gradually shifted downwards, revealing the lively He Tian. The following morning, He Tian awoke and noticed the 3 women still peacefully slumbering. He rose quietly, washed up in the bathroom, and prepared breakfast for all, anticipating that the 3 might awaken and desire a meal. After enjoying his breakfast, He Tian lounged on the sofa, engaging in playful banter with Wei Qiqi and conversing with Mu Ya and the others for some time. Setting aside his phone, he approached the window, drew back the curtains, and admired the view outside. Just as he became engrossed in the scenery, and Yue Ying's voice chimed, Brother, good morning. He Tian turned, walked to her, and affectionately ruffled her hair. And Yue Ying closed her eyes in apparent delight, tilting her head slightly. Why not rest a bit longer? You appear quite fatigued, which is rather endearing. Feeling touched, and Yue Ying gently grasped He Tian's hand and replied, I am fine. Once awake, I couldn't find sleep again. That is good, He Tian said, placing a tender kiss on her forehead. Since you cannot sleep, why not freshen up? And then we shall take a stroll outside to breathe in the fresh air. And Yue Ying nodded and retreated to the bathroom to wash up. After a while, she emerged, donned her outerwear, and together they held hands as they stepped out into the morning streets. Sunlight bathed them, casting a portrait of blissful companionship. As they walked, they arrived at a flower shop. He Tian paused, entered the store, and purchased a vibrant bouquet, presenting it to Yue Ying. For you, my beautiful and charming princess, he said with a smile. And Yue Ying, with trembling hands, accepted the bouquet, her face radiating with a blissful smile. She cradled the flowers against her chest, as if wishing to embrace He Tian himself. Together, they continued their stroll side by side. After meandering through the nearby streets, He Tian and Yue Ying returned home. Upon their arrival, they spotted Lin Muxi and Xia Qingyao seated on the sofa, engrossed in their phones. The moment Lin Muxi and Xia Qingyao noticed He Tian and Yue Ying, they immediately stood up, smiling softly. Brother, where have you 2 been? Yao Yao and I woke up and couldn't find you, and you, they inquired. Upon seeing the flowers in Yue Ying's hands, they playfully teased, Oh, so you and brother are indulging in romance at home. Was that not enough? You had to go out for a little more? And Yue Ying's face flushed crimson, and with a hint of mock anger, she pointed at Lin Muxi. You little she, how dare you make fun of me? Just wait and see how I deal with you. As soon as the words left her mouth, she lunged at Lin Muxi, and soon enough, a playful skirmish ensued among the 3 women, with Xia Qingyao joining the fray. Laughter and playful banter filled the air, and before long, their attire became disheveled. Observing from the sidelines, He Tian felt a surge of joy in his heart. After a considerable time of frolicking, the 3 women finally paused. He Tian, noticing their respite, made his way to the sofa and settled down. He pulled out his phone and transferred 1 million to Yue Ying. Yu, I have sent the money to you. Please check. Upon receiving the funds, Yue Ying enveloped He Tian in a warm embrace and whispered softly in his ear. Thank you, brother. He Tian, treating everyone equally, also offered Lin Muxi and Xia Qingyao a hearty hug before announcing, I cannot accompany you all today. I need to find someone to purchase a car for you. You 3 can enjoy your outing together. Hooray! Lin Muxi and Xia Qingyao exclaimed in excitement. Seeing their jubilant expressions filled He Tian with happiness. The 3 women began to discuss their plans for the day. I want to try that newly opened dessert shop. Although it just opened, I hear it has been quite popular, so it must be delicious, suggested Xia Qingyao. Both women nodded in agreement. Then we can also visit the supermarket and the mall, proposed Lin Muxi. Yes, let's get ready to set out. Xia Qingyao exclaimed enthusiastically. Thus, the 3 women joyfully mapped out their itinerary for the day. Xiaowang, could you assist me in finding 3 Bentley Bentegas? After the 3 women left, He Tian contacted Wang Qinyang, who had previously sold him a Lamborghini. Shortly thereafter, Wang Qinyang replied, Young master, are you looking to purchase? I am only responsible for the Lamborghini, but I can recommend someone to you. I will send you their WeChat shortly. Thank you, Xiao Wang. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Thank you, young master, but I cannot accept. If you have time one day, I will treat you instead. All right. That sounds good. Before long, Wang Qinyang sent over a WeChat ID, and upon seeing the username Wind Chasing the Storm, He Tian added the contact without hesitation. Once accepted, he began messaging. Hello, my name is He Tian. May I ask how to address you? In the wind's pursuit of the blade, greetings to you. I am Su Zhifeng, and I have heard from that rascal Wang Qinyang that you desire 3 Bentleys. Indeed, the top configuration. How much would that entail? Su Zhifeng chuckled heartily, stating, for 3 top configurations, it would be 12 million. What say you? When can we finalize this? What is the location? Tomorrow, replied Su Zhifeng. Provide me with the address. And a deposit of 1 million will ensure delivery to your doorstep. Understood, responded He Tian. He promptly transferred the million to Su Zhifeng and shared in Yueying's address. Excellent. I look forward to our collaboration, Su Zhifeng affirmed. As do I, replied He Tian. After arranging the purchase, He Tian reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, his thoughts drifting to Zhou. Her beauty and figure were truly beyond words, leaving a tingling sensation in his heart. Thus, he sent a message to Lan Yusin, expressing his desire for Zhou Ying to become his companion, requesting her assistance in ascertaining Zhou Ying's feelings. Should Zhou Ying be amenable, he asked for her WeChat contact. Chapter 30. More impressive than I imagined. Time slipped away, and at 3:30 in the afternoon, Lan Yusin messaged He Tian, stating that Zhou Ying wished to speak with him in person. He Tian inquired about the time and place. Lan Yusin replied, 6 o'clock at the cafe by the lake in Lianhua Park. He Tian responded, all right, noted. Come assist me, and I shall take you to buy a car. Understood. My lord, where are you now? I shall come to find you, Lan Yusin replied. Meet me at the entrance of Lianhua Park. I am on my way. He Tian instructed. Yes, my lord, I am heading there now, she confirmed. He Tian changed into his favorite attire, adjusting his hairstyle and collar in front of the mirror, ensuring he appeared polished and presentable. He then grasped his phone, ready to depart. As he descended the stairs, a mixture of nervousness and anticipation swirled within him. He pondered how to navigate this special evening, curious if surprises awaited him. Upon reaching the ground floor, he summoned a taxi, relaying the destination to the driver. Seated within the vehicle, He Tian gazed out the window, gradually relaxing, savoring the tranquility of the moment while feeling a swell of excitement for what was to come. Upon arriving at the entrance of Lianhua Park, he spotted Lan Yusin waiting for him. Today, she had styled her hair into a high ponytail, exuding a spirited and neat appearance. Her hair cascaded down like a waterfall, shimmering with each movement, and the high ponytail imbued her with youthful vitality and confidence, akin to a nimble deer gracefully navigating through the crowd. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that illuminated her exquisite visage, rendering her porcelain-like skin radiant with a soft glow. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, reminiscent of the brightest stars in the night sky, emanating a blend of determination and gentleness. The high ponytail accentuated the elegant lines of her neck and the delicate contours of her features, captivating all who beheld her. He Tian hastened toward her, waving to greet Lan Yusin. Upon seeing He Tian, Lan Yusin was overwhelmed with joy and rushed into his warm and secure embrace. In her high heels, she stood at the same height as He Tian. Having missed him dearly after just a day apart, she leaned in and kissed him tenderly. He Tian reciprocated, their tongues dancing together within her cherry lips. Time slipped away unnoticed, perhaps a minute, perhaps 5, or even 10, when they finally parted. A delicate strand of glistening moisture connected their lips. Embarrassed, Lan Yusin buried her face in his chest, unable to meet his gaze. He Tian gently caressed her hair, smiling as he asked, have you decided what car you want, Xiner? I shall buy it for you shortly. Looking at He Tian's handsome face, Lan Yusin softly replied, I hadn't expected that whatever car you choose for me, I would be delighted with it. Do you think I should prefer a sports car or a sedan? He Tian inquired, his eyes fixed on her charming face. A supercar. They look incredibly cool, Lan Yusin replied, a hint of longing in her voice. He Tian nodded, grinning. Very well, since you adore supercars so much, I shall gift you one. Touched, Lan Yusin exclaimed, thank you, young master, for your kindness. I am truly moved. He Tian planted a kiss on her cheek, playfully saying, no need for thanks. This is merely the fulfillment of a promise I made to you. Lan Yusin enveloped He Tian in a warm embrace. Ding! Lan Yusin's affection level increased by 5, bringing the current level to 85. As they entered a cafe, Lan Yusin and He Tian settled into a window-side seat. He Tian ordered a sweetened coffee, stating, "Without sugar, it's unbearably bitter, and I'm not accustomed to that." Lan Yusin opted for a glass of juice. Soon, the waiter brought their orders, placing the coffee in front of He Tian and the juice before Lan Yusin. He Tian carefully took a small sip of his coffee, wary of burning his tongue. He savored the flavor, finding it quite delightful. Although it bore a hint of bitterness, it was not overpowering. Rather, it possessed a subtle sweetness that pleasantly surprised him. Intrigued by this unexpected taste, he took a larger sip, relishing the warm liquid as it slid down his throat, bringing a sense of satisfaction. Lan Yusin turned her face to gaze at He Tian, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Finding him captivating in all he did, a source of endless delight that would never grow tiresome. Perhaps this was the enchantment of love. They sat in comfortable silence, each cradling their favorite beverage, savoring the sweet or bitter flavors while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Their discussions ranged from mundane daily occurrences to future aspirations. From personal preferences to fascinating tales of the world, nothing was off-limits. Each topic served as a key, unlocking deeper chambers of their hearts, allowing them to understand one another more profoundly. In this warm and inviting atmosphere, time seemed to stand still. The external clamor and pressures faded away, leaving only the sincere exchange of words and laughter between the two. This delightful ambience brought an unparalleled sense of relaxation and joy. As if all worries had been cast aside, they reveled in the tranquility and beauty of the moment, conveying their emotions and thoughts through words. Each sentence flowed effortlessly, devoid of any awkwardness or restraint. Such exchanges not only deepened their bond, but also allowed them to cherish this rare friendship even more. In this vibrant moment, their spirits shone as brightly as the sun, their faces illuminated by joyous smiles. The delightful atmosphere resembled a clear spring, flowing through their hearts and nourishing their souls. Just as they were enjoying their conversation, Lan Yusin's phone rang. She glanced at her phone to see that it was a call from Zhou Ying. Pressing the answer button and activating the speakerphone, she heard Zhou Ying's melodious voice. "I'm already at the cafe. Where are you?" Prior to her arrival, Lan Yusin had informed Zhou Ying of her intention to come, and Zhou did not mind, so she called upon reaching the cafe entrance. "We're already inside the cafe. At table 36, the one by the window," Lan Yusin replied, looking outside but not spotting Zhou Ying. Before long, a voluptuous and graceful woman approached. Her skin, as delicate and smooth as white jade, emanated a subtle glow. Her bright, captivating eyes sparkled like stars, revealing an alluring charm with every glance. Her hair cascaded like clouds, gently brushing against her fair shoulders, exuding a refined fragrance. Her slender waist swayed gracefully, reminiscent of a willow branch in a gentle breeze, light and elegant. Her long legs boasted an exquisite silhouette, each step resonating with a unique rhythm that captivated all who beheld her. Dressed in a stylish and alluring fitted dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure, she radiated charm in abundance. Her smile was radiant and sweet, with the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, exuding a sense of confidence and gentleness. The newcomer was none other than Zhou Ying, who seated herself before He Tian and Lan Yusin. She waved to the waiter, a young man who approached with a polite smile, inquiring, "May I assist you, ladies?" "I would like a glass of orange juice, please," Zhou Ying replied with a smile. "Certainly, please hold on for a moment." The waiter responded before departing to fetch her drink. Before long, he returned, placing the orange juice before Zhou Ying, wishing her to enjoy her drink before taking his leave. "Miss Zhou, hello, I am He Tian. It is a pleasure to meet you," He Tian said, standing up and extending his hand with a smile. "Hello, young master He. I am Zhou Ying. It is an honor to meet you as well," Zhou Ying replied, also rising to shake his hand. As their hands clasped, He Tian felt Zhou Ying's delicate hand, smooth and soft, akin to a warm piece of jade, bringing a sense of comfort and warmth. He couldn't help but recall descriptions from ancient literary works he had read, where women were compared to delicate blossoms and their skin likened to fine cream. Such phrases danced in his mind, yet he felt they fell short of encapsulating Zhou Ying's beauty and gentleness. Her small hand seemed to possess an enchanting magic, compelling him to hold it tighter, yearning to experience more warmth and comfort. As their gazes intertwined, He discerned the shyness and nervousness reflected in Zhou Ying's eyes, stirring ripples of emotion within him. He realized that this enchanting girl harbored similar feelings for him, igniting a profound sense of exhilaration and joy. Determined to seize this opportunity, he resolved to nurture the burgeoning connection between them. Meanwhile, Lan Yusin observed the scene with a twinge of envy. Yet she remained cognizant of her role and the purpose for her presence that day. Casting a glance at He Tian and then at Zhou Ying, she playfully teased, "Oh my, witnessing the two of you exchanging such affectionate glances, are you not tempted to share a sweet kiss or perhaps indulge in a grand embrace?" Zhou Ying's face flushed a brilliant crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, as she leaped towards Lan Yusin, exclaiming, "You mischievous girl. Just wait and see how I deal with you." With that, she began to tickle Lan Yusin. Ducking and dodging Zhou Ying's playful assault, Lan Yusin laughed breathlessly, finally pleading, Ying, I admit my fault. I won't dare again. Please spare me." Only then did Zhou Ying relent, rising to adjust her attire and hair with grace before returning to her seat. Lan Yusin followed suit, tidying herself as well. "I apologize for the spectacle, young master He. I often engage in playful banter with Xine. I hope you do not mind," Zhou Ying said, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Not at all," He Tian replied. "Such playful antics indicate a strong bond between you two. Otherwise, such merriment would not occur." In truth, He Tian not only harbored no objections, but rather relished the sight of their playful interactions. During their earlier frolic, he had inadvertently caught a glimpse of an alluring cleft, framed delicately by pink lace, leaving much to the imagination. Once Zhou Ying settled into her seat, a lull enveloped the trio, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Stealing a glance at Zhou Ying, He Tian noticed her nervously cradling her cup, seemingly lost in thought. He quickly averted his gaze, taking a sip of coffee to mask his own discomfort. A furtive glance at Zhou Ying revealed she remained oblivious to his earlier lapse, prompting a sigh of relief. "By the way, Miss Zhou, what are your hobbies?" He Tian hastily shifted the conversation in hopes of alleviating the tension. "I enjoy reading and listening to music, occasionally. I go shopping with friends," Zhou Ying replied, lifting her head with a smile. "How delightful. I too am fond of reading and music. Perhaps we share numerous interests." He Tian remarked with a grin. "Is that so? We could exchange our reading lists and playlists." Zhou Ying's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm for the topic. As their conversation flourished, the atmosphere transformed into one of ease and enjoyment. Lan Yusin, observing from the sidelines, felt a pang of sadness and longing. Yet, she quickly adjusted her mindset and joined in their lively discussion. As He Tian lifted his cup of coffee and took a sip, he smiled at Zhou Ying and remarked that Miss Zhou should be aware of his purpose for visiting. He assumed Xine had already informed her. He inquired how Miss Zhou had contemplated the matter. Upon hearing the serious nature of the conversation, Zhou Ying also adopted a more earnest demeanor. She gazed quietly at He Tian, expressing, "It is not that I distrust Xine, but I yearn to hear from you directly, young master He, what you can offer me." He Tian scrutinized Zhou Ying, noting the delicate flush that graced her cherubic face. Her lips curled into a smile that seemed both playful and coy, instantly captivating him. Zhou Ying, feeling bashful under his gaze, lowered her head. Once He Tian regained his composure, he addressed Zhou seriously, stating that apart from marriage, vehicles, housing, luxury goods, and wealth, he could provide anything she desired, provided she remained obedient and compliant. Zhou Ying regarded He Tian with her clear, water-like eyes, which sparkled with complex emotions. Her gaze reflected both curiosity and inquiry towards him, intertwined with profound contemplation and hesitation, as if she were attempting to peer through his exterior to uncover the secrets within. She slightly furrowed her brow, seemingly pondering something of great significance. Her lips would occasionally lift in a barely perceptible smile, only to revert to a composed expression. Her eyes conveyed a sense of determination and confidence, as if she had arrived at a decision. With a shy nod, she acquiesced, "I agree." He Tian instantly brightened, exclaiming, "That is wonderful. I have awaited your affirmative response for quite some time. Now that you have consented, you may call me young master just like Xiner does, and I shall refer to you as Inger from now on. I will transfer 1 million to you as your pocket money." Without waiting for Zhou Ying to respond, he promptly executed the transfer. Upon hearing the notification on her phone, Zhou Ying glanced at the screen and confirmed the amount, 1 million. She beamed at He Tian, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, young master," for this pocket money. Your due reward. He Tian waved his hand dismissively. I had intended to promise Xiner a vehicle. But now that you have agreed to be my girlfriend, we shall purchase cars together. I will call my friend to place the order shortly. Lan Yusin chimed in joyfully. Ying, it seems we truly are kindred spirits. We shared our university days, lived together in the dorms, and now we remain together. Zhou Ying, feeling a bit bashful, nodded in agreement. Indeed, perhaps this is destiny. However, young master, you are even more formidable than I had imagined. Chapter 31, Double the Cashback. Double the joy. He Tian picked up his phone and messaged Su Zhifeng. Mr. Su, could you assist me in procuring 2 Porsche 918 Spider vehicles? At that moment, Su Zhifeng was lounging by the pool of his private villa, reveling in the company of a group of affluent friends and beautiful women. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Upon glancing at the message, he inhaled sharply, marveling at the extraordinary nature of this He Gongzi. Not long ago, he had seemingly ordered 3 Bentley Bentegas and now sought 2 Porsche 918 Spiders. What a remarkable feat this is. One must realize that a Porsche 918 Spider commands a price exceeding 14 million. 2 of them together amount to nearly 30 million, and when combined with 3 Bentley Bentegas, the total ascends to a staggering 40 million. There are few who possess the means to procure such vehicles. Even the son of the richest magnate, Wang Tsong, would likely not indulge in such extravagance. It appears that this gentleman, He Tian, is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps it would be prudent to cultivate a closer relationship with him. He may very well become a benefactor in the future. However, one must consider that it is uncommon for an ordinary individual to purchase multiple units of the same luxury automobile, barring corporate acquisitions. Typically, such purchases are made for gifting purposes. The former scenario is improbable. Corporations do not procure supercars, favoring instead vehicles that convey a sense of prestige, such as Audis or BMWs. While Bentleys and Maybachs are also considered, supercars are rarely acquired for corporate use. It is evident that this gentleman, He Tian, is purchasing supercars as gifts. Could it be that one is for personal use and the other intended for someone else? If he is indeed gifting a Porsche 918 Spider, his financial prowess is truly formidable. Gifting a multi-million-dollar supercar is no small undertaking. Upon contemplating this, Su Zhifeng promptly responded to He Tian's message, stating that he could arrange 2 Porsche 918 Spiders, though it might require some time. As for the price, it would amount to 30 million in total. He inquired if this was acceptable, assuring He Tian that he would expedite the process. Upon receiving Su Zhifeng's reply, He Tian responded, indicating that money was not an issue as long as Su Zhifeng could procure the vehicles. He requested to be notified once the cars were secured. Su Zhifeng, upon reading He Tian's response, concluded that his initial assumptions were correct. This gentleman was indeed remarkable. Very well, He Tian, I shall commence the arrangements for your vehicles forthwith. Su Zhifeng replied. He Tian smiled and responded, Thank you, Su Zhifeng. I look forward to our future collaborations. You're welcome, He Tian. I anticipate our continued partnership. Su Zhifeng replied graciously. He Tian then turned to Zhou Ying and Lan Yusin, briefly informing them of the vehicle order, assuring them that it had been successfully placed and would be delivered shortly. Rest assured and await its arrival, he concluded. As He Tian finished speaking, a notification chimed. Zhou Ying's favorability rating, 30, current favorability, 50. Lan Yusin's favorability rating, 3, current favorability, 88. Lan Yusin beamed with joy, her smile radiant as a flower. She enveloped He Tian in a warm embrace, whispering softly, Thank you, young master, for the car you gifted me. She planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. Zhou Ying was deeply touched. Having just agreed to be his girlfriend, she had already received a generous gift of 1 million and a car. How fortunate she felt to have chosen him. She sprang up, her spirits soaring, and rushed to He Tian, giving him a hearty hug and planting a kiss on his other cheek. He Tian, noticing Zhou Ying, who was slightly taller than him in her high heels, felt an irresistible urge to wrap his arms around her slender waist. They engaged in playful banter, creating a lively atmosphere filled with laughter and joy. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Zhou Ying found herself slightly breathless. With a gentle push, she nudged He Tian, her cheeks flushing like ripe apples, quickly burying her face in his shoulder. Ding! Zhou Ying's affection level reached 10, currently at 60. Lan Yusin observed the intimacy between Zhou Ying and He Tian with a twinge of jealousy, yet she was aware of her own place. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. He Tian led the two exquisite beauties, Zhou Ying and Lan Yusin, to an upscale restaurant. Upon arriving at the entrance, they were greeted by 2 rows of hostesses. For young women in uniform bowed in unison, sweetly saying, "Welcome to Mingyue Tower." Subsequently, the 2 hostesses closest to the door opened it, while the remaining 6 gestured for them to enter. As they stepped inside, a woman in a qipao approached them, slightly bending at the waist with a warm smile. "Welcome to Mingyue Tower. May I ask if you have a reservation?" "No," He Tian replied with a chuckle. Shaking his head, the qipao-clad hostess inquired, "Would you prefer dining in the main hall or selecting a private room?" Without hesitation, He Tian stated, "A private room. The best one you have." The hostess nodded with a smile, saying, "Certainly, please follow me." Upon entering the private room, the trio instantly became the center of attention, drawing envious glances from many who whispered, "How does that young man have such 2 stunning beauties with him?" Witnessing this scene, some felt a pang of envy, silently pondering why these 2 beauties had taken a liking to them. Meanwhile, murmurs filled the air as others quietly speculated about He Tian's identity. Their curiosity piqued. The 2 women were indeed as beautiful as flowers, their figures remarkable, leaving onlookers awestruck and exclaiming that this was truly a rare spectacle. Unfazed by the attention, He Tian followed the qipao hostess upstairs, pondering why the system had not reacted to such beauty. Was there some advanced technology at play? Arriving at the first private room on the 3rd floor, he slowly pushed open the closed door, greeted by an atmosphere of luxury and tranquility. The spacious and exquisite room felt like a portal to another world. Warm, soft lighting was artfully arranged on the walls and ceiling, creating a cozy and inviting ambience. The furnishings were meticulously arranged, each chair designed for both comfort and aesthetics. The floor was carpeted with soft fabric, making each step feel as light as walking on clouds. Beautiful paintings and photographs adorned the walls, each seemingly telling its own story, enriching the cultural essence of the space. In one corner of the room stood a large-screen television, ready for movie screenings or music videos. Adjacent to the setting lies an exquisite sound system, allowing one to indulge in a high-quality auditory experience. Furthermore, the private room is furnished with a grand round table, accommodating multiple guests for dining or gatherings. The table is adorned with elegant cutlery and fresh flowers, providing a delightful visual appeal. In essence, this private room not only offers a secluded and comfortable environment, but also showcases its unique taste and style, captivating all who enter. Here, individuals can unwind and savor a wonderful moment. Not long after He Tian and his companions settled in, several youthful attendants entered with menus, distributing them to the trio. He Tian casually perused the menu before selecting 2 signature dishes. He then glanced at the 2 ladies, signaling for them to make their choices. The ladies browsed the menu and selected a few dishes that appeared delectable and aligned with their preferences. After the attendant noted their orders, they promptly exited the room. Once the attendants had departed, He Tian addressed the 2 young women, stating his intention to purchase cars for them first, followed by homes in close proximity to Qing University. As he would soon be reporting there, he proposed that they live together, alleviating his need to travel extensively. "What do you think? I would love to hear your thoughts," he inquired. The 2 women nodded eagerly, affirming, "We shall follow your lead, young master. Wherever you decide to buy, we shall go." Shortly thereafter, the dishes began to arrive one after another. Gazing at the table laden with delectable cuisine, the 2 ladies could hardly contain their excitement. He Tian chuckled at their eager expressions, remarking, "Go ahead and eat. You both look as if you've never tasted fine food before." The ladies, unpretentious in their hunger, seized their chopsticks and began to feast. Between mouthfuls, they mumbled with delight, "This is delicious, truly exquisite." As they swallowed, expressions of bliss and satisfaction graced their faces. Seeing their joy, He Tian joined in heartily, discovering the flavors to be quite delightful. The trio dined and conversed merrily, enjoying each other's company. After their appetites were sated, He Tian settled the bill and led the 2 radiant ladies towards the shopping plaza, embarking on a shopping spree. Shopping seemed to be an innate instinct for the ladies. As soon as they stepped into the plaza, they burst forth with excitement, diving into the stores as if liberated from confinement. 2 hours later, the trio emerged from the shopping plaza, each burdened with ample bags, prompting onlookers to wonder if they were preparing for a wholesale venture rather than a mere shopping excursion. He Tian then escorted the 2 ladies to a 5-star hotel, utilizing Zhou Ying's identification to secure a presidential suite for a month at the price of 888. After all, opportunities to flaunt wealth in the presence of beautiful women were not to be missed. Upon reaching the top floor and entering the presidential suite, the trio tossed their belongings onto the sofa, with Hee-Tian finding a comfortable spot to recline. Zhou Ying quietly approached from behind, her delicate hands resting on Hee-Tian's shoulders, gently massaging him. Meanwhile, Lan Yusin crouched beside Hee-Tian's thigh, her soft hands delicately massaging his leg. Hee-Tian relished the soothing touch of both ladies, thoroughly enjoying their attentions. After more than half an hour had passed, Hee-Tian gently tapped Zhou Ying's delicate hand and affectionately ruffled Lan Yusin's little head, smiling as he remarked, "All right, you both have had a long day. Go take a bath and then rest for a while." The two nodded in agreement and stepped into the bathroom. Hee-Tian reclined on the sofa, contemplating the plans ahead. He intended to visit a real estate agency to explore suitable housing options near Qingda. If he found appropriate properties, he could purchase several, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. While lost in thought, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Zhou Ying and Lan Yusin, wrapped in towels as they emerged. Hee-Tian's gaze fixed upon them, captivated by their stunning figures, their skin as fair as snow and perfectly contoured. Noticing the intensity of his gaze, Zhou Ying felt a blush creep onto her cheeks and softly said, "Young master, we'll head back to our room now." With that, she took Lan Yusin's hand and entered the bedroom. Hee-Tian took a deep breath to steady his emotions before proceeding to take a shower. After showering, with his hair still damp, he settled onto the sofa, browsing his phone for real estate listings near Qingda. After a rough calculation, he deduced that if he purchased a car tomorrow using a double cashback card, he could potentially receive back over 28 million, nearing 30 million. Thus, with two 918s in hand, the total could exceed 60 million. The mere thought of it filled him with exhilaration. With more than 60 million, he could acquire a suitable home, allowing for an upgrade of the system. He wondered whether the system would still offer double cashback cards. If so, the delight would be unparalleled. Who could truly understand the joy of double cashback? Once the system upgraded, he would no longer need to seek out additional helpers. By acquiring several properties, he could likely elevate to the next level, a notion that thrilled him immensely. Reflecting on the concept of doubling, Hee-Tian remembered that there was yet more joy awaiting him in the room. Two exquisite individuals were already waiting for him. He stood up eagerly and walked into the room. As he opened the door, he found the two beauties lying side by side on the bed, covered with a blanket. Unable to contain the fervor building within him at the sight, he felt the heat of the moment. The trio spent nearly the entire night awake, laboring together. The next morning, Hee-Tian awoke, rubbing his eyes, and reached for his phone, discovering a multitude of unread messages. Upon checking, he found several from Mu Ye and the others, inquiring why he hadn't returned the previous night. There were also numerous messages from Wei Qiqi expressing her desire to see him and questioning why he had not replied. He took the time to respond to each, briefly explaining the situation here, though he refrained from disclosing everything to Wei Qiqi, at least not yet. He simply told her he was preoccupied with work and had little time to check messages. Understanding his commitment to his career, Wei Qiqi, being considerate, didn't press him further and urged him to rest well and take care of his health, cautioning against overexerting himself for the sake of work, as it would be counterproductive. Hee-Tian acknowledged her concerns. After replying to the messages, he turned to glance at the two young women beside him, only to find their sparkling eyes fixed upon him. The sight stirred within him a wave of excitement, prompting him to whisper sweet nothings into their ears. Two young ladies playfully complained, "Young master, you are so annoying." As soon as they finished speaking, they subtly moved closer. Hee-Tian awkwardly chuckled and nodded, saying, "Not bad. Not bad. You both have performed well. I will transfer 1 million to each of you." With that, Hee-Tian swiftly sent the money to the two ladies. Upon receiving the funds, they leaned in to kiss Hee-Tian, only to be promptly stopped by him. Realizing the situation, both ladies smiled sheepishly and simultaneously expressed, "Thank you, young master." Chapter 32. Mr. He truly exudes generosity. After getting up and freshening up, Hee-Tian settled on the sofa, engrossed in his phone while ordering 3 breakfasts. Once they finished their meal, Hee-Tian accompanied the two ladies to a Patek Philippe boutique. As they entered the store, a striking woman dressed in a fitted black dress, appearing around 27 or 28, approached them. She slightly bowed, smiling as she welcomed them. "Welcome to the Patek Philippe boutique. I am the store manager, Su Zian. May I inquire what kind of watches you would like to see?" Just as He Tian was about to respond, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Valid consumer detected. Name, Su Zian. Age, 38. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 58 kilograms. Bust. D. Attractiveness, 92. Mystery, 1. Favorability, 20. Hearing the system's announcement, He Tian took a moment to scrutinize the beautiful store manager. Su Zian wore her hair in a sleek high ponytail, and her delicate face was adorned with light makeup. Though subtle, it could not conceal her flawless, fair skin, which only enhanced her youthful appearance. Dressed in a fitted black blazer over a white blouse, the shirt hinted at her ample curves, while the tailored suit accentuated her figure exquisitely. Her black pencil skirt hugged her rounded hips closely, and paired with black stockings and heels, she exuded an air of elegance and grace. The snug fit highlighted her alluring silhouette, with a slender waist, voluptuous hips, and long legs radiating charm against the backdrop of black. Unbeknownst to him, Su Zian was also observing He Tian. His prominent nose seemed to be sculpted by a master artisan, with sharp lines that retained an air of elegance. His deep-set eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, suggesting an uncanny ability to perceive the depths of one's heart. His thick eyebrows, dark as ink, were neatly arranged, with the subtly arched tails adding a touch of charisma. His lips, perfectly proportioned, were often curled into a mischievous smile that could easily captivate anyone. Soft lighting enveloped him, outlining his perfect physique, broad shoulders, a solid chest, and long legs, all of which exuded a distinct masculine charm and strength. Such a handsome, dashing figure was undeniably her type. However, upon noticing the two beautiful ladies beside He Tian, her heart sank. In terms of figure, age, and aura, they surpassed her by a considerable margin. He Tian, realizing the situation, cheerfully greeted, "Hello, Manager Su. My name is He Tian. We are here to inquire about the Patek Philippe Model 5260355 or 001. I wonder if you have it in stock." Su Zian was taken aback for a moment, pondering if he intended to gift such an extravagant women's watch to the two lovely ladies accompanying him. It seemed rather extravagant and indulgent. Coming back to her senses, she smiled and nodded. "Yes, Mr. He, we do have it. Please hold on, I will fetch it for you." With that, she hurried inside to retrieve the watch. As He Tian chatted with the two women, Su Zian returned, delicately holding a beautifully crafted box. Carefully opening it, a stunningly radiant women's watch appeared before the trio. He Tian invited Lan Yusin and Zhou Ying to try it on, expressing his approval. "Manager Su, this watch is exquisite, and I truly admire it. How much does it cost?" With a slight bow, Su Zian gazed alluringly at He Tian and replied, "The price of this women's watch is 10 million. Would you like to purchase it, Mr. He?" Upon hearing the price, Lan Yusin and Zhou Ying gasped, covering their cherry lips with their delicate hands. Unable to utter a word, their hearts racing with excitement at the thought that perhaps He Tian intended to buy them this 10 million watch. With a smile, He Tian nodded and said, "Indeed, Manager Su, I will take this watch. However, I would like 2 more. As you can see, I wish to buy one for each of these lovely ladies." Su Zian immediately appeared conflicted, somewhat embarrassed as she replied, "Mr. He, I regret to inform you that currently, we only have this one available. If you desire to, I can arrange to source them from another location. But please note that purchasing this watch requires VIP status at Patek Philippe." The shift from Mr. to Young Master clearly indicated her respect for He Tian. He Tian nodded and presented his VIP card to Su Zian. After examining it, she returned it to him with a smile, saying, "Mr. He, you are fully qualified to purchase this watch." He Tian then produced his bank card, handing it to Su Zian with a jovial tone. 2 pieces, please process the payment. 1 swipe for each watch." A bit dazed, Su Zian accepted the bank card and approached the POS machine to process the transaction. Moments later, the store's speakers announced the successful transaction twice. 10 million received. Concurrently, He Tian's system notifications chimed. Ding. Cashback of 12 million. Ding. Cashback of 12 million. Ding. Su Zian's favorability increased by 30, current favorability 50. Ding. Zhou Ying's favorability increased by 5, current favorability 85. Ding. Lan Yusin's favorability increased by 5, current favorability 93. He Tian was momentarily stunned, realizing that all 3 ladies had increased their favorability towards him. This was indeed a fruitful encounter. Su Zian returned the bank card to He Tian with both hands and smiled. Mr. He, here is your bank card. I will ensure that your watches are promptly arranged. Her gaze towards He Tian grew more fervent and enchanting. As for Lan Yusin and Zhou Ying, their gazes towards He Tian were utterly entranced. Unable to contain herself, Lan Yusin leaned forward and planted a kiss on He Tian's cheek, exclaiming her gratitude for the exquisite watch he had bestowed upon her. Zhou Ying, suppressing her shyness, approached and similarly bestowed a kiss, softly expressing her thanks for the watch gifted to her as well. He Tian, with a gentle smile, affectionately tousled the hair of both young ladies, opting for silence. Oh, how splendidly generous the young master is. Just not long ago, he had transferred 1 million to me, and now he gifts me such an extravagant watch. I must express my heartfelt thanks to him tonight, thought Su Zian to herself. This charming young man is remarkably magnanimous, gifting not 1 but 2 luxurious timepieces without a moment's hesitation during payment. What manner of person is he? How I wish to encounter such a wealthy, handsome gentleman who treats me so kindly. Yet, alas, the striking figure before me is already entwined with 2 beautiful companions. It appears that fortune has eluded me. Regaining her composure, Su Zian gazed at He Tian alluringly and gently inquired whether he would be amenable to adding her on WeChat. Once the watch was adjusted, she would personally deliver it to him. What does she mean by personally delivering? Is she referring to the watch, or is it an invitation for herself? He Tian pondered. Though he dared not voice his thoughts, he retrieved his phone to add Su Zian's contact details. Pray tell, young master He, will you take this watch now? Or shall I wait until the other one arrives for a personal delivery? Su Zian's gaze was fervent, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Another personal delivery? This is a blatant invitation, thought He Tian, envisioning the delightful scenario of having Su Zian and Yin Xiao together to bring him joy. The mere thought stirred excitement within him. To ensure Yin Xiao has a companion, he must pursue her. Besides, she has offered herself so openly. Refusing would be a disservice to her genuine affection. Embracing the principle of not letting good girls slip away while ensuring not to squander the bad ones, He Tian decided he could not disregard her sincerity. With a playful wink, he responded, since you insist, I shall await the arrival of the other watch and kindly request you to personally deliver it to me. Su Zian's heart soared with joy. Could it be that this handsome gentleman is willing to accept her? To have her personally deliver the watch to him was a thrilling prospect. Although she had many suitors, most were merely captivated by her beauty and sought nothing beyond superficial pleasures, unwilling to invest in anything meaningful. Those who did spend were typically balding uncles or portly men, leaving her somewhat repulsed. In stark contrast stood the handsome figure before her, well-built, his shirt fitting snugly, undoubtedly a result of regular exercise. He possessed wealth and was generous in showering gifts upon his beloved. Such a man is the dream of every woman. As Su Zian's favorability reached 10, her current affinity stood at 60. Young Master He, I shall upgrade your card to Super VIP status, allowing you greater discounts on our Patek Philippe products in the future, she said, her voice laced with charm. He Tian nodded appreciatively, responding with a simple all right. Su Zian then took his membership card to the computer station for the upgrade. Moments later, she returned, presenting the card with both hands, her smile radiant. Young Master He, you are now a Super VIP at Patek Philippe. I shall endeavor to provide you with the utmost service. Her words held a double entendre. I look forward to your services, Director Su, He Tian replied, a smile gracing his lips. We shall take our leave now. We have other matters to attend to. With that, he turned to exit. Su Zian cast a playful glance at He Tian, assuring him, rest assured, young Master He, I will ensure your satisfaction. Please take care. She accompanied him to the door. No sooner had He Tian stepped out of Patek Philippe than his phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was Su Zhifeng. After pressing the answer button, Su Zhifeng's voice resonated through the line. Young Master He, the car you requested has been delivered to your designated location. I apologize for the inconvenience. Not at all. Su Zhifeng, I am currently out, but I will be there shortly, approximately in half an hour. Please bear with me. He Tian responded apologetically. Not a problem at all. Young Master He, I understand you are busy, Su Zhifeng replied nonchalantly. I shall wait for you. With that, he ended the call. After hanging up, He Tian smiled at the 2 women beside him. Xiner, Inger, you both enjoy your time. I have some matters to attend to and must leave you for now. Lan Yusin and Zhou Ying appeared slightly disappointed, yet they maintained their composure and did not insist on his company. Young master, if you have matters to address, please do so. Ying and I can manage on our own, Lan Yusin said with a smile. Will you be back tonight? He Tian gently patted their heads, responding. I am uncertain at this moment. We shall see. I will let you know when I return. After planting a kiss on each of their cheeks, he hailed a taxi to An Yueying's residence. On his way, he called to inform An Yueying and her companions that the car he had purchased for them had arrived, requesting them to prepare their documents and wait for him downstairs. Upon arriving at An Yueying's apartment, He Tian found her, Lin Mushi, and Xia Qingyao already waiting for him at the entrance. Nearby, several cars were parked, covered with cloth. He quickly approached the three women, embracing each in turn, which led to a playful exchange of banter that left them in delightful exasperation. He then guided them to the entrance of the community. Upon reaching the doorway, He Tian observed a man in his 30s, with a somewhat handsome face and a buzz cut, dressed in a slightly portly black suit. He was smoking a cigarette and watching He Tian intently. Behind him stood 5 or 6 robust men, also fixated on He Tian. He Tian approached the man with the 3 women by his side, smiling as he inquired, Are you Su Zhifeng? I am He Tian. The man before us is Su Zhifeng, who was taken aback to find that the affluent and seemingly imperious He Gongzi was, in fact, so remarkably young and handsome. Accompanying him were 3 exquisite beauties, suggesting that these 3 luxurious vehicles were indeed gifts for them. He Gongzi's lavishness is truly astonishing. Regaining his composure, Su Zhifeng quickly addressed He Gongzi, saying, Greetings, I am Su Zhifeng. I never anticipated that you would be so youthful and charming. You are truly a prodigy. Mr. Su, you flatter me. I am merely an insignificant individual who has yet to experience the world, He Tian humbly replied. Observing the elegant demeanor of He Tian, Su Zhifeng surmised he must be the heir of a prominent family, well-mannered and modest. Typically, a wealthy second-generation individual would flaunt their affluence with such extravagant purchases. Yet He Tian displayed none of that arrogance. Not at all, He Gongzi. I speak only the truth. By the way, here are the keys. Please, do verify them. Su Zhifeng said, handing a set of keys to He Tian and gesturing for his subordinates to unveil the white cloth covering the vehicles. The 3 luxury cars were revealed, their striking exteriors and opulent interiors eliciting awe from the onlookers. He Tian accepted the keys with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Su. The cars are magnificent. An Yueying, Lin Mushi, and Xia Qingyao eagerly gathered around the vehicles, their faces radiant with joy. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept these gifts, Su Zhifeng said, presenting 3 exquisite gift boxes to the ladies. Upon opening the boxes, they discovered 3 precious necklaces, sparkling and beautiful. Wow, these necklaces are stunning. Thank you, Mr. Su, they exclaimed in unison. There is no need for thanks. This generosity comes from He Gongzi. You all deserve these gifts, Su Zhifeng replied with a smile. He Tian chuckled. Thank you for your thoughtful present, Su Zhifeng. If it pleases you, feel free to call me Xiao Tian, and I shall refer to you as Su Gu. He Tian was keen to establish a good rapport with Su Zhifeng for future dealings. Surprised yet honored, Su Zhifeng responded. Then I shall take the liberty of calling you He Laodi, and you may call me Su Gu or Feng Gu as you wish. He Tian nodded in agreement. Noticing the time, He Tian remarked, Su Gu, we have matters to attend to, so we must take our leave. I would love to invite you for a meal next time to chat further. Certainly, He Laodi. Take care, Su Zhifeng respectfully replied. He Tian, accompanied by the 3 ladies, entered the car and drove out of the community. Along the way, the 3 ladies, adorned with their new necklaces, happily conversed, filling the car with laughter and joy. Chapter 33. Another beauty added. He Tian took the newly acquired car for a spin on the streets before returning to the building where An Yueying resided. After finding a suitable parking spot, he ascended the stairs with the 3 ladies. Once inside the room, An Yueying and her companions were ecstatic, showering He Tian's face with affectionate kisses. Amused by their adorable antics, He Tian retrieved a water pen he had carried for 18 years, allowing them to use it for quite some time before they finally settled down. Ling Mushi's affection level is currently at 80, while Ding Xia Qingyao's affection stands at 75, and Ding and Yuying's affection level is at 70. After a few hours, He Tian, feeling somewhat fatigued, leaned back on the sofa, while the 3 ladies retired to their rooms to rest. He Tian mentioned that once the 3 of them were well rested, he would treat them to a sumptuous meal to celebrate. After confirming that the ladies had all gone to their rooms, he took out his phone and transferred money to Su Zhifeng, internally addressing the system. System brother, activate the double cashback card. Ding. Congratulations, host. The double cashback card has been successfully utilized. The total expenditure is 12 million yuan, with a cashback of 8 million yuan. Once the cashback was credited, He Tian felt exhilarated for quite some time. His account balance finally exceeded 30 million, and he anticipated that when he purchased the 918, he could receive cashback once more to afford a house. Life was indeed delightful. After his excitement subsided, He Tian dialed Su Ziyan's number. It wasn't long before the call connected. He Tian playfully teased, "Yanair, have you thought about it?" "Who thought of you? By the way, who are you calling Yanair? I'm older than you. You should call me Yan Jia or Su Jia. Understand, little brother?" Su Ziyan retorted coyly. He Tian continued to tease. "Did you not just say you would give yourself to me? How come you're backing out now?" "Who said they would give themselves to you? Don't get it twisted. I meant I would personally deliver myself to you," she clarified. "I know. You don't need to repeat it. You made your intentions quite clear twice while we were in the store, Yanair, so there's no need for redundancy," He Tian interjected. On the other end, Su Ziyan stomped her foot in exasperation, rolling her eyes and shyly denying, "No, I didn't." She vehemently rejected his insinuation. "I simply meant I would personally deliver the watch you ordered to you." After stumbling over her words, her face turned crimson, resembling a ripe red apple. Internally, she chastised him, "You little rascal, how dare you tease me like that?" Despite her inner turmoil, she felt a thrill of joy. Ding! Su Ziyan's affection level is now 60. Upon hearing the system's notification, He Tian was filled with delight. He continued his playful banter, "Listen to you. It's as if you're afraid I didn't tea here, repeating yourself twice." Who repeated anything? Initially, it was just your inner thoughts, right? I understand. Since you've confessed your feelings to me so sincerely, I accept your declaration. From now on, you shall call me Bye-Bye, and I shall call you Yanair. Do you understand? He Tian once again interrupted Su Ziyan's words. "Goodbye?" Su Ziyan inquired. "Ah, you're so obedient. I'll order another watch just like the one this morning to give to you. Do you understand? Remember to take an extra one. That's for you. When the time comes, you can transfer the money back to me when you send yourself over." He Tian replied cheerfully. Meanwhile, on the other end of the phone, Su Ziyan was blushing with anger, stomping her feet in frustration. This little rascal was simply insufferable, actually asking her to say goodbye. Ugh, it drives me insane. How dare he? Shameless. Who asked for a goodbye? No, who confessed to you? No one is offering themselves to you. She fumed. What? Earlier, what did you say you ate? Can you even eat that thing? Why would you choose that? He Tian jested. Su Ziyan was momentarily dazed. What did I eat? Suddenly, she snapped back to reality. You ate? Calm down. It was just a joke. I'm calling you to help me get 3 identical ladies' watches. Just grab the most expensive ones you have in your store, remember? 3 of the same, He Tian stated. Su Ziyan, regaining her composure upon hearing He Tian's serious tone, replied. The most expensive ladies' watch we have in stock is the Patek Philippe 490-8101 series, model 4,908,101G in platinum, priced at 68 million each. Is that acceptable? He Tian, unfamiliar with such details, casually responded, Sure, that works. Why so many ladies' watches at once? Which girlfriend are you gifting these to? Su Ziyan felt a twinge of jealousy. Oh, these are for my other 3 girlfriends. I just gifted each of them a Bentley. I was pondering what else to get, and then I thought of you. I thought of you. I figured you could help me with the delivery, so I called you. Could you bring them over today? I want to give them a surprise. He Tian explained. Upon hearing this, Su Ziyan felt an urge to hit him. This little brat, could he not speak in such a fragmented manner? It infuriated her. Though she understood the intent behind his words, the pauses made her mind wander in the wrong direction. This little rascal was surely doing it on purpose. Wait a minute. He just mentioned his 3 other girlfriends, plus the 2 from today, meaning this little scoundrel had at least 5 girlfriends. What a notorious playboy. Hold on. He bought each of them a Bentley, and now these watches? His spending on his girlfriends was truly alarming. Despite her irritation, she gently replied, All right. I will fetch the goods for you now. Please send me the address. Okay, he said, and after hanging up, he swiftly sent Su Ziyan the address and transferred 21 million to her, claiming the excess as her commission. After receiving the money, Su Ziyan gleefully set off to collect the goods, secretly applying a 10% discount as she had the authority to do so as the store manager. After all, he was a super VIP and entitled to such privileges. Once the discount was applied, She stood to gain a handsome sum of 3 million as a reward for her efforts. She couldn't help but praise her own cleverness. Upon receiving the goods and packaging them neatly, she transferred the discounted total of 18 million to the company account, while hoping to keep the remaining sum safely for herself. He Tian was lounging on the sofa, engrossed in videos on his phone. After an unknown duration, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing that it was Su Zian calling, he answered promptly. I've arrived at the location you mentioned. I'm right downstairs. Should I bring it up, or will you come down to get it? Su Zian's sweet voice resonated through the phone. I'll come down to get it. Just a moment, He Tian replied curtly before hanging up. Not waiting for Su Zian to respond. When he reached downstairs, he spotted Su Zian waiting at the corridor with 3 bags in hand. He waved and approached her with a mischievous grin. Zian, you're quite prompt. Were you that eager? Seeing the playful smile on He Tian's face stirred a flutter of excitement in Su Zian's heart. Just as she was about to speak, He Tian leaned in and kissed her cherry lips, his tongue skillfully prying open her pearly teeth, engaging in a passionate duel with her delicate tongue. After an indeterminate amount of time, Su Zian breathed heavily, playfully scolding, You rogue. He Tian, with a serious demeanor, replied, What I mentioned over the phone is the truth. If you are willing, you can order yourself a watch, and when it arrives, I will handle the payment. Take your time to ponder this, and give me a call once you've made up your mind. With that, He Tian turned to head back upstairs. Wait, if I agree, what can you offer me? Su Zian called out, her gaze fixed on him curiously. If I were to follow you, what would I gain? Without a moment's hesitation, He Tian chuckled. Apart from marriage, I can provide you with everything that can be bought with money. Cars, cash, houses, luxury items, cosmetics, and at least 1 million in pocket money every month. I've made similar promises to my other women. The treatment is uniform. It largely depends on who behaves well and is more obedient, as that determines how much I am willing to give. I have many women, and I do not conceal anything from anyone. Before entering into any arrangement, I ensure they have thoroughly considered it. Think it over, and when you're ready, contact me. Also, order yourself a watch. As for the car, you'll need to fully commit to me before I consider that. If there is anything unclear, feel free to ask. If you understand, you may return to contemplate. Su Zian gazed at He Tian, her eyes alluring, and after a moment, she asked, Could we perhaps change the way we address each other? After all, I am considerably older than you. Would brother be acceptable? Or perhaps husband would do? As she spoke, she leaned closer, her voice barely audible, but fortunately, He Tian's hearing was keen. He Tian shook his head with a smile. That won't do. Call me brother in public. When it's just the two of us, you must call me babe. Another beauty of your age does the same. Upon hearing He Tian's words, Su Zian lifted her head to gaze at him in confusion. Is there someone of a similar age who also calls you that? She inquired. Who? How old? Her name is Yin Xiao, and she is 36 this year. If you agree, I will arrange for both of you to have a residence together, He Tian replied. If you do not consent, you may return. I will not force you. Su Zian cast a playful glare at He Tian, inwardly cursing him. You little rascal. Is this not coercion? Asking someone to bow to you when she is even older, and to arrange for me to live with her? What sort of maneuvering is this? As her thoughts spiraled, He Tian, holding several bags, prepared to ascend the stairs. In a moment of desperation, Su Zian blurted out, Wait. Instantly, her face flushed crimson. Feeling utterly embarrassed, He Tian turned to her and asked, Yainer, what is it? With her face aflame, Su Zian stammered, I agree. After uttering those words, she buried her face in her ample bosom, overwhelmed by shame. Upon hearing her consent, He Tian set down the bags, approached her, and embraced her waist. Engaging in a spirited exchange of words, he tenderly checked her physique, leaving Su Zian weak and entirely dependent on him. After a prolonged moment, they finally parted. He Tian, with a beaming smile, instructed Su Zian to wait for him, stating, Tonight, I shall come find you, and we will discuss matters in detail. After she nodded, He Tian ascended the stairs with the bags in hand. Su Zian thought to herself, hoping that her choice was not misguided. She tidied her attire and hair before returning to the shop. Ding! Su Zian's affection level increased by 10. Current affection level, 70. When He Tian returned upstairs, he found Yin Yueying and the other 2 girls engaged in playful banter on the sofa. Upon his arrival, they fell silent and hurried towards him. He Tian distributed the 3 bags, cheerfully declaring, A small gift for each of you. The trio eagerly opened their bags. And upon unveiling the exquisite timepieces adorned with the Patek Philippe logo, they were utterly thrilled. They donned the watches on their delicate wrists, enamored by their beauty. Embracing He Tian, they showered his face with affectionate kisses to express their gratitude. Ding. Lin Mushi's affection level increased by 5. Current affection level, 85. Ding. Xia Qingyao's affection level increased by 5. Current affection level, 80. Ding. And Yue Yao's affection level increased by 10. Current affection level, 80. At that moment, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Cashback of 25. 2 million yuan. He Tian felt elated, realizing that his account balance had surpassed 36 million. Soon, he would order a watch for Su Ziyan, which would yield an additional 2 million in cashback, bringing his total to 38 million, one step closer to a small goal. After planting a kiss on the soft lips of each girl, he remarked, "As long as you are happy, that is what matters. The only thing left is the house, but that will be arranged soon enough. Just wait a few more days. All right, I have matters to attend to. You may celebrate with your new car and watches. I shall excuse myself. Brother, will you return tonight?" Xia Qingyao asked, entwining her arm with He Tian's, her voice tinged with disappointment. He Tian glanced at the three women, each adorned with expressions of disappointment, stirring a pang of sympathy within him. However, having already promised Su Ziyan that he would seek her out that evening, he smiled and declared, "I shall not return tonight. You three need not wait for me." With that, he departed, leaving the trio gazing wistfully after him. Later, around 8 in the evening, He Tian called Su Ziyan to arrange a meeting at the shopping plaza. While awaiting her arrival, he engaged in playful banter with Wei Qiqi via his phone. Just as He Tian was engrossed in conversation with Wei Qiqi, Su Ziyan appeared before him, elegantly clad in a beige bodycon dress that accentuated her alluring figure. The sight of her in sheer stockings and beige high heels elevated her stature, rendering her even more striking. Without hesitation, He Tian wrapped his arms around Su Ziyan's slender waist. A slight tremor coursed through her body, yet she offered no resistance, allowing him to embrace her. Together, they embarked on a shopping spree at a luxury boutique, where her eyes sparkled with excitement and satisfaction. Each selection was met with meticulous examination and touch, as if she were in search of the most exquisite treasure. Her movements were graceful and practiced, suggesting familiarity with such indulgences. Upon spotting a coveted garment or accessory, she would eagerly try it on, scrutinizing her reflection in the mirror with a beaming smile. Without a moment's hesitation, she would purchase the item, unfazed by the astonishing price tags, for He Tian would graciously handle the payment. She was well aware that he could effortlessly afford even the most extravagant of items, dismissing any concern for the cost. As time passed, the number of shopping bags in Su Ziyan's grasp multiplied, yet her enthusiasm remained undiminished. She continued to flit between the aisles, on the hunt for additional treasures. Her steps were light, her mood buoyant, as if she held the world in her hands. Ultimately, as she exited the store, her arms were laden with bags, and a radiant smile illuminated her face. Her shopping spree transcended mere material pleasure, serving as a form of self-expression and a testament to her lifestyle. For her, these luxuries were not just beautiful adornments, but symbols of her identity and status. With an abundance of purchases, arrangements were made for delivery to her home. He Tian then led Su Ziyan to a lingerie boutique, encouraging her to indulge in an array of enticing selections, including an ample supply of stockings. Blushing, Su Ziyan browsed through the lingerie, her heart aflutter with a mix of shyness and anticipation. He Tian stood nearby, watching her with a smile, occasionally offering suggestions. In the end, Su Ziyan chose several sets of alluring lingerie and various styles of stockings, her eyes reflecting confidence and satisfaction. After exiting the lingerie store, He Tian escorted Su Ziyan to a fine dining establishment. Following a candlelit dinner, they strolled leisurely down the street, savoring the tranquility and romance of the night. He Tian gently took Su Ziyan's hand and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for accompanying me today. I am truly happy." Su Ziyan smiled in response, "So am I." Hand in hand, they leaned closely against one another, as if they were each other's entire support in life. Along the way, they shared no words, simply savoring the warmth and tranquility of the moment. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows that illuminated their joyful smiles. At length, they arrived at the doorstep of Su Ziyan's home. Su Ziyan opened the door and stepped inside, with He Tian following closely behind. He meticulously observed every corner of her abode, leaving no detail overlooked. From the living room to the bedroom, and on to the kitchen and bathroom, each room was scrutinized with care. The furniture was arranged with meticulous order, the floors were spotless, and exquisite artwork adorned the walls, infusing the space with an artistic ambience. The kitchen was equipped with all necessary utensils, exuding a professional air, while the bedroom was arranged in a warm and inviting manner, with the bed neatly made and potted greenery by the window, creating a relaxed and comfortable atmosphere. Overall, Su Xian's home not only boasted a beautiful environment, but also featured comprehensive facilities. Though modest in size, it radiated a vibrant life essence, showcasing her pursuit and love for a high quality of living. Su Xian invited He Tian to make himself comfortable while she organized her belongings. He Tian, unabashed, plopped down on the living room sofa and began chatting on his phone with Mu Ye and her friends. After a while, he shifted to converse with Lan Yusin and Zhouang. Time slipped away, and feeling a wave of drowsiness, He Tian headed to the bathroom for a shower. Wrapped in a towel, he entered Su Xian's bedroom, finding her still busy with her tasks. Without hesitation, he laid down on her fragrant bed, engrossed in his phone. Seeing He Tian's demeanor, Su Xian felt a slight flush on her cheeks, and, with a quick remark about needing to shower, hurriedly exited the room. After some time, she returned to her bedroom, wrapped in her towel. He Tian, undeterred, embraced her delicate waist and leaned in to kiss her softly on the lips. He Tian, ever considerate, took the time to check on Su Xian's well-being and even offered her a water pen. After over 3 hours of exploration, He Tian succeeded in winning Su Xian's affection. The next morning, He Tian awoke to find Su Xian already awake, her face radiant with happiness. He chuckled, asking, "Why not rest a little longer?" Su Xian, her cheeks glowing with satisfaction, replied, "No need. Thank you. You have brought me happiness." With that, she nestled her head against his chest. He Tian stroked her hair gently, responding, "There's no need for thanks. This is what I ought to provide for you. By the way, I have transferred the money for the watch you ordered, along with your allowance." He then sent 11 million to Su Xian. Upon receiving the funds, Su Xian's heart soared with joy as she planted a big kiss on He Tian, exclaiming, "Thank you." Upon receiving a cashback of 13.2 million yuan, He Tian jested with Su Xian, teasingly asking how she would express her gratitude. Su Xian, with a charming glance, playfully bid him. An hour later, with a teasing glare, she inquired whether he was satisfied. He Tian nodded and replied with a smile, expressing his complete satisfaction. After they both freshened up, they ventured to a nearby breakfast establishment. Following their meal, He Tian took Su Xian to a shopping mall, wishing to purchase some elegant attire and footwear for her to enhance her beauty. Once inside the mall, Su Xian eagerly led He Tian through the various shops, trying on an array of fashionable outfits, each one receiving his enthusiastic praise. Ultimately, they selected several suitable garments and shoes, returning home laden with their finds. As they exited the mall, He Tian glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly noon. He proposed they have lunch together, to which Su Xian readily agreed. They arrived at a fine dining restaurant, relishing a delightful meal amidst a warm atmosphere, where laughter and conversation deepened their bond. After dining, He Tian escorted Su Xian back home. Along the way, he gently grasped her hand and declared, "Yan, from now on, you shall be my treasure, and I will always care for and cherish you." Filled with sweetness, Su Xian leaned against his shoulder, smiling as she replied, "I believe in you." Just as she finished speaking, He Tian sealed her lips with his own, tenderly inspecting every inch of her body before they engaged in further exploration. After more than an hour of their intimate endeavors, Su Xian felt utterly exhausted, her fingers too weary to move. Just then, a phone call interrupted He Tian's reverie about the allure of mature femininity. It was Su Zhifeng, informing him that the car had been procured and inquiring where it should be delivered. He Tian sent the address of the hotel where Lan Yusin was staying, instructing him to stop downstairs. After giving Su Xian a gentle kiss on the forehead, he said, "I have some matters to attend to. Please rest well." Once she weakly nodded, He Tian departed from her small abode. On his way to Lan Yusin's hotel, He Tian called her to inform her that the vehicle had arrived and was waiting downstairs, advising her to gather the necessary documents. By the time He Tian reached the hotel, it was already past 7 in the evening. He immediately spotted Lan Yusin and Zhouang, who were holding hands at the entrance, seemingly engaged in conversation. He hurried over, wrapping his arms around their waists with a smile. Have you been waiting here for long? Both Lan Yusin and Zhou Ying turned to him, their faces lighting up with surprise. Lan Yusin exclaimed, "You finally arrived. We've been waiting for you for quite a while." Zhou Ying chimed in, "Yes, I thought you would take much longer." He Tian offered an apologetic smile, explaining, "I'm sorry. There was a bit of traffic on the way. I appreciate your patience." Lan Yusin shook her head gently, responding, "It's all right. We weren't in a rush anyway." He Tian firmly grasped the soft hands of two enchanting beauties, a smile gracing his face as he approached Su Zhifeng, who stood not far away. With heartfelt sincerity, he addressed him, "Brother Su, I truly apologize for the trouble this time." He then gestured towards Lan Yusin, gently introducing her. "This is my girlfriend, Lan Yusin." Following this, he pointed to the other exquisite lady, Zhou Ying, his eyes filled with affection and pride as he softly declared, "This lovely woman is also my girlfriend, Zhou Ying." Su Zhifeng gazed at He Tian in astonishment, taken aback by the revelation of his two girlfriends. However, he quickly regained his composure and greeted Lan Yusin and Zhou Ying with a smile. "Hello, I am Su Zhifeng, a friend of He Tian." The two ladies politely responded, "Hello, Brother Su." He Tian glanced at his watch and suggested, "Shall we head to retrieve the car and then enjoy a meal together?" Everyone nodded in agreement, and they proceeded towards the parking lot. After a 5-minute walk, they finally arrived at the place where Su Zhifeng's car was parked. A proud smile illuminated Su Zhifeng's face as he gently waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to unveil the cover. As they complied, the mysterious veil slowly lifted, revealing two dazzling Porsche 918s before their eyes. Resembling fierce leopards, the cars boasted sleek, dynamic lines, exuding an irresistible charm. Under the sunlight, their bodies reflected a radiant glow that captivated all onlookers. These luxurious vehicles were undoubtedly symbols of speed and passion, as well as emblems of wealth and status. The attendees widened their eyes in amazement, a chorus of gasps filling the air. The scene resembled a cinematic moment, igniting fervor in the hearts of those present. Lan Yusin and Zhou Ying felt immense joy and gratitude, deeply touched by He Tian's generous gift of such splendid cars. Were it not for the multitude of witnesses, they would have expressed their appreciation to He Tian in a more intimate manner. Ding. Lan Yusin's current affection level stands at 95. Ding. Zhou Ying's current affection level stands at 90. Once all formalities were completed, He Tian transferred the funds to Su Zhifeng. After receiving the money, Su Zhifeng insisted on treating He Tian to a meal, recognizing this as an opportune moment to strengthen their relationship, and he was unwilling to let it slip away. At that moment, He Tian silently invoked the system, used the double cashback card. As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice echoed, "Congratulations, host. The double cashback card has been successfully utilized. This total expenditure amounts to 30 million, with a cashback of 72 million. Congratulations, host. The conditions for system upgrade have been met. The system is now commencing the upgrade. Upgrade completed. 10, 25, 50, 80. Congratulations, host. The system upgrade has been fully completed. A grand upgrade gift package is now being issued to the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving a vial of genetic elixir, 2 double cashback cards. The daily transfer limit is 1, totaling 3. With a maximum amount of 2 million yuan, where one transfer can be limitless, with a cooldown period of 96 hours, 1 strength-enhancing pill. The host is granted a charm aura. The goddess detection device is upgraded. The host is awarded a Lamborghini Veneno, currently located in the hotel garage, valued at 80 million yuan. The host, He Tian, aged 18, stands 183 centimeters tall, weighs 75 kilograms, possesses a strength of 20, a beauty score of 95, and a charm aura of 10, with a 10 chance of making a goddess fall head over heels at first sight, irresistible. The current system level is 3, with a cashback ratio of 113. He Tian, puzzled, inquired about the function of the strength-enhancing pill. The system responded that it could augment the host's strength, allowing for prolonged endurance. He Tian felt a surge of joy, thinking this is quite beneficial. However, there is only one pill. As if discovering something new, he asked the system about the meaning of limitless transfers. The system explained that the host can transfer 2 million to 3 goddesses daily, with one occasion allowing for a limitless transfer, but with a cooldown of 96 hours. This means that after the cooldown, the host can make another limitless transfer, and during the cooldown period, the the host can still transfer the maximum amount to the three goddesses. He Tian now comprehended that it allows for a limitless transfer to a goddess every 4 days, while during the cooldown, he can only transfer the capped amount of 2 million to each of the three goddesses. He Tian was ecstatic, speechless. A limitless transfer every 4 days is still better than none. If someone wishes to start a business, it could be resolved in one go. Before the upgrade, it was merely 1 million per transfer, which felt distant. Now, with the system upgraded, the transfer amount has increased, and the number of recipients has grown by 1. With a higher cashback ratio, this is quite satisfactory. He now possesses 2 vials of genetic elixir, capable of saving 2 lives. If he inadvertently saves a prominent figure someday, his prospects could be extraordinary. Additionally, he owns a Lamborghini Veneno, a supercar that is priceless and has been speculated to reach astronomical values. Now possessing one, he mused that the system truly is remarkable, and He Tian felt as if his life was bathed in sunshine. The group slowly entered the opulent hotel, adorned with lavish decorations, exuding an air of grandeur. They approached the front desk and promptly reserved the largest and most comfortable private room. Upon entering the suite, everyone felt an immediate wave of relaxation and joy. The staff warmly attended to them, presenting an array of delectable dishes. These culinary delights were exquisite and mouth-watering, leaving everyone in a state of blissful enjoyment as laughter and merriment filled the air. Chapter 35. Taking beauties to view properties after indulging in a sumptuous feast. Su Zhifeng originally intended to head to a karaoke venue for singing and dancing. However, He Tian declined, citing other matters to attend to. After bidding farewell to Su Zhifeng, he returned to the presidential suite with 2 ladies. In truth, He Tian did not have pressing matters. Rather, he was exhilarated by the recent system upgrade and wished to thoroughly explore the enhancements it brought. Upon returning to the presidential suite, Lan Yusin and Zhou Ying could no longer contain their elation. He Tian, unabashed, proceeded to examine their bodies with his hands. Afterward, he instructed them to take a bath. As the 2 women made their way to the bathroom, He Tian settled onto the sofa and sent a message to Su Zhifeng, requesting another 918. Su Zhifeng, upon receiving the message, was somewhat taken aback. Having just acquired 2, the notion of purchasing yet another 918 seemed extravagantly indulgent. Nonetheless, he was more than willing, recognizing that passing up an opportunity for profit would be foolish. He replied affirmatively, assuring He Tian that he would notify him once it was secured. After reading the message, He Tian responded with gratitude, appreciating Su Zhifeng's assistance. Suddenly, He Tian recalled the potent pill the system had rewarded him with earlier. He retrieved a small, black pill, exuding a strong medicinal aroma, from his system pouch and, without hesitation, swallowed it. Within mere seconds, a warm current flowed through his body, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. However, he soon felt a surge of pent-up energy within him, an uncomfortable sensation that prompted him to rush to the bathroom. Upon entering, he found Lan Yusin giving Zhou Ying a back scrub. The 2 women were momentarily taken aback by his unexpected arrival. While Lan Yusin was somewhat accustomed to He Tian's presence during their baths, Zhou Ying was not. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "Young master, we are still bathing. You should step outside." He Tian chuckled, "Why not join together?" Without waiting for their response, he leaped into the bathtub. The following morning, He Tian awoke to find the gazes of the 2 women had shifted. With curiosity, he asked, "Why are you both up so early? Why do you stare at me so intently?" Lan Yusin, planting a kiss on his cheek, replied with a smile, "We just woke up and couldn't help but admire your face. For some reason, I feel you have changed. The more I look, the more I like you." Zhou Ying, nodding in agreement, added, "Indeed, I also sense that you are quite different, more charming than before. Could it be the effect of a charm aura, so evident even at 10 o'clock? If it were to enhance further, surely it would captivate countless ladies." After He Tian washed up and enjoyed breakfast, he felt a surge of excitement and anticipation as he, along with Lan Yusin and Zhou Ying, hurriedly made their way to the hotel's underground garage. The dimly lit space only heightened his enthusiasm. He strode purposefully towards the object of his yearning, finally laying eyes on the magnificent Lamborghini, his dream car. It stood there, exuding a unique allure. The car's sleek lines resembled a work of art. Its vibrant color dazzled like a radiant jewel. Every detail showcased its nobility and luxury, leaving one utterly entranced. He Tian stood before the vehicle, gazing at it with a heart brimming with joy and satisfaction. This was the vehicle that he had longed for. And now it stood before him, tangible and within reach. He Tian could hardly suppress the impulse surging within him as he extended his hand to gently caress the car's exterior, savoring its texture and warmth. In that moment, he felt as though he could perceive its very soul, which seemed to respond to his affection. The two women gazed in awe at the imposing supercar, marveling at a world of wealth that they could not comprehend. Zhou Ying stepped forward, linking her arm with He Tian's, and exclaimed, "Young master, this car is incredibly handsome and powerful. What make is it, and how much does it cost?" Lan Yusin joined her, wrapping her other arm around him, her face alight with anticipation as she awaited his reply. With a playful kiss on their cheeks, He Tian laughed. "This is the Lamborghini Veneno, my newly acquired vehicle from yesterday, and it's not overly expensive, just 80 million. Upon hearing this, both women covered their mouths in astonishment, exclaiming, 80 million? That's simply outrageous. He Tian shook his head, chuckling, "It's not exaggerated. 80 million is actually on the lower end. You can look it up online. Some have even driven the price up beyond that." The Veneno is a limited edition Lamborghini, with only 4 units in existence worldwide, each adorned in a different hue, making it exceptionally recognizable. Originally priced at around 90 million, it is a toy only for the ultra-wealthy. The prototype resides in the Lamborghini Museum, while the other 3 are scattered across the United States and China, 1 in the former and 2 in the latter, with 2 currently for sale, though at a steep price of about 80 million yuan. The colors of these 3 vehicles are red, silver gray, and green, all strikingly vivid. The silver gray beauty before them is one of those rare gems. The 2 women lamented that, even if they were to forego food and drink, it would take them centuries to afford such a car. It felt far beyond the realm of their dreams. He Tian took his place in the driver's seat, while the 2 women squeezed into the passenger side. As he ignited the engine, the roar of the supercar ignited a surge of excitement. He Tian took them on a grand tour around the streets, allowing them to experience the allure of the Veneno. Wherever they went, envious gazes followed, with those who recognized the car hastily pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Most were envious not only of He Tian's supercar, but also of the 2 ethereal beauties seated beside him. After their excursion, He Tian encouraged the 2 women to take his Porsche 918 for a spin. Initially, they drove cautiously, but as they grew accustomed to the vehicle, their speed increased. Eventually, they became so enamored with their beloved supercar that they drove for an extended period, reveling in the thrill. At noon, He Tian led the way in his Veneno, with the 2 women following closely in their Porsche 918s. The trio of supercars cruising down the road drew the attention of onlookers who paused to admire the spectacle, envious of those fortunate enough to be behind the wheel of such magnificent machines. They arrived at an upscale restaurant, and the security guards at the entrance, upon seeing the 3 supercars, dared not slacken their vigilance for even a moment. They all understood that those who could drive such supercars were either extraordinarily wealthy or of high status, and a careless mistake could cost them their jobs. Hastily, they guided the car to the finest parking space. After He Tian parked the vehicle, he extracted a bundle of cash from his pocket and handed it to the security guard, leading the 2 women into the restaurant amidst the envious glances of the guards. Under the warm hospitality of the restaurant staff, He Tian and the 2 women delightedly indulged in a sumptuous feast. Once they had satisfied their appetites, He Tian escorted the 2 women back to their hotel. After bidding them farewell, he made his way to the suite of Muya and her companions. Feeling a sense of longing after a few days apart, He Tian arrived at the Dream Hotel in his supercar, taking the elevator directly to the luxurious presidential suite. Upon opening the door, he found Muya and Lu Xiaoran seated on the sofa, laughing and chatting, engrossed in their conversation. However, Yan Shiyao was nowhere to be seen. When Muya and Lu Xiaoran heard the door swing open, they looked up to see He Tian and immediately rushed to him, playfully clinging to him and demanding kisses and hugs. He Tian embraced their slender waists and engaged in light-hearted conversation for a while before inquiring about Yaoer, wondering why she was absent. "She's on the balcony hanging up clothes," Lu Xiaoran replied. Just then, Yan Xiao returned to the living room. Catching sight of He Tian with Muya and Lu Xiaoran, unable to contain her yearning, she dashed into He Tian's arms. He Tian released Muya and Lu Xiaoran, wrapping his arms around Yan Xiao and kissing her rosy lips. After a long moment, they parted, and Yan Xiao nestled her head against He Tian's chest, murmuring, "Goodbye, Yaoer really missed you." Unable to resist, He Tian led the three women into the room. A few hours later, a radiant He Tian reclined on the sofa, playfully flirting with Wei Chi over his phone. In the evening, the three women emerged from their room, having freshened up, and approached He Tian, with Muya and Lu Xiaoran habitually sitting on either side of him. After planting a kiss on each of their faces, He Tian remarked, "Your performance was exceptional. I will transfer 2 million as pocket money to each of you." Swiftly, he picked up his phone and completed the transactions. Upon receiving the money, the three women excitedly showered He Tian with kisses, not ceasing for quite some time. "Tomorrow, I will take Yer and Ranner to look at some properties. Yaoer, I will take you to another place to meet a friend. You both are quite similar and should get along well," He Tian said with a smile, glancing at the three women. Muya and Lu Xiaoran were particularly exhilarated, beaming as they clung to He Tian's arm, exclaiming, "Really, brother? Are you truly taking us to buy a house?" He Tian nodded, smiling, "Indeed. We will check nearby Tsinghua University for suitable options. It will be more convenient for you when you finish your classes." "Yay, yay, you're the best, brother," Muya exclaimed, jumping with joy, her excitement akin to that of a 3-year-old. Lu Xiaoran was equally elated, her heart brimming with happiness as she playfully pecked He Tian's face to express her gratitude. As the two women brimmed with excitement, Yin Xiao shared in their joy. Moments ago, her partner had mentioned that he would take only younger sisters Xiaoya and Xiaoran to view properties, while she would accompany him to visit another friend, whose disposition remained uncertain. For the sake of her beloved, she bore the discomfort. He Tian, noticing a hint of unease on Yin Xiao's face, chuckled gently and reassured her. "Rest assured, your sister is quite amiable. She has a daughter who is already in her 2nd year of university, while your daughter is just beginning her 1st year. When you visit, make sure to get along well, understood?" Upon hearing He Tian's words, Yin Xiao was taken aback. A sister? A daughter in her 2nd year? This implied that the sister must be a year or two older than herself. Observing her thoughtful demeanor, He Tian tenderly caressed her delicate face and continued, "Once I secure homes for Yaoer and Ranner, I will ensure you and Yenner also have a place. Of course, should you all agree. The 4 of you could reside together. As for Xiner, she will be living with her classmates, and you may join them if you wish." Seemingly enlightened, Yin Xiao nodded, smiling softly as she replied, "I am quite obedient. Wherever you wish for me to reside, I shall go. I will not bring any trouble to you." He Tian, charmed by her docile nature, could not resist embracing her, stroking her hair and whispering, "You are truly well behaved." Following this, he returned to the room with the 3 women, imparting some guidance. On the following day, after rising and freshening up, He Tian took the 3 women aboard the hotel shuttle, arriving at the picturesque Tsinghua Garden near Tsinghua University town. Upon reaching the entrance, the system's voice resonated, announcing the detection of valid consumer profiles. Name, Ning Yue. Age, 18. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Body type, E. Appearance, 97. Mystery, 0. Very healthy. Marital status, unmarried. Affection level, 0. Name, Chu Mingting. Age, 32. Height, 172 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Body type, F. Appearance, 92. Mystery, 1. Very healthy. Affection level, 0. Marital status, divorced. The host can rest assured. Name, Chen Yuetong. Age, 25. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Body type, D. Appearance, 88. Mystery, 35. Slight gynecological issues. The host is advised to exercise caution. Affection level, 0. Marital status, married. Name, Ding Shuer. Age, 24. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Body type, D. Appearance, 85. Mystery, 64. Gynecological issues. The host is advised to exercise caution. Affection level, 0. Chapter 36. At last, a home of one's own. After reviewing the profiles of the women, He Tian noticed an added detail regarding marital status, as well as the physical conditions of the women. He was elated. Henceforth, he need no longer fear encountering those with ailments. A simple scan would unveil their health status. Far more convenient than a visit to the hospital. He was still engrossed in the new features of the system when he was startled by the profiles of the 2 women behind him. This mystery was indeed somewhat elevated. Could it be that they frequently assist clients in polishing their sales pitches to facilitate property transactions? Such stories often populate the news, and He Tian had grown accustomed to them. Accompanied by 3 others, he made his way to the sales office. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted a young and beautiful saleswoman waiting for him. With her hair styled in a high ponytail, her delicate oval face bore a hint of youthful plumpness, and her smile revealed 2 soft dimples. She was clad in a meticulously tailored, high-quality black blazer that elegantly accentuated her curvaceous figure. The unique design of the blazer's collar showcased her graceful neck and alluring collarbones. The sleeves fit snugly yet comfortably, imbuing her with an air of confidence and poise with every movement. Beneath the blazer, she wore a white shirt, which, due to her ample bosom, formed a crescent shape at the front, straining against the buttons as if fearing they might pop under pressure with her every step. Her lower half was adorned with a fitted black pencil skirt, the length of which was impeccable, not too long nor too short, perfectly highlighting her long, elegant legs. The fabric of the skirt was soft and elastic, hugging her form and swaying gently with her stride, exuding a mysterious and alluring charm. Her long legs were enveloped in black stockings, and she donned a pair of black high heels. The overall ensemble was simple yet sophisticated, embodying femininity and sensuality. The dark color palette added an element of mystery and nobility, making her stand out in a crowd, whether in a professional setting or a social gathering. Such attire showcased her expertise and confidence while radiating her unique allure. Gripping the doorknob with her delicate hand, she pulled it towards herself with vigor, her face adorned with a sweet smile as her melodious voice welcomed them to the Jinshu Jing Hua Garden sales office. The staff inside turned their heads at the sound of her voice. Upon spotting He Tian and his companions, several beautiful women hurried over, chattering excitedly, eager to escort He Tian and his group to view properties, promising the best discounts. After listening for a while, He Tian grasped the gist of their intentions. They wished for him to become a client of one of them. He thought to himself, has the real estate industry become this competitive? Reluctantly, He Tian asked them to introduce themselves. After all, he was someone with a system, and from the list of 4 provided to him, he intended to select one. The leading beauty cast flirtatious glances at He Tian, flashing a professional smile as she spoke. Hello, sir and ladies, I am Ding Shuer, a saleswoman here. With that, she playfully adjusted her prominent bosom, which stirred a flutter of excitement in He Tian. But upon recalling Ding Shuer's profile, his spirits plummeted. Next to Ding Shuer, another beauty stepped forward, shyly flashing a charming smile at He Tian. Her voice sweet and alluring. Hello, sir, I am also a saleswoman here. My name is Chen Yuedong. Following her introduction, she cast another coy glance in He Tian's direction. Behind Ding Shuer, a mature woman radiated a brilliant smile and slightly bowed to He Tian, greeting him and his companions with, "Good day, gentlemen and ladies. I am the sales representative here. My name is Chu Minghan. I assure you, if you choose my services, I will not disappoint you." The beautiful woman who had just pulled the door open blushed adorably, her cheeks flushed. She shyly stammered, "Gigi, gentlemen and ladies, hello. I am Ning Yue, also a sales representative here. I just started not long ago, but I will do my utmost to serve you." After speaking, she lowered her head, feeling it was perhaps inappropriate, yet bravely lifted her gaze to face He Tian and the others. Upon seeing He Tian's handsome face, her cheeks reddened further. She thought to herself, this young man is so handsome, tall, and charming. How delightful. Oh, Ning Yue, what are you thinking? Don't you see the 3 stunning beauties behind him? He Tian, captivated by her bashful demeanor, felt an urge to approach her and tease her gently. His eyes swept over the group of women, ultimately resting on a girl named Ning Yue. She was tall and curvaceous, her appearance sweet, with a glimmer of intelligence in her eyes. Ding Shuer, affection level, 70 Chen Yuetong, affection level, 60 Chu Mingting, affection level, 30 Ning Yue, affection level, 30 Let it be you. Please show us the houses. He Tian pointed at Ning Yue. The other saleswomen, witnessing this, displayed expressions of disappointment but reluctantly withdrew. Ning Yue felt a surge of joy within. She had successfully captured this client. She led He Tian and his companions to the model apartment, providing a detailed introduction to the layout, decor, and surrounding environment. During the tour, He Tian noticed that Lin Xiaoya was not only proficient in her work, but also attentive, providing satisfactory answers to all their inquiries. This apartment feels quite appealing. I really like it, He Tian remarked with a smile. Thank you, sir. If you decide to make a purchase, I can negotiate for additional discounts, Ning Yue replied, winking playfully and smiling. She found He Tian easy to converse with, and spending time with him felt quite comfortable. As they grew more familiar, she teasingly winked at him. He Tian inquired about Mu Ye and Lu Sharon's opinions, asking, "What do you think? Is it suitable?" In unison, Mu Ye and Lu Sharon responded, "It's quite nice. We really like it." He Tian turned to Ning Yue and smiled. "Are there any villas available?" Ning Yue nodded eagerly. "Yes, there are several in the back row. Would you like to take a look?" He Tian agreed. "Yes, let us go see." Thus, Ning Yue guided the four of them to the villa area, entering the nearest building to them. The first floor comprised a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and 3 rooms that could serve as bedrooms or guest rooms for visitors. These rooms could also be designated as maid quarters. The second floor featured 4 rooms, symmetrically arranged, with 2 rooms on each side and a staircase in the center. Each room spans approximately 80 to 90 square meters, featuring not only a bedroom, but also a private bathroom, akin to a small suite. The 4 rooms on the second floor are identically arranged. The third floor houses only 2 rooms, with the front section transformed into a private swimming pool, perfect for a refreshing swim during the summer months. The first basement level is an entertainment area, equipped with specialized karaoke facilities, adorned with opulent decor. The second basement level serves as a parking garage. "Sir, this is our splendid Jingxia Jingwa Garden Villa," the representative explained. Each villa is constructed and decorated identically, covering an area of 650 square meters with an additional 200 square meter garden, culminating in a total area of 850 square meters across 3 above-ground floors and 2 basement levels. Before Ning Yue could finish her sentence, He Tian interjected, captivated by the villa's exquisite and luxurious design. Ning Yue paused, momentarily taken aback, before responding with a smile, "Sir, each villa is priced at 80 million Longwa currency." He Tian inquired further, "How many villas are there in total?" "This area comprises a total of 15 villas," she replied. "And how many remain unsold?" He Tian pressed on. "There are 6 villas still available," she informed him, specifically units 10 and 15. Suddenly, He Tian turned to Mu Ye and her companions, asking, "What do you think of this villa?" Mu Ye, beaming with joy, linked arms with He Tian and exclaimed, "Brother, both Ran Ran and sister Yao Yao and I are very pleased. We think it's absolutely wonderful." Observing the trio's exuberance, He Tian turned back to Ning Yue with a smile, declaring, "I will take the remaining 6 villas. Please prepare the necessary paperwork." The women present were left in a state of shock. 6 villas, that's nearly 5 small goals. Such extravagance was almost unfathomable. Ning Yue, rendered speechless by the revelation, stammered, "Sir, do you mean you want all 6? "Yes, indeed," He Tian replied, amused by her astonishment. "Then, let us return to the sales office to sign the contract," Ning Yue suggested, still reeling from the surprise. After receiving a nod from He Tian, she led him and the others back to the VIP room at the sales office. Upon their swift return, several women in the sales hall assumed that Ning Yue had merely taken them on a brief tour. However, when they saw her escorting He Tian into the VIP room, they realized that the newcomer had likely secured a deal. As He Tian settled into the sofa of the VIP room, he pulled out his phone and called Lan Yusin and the other absent companions, informing them of his purchase at Jingxia Jingwa Garden and instructing them to bring their identification photos for signatures. Upon receiving He Tian's call, the women promptly set aside their tasks and hurried to the sales office's VIP room. By the time the others arrived, they found that the room was already filled with several individuals. As the ladies settled into their seats, their gazes fixed upon He Tian, they were acutely aware that, apart from the sales representatives, all the beautiful women present were his companions, his sisters in spirit. He Tian surveyed the array of lovely faces before him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Rising from his seat, he approached Lan Yusin, gently draping his arm over her shoulder, and declared, "The purpose of your gathering here today is to choose a residence that resonates with your desires. I have purchased 6 villas, and from this moment forth, this place will become our home." Upon hearing his words, expressions of delight illuminated the faces of the women, who began to engage in spirited discussions, eagerly selecting their dream homes. At that moment, Ning Yue entered, a stack of documents in hand. She presented the papers to He Tian, stating, "Sir, all the formalities have been completed. Here are the contracts for the villas. A signature will suffice. Would you prefer to pay in installments or opt for a loan?" With a grand gesture, He Tian produced his bank card and handed it to Ning Yue, replying with a smile, "I shall pay in full, using this card." Process the transactions in 3 phases, the first for 1 villa, the second for 2, and the third for 3. Ning Yue hurried off to summon the manager. Before long, she returned, accompanied by a robust gentleman in his 50s, clad in a black suit and brown leather shoes. His face bore signs of maturity, with graying hair and a well-groomed beard suggesting he had not shaved for a few days, yet he exuded an aura of vitality and authority. Ning Yue introduced the man to He Tian, chuckling. Manager Fong, this gentleman is purchasing all 6 of our villas. Manager Fong's jaw nearly dropped at the revelation. In his extensive tenure, he had never encountered anyone who would acquire 6 villas in one fell swoop. This young man was clearly no ordinary individual, and Fong pondered which affluent family he hailed from. Regaining his composure, Manager Fong extended his hand to He Tian with a warm smile. Greetings, young master. I am Fong Chung, the manager of the Jinxiu Jinghua Garden. May I inquire your name? He Tian reciprocated the handshake, replying, He Tian. It is a pleasure to meet you, Manager Fong. He Tian. Fong Chung racked his brain, unable to recall any prominent family by that name. Could he be a scion of a hidden lineage? It was rare to find someone capable of such a lavish purchase. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fong Chung, realizing the conversation was not yielding much, shifted his focus. So, young master, you wish to acquire 6 villas? Indeed. I will pay by card, He Tian promptly affirmed, reiterating the payment method he had previously mentioned. Fong Chung was unconcerned with the number of transactions, as selling the properties was a triumph in itself. As he processed the card, He Tian discreetly communicated with the system, activate the double cashback card. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully utilizing the double cashback card. This transaction amounts to 80 million Longhua currency, with a cashback reward of 28 billion Longhua currency. The system's melodious voice resonated in his mind. During Fong Cheng's second card swipe, He Tian also utilized a double cashback card. Congratulations, host, on successfully using the double cashback card. This transaction amounts to 1.6 billion Longhua coins, with a cashback of 4.16 billion Longhua coins. The system's melodious voice resonated once more. In an instant, both double cards were depleted. As Fong Chung swiped his card for the 3rd time, the system's voice announced a cashback of 3.12 billion Longhua coins. After completing the transaction, Fong Chung handed the cards to He Tian with a smile, saying, Mr. He, your cards. Once He Tian accepted the cards, Fong Chung continued, Mr. He, you have purchased 6 villas. We will present you with 3 years of complimentary services. There's no need for such gifts. I am not in one of minor perks. He Tian interjected, interrupting Fong Chung. Momentarily at a loss for words, Fong Chung awkwardly chuckled and said, Then please, Mr. He, sign here. He Tian took the documents, glanced at them, and then passed them to Lan Yusin beside him. With a smile, he addressed the group. Here are the property certificates for the 6 villas. Have you all decided who will sign? Fong Chung and Ning Yue were once again astonished. This Mr. He, despite spending such an extravagant sum on villas, did not wish to put his name on the documents. What if he could not reclaim the properties one day? The women exchanged glances, each hesitant to move. Observing their reticence, He Tian chuckled. Since none of you wish to sign, I shall call upon you by name. Whoever I name will sign. The women had no objections, as the villas were purchased by He Tian, and he could decide who signed. Thus, He Tian designated Mu Ya and Yue Ying, Lan Yusin, Su Zian, Zhou Ying, and Yin Xiao to sign. Chapter 37. Settling into the grand villa after the 6 women signed, they followed He Tian to villa number 10. Once inside, He Tian reclined on the sofa while the others found their seats. He Tian regarded the women with a smile and said, I gathered you all here so that you may choose your own living arrangements. Where would you like to reside? With whom? The choice is entirely yours. Noticing the beautiful women remained silent, he added, If you do not make a choice, I shall arrange it for you. The women continued to remain quiet, likely due to the unfamiliarity of the situation. Once they grew accustomed to one another, they would surely chatter endlessly. Since you are all silent, I will take the liberty of arranging it, He Tian declared. You will share villa number 10 with Ranner, Xier, Qing Yao, and Inger. You 3 shall occupy villa no. 11. Xiner and Inger will reside in villa number 12, while Yaoer and Yinner will take villa number 13. As for villas number 14 and 15, we shall discuss that later. Do you have any objections? If you do, feel free to voice them. Of course, once you are more familiar with one another, you may move in with whomever you wish. Very well, Let us proceed this way for now. We shall go to dinner, he said before striding out, leaving the women exchanging looks. Although surprised by He Tian's arrangements, they did not express dissent. They rose and followed him to the dining hall. The atmosphere along the way was somewhat awkward, filled with silence. However, once the delectable dishes were laid out on the table, the silence was finally broken. The young ladies began to savor the delicacies before them, occasionally exchanging hushed words. He Tian observed them, feeling a sense of relief within. He understood that this group of girls needed some time to acclimate to one another, and this meal might serve as a splendid beginning. After dining, He Tian resolved to take them on an extravagant shopping spree, acquiring clothing, handbags, daily necessities, and more. When He Tian arrived at the mall with a bevy of beautiful women, the spectacle left onlookers utterly astonished. Clad in a myriad of fashionable attire, some exuding elegance and grace, others radiating playful charm, and yet others captivating with their allure, each woman exuded a distinctive charisma. Their presence was akin to a vibrant landscape, drawing the attention of many. Passers-by halted in their tracks, casting envious and curious glances. Some even took out their phones to capture this rare and delightful sight. He Tian paid no heed, allowing the ladies to indulge in their desires. With nearly 5 financial goals secured, he was unperturbed by the expenditures. After procuring clothing and handbags, they proceeded to a supermarket for household items. The ladies eagerly engaged in the task, and soon the villa was adorned with their purchases. That evening, He Tian visited the villa of Yan Xiao and Su Jinyan, a plan he had long envisioned. Upon entering, he was enveloped by a warm ambience. The room was tastefully decorated, reflecting the style and sophistication of the two women. When Yan Xiao and Su Jinyan saw He Tian, their faces lit up with joyful smiles. They welcomed him warmly and had prepared a sumptuous dinner. At the dining table, the trio enjoyed their meal while sharing updates and thoughts. Laughter and conversation intertwining in a relaxed and joyous atmosphere. After dinner, He Tian joined them on the sofa, relishing the tranquil moments. As he gazed at Yan Xiao and Su Jinyan, his heart brimmed with happiness and contentment. Despite the presence of so many beautiful women around him, he recognized the unique place these two special individuals held in his heart. In that enchanting evening, as Yan Xiao gently rested her head on He Tian's shoulder and Su Jinyan clasped his hand, they nestled together, savoring each other's warmth. In this beautiful night, He Tian understood that regardless of what the future held, he would treasure this happiness in the present. For 3 consecutive days, to foster familiarity among the women, He Tian took them out for leisure and shopping. Gradually, they transitioned from strangers to calling one another sisters. He Tian treated them all equally, alternating nights at their villas without any complaints from them. On this day, He Tian summoned the ladies to Villa number 10 for a meeting. Once everyone had gathered, he surveyed the group with a smile and announced, "I have called you here today to discuss future endeavors. I intend to establish an investment company, aptly named Tianxing Investment Group. I propose to appoint Yen'er as the chairwoman and legal representative of the company, overseeing external affairs. Yao'er will serve as the vice president, assisting Yen'er while managing internal operations, and Shi'er will assume the role of general manager. This arrangement allows each of the 3 individuals to fully leverage their respective strengths and abilities, collectively advancing the company's development. As the chairperson, Yen'er can establish the strategic direction of the company and represent it in external communications. Yao'er manages the internal operations, and Shi'er can concentrate on the execution and management of specific business activities, ensuring the smooth progress of all company tasks. Through this collaborative division of labor, they can better embody team spirit and achieve the company's objectives. Furthermore, this organizational structure is conducive to cultivating their leadership skills and managerial techniques, laying a solid foundation for their future career development. Naturally, in practice, adjustments and optimizations must be made according to the company's specific circumstances and needs to ensure stable growth. Upon finishing her remarks, He Tian noticed a worried expression on Su Xian's face as she said, "Dad, I fear I may not be up to the task. This responsibility is quite significant, and I worry that we lack the requisite capabilities." Yan Shi and Yao also nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, Dad. Perhaps you should take the role of chairperson and lead us into battle." Lin Mushi also nodded in assent. He Tian looked at the 3 women and smiled, reassuring them. "Do not fret. Even if you have not ventured into this domain before, you can always recruit talented individuals who are well-versed in the field. Offering competitive salaries, 10 to 20 more than industry standards, with exceptional talents warranting additional compensation. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, your immediate priority should be to find a suitable location, ideally an entire building. My vision is as follows. The first floor would serve as the reception area, the second as a dining hall, the third as a sports facility where employees can exercise during their breaks, the fourth as an entertainment center for relaxation, the fifth as a streaming studio aptly named Starry Night Streaming. I intend for Ur, Ranner, and Inger to co-manage this venture, with Inger as the general manager, and Ur and Ranner as the HR and finance managers, respectively, under the aegis of Tianxing Investment Group. After a brief pause, He Tian continued. The sixth floor will be dedicated to an entertainment company, focusing on film investments or productions, with Inger as the general manager, Qing Yao in HR, and Shiner overseeing finances. The seventh floor will house a conference hall, the eighth an investment firm, the ninth the group's headquarters, and the 10th the office of the group as chairperson. Having concluded his exposition, He Tian observed the astonished expressions of the women and invited, if you have any opinions or suggestions, please share them. As for finances, do not worry. Shortly, I will transfer 500 million yuan to Yenner for you to purchase the building. Remember, it must be an entire structure. If the funds fall short, I will provide additional support. 500 million. The women stared at He Tian in disbelief, taken aback by the enormity of the sum. His implication suggested that he had more than just this initial allocation, and if it were insufficient, he would provide more. What kind of person have I aligned myself with? Su Zian exclaimed. Dad, you are exceedingly generous. Aren't you afraid I might abscond with the money? He Tian shook his head with a smile. I am not worried. I trust you. A warm current surged through Su Zian's heart, and tears welled in her eyes. She felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude and comfort. For despite their brief acquaintance, he had extended such unwavering trust in her. This trust imbued her with a profound sense of responsibility and an optimistic outlook for the future. Su Zian rose and approached He Tian, planting a tender kiss upon his lips. With heartfelt sincerity, she declared, I shall exert every effort to manage the group, ensuring that you are not disappointed. He Tian, embracing her slender waist, chuckled, this is merely an initial investment. A significant amount of capital will be required to sustain it moving forward. However, fret not, for even if losses arise, I shall be here. Should you ever find yourself in need of funds, do not hesitate to inform me, understood? Su Zian, moved by his words, nodded affirmatively. I understand. Yenner will remember. Very well, I shall transfer the funds to you now. Tomorrow, you will commence your search for suitable locations. With that, he retrieved his phone and transferred 5 small goals into Su Zian's bank account. Upon witnessing the increase in her balance, her hands trembled slightly, and she could not resist enveloping He Tian in a heartfelt embrace. The other women felt a wave of gratitude for being associated with such a capable man, despite his somewhat capricious nature. Ding. Cashback of 6.5 billion yuan. The sound of the system brought He Tian immense joy, as he instantly gained an additional half goal. Subsequently, He Tian and the women engaged in an in-depth discussion to strategize their next course of action. They gathered closely, their expressions focused as they exchanged thoughts and opinions. Each individual actively participated, contributing insights and suggestions, collaboratively deliberating on how to navigate the impending challenges and opportunities. He Tian attentively listened to every voice, meticulously analyzing the various possibilities while offering guidance and inspiration at crucial moments. He encouraged everyone to unleash their creativity and boldly explore new ideas and methodologies. The women shared their perspectives as well, with some proposing long-term plans from a strategic viewpoint, while others honed in on details, addressing potential issues and risks. They sparked one another's creativity, gradually formulating a comprehensive and viable plan. Throughout this process, He Tian continuously synthesized their wisdom and experiences, optimizing and refining the proposal. He was confident that through their collective efforts, they would uncover the optimal solution and achieve their goals. Ultimately, they reached a consensus, clearly defining the next steps and strategies to prepare for the challenges that lay ahead. He Tian and the women deliberated late into the night, and as the clock approached 1:30 in the morning, He Tian remarked that it was too late to continue. Let us rest now. We shall proceed methodically with what lies ahead. As he gazed at the women, a bold idea blossomed in his mind. Why not indulge in a moment of shared repose? He suggested that they all rest together. The women's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, as if envisioning a certain scenario. True to expectations, He Tian ensured that the women felt joy and fulfillment, and they sang merrily until dawn broke. Eventually, fatigue began to overwhelm He Tian. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Realizing he had slept for quite a while, the clock now read past 4 in the afternoon. Stretching languorously, he rose from the bed and made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. After completing his grooming, he donned loose-fitting loungewear and sauntered into the living room. Reclining on a soft sofa while picking up his phone to play games, sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping him in warmth and comfort. As he savored this leisurely moment, he became immersed in the digital realm of his phone. As He Tian continued to immerse himself in his phone, the ladies gradually made their way to freshen up. Once they had completed their routines, He Tian led them to the dining hall where they indulged in a sumptuous dinner. They engaged in lively conversation as they dined, the atmosphere light and joyous. After their meal, He Tian proposed a trip to the cinema for some relaxation, to which the ladies unanimously agreed. And together they proceeded to the theater. Inside, they opted for a popular comedy, with laughter echoing throughout the hall. Upon the film's conclusion, He Tian and the ladies emerged hand in hand, savoring the tranquility and beauty of the night. Looking at the ladies beside him, He Tian felt a profound sense of happiness and contentment, aware that this moment would become a cherished memory in his life. As they strolled down the street, they stumbled upon a bar. He Tian decided to step inside for a drink to unwind. The bar was alive with energy, the music pulsating vibrantly. The ladies danced joyfully to the rhythm, exuberantly expressing their vitality, while He Tian sat nearby, admiring their graceful forms with a tender smile upon his face. At that moment, a handsome man approached the ladies, inviting them to dance. Witnessing this, He Tian was suddenly engulfed by a rush of jealousy. He rose and approached the man, casting a cold gaze in his direction. Sensing He Tian's animosity, the man awkwardly retreated. The ladies, noticing the exchange, gathered around He Tian to offer comfort, assuring him that they belonged solely to him. Reassured, He Tian's spirits lifted as he took the ladies back to the dance floor to revel in the joyous occasion. They danced exuberantly, laughter and cheer filling the entire bar. Suddenly, the lights dimmed, and a spotlight illuminated the stage. A singer clad in exquisite attire took the stage and began to serenade the audience with a romantic melody. He Tian took the hand of one of the ladies, Su Zian, and together they walked towards the center of the stage. Gazing deeply into her eyes, he softly began to sing. The other ladies encircled them, creating a beautiful tableau. As the song concluded, the venue erupted in enthusiastic applause. He Tian and the ladies exchanged smiles, their eyes brimming with affection. They embraced tightly, savoring the sweetness of the moment. Subsequently, He Tian led the ladies out of the bar and into the enveloping night. Their figures gradually faded into the distance, disappearing at the end of the bustling street. By the time they returned to the villa, it was past 10. After a refreshing shower, He Tian lay on his bed, playing on his phone. It had been several days since he had engaged in playful banter with Wei Qiqi, so he seized the opportunity to chat with her for a while. He also transferred 2 million each to Su Zian, Zhou Ying, and Lan Yusin. Just as the three ladies received their funds, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have met the conditions for a system upgrade. The system is upgrading. Upgrade completed. 10. 25. 50. 80. System upgrade successful. Chapter 38. System upgrade. Congratulations, host. The system upgrade has been successfully completed. Now, a special upgrade gift package will be awarded to the host. Congratulations to the host for receiving a vial of genetic potion, a powerful pill, and a transfer from one individual out of a total of 4, with a limit of 3 million. Following the system upgrade, transfers to the goddess will no longer count towards the upgrade threshold. The cooldown period for unlimited transfers has been reduced by 12 hours, and there are 2 double cards available. Charisma stands at 10, and a building in the Starry Mansion awaits, yet to be decorated. Name, He Tian. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Strength, 25. The average for a normal individual is 10. Attractiveness, 95. Exceptionally handsome. Charm aura, 20. Current system level, 4, with a cashback ratio of 114. Having just perused his personal information, He Tian's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he noticed an unfamiliar number. He pressed the answer button, and a gentle, somewhat mature voice came through. Hello, may I speak with Mr. He Tian? This is He Tian. May I ask who is calling? What is the purpose of your call? He Tian replied, a hint of wariness in his tone. Hello, Mr. He. My name is Wen Xian, and I have been entrusted to deliver all relevant documents regarding the Starry Mansion. Thank you, Miss Wen. Please hold on a moment. I will come down shortly. He Tian hung up and hurried downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, the system's voice chimed. Ding. An eligible consumer has been detected. Name, Wen Xian. Age, 36. Height, 175 centimeters. Figure, E. Attractiveness, 96. Mystery, 1. Exceedingly healthy. Marital status, divorced. The host may confidently and boldly engage. Favorability, 30. As he arrived downstairs, his eyes fell upon a tall and strikingly elegant woman, as if she had stepped out of a painting, radiating an aura of astonishing beauty. Her posture was both upright and graceful, each step imbued with confidence and poise. Her long hair flowed like silk, gently swaying and exuding a subtle fragrance. Her exquisite face resembled a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by a master artist, with bright eyes sparkling with intelligence, captivating all who beheld her. Clad in a simple yet stylish dress that accentuated her perfect figure, she also conveyed an air of refined taste. The presence of this enchanting woman rendered her surroundings pale in comparison, making her the focal point of attention. She stood beside a luxury vehicle, and upon noticing He Tian, she approached him with a smile. Hello, Mr. He. I am Wen Xian, and here are all the relevant documents regarding the Starry Mansion. Please take a look. Wen Xian extended the documents towards He Tian. Her gaze slowly traversed He Tian's form, as though she were appraising a precious work of art. She noted his tall stature, broad shoulders, and long legs, all of which exuded an elegant and powerful aura. His facial features were distinct, his refined countenance revealing determination and decisiveness between his expressive brows and bright eyes. His skin bore a healthy wheatish hue, radiating vitality and warmth. Particularly striking were his deep-set eyes, akin to the brightest stars in the night sky, twinkling with mysterious allure. His hair was neatly styled, with a few rebellious strands adding an element of carefree charm. He donned a minimalist yet fashionable outfit, showcasing his keen attention to detail and exquisite taste. His overall appearance radiated a distinctive charm that was simply irresistible. Wenxin couldn't help but marvel inwardly, recognizing the extraordinary handsomeness of the man before her. Ding. Wenxin's affection level reached 20, with her current affection standing at 50. As she gazed into He Tian's eyes, there was a hint of enchantment, as if threads of unspoken affection were woven between them. She was astounded that this young man had already acquired a symbol of wealth such as the Starry Mansion at such a tender age. Although the building had yet to undergo any renovations, its intrinsic value was already worth countless aspirations. Wenxin found herself imagining the magnificent spectacle the mansion would become once meticulously adorned. How had this young man achieved such remarkable success? Her curiosity and admiration for He Tian deepened. He Tian took the documents, glanced through them, and inquired, Thank you, Miss Wen. However, who is the client? Wenxin smiled and replied, Mr. He, I'm afraid I cannot disclose that information, as I am unaware of the client's identity. They simply entrusted me with delivering the documents to you. He Tian understood that this was a system assignment, but politely responded, All right, then I appreciate your efforts, Miss Wen. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave. Wenxin turned to depart. Wait, He Tian called out to her. Let's have a meal together as a token of my gratitude for your assistance. Wenxin turned back, pleasantly surprised, her face adorned with a shy smile. Sure. The two proceeded to a high-end restaurant, indulging in a sumptuous feast. Throughout their meal, they engaged in lively conversation, creating a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. After dining, He Tian accompanied Wenxin home. As they stood outside her residence, He Tian looked at her and said, I had a wonderful time today. Thank you. Let us add each other on WeChat to stay in touch. Wenxin's heart raced involuntarily. After pulling out her phone to add He Tian, she softly replied, I had a great time too. Thank you. Goodbye. Goodbye. He Tian watched Wenxin ascend the stairs until her figure vanished from view before he turned to leave. Ding. Wenxin's affection increased by 10, bringing her current affection level to 60. Subsequently, He Tian returned home with the documents, contemplating how to renovate the mansion. Upon arriving at Villa number 10, he found the ladies gathered. He tossed the documents onto the table and cheerfully announced, I've secured a location. My father, upon learning of my plan to start a company, gifted me a skyscraper, though it remains unrenovated. He, the system dad, is still a dad. The ladies eagerly approached, examining the documents with great interest. After a while, Su Zian walked up to He Tian, embraced him, and joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, your family must be incredibly wealthy. You mentioned starting a company, and your father gifted you a 36-story building, albeit unrenovated. But I must say, the location is excellent. Just under an hour's drive to the city center in the Northern District. If the renovation is executed with exquisite and distinctive flair, it may very well evolve into a new landmark for the city, drawing countless visitors eager to commemorate their experience. Consequently, this place will transform into a vibrant hub, brimming with life and energy." He Tian affectionately ruffled Su Zian's hair, emphasizing that the immediate priority was to determine the style of the renovation. "What are your thoughts?" The women eagerly voiced their opinions, presenting a myriad of suggestions. Some advocated for a modern minimalist aesthetic, while others favored an opulent European style, and still others proposed a classical Chinese design. Listening to their vibrant discussions, He Tian began to formulate a preliminary idea. "I believe we can amalgamate various styles to create a unique and enchanting space. It should encompass modern amenities and a comfortable environment, while also reflecting rich cultural heritage and an artistic ambience," he remarked with a smile. "Let us design with this vision in mind," Su Zian exclaimed excitedly. Thus, everyone commenced preparations for the renovation plan, eagerly anticipating the transformation of the building into a breathtaking masterpiece. "However, we currently do not require so many floors. Our initial plan was for approximately 10 stories. What shall we do with the remaining 20-plus floors?" Yan Xiao inquired, looking at He Tian with a puzzled expression. The other women, upon hearing Yan Xiao's question, also turned their gazes towards He Tian, eager to hear his response. After a moment of contemplation, He Tian replied with a smile, "We do not need them at present. We shall reserve them for the future. Our group will expand, and it is prudent to complete the renovations now for potential future needs." The women nodded in agreement, expressing their support. After thorough consideration, He Tian ultimately decided to hire a professional design team online to assist him in this significant endeavor. Given his current unfamiliarity with the bustling city of Beijing and limited networking resources, seeking suitable designers through online platforms would broaden his options and inspire greater creativity. Additionally, he extended invitations to esteemed artists and cultural experts to join the team, ensuring that the design would profoundly reflect the historical depth and unique regional characteristics. These experts would provide invaluable insights and recommendations, aiding the design team in comprehending the local cultural context and seamlessly integrating it into the design. During discussions of the specific proposals, someone suggested placing a monumental artwork in the lobby to showcase the city's developmental journey. Another proposed creating a green space to allow individuals to connect with nature amidst their busy lives. Through meticulous planning between He Tian and the design team, the final renovation scheme was unveiled. As the group gazed at the flawless design blueprint, their eyes sparkled with excitement. The next phase would be the intense and bustling construction period. He Tian tasked Su Zian with overseeing every detail to ensure the quality and progress of the project. In a few months, once the renovations were completed, the building would officially open. Its distinctive style and luxurious decor would capture the attention of many, becoming a hot topic within the city. He Tian envisioned the scene of the grand opening with joy. However, the immediate priority was to establish a location for the company, recruit talent, and allow the women to train and gradually become adept, establishing a set of regulations. "We shall wait until the time comes to relocate to the Starry Building and showcase our capabilities. The size of the place is inconsequential. Once the renovations are complete, we shall move in." He Tian shared his thoughts with the ladies, who unanimously expressed their agreement. And Yue Ying joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, we could seek a 4-story standalone building. Around 200 to 300 square meters will suffice. The first floor could serve as the reception area, while the second, third, and fourth floors could be designated for investment, entertainment, and live streaming companies respectively. This small building will function as our temporary headquarters. Such structures are easy to renovate and require a short duration for refurbishment. If the funds are in place, a simple transformation could be completed in approximately 7 to 10 days. Brother, the school term is approaching in just a few days. Perhaps we will establish the company before the semester begins." He Tian nodded, gazing at the 8 beautiful women before him, and replied, "Very well. Let us proceed as Inger suggested. You 8 should form pairs and search independently. This will expedite the process. I will transfer some funds to you." He promptly transferred 2 million to each of them, advising them to exercise caution before allowing them to disperse in search of appropriate premises. After approximately half a day, An Yueying called He Tian to inform him that she had found a suitable location. It was a 4-story building situated on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by a serene and tranquil environment, with reasonably convenient transportation. He Tian, after inspecting the place, was quite satisfied and promptly signed a contract, initiating the renovation and procurement of necessary company assets. Concurrently, he instructed the ladies to commence their recruitment efforts. They posted job listings on various recruitment websites, diligently screening and selecting outstanding candidates. He also encouraged An Yueying and the others to familiarize themselves with the company's operational processes in preparation for the impending inauguration. That evening, He Tian and the group returned to the villa. As they entered the living room, He Tian, slightly fatigued, reclined on the plush sofa, stretching his body. Su Zian gently nestled in his embrace, softly recounting the progress of the building's renovation for the day. Her voice was imbued with tenderness and warmth, flowing like a clear spring within the hearts of all present. The other women gathered around He Tian, attentively listening to Su Zian's narrative. Each detail was absorbed with earnest attention, every word etched in their memories. Their gazes were focused and filled with concern, as if they could sense the joy and anticipation radiating from Su Zian's heart. The living room was suffused with a warm ambience, reminiscent of a family reuniting to share the nuances of life. Smiles adorned every face as they exchanged dreams and expectations for the future. In that moment, time seemed to stand still, leaving behind an enduring sense of warmth and beauty. Upon the conclusion of Su Zian's tale, He Tian recounted all that had transpired that day, mentioning that the company would soon be established, having just released the job postings, and expressing confidence in swiftly recruiting personnel. After conversing for a while longer, He Tian suggested that the ladies retire to bathe and change. After all the ladies had completed their baths, He Tian rose and entered the bathroom. Once inside, he closed the door securely and retrieved a powerful pill from the system space, swallowing it in one swift motion. Not long after, a familiar warmth coursed through his body. Following this sensation, He Tian felt a significant increase in his strength, and most notably, he sensed that his blood had concentrated in a particular area, causing his veins to bulge prominently. He hurriedly took a shower and was eager to return to his room. After a while, a resounding and melodious singing filled the room, a voice that seemed capable of penetrating walls and windows, resonating far and wide. The song was continuous, sometimes fervent, sometimes gentle, stirring deep emotions within those who heard it. As time passed, the singing grew louder, enveloping the world in this enchanting music. Unbeknownst to him, the sun had risen, its rays streaming through the window and illuminating every corner of the room. Yet, the song persisted, echoing in the air until dawn. In the afternoon, He Tian emerged from his room to find the ladies awake and gathered together, whispering amongst themselves. Their faces bore expressions of curiosity and bashfulness, seemingly discussing whose singing had been the most powerful and resonant the previous night. Clearing his throat to draw their attention, he greeted them. "Good morning, beautiful ladies. How did you sleep last night?" They shyly responded in unison, expressing that they had slept quite well. Subsequently, he joined the ladies for breakfast, relishing the delightful moments of a new day. Chapter 39. Plans to start a company. As He Tian and the ladies engaged in light-hearted conversation, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw that it was Su Zhifeng calling, presumably regarding the arrival of the 918. "Hey, little brother, your car has arrived. Where should I deliver it?" As soon as He Tian answered the call, a cheerful voice resonated on the other end. "Please deliver it to the entrance of Villa No. 10 at the Jingxia Garden." "I appreciate it, Brother Su," He Tian replied with a smile. "All right, no trouble at all. I'll bring it over right away. See you soon." Su Zhifeng's jovial voice echoed once more before He Tian ended the call. Noticing the curious gazes of the ladies upon him, He Tian chuckled and explained, "I promised Yenner I would buy her a car, and Brother Su has just acquired it. He'll be delivering it shortly." Upon hearing this, the ladies exchanged knowing glances. Su Ziang, filled with excitement, leaped into He Tian's embrace, exchanging a playful kiss. "Thank you, Daddy, for the car," she exclaimed joyfully after they parted. He Tian gently patted her head and replied, "What is there to thank? I promised you, and I will keep my word." Time passed slowly, and approximately an hour later, Su Zhifeng finally arrived at the entrance of Villa No. 10 at Jingxia Garden, driving the dazzling 918. He parked the car and dialed He Tian's number. "Hello, little brother. I've arrived, and I'm right downstairs." He Tian's voice came through the phone. "Okay. I understand. I'll be right down." Shortly after Su Zhifeng hung up the phone, He Tian arrived downstairs with a group of women and spotted Su Zhifeng standing beside a dazzling red sports car, while a few burly men behind him were engaged in hushed conversation. Su Zhifeng's gaze swept across the scene and landed on He Tian. However, upon noticing the enchanting group of women trailing behind He Tian, his eyes widened in disbelief, and an expression of astonishment graced his face. "My goodness," he murmured in awe. The cluster of breathtakingly beautiful women who followed He Tian each exuded their own unique charm and elegance, as if they had stepped out from a masterpiece. Some were delicate and alluring, others refreshingly unpretentious, while a few radiated a cool and noble beauty. Each one was captivating, stirring emotions deep within. Su Zhifeng couldn't help but reflect. This He Tian truly revels in the company of exquisite beauty, surrounded by such an array of stunning women. Envy and admiration swirl within me. He silently rejoiced at not having made an enemy of He Tian. Facing such a formidable entourage would surely sap even the bravest of souls of their courage to resist. At that moment, He Tian approached Su Zhifeng with the group and smiled. "Brother Su, it has been a few days since we last met. These are my girlfriends. I brought them along to join the fun." Su Zhifeng quickly regained his composure, responding with a grin. "Haha. I never imagined that you would be accompanied by such an abundance of beauties, brother He. Truly a delightful surprise." As he spoke, he discreetly admired the women, inwardly applauding their allure. He Tian chuckled, replying, "You flatter me, brother Su." He then turned towards the women behind him and introduced, "This is brother Su Zhifeng." The ladies gracefully curtsied, showcasing their poise and elegance. Su Zhifeng reciprocated the gesture, increasingly recognizing the extraordinary nature of He Tian. To have garnered the affection of so many beautiful women, he must possess remarkable charm and capability. Once the introductions were complete, He Tian cheerfully requested, "Brother Su, could you please deliver the car to my home? It's a gift from my girlfriend. Just ensure her name is on the ownership documents." With that, he brought Su Ziyuan in front of Su Zhifeng. Upon glancing at Su Ziyuan, Su Zhifeng's first impression was that she was a true gem, mature and curvaceous, with an exquisite figure. After exchanging pleasantries with Su Ziyuan, he filled out the necessary paperwork and asked her to sign. Once Su Ziyuan had signed, Su Zhifeng cleverly excused himself to discreetly depart. Not long after Su Zhifeng left, He Tian transferred the funds to him. At last, Su Ziyuan could gaze unabashedly at the red sports car. She circled the vehicle repeatedly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Wow," she exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. "This car is simply too cool. It is like my dream car." The other women quickly gathered around, chattering excitedly. "The color is so vibrant and eye-catching. It must turn heads on the road. Indeed, the design is so stylish, with smooth lines. It's absolutely perfect." As they spoke, they eagerly caressed the car's exterior, treating it as if it were a precious work of art. The luxurious features within the vehicle elicited admiration from the women. The seats were plush and comfortable, the dashboard exquisite and opulent, and an array of high-tech gadgets was at their disposal. Suzhou Zian could hardly contain her excitement as she settled into the driver's seat, absorbing the ambience of the car. She gently grasped the steering wheel, envisioning the exhilarating sensation of commanding this supercar at breathtaking speeds. The other women gathered around the vehicle, chattering animatedly about how to embellish it, aiming to render it even more distinctive and personalized. The scene was vibrant, filled with laughter and joy. This crimson supercar had not only become Suzhou Zian's latest obsession, but had also brought endless delight and anticipation to the group. The 918 truly was a remarkable luxury vehicle. Its exterior design was both stylish and dynamic, with flowing lines that showcased impeccable craftsmanship and quality in every detail. The interior was equally refined, featuring sumptuous seats, a state-of-the-art dashboard, and an advanced sound system that offered unparalleled comfort and enjoyment. Observing the enthusiasm of the women, He Tian chuckled and suggested that Xianer and Inger bring their cars over so they could all enjoy a leisurely drive. Blue Yusin and Zhou Ying nodded in agreement, eagerly rushing to fetch their own vehicles. In no time, two silver-gray 918s appeared before the group, with Blue Yusin and Zhou Ying at the helm, exuding grace and confidence, much to the envy of onlookers who longed to experience the thrill themselves. The women eagerly climbed into the supercars, fastening their seatbelts and igniting the engines. With a thunderous roar, the three 918s sped out of the garage like arrows released from a bow, racing down the highway, with He-Tian following closely in his own car as a guardian. As the vehicles soared along the road, they drew the attention and admiration of passers-by. The wind tousled their hair, and the sunlight glinted off the car's body, casting a dazzling glow. Suzhou Zian reveled in the adrenaline rush of speed, laughing as she pressed down on the accelerator, overtaking the vehicles ahead. The other girls, not to be outdone, closely pursued her. Laughter echoed as they showcased their driving skills, each vying for supremacy. This joyride allowed them to release stress and forget their worries. Thus, the convoy sped along the highway for some time, ultimately arriving at a picturesque mountaintop. The women disembarked to admire the breathtaking scenery and breathe in the fresh air. "This is simply delightful," Suzhou Zian exclaimed. "Thank you, Papa, for such a wonderful day." The other girls echoed their gratitude. He-Tian smiled at them, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. As the evening drew near, the sun began its descent, painting the sky with vibrant hues of dusk. "What a beautiful sunset," Suzhou Zian mused, entranced by the view. Seizing the moment, He-Tian proposed, "Shall we capture this memory with a photograph?" The women readily agreed, gathering in front of the car with the sunset as their backdrop, immortalizing this splendid moment. As dusk fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, its afterglow bathed the world in a golden radiance. He-Tian escorted the women home, and they walked back slowly, their steps weary yet filled with a sense of accomplishment. They journeyed home amidst laughter and joy, sharing the day's harvest and delights. Upon their arrival, a warm atmosphere enveloped them. The soft, gentle glow of the home's lights instilled an unparalleled sense of comfort. Soon after, He-Tian enjoyed a sumptuous dinner with the ladies, relishing the warmth and tranquility of domestic bliss. After the meal, they gathered on the sofa, watching television and engaging in conversation, savoring a delightful evening together. The following morning, after a hurried breakfast, Su Zian departed to oversee the renovation progress of the Starry building. Meanwhile, Yue Ying accompanied several other women to a modest four-story building on the outskirts of the city, busily supervising the renovation and the recruitment of new staff. Left alone in the villa, He-Tian leisurely sat on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. He opened WeChat, and a smile graced his face upon seeing a message from Wei Qiqi. Their conversation flowed effortlessly from mundane daily matters to work situations and future aspirations. They shared laughter, exchanging joys and concerns, and during this exchange, He-Tian felt the warmth of Wei Qiqi's care and affection enveloping him. After indulging in playful banter for a while, he finally set his phone down and stretched languidly. Gazing out at the bright sunshine, his spirits soared. Although the women were tirelessly pursuing their ambitions, he understood they were all striving towards a shared goal. He, too, resolved to continue supporting them and to offer assistance whenever necessary. With this thought in mind, He-Tian decided to take a moment to rest before contemplating how to better help the women realize their dreams. Upon awakening, he discovered it was already noon and none of the women had returned. Opting for convenience, he decided to order takeout rather than venture outside. He descended to the yard to stretch his limbs when the doorbell rang. Curiosity piqued, he approached the door to see a delivery person standing there, holding a package. "Hello, this is your delivery. Please sign here," the courier said. After signing, He-Tian took the package inside and curiously began to unwrap it. Inside lay a book titled The Time Traveler's Guide. As he flipped through its pages, he found intriguing methods and techniques related to time travel. Captivated, he immersed himself in the reading. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Wei Qiqi calling. "Darling, did you receive the gift I sent you?" she exclaimed excitedly. "I just got it. It's a book about time travel. Quite fascinating." He replied, "I knew you loved exploring the unknown, so I specifically sought out this book for you. I hope you enjoy it." He-Tian felt a surge of gratitude. "Thank you, my dear. I truly cherish this gift." After ending the call, he resolved to try the time travel methods outlined in the book. Closing his eyes and focusing his mind, he envisioned himself traversing into the future. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and before he knew it, afternoon had arrived. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue as its rays filtered through the clouds. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft, whispering sound. Birds joyfully sang. As if celebrating this splendid day, the silhouettes of busy individuals flitted through the streets and alleys, each person engrossed in their own lives. He-Tian languidly leaned against the sofa, casually gazing at his phone screen. Suddenly, he noted the date displayed on the screen. His heart tightening. Only 5 days remained until the new students arrived. He murmured to himself, a flicker of anticipation and anxiety reflecting in his eyes. This heralded the commencement of his new university life, brimming with the unknown and challenges. It was nearly time for Li Xiaojia to arrive. With that thought, he opened his phone to message her. "Dear daughter, have you resolved your matters?" he inquired. "Yes, Dad, everything's taken care of. I assure you that nuisance won't cause trouble again. I'll fly over tomorrow morning. I've been eager to be by your side." Li Xiaojia's message conveyed a sense of urgency. "All right, we shall connect once you arrive in the capital." "Okay, Dad," Li Xiaojia replied. After sending the message, He Tian reclined on the sofa, his mood gradually calming. He began to contemplate how to plan his forthcoming life. After all, university life represented a brand new beginning for him. Li Xiaojia, with her materialistic tendencies, was not suitable for residing here. It would be prudent to find her another place to stay. Perhaps I should let her stay in a hotel for a while, he mused. Recalling that he had 2 presidential suites available for some time. They might as well be occupied for a few days. I will assess her behavior then. Suddenly, he remembered the stunning beauty, Ning Yue, with a striking appearance of 97, whom he had yet to pursue, as well as the enchanting Chu Mingting, boasting a score of 92. Such high-caliber beauties should not be overlooked. Missing out on them would likely lead to long-lasting regret. Thus, he picked up his phone and messaged Ning Yue. Her WeChat had been added during the villa purchasing process, and surprisingly, not a single message had been exchanged since. "Ning Yue, are you busy at the moment?" At this juncture, Ning Yue was grappling with whether to invite He Tian to dinner. If not for him, she would still be in dire straits. On the day He Tian purchased the villas, he had acquired 6 in one go, earning a commission of 2 for each sold villa, which had now amassed her nearly 10 million. This realization had excited her for quite some time, and she pondered whether to extend an invitation to He Tian as a token of her gratitude. However, she was also apprehensive. If she invited He Tian to dinner, would he perceive her intentions as ulterior? After all, during their last encounter, he had been surrounded by a throng of beautiful women. Someone of his caliber would undoubtedly have discerning tastes and might not easily accept an invitation from an ordinary girl. Reflecting on this, Ning Yue felt a wave of discouragement wash over her. She realized she had acted impulsively, failing to consider the implications of her request, and now found herself at a loss. Chapter 40. The Beauty. Ning Yue. Just as Ning Yue was caught in her turmoil, a melodious ringtone abruptly shattered the tranquility. She hurriedly retrieved her phone from her pocket, where a notification of an unread message flickered on the screen. Her heart tightened suddenly, and her fingers trembled as she swiped open the screen. Upon seeing that the sender was He Tianshi, her eyes widened in astonishment, and a wave of complex emotions surged within her. Regaining her composure, she swiftly replied, "Not busy at all. May I inquire what brings you here, young Master He?" "Nothing much. I just wanted to ask if you know of any properties near Qingda." "I am considering purchasing a place there," He Tian replied. "I'm not very familiar with that, as I've only been in my job for less than 2 months. Perhaps I could assist you in searching for some options." Ning Yue responded thoughtfully, tilting her head. Ning Yue began to scour various real estate websites for properties near Qingda, but found that suitable options were rather scarce. Consequently, she resolved to visit a real estate agency in person for further inquiries. Upon arriving at the agency, Ning Yue encountered a warm and enthusiastic agent named Xiao Wang. After listening to her requirements, he recommended several properties to her. Ning Yue meticulously examined the property details and photographs, selecting 2 that appeared particularly satisfactory. Subsequently, she sent the information of these 2 properties to He Tian, adding, "Young Master He, here are some listings I found. Please let me know if they meet your expectations. You can contact me anytime if you wish to view them." After sending the message, Ning Yue felt a flutter of anxiety. She was uncertain how He Tian would respond, and she was also curious about his motivation for purchasing a property near Qingda. "If it's convenient for you, could you take me to see the properties now?" He Tian replied after contemplating the message she had sent. "Of course, young Master He. I will come to find you right away." "All right, I will be at Villa No. 10. See you shortly." "See you soon." Before long, Ning Yue arrived at the entrance of Villa number 10 and pressed the doorbell a few times. Within a minute, the door swung open to reveal He Tian, who smiled and welcomed her inside. Feeling a bit nervous, Ning Yue followed him into the house, which was exquisitely decorated, prompting her to glance around in admiration. The 2 properties she had found were both in close proximity to Qingda, with less than a half-hour drive and convenient transportation. Ning Yue took out the property details to share with He Tian, noting the well-developed surrounding facilities. As He Tian listened, he nodded thoughtfully, then pointed to one of the property photographs and remarked, "This one seems quite appealing. It looks very comfortable. Let us begin by viewing this one." Ning Yue led He Tian to the selected property, where he stood in the center of the living room, slowly turning to take in the entire layout of the space. The house, spanning over 200 square meters, was spacious and bright. It featured a modern minimalist design, dominated by soft gray and beige tones, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. The living room connected seamlessly to the dining area, forming an open space that enhanced the sense of transparency. The living room was furnished with a sleek sofa set, a coffee table, and a television wall, with the furniture's smooth lines harmonizing beautifully with the overall aesthetic. The dining area was equipped with a 6-person dining table and chairs, perfect for family gatherings. As one strides down the corridor, 4 bedrooms are discernible on either side. Each bedroom is equipped with its own en-suite bathroom, ensuring convenience for family members. The master bedroom, located at the far end, is generously spacious and features a walk-in closet and a private balcony, offering an unobstructed view of the picturesque surroundings. The other 3 bedrooms are thoughtfully designed to serve as a guest room, a children's room, and a study, catering to diverse needs. In addition to the bedrooms and the living room, this residence encompasses 2 bathrooms. One is adjacent to the living area, while the other connects directly to the master suite. Each bathroom is fully equipped with modern amenities, including a toilet, wash basin, and shower, with anti-slip materials adorning both the floor and walls to ensure safety during use. Furthermore, the house is outfitted with a kitchen that boasts cabinetry, a stove, an oven, and other essential appliances to meet culinary requirements. Beside the kitchen lies a small balcony, suitable for drying clothes or storing miscellaneous items. Overall, this residence, spanning over 200 square meters, features a well-considered layout and exquisite decor, making it ideal for both comfortable living and entertaining guests. "What do you think?" He Tian inquired, turning to Ning Yue. "I believe it is quite satisfactory. Though it ultimately depends on your personal preferences," Ning Yue replied with a smile. He Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Then let us decide on this property." He then turned to the sales representative, speaking in a composed tone, "Please assist us with the purchase formalities. However, ensure her name is inscribed on the property deed." He Tian glanced at the astonished Ning Yue, smiling as he remarked, "You must be aware that I have recently acquired 6 properties, albeit not in my name. Due to the purchase restrictions, my quota has already been utilized." With that, he gently patted Ning Yue's shoulder, signifying his trust and support. Ding! Ning Yue's favorability increased by 20, bringing her total to 50. He Tian smiled knowingly at the system's announcement. Ning Yue was taken aback by He Tian's swift decision-making, noting that he hadn't even inquired about the price. She hesitated, pondering whether placing the property in her name might be somewhat premature. Did he not fear that she might not return the house to him? Ultimately, she nodded in agreement. Throughout the contract signing process, Ning Yue maintained a professional and meticulous demeanor, while He Tian appeared relaxed. He handed his bank card to the sales representative. Moments later, the system chimed with the notification of a cashback of 28 million yuan. Once the contract was finalized, He Tian turned to Ning Yue and remarked, "I owe you a debt of gratitude for making this purchase so seamless and satisfactory." Ning Yue, slightly flustered, replied, "It was my duty. I am pleased to meet the client's needs." He Tian smiled gently. "Let us dine together this evening as a token of my appreciation." Ning Yue felt a stir of surprise. She had been contemplating what excuse she could conjure to invite him for a meal. Yet she did not anticipate him to so readily extend the invitation himself. Despite the silent joy swelling within her, she maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, responding with a smile. "Thank you for the invitation, young master He." Her voice carried a subtle hint of shyness and anticipation. He Tian had chosen an upscale restaurant, and as he and Ning Yue entered together, they instantly became the center of attention. Their arrival sparked a considerable stir, drawing envious, jealous, and even resentful gazes from those around them. Clad in an elegant dress, Ning Yue's tall stature and exquisite features exuded an air of refreshing elegance. Meanwhile, He Tian, attired in a well-fitted suit, appeared strikingly handsome. Hand in hand, they walked into the restaurant, reminiscent of a pair of celestial beings capturing the admiration of all. Diners momentarily paused their activities, their eyes fixated on this captivating couple. Whispers floated through the air. Some gazed at them with envy, their eyes reflecting a longing for such perfect companionship, while others harbored jealousy, feeling dwarfed in comparison. A few wore expressions of resentment, perhaps due to their own discontent or other reasons. Nevertheless, He Tian and Ning Yue remained oblivious to the scrutinizing stares, making their way to the reserved table, savoring their romantic interlude. Ning Yue spotted He Tian sitting by the window, dressed impeccably, with a charming smile. He stood to greet her, and together they sat down to order. As they relished the culinary delights, their conversation flowed joyfully, with He Tian often eliciting laughter from Ning Yue, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After dinner, He Tian suggested a stroll. They wandered through the streets under the night sky, experiencing the city's hustle and tranquility. Yue, do you have any dreams? He Tian suddenly slowed his pace, turning to gaze at her, his eyes glimmering with curiosity and expectation. It seemed he held a particular interest in her response, as if seeking resonance or insight from her words. As for my dreams, Ning Yue replied, tilting her head slightly to gaze at the starry sky. Pausing to reflect before softly saying, I hope to use my design talents in the future to bring beauty and happiness to more people. He Tian listened with a smile, sensing the kindness and passion deep within her heart. That is indeed a splendid dream, he exclaimed sincerely. I believe you will surely achieve it. As they continued their walk, they arrived at an overpass. He Tian pointed towards the distant, illuminated cityscape, saying to Ning Yue, look, this city is brimming with infinite possibilities. As long as we hold on to our dreams and strive for them, we can undoubtedly create our own future. Which school are you attending now? He Tian inquired. In a few days, I will be reporting to Jing University. I will soon be a student there. Ning Yue turned to look at He Tian, smiling. I am working here merely to earn some tuition, but after more than a month, I haven't sold a single apartment. In the first month, I only received a basic salary, and it was nearly a struggle to manage my meals and accommodation. I had intended to resign in a couple of days, especially with the new school term approaching, and I planned to seek out some part-time work thereafter. However, everything changed when Master He arrived and purchased 6 villas in one go. At this point, Ning Yue's excitement was palpable, her brows arching into a crescent moon of joy. When I first joined the company, my manager informed me that I would receive a 2 commission for each property sold. I could scarcely believe it when Master He acquired 6 properties at once. So, does this mean you are now a millionaire? He Tian remarked, gazing at Ning Yue's charming visage with a smile. Ning Yue nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with delight. You have no idea how thrilled I was when I received my commission. I have never seen so much money in my life. You must treat me to a grand meal then, little millionaire, He Tian teased. Certainly, I would be delighted to, Ning Yue replied cheerfully. However, I do have a small request. What is it? He Tian inquired with curiosity. Could you possibly introduce me to a few more esteemed clients like yourself? Ning Yue gazed at He Tian with hopeful eyes, shimmering with anticipation. He Tian couldn't help but chuckle, thinking how endearing the young lady was. I can certainly try, but I cannot make any promises. As they walked and conversed, they unknowingly arrived at the base of Ning Yue's apartment building. Thank you for accompanying me this evening. I truly enjoyed it, Ning Yue said sincerely. Likewise, He Tian responded, warmth swelling in his heart. Good night, until we meet again. Ning Yue waved and turned to enter the building. He Tian watched her figure disappear behind the door, a gentle smile gracing his lips before he too departed. Upon returning to the villa, He Tian discovered that the ladies had already returned. Upon seeing him, Muya cheerfully inquired, Brother, where have you been at such a late hour? He Tian approached Muya, enveloping her in a warm embrace and planting a gentle kiss on her cherry lips. Smiling as he replied, I went out for dinner with a friend and took a stroll as well. Is she your girlfriend? Muya asked curiously. He Tian shook his head with a smile. No, just a regular friend. By the way, how is the recruitment going? Muya shook her head, stating, There were a few candidates today, but none were particularly impressive. No worries, take your time. After all, there is plenty of time to find the right people. There is no need to rush. He Tian reassured her, fully aware that recruiting new members requires time and patience. Furthermore, their current team was already formidable enough to tackle present challenges. They also possessed ample resources and support to attract exceptional talent. Thus, there was no need for haste. They could afford to take their time in finding suitable candidates, ensuring that new members would harmoniously integrate with the existing team and contribute greater value to the company. Muya nodded in understanding, but with the new term approaching, she felt a strong desire to prove herself to Hitian. Hitian noticed her slight disappointment and remarked, "If you are unable to find anyone in the next few days, you can also seek candidates at your school once classes commence. In your school, there must be numerous individuals eager to earn some money." After hearing Hitian's words, Muya and Lu Xiaoran suddenly experienced a moment of enlightenment. Indeed, how could we have overlooked the idea of recruiting talent from the school? This is an exceptionally brilliant notion. The campus is teeming with vibrant, youthful, and creative students. Precisely the kind of talent we seek. Moreover, recruiting from the school not only enhances the company's visibility and image, but also allows more people to become acquainted with our organization. Consequently, this approach would not only attract outstanding talent, but also usher in greater business opportunities and avenues for development. With this thought in mind, Muya and Lu Xiaoran exchanged excited glances, envisioning the promising future of their company. They resolved to take immediate action by formulating a detailed recruitment plan and embarking on a quest to find the most suitable candidates from various prestigious universities. Muya and Lu Xiaoran began preparing for the campus recruitment initiative. Once the semester commenced, they first contacted the university's career center to familiarize themselves with the relevant regulations and procedures. Subsequently, they crafted exquisite promotional posters and flyers that detailed the company's business scope, corporate culture, and employee benefits. Their confidence in the forthcoming campus recruitment was palpable. Chapter 41. The arrival of Li Xiaojia. While the group of women was fervently discussing recruitment strategies and the types of individuals they wished to attract, and Yuing interjected with an idea. "I have a suggestion. We could attract talent by posting recruitment information." After a brief pause, she continued, "However, this may also bring forward individuals with ulterior motives, so we must meticulously screen the applicants." The others nodded in agreement, and Yuing proposed another innovative thought. "Additionally, we could proactively seek out those with potential, such as individuals in schools or the community who possess unique talents or skills, and invite them to join our organization." This proposal piqued everyone's interest, prompting a lively exchange of opinions and suggestions. Some suggested utilizing social media platforms to disseminate recruitment information, while others proposed participating in various industry events to meet more talent. Ultimately, after a spirited discussion, the group decided to adopt a multifaceted approach to recruitment. They would develop a comprehensive recruitment plan and promote it through various channels to attract a broader array of exceptional individuals to their organization. Simultaneously, they would implement stringent screening processes to ensure that the candidates they selected were genuinely capable, responsible, and trustworthy. At that moment, Hitian received a message from Li Xiaojia. "Dad, I have booked my flight ticket. The flight is at 8 in the morning tomorrow, and I should arrive around 11. Image JPG. Hitian, after reading the message, simply replied, "Mem, understood." He then looked up to see the women still engaged in discussions about recruitment and talent selection, and quietly retreated to the bathroom for a shower. After finishing his shower and dressing, Hitian entered the living room, where the women had concluded their discussion on recruitment and were now deliberating on other details. "Brother, do you think there is anything else we should pay attention to?" And Yuing inquired. Hitian pondered for a moment and suggested, "I believe you could establish certain trials to sift through potential talents, such as task assessments and interviews. This approach would provide a more comprehensive understanding of the candidate's abilities and qualities." The women present nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. Hitian continued, "Moreover, for those with potential, you might consider offering training and development opportunities to facilitate their better adaptation to the organization's work and culture." And Yuing smiled at Hitian, her eyes glimmering with admiration. "Brother, your suggestion is quite commendable. It seems you possess some usefulness after all." Hitian chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. His thoughts drifted to the following day when he would be picking up Li Xiaojia from the airport. Contemplating how best to arrange her stay, she couldn't possibly live in a hotel indefinitely. Perhaps, if she performed well, acquiring a modest apartment for her might be feasible. Perhaps even a decent car, but it was imperative that she never resided here. Individuals of her ilk were far too materialistic. She was the type to follow whoever offered her the most, and he feared that should he inadvertently provide more than he intended, she might very well choose to leave with someone else. Such individuals were alarmingly pragmatic. Nevertheless, it was still premature to dwell on this. He would assess the situation when the time came. Resolving his thoughts, Hitian retired to his room for a rest. Upon witnessing Hitian's return, The women seemed to recall something, their cheeks tinged with warmth as they gradually made their way to the bathroom to bathe and change. That night, enchanting melodies, both delightful and blush-inducing, once again filled the room, echoing tirelessly. The women had witnessed Xiao Tian's wrath, and it took the efforts of each of them, after employing their vocal charms, to finally pacify him. Exhaustion enveloped them all. The next morning, after He Tian rose and refreshed himself, he noticed the women were still asleep. He casually consumed a breakfast before heading to the sales center. Upon entering the spacious lobby of the sales center, he found it eerily empty, with only a few sales personnel engaged in idle chatter. He scanned the area but did not spot Ning Yue. Suddenly, upon noticing He Tian's entrance, the saleswomen immediately surrounded him. They were acutely aware that just days prior, He Tian had effortlessly purchased 6 villas, resulting in a substantial profit for Ning Yue. They had long harbored envy, wishing they had been the ones to attend to him. In fact, they had already begun discussing among themselves, curious about the nature of He Tian, who was so lavishly generous. Filled with intrigue and speculation, they wondered if he possessed a unique identity or background. Some surmised he might be a wealthy entrepreneur, while others speculated he could be a person of considerable influence. However, these were merely conjectures without any concrete evidence to substantiate them. Regardless, He Tian's actions had left them both astonished and curious, deepening their interest in this enigmatic man. A few approached He Tian. Ding Shui Air, exuding charm and grace, looked at him and smiled, inquiring, "Might I ask, young master He, what brings you here today? I would be delighted to be at your service." Upon witnessing Ding Shuier, the vixen seized the opportunity ahead of her. Chen Yuetong could not help but feel a pang of anxiety. She pondered to herself, "This time, I must not allow anyone to outshine me. I must cultivate an admirable image in his presence. If I can impress him, perhaps he will come to favor me." Wouldn't that be akin to a crow perching on a branch, transforming into a phoenix, or a clumsy duck blossoming into a graceful swan? In that eventuality, I would not have to labor so hard, resorting to feeding those older gentlemen bananas to sell houses. A fervent determination surged within her, and her gaze sharpened with resolve. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Ding Shuier harbored the very same aspirations, to ascend and metamorphose into a phoenix, to evolve from an ugly duckling into a beautiful swan. Taking a step forward, Chen Yuetong gazed intently at He Tian, her voice sultry and sweet. "Young master He, should you require anything, Tong Tong is more than willing to be at your service." Ding Shuier, witnessing Chen Yuetong's unabashed candor, silently condemned her for her willingness to compromise her dignity to achieve her goals, oblivious to the fact that she and Chen Yuetong were two sides of the same coin. Standing beside Ding Shuier, a striking beauty with a voluptuous figure cast a longing glance at He Tian, nearly succumbing to the urge to pounce on him. Yet she managed to restrain herself. She watched He Tian's eyes darting toward her, sending her flirtatious signals. With a charming smile, she cooed, "Young master He, perhaps you would like to step into the VIP room? If you have matters to discuss, we could sit down, sip tea, and converse." Just as she was about to elaborate, her words were abruptly interrupted by an even more voluptuous beauty beside her. Annoyed, she shot a glare at the woman, inwardly cursing her for being shameless. He Tian regarded the speaker, noting her tall stature and alluring curves, particularly her ample bosom that threatened to tear her attire. Her long legs, tightly encased in sheer black stockings, evoked an irresistible impulse to approach her. He Tian smiled and nodded in agreement. As the other women attempted to interject, the beauty swiftly took He Tian's hand, leading him towards the VIP room. Once inside the VIP room, He Tian made himself comfortable on the sofa, his gaze unabashedly appraising the beauty before him. She felt a tinge of shyness under his scrutiny, gently bending at the waist. She placed a cup of tea before He Tian and smiled. "Young master He, greetings. My name is Chu Mengting. May I inquire what brings you here today?" He Tian lifted the cup, savoring a sip before setting it down with a smile. "Hello, Chu. I am He Tian. I came here to inquire if you provide domestic services. I am looking to hire some housekeepers and cleaners to assist with cooking and maintaining cleanliness, as I find myself lacking the time to manage these trivialities. You need not worry about remuneration. Those who perform well will certainly earn more than what is typical in this industry." Upon hearing He Tian's request, Chu Mingting contemplated for a moment before responding with a smile. "Young master He, feel free to call me by my name. Addressing me as Chu Jie is too formal." "What is the matter with formality? You are my senior. It is only proper for me to address you as Chu Jia, He Tian chuckled. However, do not dwell on trivialities. It is merely a title. He Tian remarked. All right. Chu Mingting felt a flicker of joy within. Ding. Chu Mingting's affinity level reached 10, now totaling 40. As for housekeeping services, we possess certain connections, as some individuals may lack the time to manage their properties after purchasing them. We can assist in finding suitable individuals. Might I inquire what specific requirements you have, young Master He? For instance, age, height, educational background, and so forth? After a brief pause, Chu Mingting replied, I have no specific demands. Ideally, someone youthful and attractive would be preferable. They should possess culinary skills, particularly in Cantonese and Sichuan cuisine, and display meticulousness in their tasks. Regarding compensation, the trial period lasts 1 month, during which the salary for both the nanny and cleaner is set at 30,000 per month. Upon completion of the trial, it will increase to 50,000 monthly, with payments disbursed at the end of each month, including meals and accommodation. Chu Mingting was taken aback. 30,000 during the trial and 50,000 thereafter seemed excessively generous, even surpassing her own earnings. Is this the norm nowadays? Nevertheless, she nodded and smiled. I will do my utmost to assist you. How many individuals do you require, young Master He? After some contemplation, He Tian responded, let us start with 1 cook, and for cleaning, let us secure 1 permanent cleaner for Villa 10, and 5 temporary cleaning ladies for the other 5 villas. The villas numbered 11 to 15 will need cleaning every 3 days. Understood, young Master He. I will expedite the search for you. She continued, let us exchange contact information. You can reach out to me directly when necessary. He Tian retrieved his phone and shared his contact details with Chu Mingting. After adding his information, she smiled and assured him, rest assured. I will contact you immediately once I find someone. Thank you, He Tian replied with a smile. By the way, do you have any other properties available aside from this one? I anticipate purchasing another house in a few days. Suddenly remembering, He Tian addressed Chu Mingting. There are options available, but it depends on which location young master he is interested in. Chu Mingting replied with a hint of excitement. I will reach out to you in a couple of days, He Tian concluded. All right, she responded. After leaving the sales office, He Tian returned directly to the villa, where he found the ladies already awake, enjoying breakfast and engaging in lively conversation, their laughter tinged with shyness, as if discussing matters inappropriate for children. Upon noticing He Tian's sudden arrival, their chatter ceased. Come, young master, join us for breakfast, Zhou Ying exclaimed cheerfully upon seeing him. Please, continue. I have already eaten, He Tian said while making his way toward the sofa. Brother, where did you go just now? Lu Shaoran inquired. I visited the sales office to speak with the sales representatives about hiring a nanny and a cleaner to assist you with meals and housekeeping, He Tian replied as he settled onto the sofa. Were you able to find anyone? Lu Shaoran pressed. Not yet, but they assured me they would expedite the process. He Tian shook his head. Just as he finished speaking, his phone rang. He took it out to see that it was a call from Li Xiaojia. As soon as he pressed the answer button, a melodious voice resonated through the phone. Dad, I've arrived. I just got off the plane. All right, understood. I will head over now. Please wait for me in the airport lounge, He Tian replied before hanging up. He placed his phone into his pocket and stood up. Addressing the group of women, I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Should anything arise, feel free to call me. Where are you going, brother? Do you need Yao to accompany you? Yin Xiao inquired, rising to her feet. No need. You all carry on with your activities, He Tian responded, making his way towards the exit. Be careful, and Yu Ying said softly. He Tian nodded, I will. You all enjoy breakfast. I'm off. He Tian arrived at the underground garage, leaping into his exclusive sports car and driving towards the airport. Dressed in simple casual attire and donning sunglasses, he exuded an air of understated elegance. Upon reaching the airport, he spotted Li Xiaojia in the lounge. She was clad in a chic dress, her makeup meticulously done, carrying a designer handbag and strutting in high heels. He Tian approached her, taking her luggage and greeting her with a smile. Together, they exited the airport and settled into his luxurious vehicle. Li Xiaojia was rendered speechless upon seeing He Tian's spectacular sports car, her delicate hand covering her cherry lips, her eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. Wow, this car is the epitome of cool and stylish. Its exterior design is unique and striking, with smooth, powerful lines that exude sophistication and refinement. The vibrant color of the body seems to declare its existence to the world. The wheels are equally impressive, not only in their distinctive shape, but also in their outstanding handling performance. As the vehicle roars down the road, it emits a deep, powerful sound akin to a fierce beast's growl. The interior is equally breathtaking, crafted with high-quality materials and exquisite workmanship, creating a comfortable and luxurious atmosphere. The seats are soft and inviting. The dashboard is clear and straightforward, and it is equipped with a full array of functions. In summary, this car epitomizes extreme luxury and allure, making it utterly irresistible. Li Xiaojia mused to herself, imagining how wonderful it would be to possess such a dazzling and striking vehicle. Dad, this car is incredibly cool. What kind of car is this? How much does it cost? After a moment of stunned silence, she cautiously asked. This is a Lamborghini Veneno, one of only a few limited editions worldwide. As for the price, it's not too extravagant. Only 80 million, He Tian chuckled. 80 million? Only? That is so expensive. I usually find cars priced at 1 or 2 million to be unattainably high, Li Xiaojia exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 42. Li Xiaojia, as long as you perform well, I shall buy you a luxury car in a couple of days. If I am satisfied, purchasing a house for you will not be an issue. Initially, when she first encountered He Tian, she felt a bit hesitant. However, upon hearing his words, Li Xiaojia excitedly linked her arm with his, casting aside all her previous reservations. Is it true? I will certainly strive to impress you. Really? Then let us first find you a place to stay, and we shall gradually assess your performance. With that, He Tian opened the car door. Once Li Xiaojia settled into the passenger seat, he gently closed the door. He Tian started the car, and with a swift press on the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, its roaring engine igniting a mix of excitement and longing within Li Xiaojia, who dreamt of owning a supercar herself. Arriving at the entrance of an upscale restaurant, He Tian parked the car before guiding Li Xiaojia into a dining establishment named Yuxianggu. This restaurant boasted an elegant ambience and exquisite decor, evoking a warm and comfortable atmosphere. As they entered, they naturally drew the attention of several onlookers. Some curiously speculated about their relationship, while others cast admiring glances at Li Xiaojia, whose beauty and unique charm were striking. Perhaps accustomed to such scrutiny, He Tian paid little mind to the gazes directed their way. Li Xiaojia, however, felt a flutter of nervousness as she stepped into this lavish venue for the first time, her heart brimming with both novelty and apprehension. Cautiously, she followed He Tian through the spacious hall, the plush carpet beneath her feet feeling like walking on clouds. The walls adorned with exquisite paintings and the soft, warm lighting crafted an elegant ambience. He Tian chose a table by the window, gallantly pulling out a chair for Li Xiaojia before assisting her to sit. Surprised and delighted, she could hardly contain her joy. Unable to resist, Li Xiaojia glanced around, her curiosity piqued by everything surrounding her. She noticed the meticulously arranged tableware, the crystal-clear wine glasses, and the floral embellishments, each detail manifesting a lifestyle of high quality. When the server smiled and gestured for her to sit, Li Xiaojia nodded shyly. Gazing at the unfamiliar names on the menu, she felt a sense of awe. The dishes here were expensive yet appeared irresistibly appetizing. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to relax, reminding herself to relish this rare experience, despite the lingering tension within her, as this environment was far removed from her everyday life. While ordering, He Tian inquired if Li Xiaojia had any dietary restrictions or preferences. Pretending to be modest, she replied that anything would suffice, though internally, she was already elated, eagerly anticipating the culinary delights ahead. As the dishes arrived, they dined and conversed. Li Xiaojia exerted all her charm, striving to endear herself to He Tian, who maintained his politeness and smile, occasionally responding, prompting her to perform even more earnestly. After indulging in a satisfying meal, He Tian suggested a stroll outside, to which Li Xiaojia readily agreed. They meandered through the bustling streets, the vibrant cityscape resembling a magnificent painting. Gently entwining her arm with He Tian's, she savored his warmth, her heart brimming with happiness. As they walked, they arrived at a park filled with fresh air, shaded by lush trees, and adorned with blooming flowers of various hues. Li Xiaojia excitedly ran towards a blooming rose, bending down to inhale its sweet fragrance. He Tian gazed silently at her, a subtle tenderness glimmering in his eyes. Approaching her gently, he plucked the rose and presented it to her, saying, "This flower is for you, as beautiful and enchanting as you are." As Li Xiaojia accepted the rose, a shy blush colored her cheeks, She raised her gaze, her eyes filled with gratitude and joy. At that moment, delicate raindrops began to fall from the sky, lightly cascading upon them. He Tian opened an umbrella, sheltering Li Xiaojia close to him. They strolled leisurely in the rain, savoring the tranquility and romance that enveloped them. The city, drenched in rain, appeared even more captivating, the illuminated streets reflecting their entwined figures. Enraptured by the romantic ambience, Li Xiaojia stole a glance at He Tian, her heart swelling with secret delight. As the rain intensified, they sought refuge from the downpour. They found solace in a nearby cafe, where the warm atmosphere was incredibly comforting. He Tian ordered a hot coffee for Li Xiaojia, and they sat across from each other, engaging in soft-spoken conversation. The rain outside continued to fall, seemingly crafting a more romantic setting for them. Li Xiaojia felt as though she were in a dream, so beautiful that she wished never to awaken. Yet, she understood that this was merely the beginning. A future filled with unknown adventures awaited them. Before long, the rain ceased, and He Tian led Li Xiaojia to the hotel where Lan Yusin once resided. Upon entering the presidential suite, Li Xiaojia's emotions were a blend of shyness and awe. When He Tian informed her that a night's stay here cost 888, she was overwhelmed with excitement. It was the first time in her life she had stayed in such an opulent room, leaving her utterly speechless. In the past, such a notion would have been beyond her wildest dreams, yet here she was, experiencing it in reality. She gazed in disbelief at her surroundings, a wave of indescribable joy and contentment swelling within her. Every detail of the room exuded luxury and elegance, from the plush carpet to the exquisite furniture, each element a testament to its immense value. She gently caressed the soft bedding, reveling in its delicate texture, as if she had stepped into a fantastical realm. This lifestyle, once a distant dream for her, was now her tangible reality, and she relished every moment of it. Li Xiaojia excitedly explored the room, turning on the television and reclining on the vast sofa, savoring the unparalleled comfort. He Tian observed her happiness with great satisfaction. He settled beside her, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulders. "Thank you for giving me such a wonderful experience," she said, turning to look at him with deep affection. He Tian smiled, replying, "You deserve this. You are worthy of better." As he spoke, he placed a tender kiss on her forehead. Instantly, Li Xiaojia's face flushed, and she shyly lowered her head. Yet her heart brimmed with happiness. Li Xiaojia suddenly stood up, a hint of shyness in her demeanor, and said, "I am going to take a shower." With that, she hurried into the bathroom. Just as she stepped inside, He Tian followed closely behind. Upon noticing He Tian's entry, Li Xiaojia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her and stammered, "Why you?" He Tian. He Tian grinned widely. "Let's do it together. You can help me scrub my back." Li Xiaojia stood frozen, a bit bewildered, unable to move. Since she could remember, this was the first time she would bathe with a man. As she caught He Tian's gaze fixed upon her, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively lowered her head, her hands nervously tugging at the hem of her shirt. He Tian glanced at her, seemingly displeased, and remarked, "Your reaction is rather disappointing. It seems you no longer wish for the promises I made to you. If that is the case, you may as well leave." Before He Tian could finish his sentence, Li Xiaojia's once rosy cheeks turned pallid. She understood that if He Tian was dissatisfied, she would have nothing left. Previously, she had vowed to ensure He Tian's satisfaction. Yet here she was, faltering on the very first day. Suddenly, with a cheerful smile, she declared, "Don't worry, I can manage." As she spoke, she commenced removing both her own and He Tian's clothing. Though she felt a tinge of shyness, Li Xiaojia diligently scrubbed He Tian's back, occasionally offering him verbal praise. Time slipped by, and eventually, He Tian emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. After drying his hair, he languidly reclined on the soft sofa, a faint smile gracing his lips. He casually retrieved his phone, his long fingers deftly swiping across the screen, swiftly opening a chat interface filled with messages from numerous women. "Not going back tonight," He Tian succinctly sent, as if proclaiming his newfound freedom. He then carelessly set his phone aside, leaned back, and closed his eyes, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. However, moments later, he picked up his phone again and clicked on Wei Qiqi's profile. Their playful banter erupted on the screen, infused with an unmistakable air of flirtation. They teased and jested, fully immersed in this unique emotional exchange, with every word steeped in deep affection and anticipation, stirring ripples in their hearts. The conversation between He Tian and Wei Qiqi intensified, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings as they became enraptured in each other's world, unable to extricate themselves. Eventually, Li Xiaojia appeared from the bathroom, her cheeks flushed and heart racing, wrapped in a towel. The warmth of the steam had given her skin a rosy glow, and her damp hair clung to her shoulders, droplets cascading down and pooling on the floor. Her gaze was slightly dazed, as if still lost in the thoughts from her recent bath. Holding a towel, she dried her hair and announced, "I'm done washing." He Tian glanced at her and nodded, instructing her to dry her hair before returning to her room. Misinterpreting his reaction, Li Xiaojia assumed he was still upset about their earlier encounter. She hurriedly dried her hair, approached He Tian from behind, and gently placed her hands on his shoulders, offering him a soothing massage. "Are you still upset about earlier? Please don't be angry anymore. I promise I will change. Will you give me another chance?" Li Xiaojia urged, a hint of desperation in her voice. She was genuinely frightened. If He Tian expressed dissatisfaction, she might end up with nothing. Just days prior, she had reveled in the thought of that 1 million. She had mused privately that if she received 1 million each month, it would total 12 million in a year. Not to mention a house, a car, and luxury goods. It would be a life of unparalleled opulence. Yet now, she struggled to fulfill even He Tian's initial demand. Procrastinating for quite some time, He Tian turned to glance at the somewhat anxious Li Xiaojia and, with a deliberately stern expression, stated that given her relatively obedient demeanor, he would grant her another opportunity. However, before He Tian could finish his sentence, Li Xiaojia, delighted at the prospect of another chance, interrupted eagerly. Vowing to be obedient and understanding, He Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Li Xiaojia boldly approached him, sitting on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. Gazing deeply into his eyes, she slowly leaned in to kiss him, her inexperienced tongue guiding his into her cherry-like mouth for exploration. Time seemed to dissolve as they eventually parted, breathless, only to find a delicate silken thread connecting their lips. Embarrassed, she buried her head into He Tian's embrace. He effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry and returned to the room. Before long, the enchanting sound of Li Xiaojia's melodious singing filled the air. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow throughout the room. He Tian awoke, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and stretched before turning to the adjacent bed. There lay Li Xiaojia, still lost in sweet dreams, emitting soft snores, seemingly oblivious to the arrival of a new day. Observing her adorable and innocent visage, He Tian couldn't help but smile softly. He sighed gently, reluctant to disturb her beautiful slumber, and carefully reached for his phone resting on the bedside, opening the screen to browse short videos. After an indeterminate amount of time scrolling through videos, He Tian noticed the beauty beside him stir. Turning his head, he saw Li Xiaojia had awoken at some point, her bright, clear eyes fixed on him. He smiled faintly and said softly, "You're awake." Li Xiaojia's cheeks flushed slightly. Whether from shyness or warmth, he could not tell. She nodded gently in acknowledgement. "You performed quite well last night. I shall take you to buy some cosmetics shortly," He Tian said tenderly. Li Xiaojia suddenly erupted in joyful laughter, her face beaming with a sweet smile as she playfully replied, "Thank you." He Tian then teased, "But how will you show your gratitude? Words alone won't suffice. You must prove it through action." Understanding his implication, Li Xiaojia, in a fit of shyness, buried herself beneath the covers, only to emerge with a flushed face, pouting her lips for a kiss. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, bathing the room in warmth. By noon, He Tian stretched and climbed out of bed, rubbing his eyes. He looked at the still sleeping Li Xiaojia, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He Tian gently shook Li Xiaojia's shoulder, whispering, "Little sleepyhead, it's time to rise." Li Xiaojia murmured softly, turning over to continue her slumber. With a resigned smile, He Tian tenderly caressed her hair. After a while, Li Xiaojia finally opened her eyes slowly, gazing at He Tian with drowsy eyes. They exchanged a smile and got up together to freshen up. He Tian walked to the bathroom, turning on the faucet. The cool water invigorated him. He cupped his hands, splashing water on his face, relishing the refreshing sensation. Subsequently, he picked up his toothbrush, meticulously brushing his teeth as the fresh minty aroma filled the air. Li Xiaojia also entered the bathroom, glancing at her reflection in the mirror and noticing her hair was somewhat disheveled. Thus, she took a comb to smooth her long locks. Next, she retrieved her facial cleanser, lathering it into foam and gently applying it to her face. After washing her face, she felt her skin refreshingly clean. Once they had completed their morning routine, He Tian and Li Xiaojia emerged from the bathroom, clad in neat attire and radiating vitality. He Tian looked at Li Xiaojia and found her exceptionally beautiful that day. Sensing his gaze, Li Xiaojia's cheeks flushed slightly as she shyly lowered her head. Chapter 43. Shopping with Li Xiaojia. Sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a warm and gentle glow upon the city streets. He Tian and Li Xiaojia stood side by side in the elevator, with Li Xiaojia feeling elated and full of anticipation. She had previously witnessed He Tian indulging two beautiful women in an extravagant shopping spree, and feelings of envy had washed over her. Now at last, He Tian was taking her shopping, and her excitement knew no bounds. As the elevator descended smoothly, they soon reached the lobby on the ground floor of the hotel. Upon exiting the hotel, He Tian raised his hand to hail a taxi, and they quickly slipped inside. The driver cheerfully inquired about their destination, to which He Tian replied with a smile, "Driver, please take us to the nearest shopping plaza." The vehicle then set off, merging into the bustling flow of traffic. Along the way, the scenery outside the window transformed continuously, featuring towering buildings, lush trees, and hurried passers-by, creating a vibrant urban tableau. He Tian and Li Xiaojia chatted and laughed, discussing the items they wished to purchase, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the shopping adventure ahead. Before long, the taxi came to a steady halt at the entrance of the shopping plaza. They leisurely alighted from the vehicle, their steps unhurried. As they surveyed their surroundings, their eyes landed on a modest yet clean noodle shop not far away. Entering the establishment, they were enveloped by the rich aroma of noodles and a warm atmosphere. The owner greeted them warmly, inquiring about their preferences. They casually ordered 2 bowls of the house special beef noodles and settled into a window-side table. Before long, 2 bowls of fragrant beef noodles were served to their table. The evenly cooked noodles were immersed in a tempting, rich broth, adorned with succulent pieces of tender beef, garnished with a sprinkle of scallions and cilantro, rendering the dish simply irresistible. 2 individuals eagerly grasped their chopsticks and began to savor the delectable dishes before them. With the first bite, the noodles revealed their smooth and resilient texture, while the beef was tender and richly flavored, and the broth was robust and delightful, leaving an indelible impression. As they relished the satisfaction brought by the cuisine, they engaged in soft-spoken conversations, occasionally glancing out the window to observe the pedestrians and vehicles passing by. After exiting the noodle shop, they ventured into a bustling shopping plaza. The mall was teeming with people, showcasing a dazzling array of goods that dazzled the senses. He Tian escorted Li Xiaojia to Hermes, having not seen Qian Xiaoxiang for quite some time, and thus decided to accompany Li Xiaojia in purchasing luxury items such as handbags while also catching up with Xiaoxiang. Upon entering the Hermes store, the staff promptly greeted them. He Tian made a beeline for Qian Xiaoxiang. From a distance, Qian Xiaoxiang spotted the familiar figure ambling towards her at a leisurely pace. Upon recognizing He Tian, her heart raced with excitement, a joy that rippled through her like gentle waves. At that moment, everything around her seemed blurred, except for the approaching figure, which was crystal clear. His tall stature, handsome visage, and the faint smile at the corner of his lips captivated her heart, filling her with elation. This feeling enveloped her like the warmest sunlight of spring, wrapping her in a cocoon of happiness. "Xiaoxiang, did you miss me?" He Tian teased. "Who would miss you?" Qian Xiaoxiang glanced at He Tian, shyly lowering her head. Her cheeks flushed as she quietly replied, "Ah, when did you become a ghost? I was unaware." He Tian joked with a playful grin. "You're the ghost. Your whole family is the ghost." Qian Xiaoxiang replied, somewhat flustered. "You just said that no one misses me. Yet here you are blushing at the sight of me. What does that say?" He Tian smirked, chuckling heartily. After a brief pause, He Hua continued, "Nevertheless, to have such a beautiful ghost thinking of me is indeed an honor. Who thinks of you? Only a ghost would." Qian Xiaoxiang, flustered by He Tian's words, struggled to articulate her thoughts, her usual eloquence faltering. "An explanation is merely a disguise, and a disguise is something you understand." He Tian lightly patted her fragrant shoulder, chuckling. Qian Xiaoxiang paused, her delicate finger pointing at He Tian. Her face flushed as she retorted, "You are the one who needs to be dealt with." Ding. Qian Xiaoxiang's affection increased by 5. Current affection level is 68. All right, I was just joking. The purpose of my visit today is to have you accompany me in selecting some bags and clothes, with no budget constraints. He Tian indicated toward the arm of Li Xiaojia, addressing Qian Xiaoxiang. Every time we come, you always tease me, Qian Xiaoxiang murmured under her breath. Although her voice was soft, He Tian's heightened hearing, enhanced by genetic modifications, caught her words clearly. He Tian, with a teasing heart, remarked with a smile that his playful banter was merely a means to deepen their relationship. What if one day you accidentally fall deeply in love with me? He quipped. Upon hearing his words, Qian Xiaoxiang leaped 3 feet into the air, her delicate fingers pointing at He Tian, her face flushed with indignation. Who on earth would want to deepen our relationship? How absurd. Who would ever love you to the point of losing their mind? He Tian stared, his eyes wide with disbelief, as a figure suddenly appeared before him, his voice trembling slightly with astonishment. How have you transformed back into a ghost? My goodness. But wait, are you confessing your feelings to me? If that is indeed the case, then I graciously accept your confession. My dear, don't forget to select a few beautiful outfits and fashionable bags for yourself. I'll cover the expenses. Consider it a welcoming gift from my charming girlfriend. After hearing He Tian's words, Qian Xiaoxiang felt a surge of anger coursing through her, her face turning a brilliant shade of red, akin to a ripe apple. Her once bright eyes now glared fiercely, seemingly ablaze with fury. Her chest heaved with indignation, and her breathing quickened. Clenching her teeth, her lips trembled as she retorted. When did I ever confess to you? Who would ever want to be your girlfriend? Have you no shame? All right. I understand you have a delicate disposition and feel shy, but fear not. You can choose whatever you desire, and I shall pay. He Tian continued to smirk. Unfazed by her fury, Qian Xiaoxiang was at a loss for words, her mind racing with thoughts of making him pay dearly for his incessant teasing. A bright smile crept onto her face at the prospect. Yet, as she gazed upon He Tian's smug expression, a realization dawned upon her. If she chose a bag, would that not imply her acceptance of his proposal? Despite his handsome appearance and considerable wealth, he was notoriously fickle. Just last time, multiple beautiful women surrounded him. Such a heartbreaker, such a rogue. She would never allow herself to fall for him. Observing the myriad of emotions flickering across Qian Xiaoxiang's face, He Tian found it perplexing yet amusing. He paid no heed to her turmoil and directed Li Xiaojia to select clothing and bags. As Qian Xiaoxiang accompanied Li Xiaojia in her pursuit of fashion, she inadvertently guided her towards the most expensive items. Unbeknownst to her, He Tian's gaze remained fixed upon her, a subtle smile gracing his lips. There she stood, before a dazzling array of bags, her eyes scanning with intensity. In no time, she meticulously selected several uniquely styled bags that caught her fancy. With a radiant smile, she presented them to Li Xiaojia, gently urging, "My dear, try these on and see which one suits you best." Li Xiaojia joyfully accepted the bags, examining each one with meticulous care. Every bag was designed with remarkable style. Whether showcasing a minimalist elegance or adorned with exquisite embellishments, each reflected a distinctive taste and a sense of trendiness. Moreover, the quality of these bags was exceptional. They felt soft and comfortable to the touch, crafted from superior materials, with details attended to with exquisite precision. Cautiously, Li Xiaojia slung one of the bags over her shoulder and admired herself in the mirror, a satisfied smile gracing her face as she turned from side to side. She then switched to another design, continuing her trials amidst an atmosphere brimming with joy and anticipation. Time slipped by unnoticed. After more than an hour, the bustling mall was alive with people coming and going. Amongst this vibrant scene, Qian Xiaoxiang and Li Xiaojia enthusiastically navigated through various clothing and bag counters. Their gazes were sharp as hawks, sweeping over the myriad of products lining the shelves. After much careful selection, their hands were laden with an assortment of bags, each containing a variety of clothing styles. Some were trendy and exuded a unique charm, while others were elegantly simple, showcasing refined grace. Additionally, they had acquired several exquisite bags during their shopping spree, some petite and dainty, others grand and luxurious, each boasting its own unique character. With a smile, Qian Xiaoxiang remarked to Li Xiaojia, "Today has been a bountiful harvest. You found so many beloved items, haven't you?" Li Xiaojia nodded, her smile radiating satisfaction. "Indeed. Thank you for helping me choose." Qian Xiaoxiang replied with a smile, "No need to thank me. It's simply my duty. Why haven't you picked out some clothes and bags for yourself? Didn't he suggest you do so?" Qian Xiaoxiang shook her head, laughing. "If I were to choose something, wouldn't that imply I agree to be his girlfriend? He is so fickle, I wouldn't want that." Li Xiaojia sighed. That is how the world is, isn't it? Not to mention, which wealthy and capable man isn't unfaithful. Even those without wealth or ability can be just as disloyal. Haven't you seen the news? There are many men who are not only unfaithful, but also deceitful, taking advantage of women. Pausing, she glanced at Qian Xiuxiang and added, many men nowadays are reluctant to pursue women, even if they do. They are unwilling to spend money on them. Think about it. Perhaps this opportunity will pass you by. With that, Li Xiaojia gathered her bags and approached He Tian. He Tian promptly took out his bank card and paid without hesitation. Upon discovering that all these purchases were Li Xiaojia's, he smiled in confusion at Qian Xiuxiang. Darling, why didn't you pick a few items for yourself? Are you worried I won't have enough money to pay? Qian Xiuxiang shot him an exasperated glance, thinking to herself that he was feigning ignorance. If she chose something, wouldn't that be an admission of being his girlfriend? Don't call me that. I am not your darling, she said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Qian Xiuxiang's affection level was at 2, currently standing at 70. Upon hearing the system's voice, He Tian chuckled and said, all right, my dear, since you are not picky, it seems you wish to help me save some money. Your thoughtfulness suggests you aspire to be my virtuous partner, and that brings me great joy. Upon hearing He Tian's words, Qian Xiuxiang's face flushed with anger, thinking to herself, how can this person be so shameless? Is that really what I meant? She pointed her delicate hand at He Tian, exclaiming, when have I ever thought of you? Bah! And when did I ever want to be your virtuous partner? Can you stop talking nonsense? Ha ha ha, you're blushing. He Tian teased, noticing how much redder Qian Xiuxiang's face had become, which only fueled his amusement further. Not wishing to engage with this rogue any longer, Qian Xiuxiang turned and walked ahead. He Tian hurried after her, saying, don't be angry, it was just a joke. What do you like? I'll buy it for you. I don't need you to buy anything. Qian Xiuxiang shot him a glare. Really not? Then I shall choose for myself, He Tian said, lifting a piece of clothing and modeling it. What do you think of this one? Qian Xiuxiang stole a glance and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, you look so ridiculous in that. Is it not to your liking? He Tian asked, confusion etched on his face. Not at all. Qian Xiuxiang replied decisively. All right, then I shall look for something else, He Tian said, putting down the garment and browsing other styles. He tried on several outfits, frequently asking for Qian Xiuxiang's opinion. But each time he was met with responses of not good or not suitable for you. Eventually, he resigned himself to abandoning the search for clothing and turned his attention to the accessories section. Wow, this necklace is stunning, He Tian exclaimed, holding up a diamond-studded necklace and waving it in front of Qian Xiuxiang. What do you think of this necklace? It would suit you perfectly. Qian Xiuxiang glanced at the necklace. It was indeed beautiful, yet she shook her head, saying, I don't need it. Why not? Don't you like it? He Tian questioned, perplexed. Qian Xiuxiang hesitated for a moment. She was slightly tempted but did not wish to accept He Tian's gift. I cannot accept gifts from others. Others? I am not just anyone. I am your future boyfriend, He Tian declared with a smile. Just accept it as an early Valentine-esque gift. Before she could protest, he placed the necklace around Qian Xiuxiang's neck and stepped back to admire his handiwork. Wow, it looks truly beautiful on you, He Tian marveled. Qian Xiuxiang was taken aback by his unexpected action, her face turning a deep crimson, her cheeks resembling ripe apples, clearly displaying her shyness. She slightly lowered her head, her gaze falling upon the exquisite necklace, and a wave of indescribable joy and satisfaction surged within her. The necklace sparkled with dazzling brilliance, akin to the resplendent stars in the night sky. The embedded gemstones radiated enchanting colors, complementing the delicate chain, rendering it exceptionally beautiful. Qian Xiuxiang gazed at it, as if she could feel the profound affection emanating through this small ornament. After a considerable moment, she gently lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with tenderness. Parting her crimson lips, she spoke in a voice as delicate as a whisper, yet distinctly audible, thank you. Though brief, her expression of gratitude was imbued with profound sincerity and depth. There is no need to be so polite. You are my girlfriend, who has confessed her feelings to me. It is only natural for me to buy you things. If you desire anything else, feel free to choose freely. I shall take care of the bill, He Tian chuckled. Hearing this, Qian Xiuxiang's cheeks flushed even more, and she lowered her head, quietly responding, no need. This necklace is already splendid. Yet, she thought to herself, how generous this person is. Noticing her shyness, He Tian deftly shifted the conversation. By the way, do you have time today? I've discovered a fantastic restaurant and would like to take you to try it. Qian Xiaoxiang pondered slightly before nodding in agreement. She felt a sense of anticipation regarding He Tian's invitation and wished to seize this opportunity to know him better. Thus, the trio headed to the restaurant together. In the warm ambience, they relished delectable cuisine and shared snippets of their lives. This moment filled Qian Xiaoxiang with immense happiness. She gradually opened her heart. Drawing closer to He Tian, Li Xiaojia, admiring her shopping haul, exclaimed, "Sometimes, shopping can truly elevate one's spirits." Qian Xiaoxiang concurred, "Indeed. And these new clothes and bags can enhance your confidence and beauty." The two exchanged smiles, continuing to savor this delightful, carefree time. Chapter 44. Xiaoxiang upon exiting the restaurant. He Tian guided the two ladies for a brief stroll before escorting Xiaoxiang back to work, as she had just taken a short break. After dropping Xiaoxiang off at Hermes, He Tian let out a relaxed sigh. He then strolled once more with Li Xiaojia through the bustling, vibrant shopping mall, hand in hand, filled with laughter and conversation. When they arrived in front of a finely decorated boutique showcasing an array of fashionable lingerie, He Tian suddenly halted, leaning in to whisper softly into Li Xiaojia's ear. Initially taken aback, she soon felt a blush rise to her cheeks, casting a playful glare at He Tian, yet her lips involuntarily curled into a shy, sweet smile. With a gentle touch, He Tian held Li Xiaojia's delicate hand, as if it were a rare treasure, leading her into the lingerie store. The dazzling array of lingerie resembled a vibrant sea of flowers, overwhelming to the senses. Within He Tian's heart, waves of excitement and eagerness surged like a vast ocean. Meanwhile, Li Xiaojia's heart fluttered like a bashful deer, filled with anticipation yet hesitant to reveal her feelings openly. He Tian meticulously selected several exquisite pieces he deemed akin to works of art, and upon seeing the lingerie chosen for her, Li Xiaojia's cheeks flushed like the evening sky, instantly turning rosy. Yet within her, a ripple of excitement stirred, akin to the surface of a lake caressed by the spring breeze, urging her to embrace the moment. She herself selected several dreamily beautiful pieces of lingerie, which invigorated He Tian, illuminating him as if touched by a radiant light. After choosing the lingerie, she selected a plethora of stockings, each resembling exquisite works of art. Impossible to resist. Upon exiting the lingerie store, He Tian, like a caretaker of precious blooms, bought Li Xiaojia several outfits and cosmetics. Hand in hand, they emerged from the mall, resembling a pair of sweet lovebirds. As he turned, his gaze fell upon Li Xiaojia, who had accompanied him throughout. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with anticipation and curiosity, as if she was eager to embark on a new adventure with He Tian. A gentle breeze caressed their cheeks, bringing a refreshing chill. He Tian smiled, his lips curving upward, and said to Li Xiaojia, "Let's go and explore the unknown world together." With that, he took her soft little hand, and they walked side by side, their figures gradually fading into the bustling streets. Strolling along the avenue, they passed a pet store, where Li Xiaojia was captivated by the adorable kittens within, unable to resist stopping to watch. He Tian, recognizing her longing, chuckled and gently pulled her inside. The shopkeeper warmly introduced various felines, and Li Xiaojia listened intently. Ultimately, she chose a little white kitten, its blue eyes sparkling like precious gems. He Tian paid for the kitten and cradled it in his arms, while Li Xiaojia delightedly stroked its fur, her eyes brimming with affection. As they left the pet store, they continued their leisurely walk, the kitten nestled quietly in He Tian's embrace, seemingly savoring the warmth of the moment. He Tian inquired, "Shall we give it a name?" After a moment's contemplation, Li Xiaojia replied, "Let us call it Snowflake, for its fur is as pure as snow." He Tian nodded, smiling as he said, "All right, Snowflake shall become a member of our family." Hand in hand, with Snowflake in tow, they ambled about, stopping occasionally to enjoy the day. Time flew by as the two of them strolled with Snowflake for an entire afternoon. They casually found a place to dine before returning to the hotel. Back at the hotel, He Tian reclined on the sofa, inviting Li Xiaojia to try on the lingerie they had just purchased. A blush spread across her cheeks, overwhelmed by shyness. Although she felt bashful, she complied with He Tian's request, for she dared not refuse him. Besides, he had seen her body in its entirety, and now she was merely trying on lingerie before him. If he liked it, perhaps he would pamper her even more, which could only be a good thing. He Tian was surely surrounded by many beautiful women. If she did not make an effort, she feared she might lose even the remnants of his attention. Currently, she possessed only clothing, bags, and cosmetics. The car and house were still lacking. What if he became upset and ceased to buy her gifts? Therefore, she resolved to present herself well in front of him. With determination, Li Xiaojia shyly tried on the lingerie and stockings she had just bought, one by one. Before He Tian reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his mobile device, while leisurely admiring Li Xiaojia's body, which resembled a work of art, capturing photographs as he did so. Gradually, he felt as if all the blood in his body was converging at a singular point. Ignoring all else, he stood up, took Li Xiaojia by the hand, and led her back to the room. Shortly thereafter, her melodious voice filled the air. However, it wasn't long before Li Xiaojia succumbed to unconsciousness, having experienced pain from their encounter the night before. She was unprepared for the fervor with which He Tian approached her again. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, gently illuminating He Tian's tightly shut eyelids. He gradually opened his eyes, his consciousness awakening from a deep slumber. Initially, he felt a sense of confusion, as though still enmeshed in the dreams of the previous night. Yet, as his vision cleared and the familiar surroundings came into focus, he fully roused from his reverie. He glanced at his phone and realized it was nearly noon. Rubbing his eyes, he recalled the wildness of the prior evening, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. Turning his head, he beheld Li Xiaojia still peacefully asleep beside him, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. He Tian gently caressed Li Xiaojia's face, her skin smooth and warm to the touch. Withdrawing his hand, he sat up against the headboard and began to scroll through short videos on his phone. Not long after, Li Xiaojia opened her bleary eyes to find He Tian leaning against the headboard, engrossed in his device. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as her gaze fell upon the vibrant and lively He Tian. The memory of the previous night's passionate encounter flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Instead of voicing any complaints, she softly leaned closer to him. He Tian, still absorbed in his videos, suddenly sensed her presence. He lowered his phone and, with a satisfied smile, affectionately patted her head. After more than an hour, He Tian was left trembling with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Li Xiaojia, disregarding her discomfort, hurried to the bathroom to freshen up. After some time, she returned, unsteady on her feet, and began to dress. Upon seeing Li Xiaojia return, He Tian also rose to wash up. After completing his own routine, he emerged from the bathroom to find Li Xiaojia seated elegantly on the sofa. He approached her with a smile and plopped down beside her. As soon as he sat, Li Xiaojia nestled her head against his shoulder. He Tian raised his hand, gently stroking her hair, and remarked, "You performed splendidly last night, and just now, I am quite pleased. Allow me to transfer a little pocket money to you as a reward. I hope for even better performances in the future." With that, he swiftly took out his phone and sent her the money. Li Xiaojia's phone chimed, and upon glancing at the screen, she was astonished to see the sum of 3 million displayed. Thinking she might have misread, she counted several times before confirming the amount, her delicate fingers trembling as she accepted the transfer. With a good rapport of 10, Li Xiaojia's current affection level stood at 90. Upon receiving the money, she leapt with uncontainable joy, but in her exuberance, she exerted herself too much and strained her wound, causing her to grimace in pain. Nevertheless, she brushed aside her discomfort, wrapping her arm around He Tian's neck and showering his face with affectionate pecks. After a while, with her arms still around him, her eyes sparkled with excitement and tenderness as she sweetly promised, "I will certainly strive for better performance and will not disappoint Baba." After saying this, she planted a gentle kiss on his lips. He Tian, smiling, caressed the crescent-shaped curve of Li Xiaojia's ample hips and remarked, "As long as you meet my expectations, I shall reward you even more generously. The supercar and villa I will gift you will only get better." Upon hearing his words, Li Xiaojia kissed him again on the cheek, expressing earnestly, "My daughter will do her utmost to ensure Baba is satisfied." With that, she released her embrace and slowly squatted before him. He Tian looked at Li Xiaojia with great satisfaction, affectionately patting her head in encouragement and praise. Over an hour later, Li Xiaojia stood up and went to the restroom. After a while, she emerged, her cheeks still flushed with a rosy hue. She walked unsteadily to He Tian's side and sat down, her beautiful eyes gazing deeply into his. Turning to her, He Tian smiled and said, "You performed wonderfully. I am now going to buy you a supercar." Li Xiaojia was elated to hear this, quickly planting a kiss on his cheek and sweetly saying, "Thank you, Baba." No sooner had she spoken than He Tian picked up his phone, located Su Zhifeng's number, and dialed, putting it on speaker. The phone rang twice before being answered, revealing a hearty laugh. "Hey, brother, what's the matter? You're not looking to get another car, are you?" He Tian chuckled and replied, "Indeed. This time I would like your assistance in procuring a Lamborghini Revuelto. Do you think you can manage that?" After a moment of silence, Su Zhifeng responded, "The Lamborghini Revuelto? Certainly, the price is 5 million. If that suits you, I can have the car delivered to you in a couple of days. What do you think?" "Sounds good." He Tian replied nonchalantly. "By the way, could you also help me acquire a few 918s? Whatever quantity you can procure, I will take." Su Zhifeng, who had been sipping wine with friends, suddenly spewed it out in surprise. "Get as many as I can. While I've seen the young master he display his lavishness before, this is quite audacious." He mused, "If I could secure 10 or 20, that would be quite the ambitious target." Nevertheless, he agreed with a smile. "Brother He, when do you need the 918ths? I'd like to be prepared." He Tian replied with a smile, "In about a month. Feel free to send over however many you can manage. As always, the price is not an issue." "All right. I will ensure to deliver as many as I can," Su Zhifeng said cheerfully. "Thank you, Brother Su," He Tian expressed gratefully. "Dear He, you are being excessively polite with me. How about we go out for a drink? Let me introduce you to a few friends," Su Zhifeng exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "All right, since you've spoken up, I cannot refuse your gracious invitation, can I? Send me the location, and I shall arrive shortly," He Tian responded with a smile. Just as he hung up the phone, it buzzed again. He Tian glanced at his device. It was the location sent by Su Zhifeng. Li Xiaojia, resembling a docile little kitten, linked her arm with He Tian's and sweetly inquired, "Baba, are you heading out? Would you like your daughter to accompany you?" He Tian gently shook his head, a smile gracing his face akin to a gentle spring breeze. "No need for that. I have a task to assign to you. Should you complete it, a generous reward awaits." Li Xiaojia, her face filled with curiosity, asked, "What is the task?" "Help me win over Qiu Xiang, and I shall procure for you a lavish mansion worth tens of millions, for you both to reside in together. If you succeed in capturing her heart, I will also increase your allowance to 3 million monthly," He Tian elaborated. After a brief pause, he continued, "Inform her that if she chooses to follow me, as you have, I will provide her with luxury sports cars and high-end goods. Her allowance will be equally generous. However, should you fail, your allowance will remain at 1 million per month." Li Xiaojia stood frozen in astonishment, her earlier delight at He Tian's promise of a 5 million Lamborghini overshadowed by the realization that he wanted her to assist in winning over another woman. What a contradiction, though a pang of dissatisfaction coursed through her. The prospect of a 3 million monthly allowance and a multi-million mansion was alluring, something others might pursue for a lifetime. The notion that all it took to achieve this was to help him with another woman was tempting. For the sake of those rewards, she happily acquiesced, prioritizing money and property over all else. "Don't worry, Baba. I will certainly help relieve your burdens. I am your devoted little cotton-padded jacket," Li Xiaojia assured him with a smile. "Now, I must be off. When you've accomplished the task, give me a call. You can either go shopping or seek out Qiu Xiang right now," He Tian said. He then gently kissed her forehead and playfully squeezed her shapely backside, causing Li Xiaojia to emit a soft, surprised sound before he turned and stepped out. Chapter 45. Su Zhifeng with a brisk and resolute gait. He Tian exited the premises. After pressing the elevator button and waiting a moment, the doors opened with a soft chime. He entered the lift and selected the button for the underground parking level. As the elevator descended smoothly, He Tian pondered the destination of his outing. Soon enough, the elevator reached the underground garage, and the doors opened once more. He Tian strode confidently toward his striking Lamborghini Aventador. The vehicle resembled a dormant beast, quietly awaiting its master's command. Approaching the front of the car, He Tian skillfully retrieved the key, gently pressed the unlock button, and then pulled open the door. With a nimble leap, he gracefully ascended into the driver's seat, promptly shutting the door behind him. He inserted the key into the ignition and turned it clockwise. In an instant, the engine roared to life with a deep, powerful growl, as if proclaiming to the world its imminent journey. With a firm press of the accelerator, the Lamborghini Huracan surged forward like an arrow released from its bow. Meanwhile, at the bar, Su Zhifeng was in a private room, enjoying drinks with 3 men and 2 women, engaged in lively conversation. Just as the revelry peaked, He Tian's call came through. After hanging up, a refined gentleman in his 30s smiled at Su Zhifeng and inquired, "Old Su, is that young master he placing another order with you?" Su Zhifeng nodded slightly and replied with a smile, "Indeed, he is. However, this time, the vehicle he has chosen is comparatively less expensive than his previous selections. He has requested a Lamborghini Revuelto." The cultured gentleman, surprised, responded, "A Lamborghini Revuelto is considered cheap? It costs over 6 million, my friend. That's nearly half a year's worth of my allowance." Prior to this, Su Zhifeng had mentioned He Tian's request for a vehicle to his companions. And upon hearing this, curiosity sparked in their eyes, as they seemed eager to learn more about He Tian. With a roll of his eyes, Su Zhifeng retorted, "I meant that for young Master He. This car is relatively inexpensive, not for you. Why the fuss?" The gentleman nodded in agreement, acknowledging that compared to the nearly 20 million for the 918, the 6 million Lamborghini was indeed a bargain for young Master He. A beautiful woman sitting across from Su Zhifeng delicately parted her lips and asked with a charming smile, "Old Su, will the illustrious young Master He be arriving soon?" Her bright eyes sparkled with curiosity, reminiscent of twinkling stars in the night sky. Upon hearing this, Su Zhifeng lifted his gaze toward her, his demeanor warm as he let out a hearty laugh, his voice resonant and magnetic. "Yes, young Master He has graciously consented, given his character. I suspect he shall arrive shortly." After saying this, he lifted his teacup and took a gentle sip, his face radiating confidence and anticipation. Just as Su Zhifeng finished his statement, his phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was He Tian calling. As he pressed the answer button, He Tian's voice came through, "Brother Su, I'm almost there. Which floor and room number are you in?" Su Zhifeng replied cheerfully, "I'll meet you at the entrance." He then hung up, tucked his phone into his pocket, and made his way toward the door. The refined gentleman stood up, following suit. While the enchanting beauty seated opposite, Su Zhifeng also rose, trailing behind him. Observing this, others in the vicinity rose in unison and exited together. Su Zhifeng and his companions arrived at the entrance of the bar. Shortly thereafter, a gray Lamborghini Veneno glided to a halt before them. As He Tian was about to alight from the vehicle, he heard the system's chime. Detected valid consumption goddess. Name, Ning Shirhan. Age, 26. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Body, D. Attractiveness, 85. Mystery, 0. Very healthy. Host may use with confidence. Marital status, unmarried. Favorability, 30. Name, Yi Yujing. Age, 24. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Body, C. Mystery, 0. Very healthy. Host may use with confidence. Marital status, unmarried. Favorability, 30. The car door swung open, and He Tian emerged, clad in an exquisitely tailored suit, striding confidently towards Su Zhifeng and the others. "Brother He, you finally arrived," Su Zhifeng exclaimed with a smile, rising to greet him. "Apologies for keeping everyone waiting," He Tian replied with a gracious smile, his gaze sweeping over the assembly. "Who is this?" he inquired, looking at the refined gentleman beside Su Zhifeng. "Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is my friend, Li Mingjie," Su Zhifeng promptly introduced. "Young Master He. It's a pleasure to meet you," Li Mingjie said politely, extending his hand. He Tian shook Li Mingjie's hand lightly. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." Su Zhifeng continued with the introductions. "This beautiful lady is Ning Shirhan, and this one is Yi Yujing." He Tian's eyes widened as he gazed intently at the two captivating women before him. They possessed graceful forms, their curves reminiscent of exquisitely crafted masterpieces. One stood approximately 170 centimeters tall, with long, slender legs akin to two white jade pillars. The other, while relatively petite, boasted a perfectly proportioned figure that stirred the imagination. Their waists appeared so delicate that a mere whisper of wind could bend them, exuding an enchanting femininity. The fullness of their bosoms and the allure of their silhouettes formed a captivating vista, drawing the attention of passers-by. Ning Shirhan donned an elegant beige dress, its hem swaying gently, reminiscent of flowers dancing in a breeze. The soft beige hue complemented her fair complexion and gentle demeanor, akin to a lily blossoming in spring, fresh, unpretentious, yet delightfully sweet. Meanwhile, Yi Yujing wore a light blue gown, its flowing skirt cascading like waves upon the shore. The subtle blue harmonized beautifully with her expressive eyes, evoking a dreamlike quality, while her figure exuded a graceful elegance. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you both," He Tian stated, extending his hand with the utmost gentlemanly charm. Ning Shihan and Yi Yujing extended their delicate hands to shake hands with He Tian, only to part almost immediately. Ning Shihan smiled gently, expressing her surprise at He Tian's youthfulness, remarking on his wealth and striking appearance. He Tian chuckled modestly in response, stating that Miss Ning was the true embodiment of beauty, captivating to behold. His gaze frequently lingered on Ning Shihan, sparkling with admiration. Observing He Tian's gaze, Yi Yujing subtly lifted the corners of her mouth, revealing a barely perceptible smile. She softly remarked to Ning Shihan, "It seems we have encountered an intriguing individual today." Ning Shihan nodded slightly in agreement. Ding. Ning Shihan's favorability increased by 10, current favorability is 40. Ding. Yi Yujing's favorability increased by 15, current favorability is 45. "This is Jiang Haitao, and this is Zhou Yangyun," Su Zhifeng continued, gesturing towards the two men to his left. He Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Jiang Haitao from top to bottom with a piercing gaze. Jiang Haitao appeared to be in his late 20s, dressed in casual khaki attire and sporting a pair of khaki shoes. He Tian's gaze first settled on Jiang Haitao's slightly disheveled hair, pondering whether this indicated a nonchalant approach to life. Next, his eyes traveled down the pronounced bridge of Jiang Haitao's nose to his well-defined, resolute lips, as if seeking to uncover the secrets concealed within those tightly closed lips. Subsequently, He Tian's attention shifted to Jiang Haitao's broad shoulders and sturdy chest, absorbing the steady aura emanating from him, speculating on the formidable strength and responsibility this man possessed. Finally, when his gaze met Jiang Haitao's deep and piercing eyes, he felt a jolt of recognition, as if he glimpsed boundless wisdom and courage within those orbs. With a smile gracing his lips, He Tian politely extended his right hand towards Jiang Haitao. In response, Jiang Haitao promptly reached out, their palms clasping firmly before they released their grip after a slight shake. He Tian then courteously spoke, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Jiang. You appear to be quite accomplished. I hope you might offer me some guidance should I encounter any uncertainties in the future." Jiang Haitao quickly responded, "Not at all, you flatter me. It is truly an honor to make your acquaintance, Mr. He." After exchanging a few pleasantries, He Tian shifted his gaze from Jiang Haitao to Zhou Yangyun, raising his right hand once more to greet him. "Mr. Zhou Yangyun, a pleasure to meet you." As he reached out, He Tian's eyes meticulously assessed Zhou Yangyun. Zhou Yangyun appeared to be in his 30s, with time seemingly leaving few noticeable marks on his visage, though subtle details revealed the passage of years upon closer inspection. His eyes bore faint crow's feet, subtle imprints of the joys and sorrows life had etched upon him. On his forehead, there were also delicate horizontal lines, as if whispering tales of storms weathered and challenges faced. Yet, these minor imperfections did not diminish his allure. Rather, they lent him a unique charm that only a mature man could possess. Zhou Yangyun smiled as he grasped He Tian's hand, exclaiming, "What a pleasure it is to finally meet you. I've often heard Brother Hai speak of you, and you certainly live up to the reputation." He Tian chuckled inwardly, thinking that this fellow was quite the smooth talker. He observed Zhou Yangyun, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, complete with a tie and polished shoes, exuding an air of elegance. However, He Tian couldn't shake the feeling that beneath Zhou Yangyun's gentle demeanor lay an imperceptible sharpness. At that moment, Su Zhifeng smiled and proposed, "Since everyone is now acquainted, why not step inside, sit down, and enjoy a drink while we engage in some delightful conversation?" The group readily agreed and proceeded to walk into the private room of the bar. Once inside, they settled down, and Su Zhifeng poured a full glass of wine for He Tian, gently patting his shoulder with a grin. "Brother He, you truly are impressive. To have acquired one of the mere 3 limited edition hardtop Lamborghini Veninos in the world is beyond my imagination. I feel quite humbled in your presence." "Oh, it was merely good fortune on my part. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to own such a vehicle," He Tian modestly replied. Li Mingjie, his face a mixture of astonishment and envy, inquired, "How much did you actually spend on that Veneno, young Master He? I've heard it's being traded online for 1.2 billion Dragon Kingdom dollars. Just call me He Tian, or Brother He, like Suga does. Please refrain from calling me young Master He." He chuckled. "This car was a gift from my father, and as for the price, I believe it was around 80 million. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics." He Tian mused internally. After all, It was a gift from the system, and a system father is still a father. So I'm not mistaken. The attendees were left in awe. To procure one of only 3 Veneno models worldwide is no small feat. The average person wouldn't even dare to dream of such a thing. Even Lao Su, with his considerable talents, capabilities, and extensive connections, could not manage it. After regaining his composure from the shock, Jiang Haitao asked, "So, brother He, what does your family do?" He Tian glanced around at the eager faces, filled with anticipation. He lifted his glass, taking a small sip before smiling. "My father is an educator, and my mother works for a state-owned enterprise." This revelation brought a slight disappointment to the faces of the group, though it was not overt. They merely assumed He Tian preferred to keep his family's affairs private. After all, it was only polite not to press further. Su Zhifeng raised his glass and proclaimed loudly, "Come, everyone, let us toast to our new friend, brother He. Cheers." Everyone raised their glasses and clinked them together before tilting their heads back to gulp down the liquor. Su Zhifeng placed his empty cup on the table, seized the wine bottle, and began to pour drinks for everyone. As he poured, he remarked, "Thanks to you, brother He, we are fortunate to witness such magnificent cars today. This is the first time I have seen the real deal. Usually, I can only indulge my curiosity online. Let us raise a toast in honor of brother He." He Tian quickly waved his hand, saying, "Brother Su, you flatter me. We are all friends here, so let us not be so formal." Jiang Haitao chuckled and added, "Exactly. From now on, we are all friends. And brother He, you must take good care of us." He Tian smiled in response. Mutual care and support is what matters most. There is no need for such formality among friends. Since we are gathered here by fate, we should treat each other with sincerity and assistance. Therefore, let us relax and be more casual. This will surely enhance our communication and camaraderie. Su Zhifeng declared with a hearty voice. He Zhouyang chimed in, "Indeed. If everyone remains too reserved, it loses its charm." With that, he chuckled lightly. In Chapter 46, titled A Promising Future, Ning Shihan's exquisite visage blossomed with a radiant smile. And with her lips slightly parted, she gently inquired, "Little brother, I am quite curious. Where are you currently showcasing your talents and seeking development?" Her soft words seemed to usher in a gentle spring breeze, bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort and warmth. He Tian casually glanced at Ning Shihan and replied, "Development is still a distant prospect for me. However, in 2 days, I will be reporting to Qing University." He had no intention of revealing to them that he was still in the process of preparing for his company, at least not for now. As for the future, he preferred to let it unfold in its own time. "Reporting to Qing University? You are still a prospective college student?" Ning Shihan exclaimed, surprised. "I thought you were already established." "I thought so too. I never expected you, brother He, to still be a prospective college student at Qing University. Truly a man of many talents." Su Zhifeng laughed heartily. "Do I really appear that mature? Why does everyone think I am already battling it out in society?" He Tian chuckled. He took a sip from the wine on the table and continued, "But on another note, if I come across an intriguing project with potential for profit, I wouldn't mind investing a little. Who knows, I might juggle school and investments simultaneously." He burst into laughter, prompting everyone else to join in. At that moment, Yi Yujing parted her lips, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly to reveal an enchanting smile as she softly suggested, "Dear little brother, might you be interested in venturing into investments within the new energy sector? You should know that this field is burgeoning at an astonishing pace." It was akin to a new star rising, radiating brilliant light and drawing the attention of countless individuals. With the relentless advancement of technology and the growing awareness of environmental protection among the populace, the renewable energy sector has emerged as one of the most promising and dynamic industries of our time. The government has also introduced supportive policies for renewable energy, underscoring its commitment to the future development of this sector. Thus, seizing this opportunity may yield substantial rewards. He Tian glanced at Yi Yujing and nodded with a smile, inquiring, "So, Sister Jing, does your family engage in renewable energy?" Yi Yujing responded with a charming smile, affirming, "Indeed, we are dedicated to the research and development of renewable energy." "What do you think, young man? Are you interested in investing?" He Tian replied, "If you could provide me with some insights, I might consider investing if it piques my interest." Yi Yujing took a delicate sip of her drink, adjusted her posture, and explained, "Renewable energy typically refers to energy derived from renewable resources developed and utilized based on new technologies, including solar energy, wind energy, hydro energy, biomass energy, geothermal energy. and ocean energy. These energy sources are characterized by their cleanliness and sustainability. For instance, electric vehicles are powered by unconventional fuels or, in some cases, conventional fuels utilizing innovative onboard power systems. Compared to traditional gasoline vehicles, electric vehicles produce virtually no emissions or engine noise, boasting a higher energy conversion rate and providing a quieter, smoother, and more comfortable driving experience. Their essential components include the electric drive control system, chassis, and body, with the electric drive control system divided into three primary parts: the onboard power module, the main power drive module, and auxiliary modules. The principal types of electric vehicles encompass pure electric vehicles, hybrid vehicles, and fuel cell vehicles. Globally, electric vehicles are increasingly adopted across both passenger and commercial vehicle sectors. China has made remarkable strides in the electric vehicle industry, with numerous domestic brands leading the way in development. In 2020, the Chinese electric vehicle market maintained robust growth in both production and sales, ranking first worldwide for 6 consecutive years. According to reliable sources from the State Administration of Government Services, a recent joint notice was issued regarding the promotion and use of electric vehicles in central and state agencies, aiming to bolster the development of the electric vehicle industry and enhance the demonstrative role of governmental bodies. The notice stipulates that all departments and units, including vertical management agencies and various public institutions, should lead by example in adopting domestic electric vehicles for their official transportation. Furthermore, it specifies that electric vehicles should comprise at least 30 of newly equipped or updated official vehicles, with a gradual increase in this proportion over time. Simultaneously, it is emphasized that the allocation of new energy vehicles must adhere to the relevant regulations governing official vehicles, prohibiting the overallocation or exceeding the prescribed standards for vehicle provision. Specifically, for the allocation of new energy sedans, the price must not exceed 180,000 yuan. Furthermore, the notice encourages the establishment of centralized charging infrastructure of considerable scale in public areas such as centralized office zones. And it incorporates the promotion and usage of new energy vehicles into the evaluations of energy resource conservation and the performance of state asset management in central and national agencies. The development of new energy is of paramount significance in reducing dependence on traditional energy sources, diminishing environmental pollution, and combating climate change. As technology advances and costs decrease, new energy will occupy an increasingly pivotal role in the future energy landscape. Yi Yujing, having articulated her thoughts in one breath, gently lifted her glass and took a generous sip. He Tian, listening to Yi Yujing's eloquent discourse, felt a flicker of interest and inquired, "If I were to consider investing, what would be the method?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yujing's heart leaped with excitement, and she replied with a subtle smile, "In the realm of new energy, our family is indeed at the forefront, recognized even in the Dragon Kingdom. However, as you well know, engaging in new energy research is quite an expensive endeavor, akin to a money-consuming beast. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it devours funds. Should you, my young brother, genuinely wish to invest, I can offer you a 50 share in 10 small targets, and aside from the position of chairman, you may choose any other role you desire. Furthermore, you will receive dividends annually based on your shareholding. What do you think?" He Tian shook his head in response, as he still had studies and romantic pursuits to attend to, leaving him little time to select a position, which seemed cumbersome. He reasoned it would be more prudent to venture independently. If necessary, he could hire a few professionals later, and since the funds would come from the system, any potential loss would not weigh heavily on his conscience. Observing his refusal, Yi Yujing initially thought her offer was unsatisfactory and quickly added, "Dear brother, if you have any dissatisfaction or suggestions regarding my proposal, please voice them. We can negotiate. I believe that providing funds directly is the most straightforward approach." He Tian scratched his head and grinned. "I will offer you 2 billion for a 20 share. I simply do not have the time to choose a position since I must focus on my studies. I will send someone on my behalf. How does that sound?" Yi Yujing's eyes widened in astonishment. This young man truly dared to make such a request. Yet, upon reflection, she realized this could be a fortuitous opportunity. Securing such a substantial investment would accelerate the company's growth. "All right, it's a deal," Yi Yujing declared with a firm slap on the table. "However, you must ensure your word is binding. The funds need to be transferred to the company's account by tomorrow." He Tian felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained a facade of composure, assuring her, "Rest assured, sister. I am, After all, a scion of a prominent family, this amount is manageable. However, I cannot transfer it all at once. It will be dispersed in 3 installments. But do not worry, although I mentioned 3 payments. I will ensure all funds are transferred to your bank account within a month. You may prepare the contract in advance, and upon signing, I will immediately transfer 600 million to your account. Currently, that is the sum I have available. The remainder will follow in 2 subsequent payments. Does that work for you? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Yujing felt assured and nodded in agreement, stating, "Very well, I shall draft the contract and subsequently contact you. However, prior to that, we must exchange contact information." He Tian nodded repeatedly, sharing his WeChat and phone number with Yi Yujing. Once they had added each other as friends, they exchanged smiles, as if they had already glimpsed a splendid future. At that moment, Su Zhifeng burst into laughter, proclaiming, "Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations to Miss Yi for securing such a substantial investment. And cheers to you, He Laodi, for a fruitful collaboration with Miss Yi." Others also offered their congratulations, wishing the duo a successful partnership. He Tian, engrossed in his phone, was busy adding a few contacts when Su Zhifeng remarked, "He Laodi, I shall add you to our group. We have a chat group filled with affluent youngsters, a diverse crowd. Should you require anything, simply mention it in the group." He Tian responded with a smile, "Thank you, Su Gu." Upon entering the group, he was greeted by a lively chat among several dozen members. Pictures of luxury cars, designer watches, and opulent villas flashed across his screen, while discussions about the latest luxury brand releases ensued. Suddenly, amidst the vibrant chatter, a brief silence enveloped the group. It was then that a keen-eyed member noticed He Tian's arrival, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring ripples across the surface. This individual exuberantly welcomed He Tian with an enthusiastic message. "Wow! Welcome our new partner, He Tian, to the group." This exclamation ignited the group's atmosphere, prompting a flood of welcoming messages that inundated the screen. Seeing such a warm reception filled He Tian's heart with warmth. He quickly typed a few lines to introduce himself politely. "Hello everyone, I am He Tian, and I am thrilled to join this wonderful family. I look forward to your guidance." After sending his message, He Tian opted to observe quietly, choosing not to engage in further conversation immediately. He wished to first understand the group's dynamics and preferred topics to better integrate himself. Thus, he silently monitored the incessantly refreshing messages on the screen. Carefully studying each member's style of communication and interests, he discerned that, despite their lavish lifestyles, these affluent individuals were quite astute. They frequently shared investment tips and project resources within the group, which truly opened He Tian's eyes. Contemplating how to leverage these valuable connections, someone suggested, "Since we have a newcomer, shouldn't we celebrate?" As soon as the words were spoken, everyone eagerly agreed, expressing their intent to send He Tian red envelopes. In no time, a flurry of red envelopes descended upon the group. He Tian excitedly seized the opportunity, feeling fortunate for his decision to join the group. Yet, he was not content to stop there. He understood that to truly integrate into this circle, he needed to demonstrate his prowess and value. He Tian, with an extravagant flair reminiscent of a beneficent deity, generously distributed several red envelopes, each amounting to millions, urging everyone to seize the opportunity. Soon, a torrential downpour of red envelopes ensued, creating an atmosphere of fervent excitement within the group. Eyes wide with anticipation, each individual fixated on their phone screens, their fingers deftly tapping away, anxious not to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, despite the multitude vying for the envelopes, the distribution varied, echoing the myriad facets of life, with some claiming larger sums while others received less. Suddenly, Zhou Yangyun, exuberant as if he had struck a lottery, exclaimed, "I just snatched a red envelope worth over 100,000. Brother He is indeed generous." "Oh, Brother He, just how large was your envelope?" He Tian smiled gently, responding nonchalantly, "It's not much, merely 2 million each time, and I've sent 5 in total." The crowd was left in astonished silence, marveling at the staggering sum of 10 million in red envelopes. What sort of affluent heir possessed such immense financial resources? While they too could distribute envelopes, they were far less willing, usually opting for a mere few thousand as a token gesture. Particularly, Li Mingjie and Zhang Haitao, whose annual allowances barely matched the sum He Tian had just disbursed in mere minutes, felt the stark contrast. The gathering was acutely aware of He Tian's wealth. Even if they had only claimed a few thousand or tens of thousands, They recognized that He Tian was no ordinary individual. Upon hearing He Tian's words, the crowd clamored for another round of red envelopes. He Tian chuckled and readily obliged, sending out another envelope, this time with an even grander sum of 3 million. The group erupted in a frenzy, desperately clicking to claim more. Soon, the envelopes were snatched up, leaving some elated while others were disheartened. At that moment, Li Mingjie and Jiang Haitao exchanged glances, realizing that He Tian's background must be substantial. Such a level of generosity was certainly beyond the means of an ordinary wealthy heir. Su Zhifeng, too, reassessed his perception of He Tian. What he initially thought to be merely a slightly wealthier than average rich kid now seemed to hint at He Tian being a scion of an influential family. The money spent in mere minutes eclipsed what Su Zhifeng earned over several months. Chapter 47. The Future of the Company in Truth. Su Zhifeng was not alone in this line of thought. Everyone present shared the same sentiment. Few could afford to distribute red envelopes with such reckless abandon. And witnessing over 10 million in envelopes being dispensed without a flutter of an eyelid was a first for them. Suddenly, He Tian turned to Su Zhifeng with a smile, inquiring, "Brother Su, do you have any friends in real estate? I am looking to purchase a property near Qingda. A villa would suffice as well." Su Zhifeng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at He Tian in astonishment. "You wish to buy a house near Qingda?" He Tian nodded with a smile. "Indeed. If I tire of the dormitory or wish to move out, it would be preferable to not be too far. It is preferable to find something within a half-hour's drive." Su Zhifeng remarked. "You may post a message in the group to discuss the situation, as there are individuals involved in real estate. We can revisit this after school begins in a couple of days. I am not in a hurry to make a purchase at the moment. If you know anyone. I merely wish to gather some information for now. I do know someone, but I am uncertain if they have any listings near Tsinghua University, so it is of little consequence. I can always inquire later. If possible, you may also help me gather information. Certainly, I will ask around. And I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Thank you, Su Gu. No need for such formality. We are well acquainted, and your politeness feels distant." He Tian chose not to say anything further and engaged in light-hearted banter while drinking with Su Zhifeng and the others. The lively conversation and laughter continued throughout the evening. Feeling a bit dizzy, He Tian eventually bid farewell to Su Zhifeng and the group. They accompanied him to his car, only returning once they saw him drive away. As the night deepened and the clock quietly approached 11, He Tian wearily returned to the splendid Jinxia Garden Villa. This residence, nestled within a serene and picturesque setting, was surrounded by lush trees and fragrant blossoms. He Tian walked with heavy steps to the villa's entrance, retrieving his key from his pocket, gently inserting it into the lock, and turning it with care. With a soft click, the lock yielded, and he grasped the handle, slowly pushing open the imposing door. Through the crystal-clear glass, his gaze was instantly drawn to the delightful scene within. A group of graceful and beautiful women was gathered around an exquisite round table, some laughing playfully, while others whispered elegantly, resembling blooming flowers in this cozy atmosphere. The air was occasionally filled with melodious laughter, akin to the sound of silver bells, as someone shared an exceedingly amusing joke, prompting fits of laughter among the ladies. The sound of their mirth was like a delightful symphony, uplifting the spirits of all who heard it. Standing at the entrance, He Tian gently opened the shoe cabinet and retrieved a pair of soft, comfortable slippers to change into. His movements were slow and careful, as if he feared to disrupt the joyous ambience within. Gradually, he took measured steps through the foyer, heading toward the group of ladies. Each stride was steady and resolute, akin to embarking on an unknown yet promising adventure. Just as he reached the living room, he spotted Lu Xiaoran seated by the entrance. She exclaimed, "Brother, when did you return? Come over and sit." At Lu Xiaoran's surprised call, the group of women turned their attention toward him. Yan Xiao and Su Ziyuan quickly stood up, hastening to He Tian's side and enveloping him in their embraces. He Tian gently kissed each of their cherry-like lips and, wrapping his arms around their slender waists, approached the round table, laughing. "Why are you all still awake at this late hour? We are discussing company matters, contemplating areas that may require improvement, and strategizing on how to better develop the business," Muya replied with a smile. He Tian took a seat and inquired, "How is the company faring now? Have you encountered any difficulties? The temporary office may take a few more days to be renovated, but that does not hinder our recruitment efforts. We have already hired several individuals, and I have informed them to come on board once the renovations are complete." And Yu Ying replied sweetly, "So far, The company has not faced any challenges. Everything is progressing smoothly, Su Ziyin said as she gently massaged He Tian's shoulders. That's good to hear. If you encounter any difficulties or financial constraints, please inform me at once, He Tian advised the group. They all nodded in agreement. And Yin Xiao softly asked, have you eaten? Would you like me to prepare something for you? He Tian ruffled Yin Xiao's hair, smiling. I have eaten, but I have yet to take a shower. Yinner, please run the bath for me. I will wash up shortly. Yin Xiao nodded, slowly rising to head towards the bathroom. Young master, where have you been these past few days? Zhou Ying inquired, gazing at He Tian. He Tian toyed with Su Ziyin's delicate hand and replied with a smile. I went to discuss investments. I am preparing to invest in the Yi family's new energy venture. The Yi family? Is it the one from one of the prominent families in the capital? Su Ziyin exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief, her luscious red lips slightly parted as if to accommodate an egg. He Tian nodded, his demeanor calm as he confirmed. Indeed, it is that Yi family. Tonight, we have just finalized a significant investment partnership with them. His face radiated confidence and satisfaction, clearly pleased with the outcome of the negotiations. The Yi family? Which Yi family? How come I have never heard of them? Are they particularly famous or exceptionally wealthy? Muya interjected curiously, her big, sparkling eyes filled with confusion. Her adorable appearance made one want to pinch her rosy cheeks. Certainly, they are renowned. The Yi family is a prestigious lineage in the capital, with substantial assets and immense influence, He Tian patiently explained. Wow, this collaboration must be extraordinarily impressive. Muya said excitedly. Yes, this partnership holds significant importance for our company's development. A glimmer of enthusiasm sparkled in He Tian's eyes. And what is your investment strategy? How much have you invested? Su Ziyin asked, blinking her large, expressive eyes in curiosity. It's not an exorbitant amount. I have invested 2 billion in their new energy project, and in return, they are granting me a 20% stake, He Tian stated nonchalantly. That's fantastic. Our company will undoubtedly grow stronger. Su Ziyin exclaimed joyfully. The ladies nodded in agreement, their faces alight with joy. At that moment, Yin Xiao emerged from the bathroom, announcing, the water is ready, do go wash up. He Tian stood, inviting Zhou Ying and Lan Yusin to assist him with his back, before stepping into the bathroom. He envisioned a promising future, confident that this collaboration with the Yi family would usher in a plethora of opportunities and challenges. As He Tian relished the gentle ministrations of Zhou Ying and Lan Yusin, his spirits soared. He closed his eyes, contemplating the next strategic moves for his company. Upon finishing his bath, He Tian exited the bathroom to find the beautiful women in the living room engaged in fervent discussions about the Yi family. Brother, the Yi Group's new energy project sounds incredibly impressive, Muya exclaimed, her face brimming with envy. Indeed, it is said they possess numerous core technologies in the realm of new energy, Su Ziyin chimed in. He Tian smiled, settling onto the sofa, and remarked, this collaboration is merely the beginning. We shall have many more opportunities to engage in such projects. His gaze swept over the faces of each enchanting woman, his heart swelling with pride and gratitude. Nevertheless, we must not let our guard down, He Tian stated gravely, for the business world is akin to a battlefield, where even the slightest oversight could lead to failure. Thus, we must remain vigilant and continually enhance our capabilities. Fear not, brother, we shall strive with all our might. Muya asserted resolutely. Yes, we aim to become your most capable aides. Su Ziyin echoed in agreement. He Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze lingering on the group of graceful, stunning, and exceptionally talented women before him. A subtle expression of astonishment and admiration flickered in his eyes, and he could not suppress a soft sigh. These ladies possessed not only captivating beauty, but also remarkable talent and intellect. Each exuded a unique charm and radiance, akin to the resplendent stars in the night sky. He Tian understood that to have the privilege of standing shoulder to shoulder with such outstanding women was an extraordinary blessing. With their unwavering support and heartfelt assistance by his side, he was assured that the career he pursued would flourish, much like the rising sun, vibrant and full of promise. In the days ahead, regardless of how winding or arduous the path may be, as long as they journeyed together, overcoming obstacles side by side, no challenge could impede their progress. With this thought, He Tian's initially anxious heart transformed into unwavering resolve. He glanced at his phone and noted the time. It was already 12:30. It's getting late. Let us retire for the night, he said. leading the way into his room. The ladies blushed upon hearing his words, exchanging shy glances, none daring to move. After a moment, they heard He Tian's voice from within the room urging them to hurry, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Although this was not their first encounter, a sense of shyness still lingered. As the ladies entered the room, they found He Tian already reclined on the bed, a knowing smile gracing his lips upon their arrival. Soon, delightful and melodious singing filled the air. The following day, He Tian was stirred from his slumber by the incessant ringing of his phone. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed it was a call from Chu Mengting. He pressed the answer button and, still half asleep, blurted out, "Oh, the enchanting beauty. What brings you to call me so early in the morning? Could it be that you miss me?" Chu Mingting's melodious voice floated through the phone. "Early? It's nearly noon." "Hardly. Who could possibly miss you?" "Don't flatter yourself." He Tian interrupted her mid-sentence. "You say you don't miss me, yet you just admitted it. You ought to be a bit more subtle. After all, girls should be more reserved. However, if you truly do miss me, why not come visit? I'm at the villa." "Ugh, who would come looking for you? As if anyone misses you. Don't deny it now, since you've said as much. I cannot be unreasonable. All right then, I concede. I shall not refuse your invitation. When did you turn into a ghost?" "I had no idea," he teased. "But to have such a beautiful ghost thinking of me, I must say, I feel immensely honored. You're the ghost here. Who is thinking of you? How can you be so shameless? Then what business do you have calling me at this early hour?" He Tian inquired. "I called to talk to you, So you do wish to speak to me, is that it?" Chu Mingting, taken aback by his teasing, thought to herself how absurd his words were. Yet, upon hearing the latter part of his statement, her face flushed crimson, feeling flustered by his audacity. "How brazen," she muttered under her breath. "6 mouse? Are you certain? I shall take care of your future. Name your price." He Tian continued his playful banter. "You shameless," she exclaimed, exasperated. "Not at all. I leave it to you. Since you seem to have none. You certainly do not. Your entire family has none. Do not be vexed, for anger will age you like a wilting flower. Now, tell me, my dear Mengting, besides your longing for me, what else could this call entail? Are you perhaps wishing to become my cherished companion? Ugh, who wishes to be your woman? As if. I merely meant that you called because you miss me. Stop with the nonsense. You are insufferable." Chu Mingting struggled to articulate her thoughts amid her irritation. "Since you miss me so much, why not come to Villa 11? I shall await your arrival, and there we can share sweet nothings and private conversations. It is settled then." With that, He Tian concluded the call. As Chu Mingyao contemplated further words, the phone emitted a series of beeps, inciting her frustration to the point of almost hurling her device. Chu Mingting, regaining her composure, donned a professional smile and gracefully exited the lounge. Chapter 48, A New Beginning? Just as He Tian concluded his call with Chu Mingting, he slowly lowered his phone from his ear, his gaze unintentionally drifting to his surroundings. To his astonishment, the previously slumbering women had all awakened. Each of them opened their jewel-like eyes wide, their stares fixed upon him as if seeking to penetrate the facade and unveil the secrets of his soul. He Tian, observing their expressions, smiled and remarked, "You're all awake? Why not indulge in a bit more slumber? We would love to." But someone's loud phone call roused us from our dreams. Lan Yusin replied with a feigned frown, playfully expressing her annoyance. He Tian, feigning realization, scratched his head and offered an apologetic smile. "I'm truly sorry. I didn't notice. I'll be more mindful next time." "Humph, all you do is apologize. How do you intend to make it up to us?" Lu Shaoran teased, winking her bright, clear eyes at him. He Tian furrowed his brows slightly, resting his chin on his hand, his gaze fixed ahead as if lost in profound contemplation. After a brief moment, a sly smile crept upon his lips, reminiscent of a cunning fox spotting its prey. Clearing his throat, he lowered his voice intentionally. "Well, how about I share a joke with you? This is a cherished comedic gem of mine, and I wager it will have you all in fits of laughter." He winked, his mischievous smile growing more apparent. The women eagerly agreed, prompting He Tian to recount his prepared joke. One day, a mosquito and a mantis sneaked a peek at a woman bathing. The mosquito proudly declared, "Look, 10 years ago I bit her on the chest, and now it's swollen to this size." The mantis retorted, "That's nothing. 10 years ago, I made a cut between her legs, and she's still bleeding every month." Upon hearing this, the women's faces flushed crimson, and they playfully retaliated with a flurry of light punches. He Tian quickly rose, washed up in the bathroom, and ordered takeout for everyone. After dining, he strolled leisurely towards Villa number 11. The gentle breeze caressed him, and the flowers and trees along the path swayed as if greeting him warmly. However, before he could reach the villa's entrance, he spotted 3 graceful women standing there, their figures exuding charm and allure. Their slender waists, reminiscent of willows swaying in the wind, complemented their long legs enveloped in form-fitting dresses, enhancing their poised stature. Cascading black hair flowed like a waterfall over their shoulders, gently swaying with the breeze and emanating an enchanting fragrance. One of the women, adorned in a delicate pink dress, danced gracefully as if she were a butterfly in flight, capturing the eye with her elegance. Another donned a black fitted skirt, the exquisite tailoring accentuating her alluring curves, epitomizing the charm of a mature woman. The third, clad in a white chiffon blouse paired with light blue jeans, exuded a sense of youthful vibrancy, effortlessly blending simplicity with fashion. Each of these 3 ladies possessed their unique allure, leaving He Tian momentarily entranced. Just then, a voice from the system announced the detection of viable candidates. Name: Huang Yue. Age: 33. Height: 173 centimeters. Weight: 55 kilograms. Body type: E. Appearance: 93. Marital status: unmarried. Mystery level: 2. Very healthy. The host can use with confidence. Affection level: 30. Name: Li Yunzi. Age: 29. Height: 168 centimeters. Weight: 53 kilograms. Body type: D. Appearance: 90. Marital status: unmarried. Mystery level: 1. Very healthy. The host can use with confidence. Upon reading their profiles, He Tian felt a surge of delight. With a buoyant step, he moved towards them. Just as he was about to reach the 3 enchanting women, an idea struck him. He deliberately raised his voice and called out, "Tinga, you've arrived." The sound resonated powerfully, seemingly penetrating the entire space. At the sudden exclamation, the 3 beauties paused, momentarily taken aback, turning towards the source of the voice, their faces reflecting a blend of confusion and surprise. Chu Mingting blushed, thinking to herself how shameless this man was. She hadn't even agreed to be his woman yet, so how could he address her so intimately? He Tian approached Chu Mingting with steady, purposeful strides, his profound gaze akin to twinkling stars in the night sky, fixated on her exquisite visage. He gently extended his hand, resting it tenderly upon her fragrant shoulder. Simultaneously, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a charming smile as he softly uttered her name, Tinger, a call imbued with boundless affection, filling the air and enchanting all who heard it. Chu Mingting felt goosebumps rise at his words. He was being overly sentimental. Yet, she did not oppose his hand resting upon her shoulder. The beauty known as Huang Yue was present to apply for the position of a cleaning lady. As Chu Mingting gestured toward the slightly taller woman in the pink dress, she then pointed to the one in jeans, stating, "This is Li Yunzi, here to apply for the chef position." He Tian exchanged pleasantries with them, shaking hands, before producing his keys to unlock the door. With a courteous gesture, he invited the 3 ladies inside, smiling as he said they could discuss matters further within. He Tian led the way, wrapping his arm around Chu Mingting's slender waist as they entered the room. After exchanging a glance, Huang Yue and Li Yunzi followed suit and stepped inside. Upon hearing the system's notification of Chu Mingting's affection level at 20, bringing the current affection to 50, He Tian felt an overwhelming joy within. It appeared that his boldness had indeed been the right course of action. Upon entering the living room, He Tian took Chu Mingting's delicate hand and seated himself on the couch, compelling her to sit beside him. Huang Yue and Li Yunzi stood before He Tian like 2 bashful blossoms, their demeanor slightly awkward, their hands instinctively intertwined, as if that might alleviate their inner tension and unease. Those slender fingers clutched tightly together, trembling slightly, betraying their current trepidation. They cast their eyes downwards, avoiding He Tian's gaze, only stealing furtive glances from the corners of their eyes, quickly averting their sight, as if fearing the exposure of their subtle actions. He Tian gestured towards the opposite sofa and said, "Please, take a seat. There is no need for such formality in my presence. Feel free to relax." After hearing his words, Huang Yue and Li Yunzi gradually settled onto the sofa. Observing the 3 women in silence, He Tian broke the quiet, stating, "I just heard from Tinger that you are here to apply for the positions of cleaner and chef." Both Huang Yue and Li Yunzi nodded in unison. "Let me outline my requirements," He Tian continued, and you can decide if you are amenable. If you are willing to accept, you may stay. If not, you are free to leave. He directed his gaze at Huang Yue and Li Yunzi. The two women remained silent, their large eyes blinking expectantly at He Tian, awaiting his next words. Let's begin with the cleaning position. The requirements for this role are not particularly stringent. Take, for instance, the luxurious villa numbered 10. The responsibilities involve thorough daily cleaning and organizing all items within the premises in an orderly fashion. As for the chef position, one must possess the ability to prepare delicious dishes that meet the varying standards of daily meals. For breakfast, one might prepare exquisite and nutritionally balanced dishes. Lunch could be more substantial, with a harmonious mix of meat and vegetables, and dinner should focus on being light and refreshing, while also considering health and variety. Have Tinger discussed the compensation with you? He Tian asked with a warm smile directed at the two young women. Both Huang Yue and Li Yunzi gently nodded. He Tian tenderly caressed Chu Mingting's hand, as smooth as jade, with a smile lingering at the corner of his lips. To speak of the cleaning position, the probation period lasts 1 month, with a trial salary of 30,000. Should you meet my expectations by the end of this period, the monthly salary will rise to 100,000, inclusive of meals and accommodation. As for the chef position, the probation period is also 1 month, with the same trial salary of 30,000. Given the number of residents in the villa, the work may be demanding. Should it become overwhelming, I will consider hiring additional help. After the probation period, the monthly salary will be 200,000, also inclusive of meals and accommodation. If you have any thoughts or suggestions, please feel free to share. Huang Yue and Li Yunzi exchanged smiles, their eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. This boss, not only young and capable, bore a striking resemblance to the handsome Pan. Such generous salary and benefits far surpassed those of the average person. They both shook their heads, indicating they had no objections. Seeing their lack of dissent, He Tian cheerfully declared, "Then you shall reside here from now on. Just head left out the door, and villa number 10 is right there. I will have Tinger provide you with keys." With that, he placed the keys into Chu Mingting's petite hand. After a brief pause, he continued, "Your primary duties will be at villa number 10. Should you encounter any issues while working, feel free to speak with me or the residents inside. They are all my women. I have quite a few women, 9 of whom reside in villa number 10, so you will gradually adapt." He added, "Oh, and this lady here is also one of my women." Lifting the hand, he held tightly with Chu Mingting to show Huang Yue and Li Yunzi. He then swiftly pressed his lips against Chu Mingting's rosy mouth. Hearing He Tian's words, Chu Mingting's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple, as if touched by a delicate blush, filled with a hint of shyness and playful reproach. Embarrassed, she lowered her head, and He Tian found her demeanor utterly charming and endearing. Ding! Chu Mingting's affection level increased by 20. Current affection level is 70. At that moment, Chu Mingting felt as though a playful little deer was frolicking in her heart, quietly murmuring to herself, "How can he be like this? I haven't even nodded yet. And he tells others I'm his woman, kissing my lips in front of everyone. Oh my, how utterly mortifying." After being kissed by He Tian, Chu Mingting felt no anger. Rather, she held his hand even tighter. He Tian noticed her reaction and felt a delightful warmth in his heart. Huang Yue and Li Yunzi, witnessing the affectionate display between He Tian and Chu Mingting, lowered their heads in slight embarrassment. "If you have no objections, please choose a room on the first floor to settle in," He Tian said cheerfully, looking at Huang Yue and Li Yunzi. Ding! Huang Yue's affection level increased by 20. Current affection level is 50. Ding! Li Yunzi's affection level increased by 20. Current affection level is 50. Upon hearing He Tian's words, Huang Yue and Li Yunzi stood up to select their rooms. After they departed, He Tian took Chu Mingting's hand and led her upstairs, showing her around. When they reached the lounge on the 3rd floor, He Tian gently caressed Chu Mingting's delicate, blushing face and softly suggested, "Why don't you move in here as well?" Chu Mingting remained silent, neither nodding nor shaking her head, simply gazing quietly at He Tian. He Tian then pulled Chu Mingting into his embrace and pressed his lips against her vibrant red ones. Although Chu Mingting struggled to push him away, her strength was no match for He Tian's, and soon she felt completely weak, melting into his arms. He Tian tightly embraced Chu Mingting with one arm while his other hand, akin to a radar navigating its course, pressed against her magnificent contours, kneading them gently. A soft hum escaped Chu Mingting's lips. Having been divorced for 7 or 8 years, she had remained virtuous since parting ways with her ex-husband, leading a life of restraint for many years. However, the fervent kiss from He Tian ignited a long-buried loneliness within her, prompting a passionate response to his advances. The two of them ignited like dry kindling meeting a fierce flame, spiraling into an uncontrollable fervor. Soon, they were candid with each other, and harmonious. Melodious voices filled the air. Meanwhile, on the first floor, Huang Yue and Li Yunzi, having selected their rooms, intended to find He Tian to inform him of their plans to gather their belongings and move in. Yet, upon searching, they found neither He Tian nor Chu Mingting, leading them to wander throughout the villa. Upon reaching the third floor, they were met with some rather blush-inducing sounds. Exchanging glances, the two hurriedly descended the stairs. Although He Tian was preoccupied, his ears were keenly attuned to the faintest of footsteps. A subtle smile crept upon his lips, revealing a barely noticeable, mischievous grin. A few hours later, He Tian emerged from the room, refreshed and wearing a sweet smile, leaving behind a satisfied Chu Mingting, her face radiant with contentment. As He Tian descended to the first floor, he noticed Huang Yue and Li Yunzi engaged in a hushed conversation on the sofa. "Hasn't the boss been in there for an eternity? It's been hours," one remarked. "Indeed, will Miss Chu be able to endure such a long wait?" Another replied. "But Miss Chu must be so fortunate. Our boss is not only young and handsome, but also wealthy. I've heard her mention that several villas here belong to him." One mused. "Really? How much must that cost?" Came the incredulous response. "I can't even fathom it. Even selling myself wouldn't buy a bathroom here," said the other. "I share your sentiment. Living in such grandeur must bring immense happiness to its owner." Chapter 49. The Beginning of Happiness? He Tian lingered at the corner of the staircase on the second floor, choosing not to interrupt the women's discourse. Although he had no inclination to eavesdrop, curiosity tugged at him. "Sister Wei, what do you think of our boss?" One asked. "Well, if I were to speak, our boss is truly impressive. So young, yet already successful. Not only is he strikingly handsome, but he is also incredibly wealthy. He embodies the aspirations of many," she replied. "However, the only flaw is his notorious playboy nature. Didn't you hear him say it himself? In Villa number 10, he resides with a total of 9 beautiful women. And with the addition of Miss Chu today, who knows how many more admirers he has hidden away. Indeed, our boss is quite the philanderer." Upon careful reflection, one must ponder, in this day and age, how many affluent individuals can genuinely maintain unwavering devotion and fidelity. It seems that most are rather fickle, enamored with one after another, akin to a butterfly flitting from flower to flower. Alas, perhaps this is what they mean by the adage that wealth corrupts a man. Indeed, in this contemporary world, those who are extravagantly wealthy, possessing fortunes rivaling nations, often find themselves surrounded by a bevy of enchanting beauties, a veritable feast for the eyes. Each one, more exquisite than the last, flutters about them like butterflies amidst blooms, enveloping them in a captivating embrace. To the left, a charming damsel with beguiling allure. To the right, a captivating siren exuding irresistible charm. Truly, they revel in the pleasures of earthly delights. Historically speaking, how many scions of wealth have managed to remain steadfast in their affections? Yet, it must be noted, this Miss Chu is indeed quite exceptional. Another woman interjected eagerly, "Oh, what makes her so special? Did you not notice? The boss's demeanor towards her appears markedly distinct. Earlier in the parlor, the boss had been holding her hand. An unmistakable display of sweetness. Indeed, you make a valid point. It seems Miss Chu occupies a significant place in the boss's heart. Perhaps she is his legitimate girlfriend. If that is the case, then the other ladies might find themselves in a precarious position. Surely not. Did you not observe that the boss still invited us to attend to them? It appears he treats his women quite well. That makes sense. He even mentioned needing to hire more help if things became too overwhelming. Would any of you consider being my women?" He Tian suddenly announced as he descended the staircase. Startled by He Tian's words, Huang Yue and Li Yunzi jumped, their faces paling as they hurriedly rose from the sofa, heads bowed and hands nervously clutching their garments. Visibly flustered, He Tian, hands tucked into his pockets, approached Huang Yue and Li Yunzi, scrutinizing them closely. Standing so near, He Tian felt a stirring within him. Beauty. It was a breathtaking kind of beauty. Her skin, pale as snow, was as delicate and smooth as that of an infant. The rosy hue seemed to emanate from within, exuding a glow that felt as silky to the touch as it appeared. This flawless complexion resembled a masterpiece, meticulously sculpted by nature, radiating an enchanting luster and warmth. Anyone beholding such impeccable skin would be utterly captivated, ensnared by its exquisite charm. 100,000 a month for your allowance, luxuries, cosmetics, and cars of your choosing. He Tian cleared his throat, smiling. Once you've made your decision, you may approach me at any time. I shall not impose. Upon hearing He Tian's offer, Huang Yue and Li Yunzi exchanged glances, clearly intrigued. After all, such terms are undeniably alluring to most. In contemporary society, many individuals are willing to undertake any task for the sake of monetary gain. If He Tian's conditions were to be presented externally, numerous beautiful women would eagerly line up to vie for his attention. However, after a brief silence, Huang Yue bit her lip and softly replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. He, but we must decline. We are here solely for work and wish to avoid entanglements of an emotional nature." Li Yunzi concurred, adding, "Indeed, we aspire to earn our livelihood through our own efforts rather than relying on others." He Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the resolute demeanor of the two young women before him, and a flicker of admiration stirred within him. He smiled and remarked, "Very well, should you change your minds, you are welcome to seek me out at any time. Nonetheless, I genuinely appreciate your independence and self-respect." With that, he turned and exited the living room. After He Tian departed, Huang Yue and Li Yunzi exhaled in relief, sharing a glance before promptly returning to their task of moving their belongings. Upon returning to Villa No. 10, He Tian found the house empty, likely because everyone was preoccupied with their own affairs. He settled onto the sofa, gazing contemplatively out the window. The refusal from the two striking women did not surprise him. Rather, it piqued his interest even more. After a while, He Tian rose and approached the wine cabinet, pouring himself a glass of red wine to savor leisurely. He believed that these two young women would become an intriguing chapter in his life. Thus, He Tian sat alone, admiring the scenery outside while indulging in his drink. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when he finally glanced at his phone, he saw it was nearly 5 in the afternoon. Setting down his glass, he made his way to Villa number 11, opened the door, and directly entered the lounge where the earlier commotion had transpired. Upon entering the lounge and approaching the bed, he discovered Chu Mingting still peacefully asleep. Her cheeks were instantly adorned with a rosy hue reminiscent of a vibrant sunset, and that delicate blush evoked a sense of tenderness. He gently leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her lovely face, intending to slip away quietly. However, before he could take a step, Chu Mingting stirred awake. Her heart leaped at the sight of He Tian before her, and memories of their earlier passionate encounter flooded her mind. Her face blushed like a torch ignited, the warmth spreading from her forehead down to her neck, as if the fervent color could scorch the surrounding air. Seeing her awaken, He Tian seated himself at the edge of the bed, softly caressing her hair while smiling. "Would you like to rest a bit longer? It is still early. Once you feel refreshed, I shall take you out for some fun." A look of contentment and pleasure graced Chu Mingting's exquisite features, as she seemed utterly entranced by his gentle touch. Gradually, she closed her enchanting eyes, resembling a flower poised to bloom. Simultaneously, she slightly tilted her delicate head and gently swayed, as if conveying some subtle emotion to He Tian. "No need," she responded, her melodious voice akin to the song of a nightingale. "Once I awaken, I find it impossible to fall asleep again." As she spoke, a faint smile graced her lips, reminiscent of early spring blossoms, captivating and enchanting. "Let us take a stroll," He Tian softly suggested, gently assisting Chu Mingting from the bed. After she donned her clothing and shoes, they exited the villa together, meandering through the garden and savoring the tranquility of the moment. "This place is truly beautiful," Chu Mingting remarked with a sense of wonder. "Indeed, if you find it appealing, you may choose to reside here. You could resign from your job, of course. If you prefer to retain it, that is entirely your choice. You are already my woman, and I shall provide for you henceforth, allowing you to indulge in a splendid life," He Tian said, intertwining his fingers with hers. Chu Mingting smiled softly, remaining silent as she basked in the warmth of his hand, her heart brimming with happiness. They arrived at the lakeside, where the water was crystal clear, reflecting the sky and the surrounding scenery. "Look, there are fish in the lake," Chu Mingting pointed out. "Yes, next time we can go fishing together," He Tian replied, gazing at her with tenderness in his eyes. Chu Mingting gently nodded, her movement as delicate as a breeze caressing the lake's surface. She leaned against He Tian's broad and sturdy shoulder, as if she had found the warmest and safest haven. Together, they stood in serene companionship, captivated by the breathtaking beauty before them. In the distance, the undulating mountains, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, appeared particularly majestic, as if adorned with a layer of radiant light. At the mountain's base, a crystal-clear stream flowed gently, its ripples sparkling like silver, resembling a winding silver serpent weaving through the lush grass. By the stream, vibrant wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, releasing a delightful fragrance that attracted bustling bees and dancing butterflies. Above, pure white clouds drifted lazily across the sky, occasionally transforming into wondrous shapes that stirred the imagination. In this moment, Chu Mengting and He Tian forgot all worldly worries and noise, their eyes filled solely with each other and the exquisite natural beauty surrounding them. The gentle breeze tousled their hair, bringing a refreshing coolness that intertwined their hearts. In this tranquil and harmonious realm, time seemed to stand still, rendering everything extraordinarily beautiful and eternal. "Shall I take you out for a stroll, and perhaps a meal, followed by some shopping?" He Tian turned to her, planting a gentle kiss on her fair forehead. Chu Mengting slightly nodded, her movement as soft as a breeze brushing against willow branches. A subtle smile graced her lovely face, her lips parting to produce a delicate and pleasing sound, reminiscent of a nightingale's song, enchanting and melodious. Hand in hand, He Tian and Chu Mengting's fingers intertwined like a closely woven red thread. They walked side by side, their steps light and joyful, as if the entire world consisted solely of one another. Eventually, they reached the roadside. He Tian raised his hand, waving at the passing vehicles. Soon, a yellow taxi came to a gentle stop before them. The car door was gently pulled open, and He Tian cautiously assisted Chu Mengting in settling inside, before following suit and softly closing the door behind him. "Driver, please take us to the Lifestyle Shopping Plaza," He Tian said to the chauffeur with a warm smile, his voice soft and clear, revealing his current state of joy. The driver nodded in acknowledgement, understanding the destination, and steadily pressed the accelerator as the vehicle began to move forward. Seated in the back, He Tian and Chu Mengting exchanged a tender smile, their eyes meeting in a moment filled with profound affection. Chu Mengting leaned slightly, resting her head on He Tian's shoulder, feeling the warmth radiating from him. He Tian instinctively wrapped his arm around her slender waist, allowing her to recline against him more comfortably. Outside the window, the cityscape receded, sunlight streaming through the glass and illuminating their blissful faces. In that instant, time seemed to stand still, leaving only the deep love between them to linger in the air. Before long, they arrived at the Lifestyle Shopping Plaza. After a smooth halt, the driver, observing their intimate exchange, informed them, "We have arrived. The fare is 36 yuan. "Thank you." He Tian retrieved a 100 yuan note from his pocket, handing it to the driver with a smile, saying, "No need for change." With that, he opened the door and stepped out. As the evening sun cast its golden rays upon them, it seemed to drape them in a shimmering cloak of light. He Tian and Chu Mengting strolled side by side through the bustling plaza, traversing the crowd and soaking in the vibrant atmosphere, the sounds of laughter and joy echoing around them. As they walked, their stomachs simultaneously voiced their hunger with soft growls. They decided to seek a cozy spot to satisfy their appetites. After a brief search, they stumbled upon a tranquil restaurant, elegantly decorated and inviting. Upon entering, they were greeted by an enticing aroma that instantly awakened their appetites. The attentive waiter welcomed them and guided them to a table by the window, where they could observe the lively scene of people coming and going in the plaza. He Tian picked up the menu, perusing its array of delightful dishes that left him momentarily dazzled. Chu Mengting rested her chin on her hand, gazing at He Tian with gentle eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. Ultimately, they settled on a delectable serving of braised pork ribs, a refreshing cucumber salad, and 2 bowls of steaming rice. Before long, the sumptuous dishes were presented before them, the rich fragrance making their mouths water. He Tian and Chu Mengting exchanged another smile and eagerly picked up their chopsticks, indulging in the feast. The tender, juicy ribs melted in their mouths, while the perfectly balanced sweet and sour cucumbers left a lingering taste. They savored the satisfaction brought by the meal, engaging in cheerful conversation and sharing snippets of their lives. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, leaving the world around them to fade, leaving only the two of them. After their appetites were thoroughly satisfied, He Tian took Chu Mengting's delicate hand as they departed the restaurant. They wandered through the plaza, relishing the serene moments of the afternoon. At that moment, He Tian noticed a nearby ice cream stall and was reminded of Chu Mengting's fondness for the sweet treat. He took her hand and led her over. "Which flavor would you like?" he inquired. "Strawberry, perhaps?" Chu Mengting replied with a smile. He Tian purchased a strawberry ice cream and handed it to her. She accepted it joyfully and took a delighted lick. "Wow, this is delicious." Her face radiated a blissful smile. As they savored their ice cream while strolling, they unknowingly arrived at the fountain in the square. The fountain danced in rhythm with the music, its splashes sparkling with a myriad of colors under the sun. "Shall we take a closer look?" He Tian suggested, entwining his fingers with Chu Mengting's as they approached the fountain. She reached out to catch the droplets, relishing the refreshing sensation. The backdrop of the fountain accentuated her beauty even further. He Tian gazed at her, his heart overflowing with affection, and he couldn't resist gently kissing her forehead. Chu Mengting was momentarily taken aback, but then a sweet smile spread across her face. Leaning against He Tian's shoulder, they admired the fountain's beauty together, cherishing this warm and romantic moment. Chapter 50. Car purchase. He Tian and Chu Mengting left the fountain hand in hand, meandering along the street as the evening breeze caressed their faces, refreshing and pleasant. Before long, they found themselves at an upscale car dealership. Without a moment's hesitation, He Tian led Chu Mengting inside. As they reached the entrance, an automated voice chimed in, announcing, "Ding. Valid consumer detected. Name, Ding Mi. Age, 22. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Body type, C. Attractiveness, 88. Mystery level, 1. Very healthy. Marital status, married. Please drive cautiously. Favorability, 0. Name, Pang Ling. Age, 30. Height, 169 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Body type, C. Attractiveness, 85. Mystery level, 3. Very healthy. Marital status, married. Please drive cautiously. Favorability, 0. Name, Zhu Xiaotang. Age, 28. Height, 171 centimeters. Body type, D. Attractiveness, 89. Mystery level, 136. Gynecological issues. Please be careful and prudent. Upon seeing this, He Tian couldn't help but think that this was quite a business exchange, rather intense. Name, Lin Yanyan. Age, 32. Height, 173 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Body type, D. Attractiveness, 92. Mystery level, 3. Very healthy. Marital status, married. Please drive cautiously. He Tian inwardly lamented with a few classic phrases, noting that out of the 4 individuals, 3 were married, alongside a whole busload of complications. Truly a twist of fate. Hand in hand, He Tian and Chu Mengting cheerfully stepped into a luxurious and opulent car dealership. The moment they entered, they were enveloped in an atmosphere of sophistication and grandeur. At that instant, a tall, graceful beauty approached them briskly. She greeted them with a professionally sweet smile, gently bending forward as she softly spoke. "Welcome, esteemed guests, to our 4S dealership. My name is Ding Mi, and it is my pleasure to serve you." As she spoke, her bright, expressive eyes sparkled with warmth, seemingly ready to melt the hearts of those before her. Ding Mi's captivating gaze was fixed on He Tian, who, clad in a well-fitted casual outfit, exhibited a physique that strained against the fabric, subtly revealing his sculpted abdominal muscles. What a remarkably youthful and handsome gentleman he was, truly embodying the image of a dreamlike idol. His physique was nothing short of extraordinary, and she couldn't help but lament. "If only I were not married. Why did I wed so early? Missing out on such a charming young man would be the greatest regret of my life." With a charm level of 50, she felt an instant connection with He Tian, who was momentarily taken aback by the swift surge in affection. "Is your family in the rocket business?" he quipped, astonished by the rapid escalation. He exchanged a glance with Chu Mengting and smiled as he replied, "Thank you. Could you kindly introduce us to the most expensive vehicle in your showroom?" Ding Mi's large, sparkling eyes widened in surprise. They wished to see the most expensive car right away, she thought. It seemed these two possessed considerable means. Otherwise, they wouldn't have requested the priciest model immediately. If she could sell just one, her commission would soar into the hundreds of thousands, a delightful prospect indeed. Composing herself, she nodded gracefully, gesturing for them to follow her as she led them toward the display area. Along the way, she engaged in light conversation inquiring about their preferences and requirements regarding vehicles. Ding Mi brought He Tian and Chu Mingting to the grandest showcase, introducing with pride the Lamborghini Aventador, priced at $8 million. The Lamborghini Aventador is entirely composed of angular lines, and its new engine is meticulously handcrafted by skilled technicians in San Agata Bolognese. Each unit undergoes specialized calibration to unleash a maximum power of 700 horsepower at 250 revolutions per minute, along with a peak torque of 690 Newton-meters at 500 revolutions per minute. The Aventador is the first Lamborghini production supercar to officially enter the 700 horsepower club. The chassis of the Aventador weighs a mere 229 kilograms while boasting an astonishing torsional rigidity of 35,000 Nm, ensuring unparalleled chassis stiffness at all times. In terms of performance specifications, it maintains the same output settings as the legendary LP 700-4, housing a naturally aspirated 6.5 V12 engine, complemented by an all-wheel drive system. With a maximum power output reaching up to 740 horsepower and a robust peak torque of 704 kgm. It achieves an exhilarating acceleration from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.8 seconds, with a top speed of 355 km/h. A standout feature of this vehicle is its extensive use of carbon fiber reinforced polymer (CFRP) technology, particularly evident in its entirely carbon fiber composite monocoque body. The flagship supercar from Lamborghini exudes a futuristic style, crafted entirely from carbon fiber and featuring a hardshell structure. Ding Bai continued to elaborate enthusiastically, while Chu Mingting gazed at the magnificent beast with sparkling eyes. The elegant silhouette of the car resembled a splendid sculpture, its rigid angles harmonizing beautifully with gentle curves, showcasing unparalleled allure. He Tian, observing Chu Mingting's expression, smiled and said to Ding Bai, "Excellent. I'll take it." "What? You're buying it right now? Without haggling? Isn't that a bit outrageous?" "This is the first time I've encountered such a customer," Ding Bai thought to himself, astonished. He Tian noticed Ding Bai's stunned silence, waved his hand before her eyes, and asked, "What's the matter? Is this car not for sale?" Ding Bai snapped back to reality, her face radiant with a smile as she replied, "It is for sale, indeed." "Sir, did you just say you wanted this car?" He Tian nodded with a smile, affirming, "Yes." "Very well, sir, this way please. We shall proceed to sign the contract," Ding Bai said, her beaming smile unwavering as she led He Tian to the VIP room. Once in the VIP room, He Tian made himself comfortable on the sofa, humming a tune and crossing his legs. Chu Mingting sat beside him. Shortly after, Ding Bai entered with 2 cups of tea, followed by a middle-aged man in his 40s. The man was dressed in a black suit with a tie. Ding Bai placed the tea in front of He Tian and Chu Mingting, smiling as she introduced, "This is our manager, Zhang Yunqing." The middle-aged man stood tall, his steps firm and decisive. Although no longer in the bloom of youth, the calm confidence he exuded, shaped by the trials of life, was impossible to overlook. Time had etched faint lines on his face, yet these marks only enhanced his appeal. Adding to his mature and composed demeanor, Zhang Yunqing extended his hand with a smile, saying, "Greetings, young master and young lady. I am Zhang Yunqing. May I inquire how to address you?" He Tian and Chu Mingting rose to shake his hand, introducing themselves. "I am He Tian. I am Chu Mingting. Welcome to our esteemed dealership, and thank you for your trust and support," Zhang Yunqing replied. He Tian waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Let us skip the formalities. I just want to expedite the car pickup. It will be too late to head back otherwise." Zhang Yunqing nodded respectfully, "Understood. We will process your paperwork as swiftly as possible." He Tian nodded, remaining silent. Zhang Yunqing then politely requested, "Sir, may I trouble you for your identification?" He Tian turned to Chu Mingting, signaling her to retrieve the documents. She promptly fished out her ID from her bag and handed it to Zhang Yunqing. Taking it with both hands, Zhang Yunqing, disregarding appearances, squatted down to jot something on the contract. Moments later, he stood up and respectfully returned the ID to Chu Mingting, who placed it back in her bag. Zhang Yunqing smiled at Chu Mingting and said, "Miss Chu, all it takes is your signature." Chu Mingting took the pen and swiftly inscribed her name on the contract. He Tian produced a bank card and handed it to Zhang Yunqing for processing. Zhang Yunqing accepted the card with both hands, took the POS machine from Ding Bai, entered the amount, and completed the transaction. A moment later, the speaker resonated with a melodious announcement. 8 million had been credited to the account. Simultaneously, He Tian's system chimed with a notification of a cashback of 11.2 million. Miss Chu, here are the car keys, Ding Bai said as he presented them to Chu Mingting. Ah, thank you. Chu Mingting was still somewhat dazed. She had not anticipated that He Tian would purchase a car so swiftly. Do you like it? He Tian inquired. I love it. Chu Mingting nodded vigorously. Congratulations to Mr. He and Miss Chu on becoming the proud owners of this Lamborghini Aventador, Zhang Yunqing and Ding Bai exclaimed in unison, filled with excitement. Chu Mingting circled the new vehicle before opening the door and settling into the driver's seat. Grasping the steering wheel, she reveled in the luxurious feel of the sports car. Her heart brimming with joy, He Tian joined her in the passenger seat, smiling as he said, let's go and test the car's performance. Chu Mingting started the engine, which roared to life with a deep growl. She gently pressed the accelerator, and the car soared forward like an arrow. Zhang Yunqing and Ding Bai stood at the entrance of the dealership, watching the speeding sports car with expressions of envy. Young master, he is indeed generous. He just bought an $8 million supercar for his girlfriend, Zhang Yunqing remarked. Indeed, but Miss Chu is exceptionally beautiful. No wonder young master he dotes on her, Ding Bai concurred. Ding Bai felt a pang of envy, lamenting his fortune in never encountering such a wonderful man. Why do I feel a twinge of bitterness? Why? Shortly after, He Tian and Chu Mingting returned in the car. Upon exiting, He Tian addressed Zhang Yunqing. Manager Zhang, when can we finalize the license plate? Zhang Yunqing smiled and replied, Young master, we will expedite the license plate for you. It should be ready in about an hour. He Tian nodded in acknowledgement and returned to the VIP lounge with Chu Mingting. Ding Bai promptly served them 2 cups of tea. Young master He, please rest in this VIP lounge while manager Zhang personally attends to the license plate. It will be resolved shortly, Ding Bai assured. He Tian took a sip of tea, remaining silent. Young master He, may I add you on WeChat? If you ever need assistance, you can reach out to me, Ding Bai offered, standing beside He Tian with a smile, emphasizing the words any assistance to ensure He Tian grasped the implication. A man capable of purchasing such an expensive supercar for his girlfriend was undoubtedly affluent. Being his little girlfriend would surely bring happiness. Even if it was not as fulfilling as being the official partner, it would be a significant improvement over her current situation. Thus, securing his contact information was of utmost importance, Ding Bai mused delightfully. Chu Mingting was initially engaged in conversation with He Tian when she overheard Ding Bai's words, which led her to discern the underlying meaning. Frowning slightly, she refrained from voicing her objections, as she was not his legitimate girlfriend, but merely a fleeting companion in his life. However, Chu Mingting was no fool. She understood the art of winning a man's affections, especially one like He Tian, who was not lacking in wealth. With the prospect of countless beauties vying for his attention in the future, she knew she had to act while the opportunity still lingered. He Tian, upon hearing Ding Bai's comments, remained silent and simply added her on WeChat. Chu Mingting followed suit, pulling Ding Bai's delicate hand to sit between herself and He Tian, gently speaking, Sister, you are truly charming. How old are you this year? Have you found a boyfriend? Oh no, sister, it is you who is truly beautiful. I am 22 this year and have been married for half a year, Ding Bai replied, her heart fluttering as she felt a pang of anxiety while being held by Chu Mingting. There's no need to be so nervous. I promise I won't tea bite. Chu Mingting reassured with a laugh. You're only 22 and married already? Such a young age. What did you mean by your earlier statement? Are you hoping to become my man's woman? As she held Ding Bai's soft, pale hand with one hand, she gently caressed her hair with the other. Ding Bai trembled at Chu Mingting's words, her heart racing uncontrollably. The hand held by Chu Mingting began to sweat profusely as she stammered, I am not. I didn't mean, there's no need to stutter. Do you merely wish to play? Chu Mingting pressed gently. And no, I just want to be his little lover. To live the life of the affluent. I wouldn't dream of usurping your rightful place as his main partner. If Mr. He agrees, I would divorce my husband and become his sole canary. Ding Bai mustered her courage and confessed her desires in one breath. After speaking, her cheeks flushed a bright crimson, as if kissed by fire, adding an endearing touch of allure to her demeanor. The redness on her face seemed to betray her inner shyness and unease, and she felt a wave of shame for having expressed such bold sentiments. Chapter 51. Team spirit. Upon hearing Ding Bai's words, He Tian and Chu Mingting exchanged glances, both taken aback by her audacity. He Tian was astonished by Ding Bai's boldness, while Chu Mingting admired her courage. She realized she might not have been able to articulate such feelings herself. With her gaze fixed on He Tian, she silently conveyed the message to handle the situation as he saw fit. He Tian remained silent, his hands resting on her fragrant shoulders, his eyes tracing the blush that adorned her charming face. Ding Bai, gathering her courage, locked eyes with He Tian. He Tian gently cradled Ding Mi's small head in his hands, pressing his lips against her delicate cherry blossom-like mouth. The sudden kiss from someone she cherished filled Ding Mi's heart with delight. She playfully extended her tiny tongue to entwine with He Tian's, inviting it to explore the confines of her sweet lips. Time seemed to slip away unnoticed as the two lingered in their embrace, reluctant to part. When they finally separated, Ding Mi noticed a translucent, glistening thread still connecting their lips. Overcome with shyness, she nestled into He Tian's warm embrace, savoring the comfort of his presence. Ding Mi's affection for him surged to a score of 20, bringing her current affection level to 70. He Tian, surprised by the system's notification, mused on how rapidly Ding Mi's fondness had escalated. Had it really only been less than 2 hours since they had met? Was this the power of a charming aura? It seemed overwhelmingly potent. Yet, He Tian had no time to ponder such matters. His hands gently rested on Ding Mi's delicate shoulders, admiring her blushing cheeks, which radiated a charming allure. Ding Mi, bashfully lowering her gaze, resembled a peach blossom blooming in spring, vibrant and tender. He Tian wrapped his arms around her slender waist, allowing his hand to glide downward until it rested upon her shapely posterior, playfully kneading it. The unexpected touch elicited a soft, blush-inducing gasp from Ding Mi. He Tian chuckled. "You may be mine, but you must promise to be obedient." Ding Mi gazed up at him with her sparkling eyes, shyly affirming, "I will be obedient." He Tian's eyes glinted with a mischievous light, reminiscent of a cunning fox plotting something devious. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, he spoke with an air of mystery. "You need not divorce, but you must refrain from being intimate with him, if you understand. Sometimes, a woman can embody an alternate role that excites men, providing a sense of accomplishment. This is something all women should comprehend." A sly grin played on He Tian's lips as he continued. Both Ding Mi and Chu Mingting flushed at his words, their thoughts aligning on the nature of men, who often exhibit such tendencies. Ding Mi nodded, her cheeks aflame, choosing silence over words. "Additionally, you need not resign from your job, as I may have tasks for you in the future. However, you must be at my beck and call. I shall provide you with a monthly allowance of 1 million once you become my woman. For luxuries and cosmetics, you may take time off to shop with us. As for a vehicle, that will be determined based on your performance. Is this clear? Should you have any questions, feel free to ask at any time." Ding Mi, blushing fiercely, nodded and softly affirmed that she understood, adding that she had no further inquiries. He Tian then planted a gentle kiss on her flushed cheek and instructed, "Tonight, you shall accompany your sister Ting, and she will inform you of where you will stay thereafter." Ding Mi nodded, her cheeks still rosy. Chu Mingting embraced Ding Bai, exclaiming, "Congratulations, dear sister. Your wish has been fulfilled. Soon, we shall embark on a delightful shopping excursion together." Ding Bai, her cheeks flushed with modesty, replied gratefully, "Thank you, sister." At that moment, He Tian leisurely extended his hand, gracefully lifting the steaming cup of fragrant tea before him. He gently blew away the froth on the surface, then brought the cup to his lips, carefully savoring a small sip. The warm liquid slid down his throat, imparting a soothing sensation. As he slowly raised his gaze, his eyes mirrored the depths of a serene lake, calm yet imbued with an unfathomable mystery. His gaze first rested on Chu Mingting, whose expression seemed to convey a multitude of unspoken words, elusive and profound. Then, it shifted to Ding Bai, equally focused and laden with significance. Chu Mingting and Ding Bai engaged in a hushed conversation, sharing topics of feminine interest. He Tian, finding little allure in their discourse, remarked that the atmosphere felt stifling and decided to take a stroll for some fresh air. Upon noticing He Tian's departure, Chu Mingting seized the opportunity to discuss matters concerning him with Ding Bai. After stepping out of the VIP room, He Tian wandered aimlessly, occasionally glancing at the cars displayed on the podium. As he meandered, he noticed a gathering of people animatedly discussing a particular vehicle. Feeling a sense of ennui, he thought it inconsequential to join them. Approaching the exhibit, he was instantly captivated by a striking red supercar, its sleek contours exuding an exhilarating dynamism, akin to a crimson lightning bolt slicing through the sky. The car's low and wide stance radiated an imposing aura, demanding attention. its uniquely designed front, with sharp headlights resembling the eyes of a formidable beast, conveyed an air of authority and power. The massive, intricately designed grille resembled an open maw, poised to devour the road ahead. The aerodynamic silhouette minimized drag, allowing the vehicle to glide effortlessly at high speeds. The rear featured a dual exhaust system with 4 outlets, robust pipes releasing waves of heat, as if showcasing its formidable performance capabilities. The entire body gleamed with a lustrous coat of paint, shimmering under the lights like a dazzling ruby. As He-Tion became entranced by the supercar, he felt a light pat on his shoulder. Turning to see who it was, he was momentarily taken aback. A voluptuous and graceful beauty stood behind him, her enchanting smile fixed upon him. Clad in a form-fitting black sheath dress that accentuated her slender waist and curvaceous hips, she exuded both sensuality and elegance. Complementing her attire, she wore a crisp white shirt with a delicately tied black bow tie, presenting an image of sharp professionalism. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, lightly brushing against her fair skin, emanating a subtle fragrance. Her visage was exquisite, her features delicately crafted as if painted by the hand of an artist. Particularly captivating were her bright, profound eyes, which seemed to harbor an endless allure and charm, ensnaring anyone who gazed into them. Upon seeing He-Tion turn around, the beauty couldn't help but exclaim internally, "What a handsome young man." The desire to embrace him and shower him with affection was almost overwhelming. This gentleman appeared as if he had stepped forth from a painting, leaving onlookers in awe. His tall stature resembled that of a stately pine tree, exuding an air of confidence and elegance. His deep-set eyes sparkled like the stars scattered across the night sky, brilliant and enchanting, as though they could perceive the innermost thoughts of those around him. Below his prominent nose, his lips curled slightly, forming an elusive smile that conveyed both warmth and mystery. His lustrous black hair cascaded over his shoulders like a waterfall, dancing gently in the breeze, adding an extra touch of nonchalance to his demeanor. His skin, kissed by the sun, had a healthy wheatish tone that invited one to reach out and touch. His well-defined chest strained against his clothing, hinting at the 8-pack abs beneath, a sight that held considerable allure for women, more potent than the most alluring curves of a woman's form. Every aspect of this striking figure, from his attire to his movements, radiated a unique charm that was utterly captivating. Standing beside him, one could not help but feel an inexplicable magnetism, a desire to draw closer to him. With a favorability rating of 50, the current affinity stood at 50. He-Tion was taken aback upon hearing the system's voice, but chose to dismiss it. He turned to the beautiful woman and smiled. "Is there something you need from me?" "Hello, handsome. My name is Peng Ling, and I am a salesperson here. I noticed you were quite entranced while looking at this supercar," she replied. Upon hearing her words, He-Tion felt as though he could intuit her unspoken thoughts. Yet before she could fully articulate them, he interrupted confidently. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, he fixated on the striking supercar before him, speaking with a hint of excitement. "Indeed, the moment I laid eyes on it, I was utterly captivated by its unique and enchanting design. Just moments ago, I was envisioning myself speeding down the highway in it. The exhilarating rush was simply intoxicating." He-Tion chuckled. Peng Ling smiled. "It appears you truly have a fondness for this vehicle. If you're interested, I can provide you with a detailed overview of its performance and features." "That would be splendid. I am eager to learn more," He-Tion replied, moving closer to the supercar and gently caressing its sleek surface. Peng Ling opened the door, inviting him to experience the interior. As He-Tion settled into the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel, his eyes sparkled with longing. This supercar is a convertible model released by the esteemed Italian automobile manufacturer Ferrari, known as the Ferrari 488 Spider. "What do you think of it? Quite impressive, right?" Peng Ling inquired, standing beside. "Indeed, it's absolutely marvelous. A remarkable supercar," He-Tion replied with a nod of satisfaction. Observing He-Tion's keen interest, Peng Ling earnestly and thoroughly began to introduce the vehicle to him. Suddenly, He-Tion asked, "How much does this car cost?" With a smile, Peng Ling responded, "The base price of the Ferrari 488 Spider is $3.88 million. If we include options, the top configuration would be around $5 million. Peng Ling gazed at He-Tion's handsome face as she spoke. "Can I take it for a test drive?" He-Tion asked again. "Of course. Would you like to test drive it? If so, I can fetch the keys," Peng Ling said with a grin. He-Tion nodded in affirmation. After noticing his agreement, Peng Ling dashed off to retrieve the car keys. Just moments after Peng Ling left, He Tian noticed a beautiful woman approaching him. The woman leaned slightly towards He Tian, smiling as she said, "Excuse me, handsome, may I ask if you have purchased this car?" He Tian widened his eyes, captivated by the enchanting figure before him. Her exquisite form seemed as if it had been meticulously crafted by a divine hand, with each curve perfectly showcasing the unique charm and grace of femininity. Her graceful bosom rose and fell gently with her breath, reminiscent of two gentle hills. Her slender waist, delicate yet remarkably flexible, exuded an alluring allure with every slight twist. Her long legs, straight and proportionate, were accentuated by the fitted dress, enhancing their elegant lines. This perfect physique left He Tian momentarily speechless, a wave of indescribable impulse surging within him. Regaining his composure, He Tian offered a polite smile. "Not yet. I am contemplating whether to make the purchase." "Are you also interested in this car?" The woman chuckled softly. "Yes, I've always wanted to buy this model, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I couldn't. I heard about this car and specifically came to take a look. The Ferrari Spider is truly stunning. I've adored it for a long time, but never managed to acquire it." He Tian raised an eyebrow. "What a coincidence. I just recently took a liking to it." A flicker of disappointment crossed the woman's eyes, but she quickly regained her smile. "Then I suppose I shall have to wait a little longer. By the way, my name is Lin Yinyan. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name?" "He Tian," he replied succinctly. At that moment, Peng Ling returned with the car keys in hand. "Handsome, it's time for the test drive." He Tian glanced at Lin Yinyan, then turned to Peng Ling. "I can wait a moment longer to test drive. This lady just expressed her fondness for the car. Perhaps she should try it first. I can drive it afterward, and it will be just as fine." Peng Ling cast a surprised glance at He Tian and, with a smile, handed the keys to Lin Yinyan. "Please, Miss Lin, feel free to take the car for a test drive." "Handsome, you may wait until she is done," she suggested. He Tian nodded in agreement. Lin Yinyan, elated, accepted the keys and flashed a grateful smile at He Tian, saying, "Thank you, Mr. He. Once I finish the test drive, it will be your turn." With that, she eagerly took her place in the driver's seat and started the engine. As she drove away, He Tian felt a flicker of anticipation rise within him. Lin Yinyan sped down the road, reveling in the exhilarating rush of the wind against her ears, her spirits soaring high. The car's performance, handling, and comfort were truly exceptional. Remembering He Tian's kindness, she felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Soon, the test drive came to an end, and she smoothly parked the car back in its original spot. Opening the door, she approached He Tian. "Mr. He, thank you for allowing me to drive first. This car is amazing. It feels absolutely exhilarating," she exclaimed excitedly. "You're welcome. I'm glad you like it," He Tian replied with a smile. "By the way, Mr. He, if you decide to purchase this vehicle, would you consider transferring it to me? I genuinely desire it," Lin Yinyan said, her eyes sparkling with sincerity as she gazed at him expectantly. He Tian hesitated momentarily. He too had developed a fondness for the car. But witnessing Lin Yinyan's eager expression stirred a different sentiment within him. "If you truly desire it, we can discuss it further," he said. In truth, he had merely been bored earlier and had wished to engage in conversation with the enthusiastic Peng Ling. The decision to buy a car was secondary to him. However, now that the beautiful Lin Yinyan expressed her longing for it, he wondered if there might be room for negotiation. Lin Yinyan's eyes widened with joy. "Really? That's wonderful. Let's discuss the details. Once I return from the test drive, we can talk more," she said, her excitement palpable. He Tian's lips curled into a subtle, mischievous smile as he responded, "All right then, I will wait for you here." "Thank you, I appreciate it," Lin Yinyan replied gratefully. He Tian nodded and opened the car door, getting in, while Peng Ling also entered the passenger seat. Chapter 52, A Beautiful Director? Upon noticing that Peng Ling had also gotten into the car, He Tian blinked, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Without uttering a word, he focused on fastening his seatbelt. Once Peng Ling had secured her seatbelt and closed the door, He Tian swiftly started the car, pressing down on the accelerator. The powerful thrust propelled them forward like a cannonball, the speed taking their breath away. As evening approached, the setting sun bathed half the sky in a blood-red hue, the brilliant yet gentle glow of twilight gradually fading. At this moment, the city's streetlights flickered to life one by one, casting a warm, golden light that filtered through the car windows, enveloping the two inside like a delicate veil. This comforting illumination adorned them with a soft golden glow, seemingly separating them from the chaos and clamor of the outside world. He Tian slightly tilted his head, gazing at the increasingly beautiful and enchanting face of Pang Ling illuminated by the light, causing his heart to skip a beat. Meanwhile, Pang Ling quietly stared out the car window at the retreating streets, her thoughts seemingly drifting far beyond the clouds. The car's acceleration, handling, and seat comfort were all quite impressive, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. Slowing the vehicle, He Tian broke the silence with a cheerful smile. Pang Ling turned her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at He Tian's handsome face. With a teasing tone, she asked, "So, handsome, are you considering purchasing this car?" "Buying it isn't out of the question," he replied. "But just what do you mean by that?" "Nothing much," she replied. "By the way, you didn't join Miss Lin during her test drive. Why did you come along for mine? Are you worried? Afraid I might drive off and not return?" Hee. This car is equipped with a GPS and remote control system. If a customer drives beyond a certain distance, the staff can control the brakes and lock the car from a computer terminal, Pang Ling explained nonchalantly. "Oh, so, since you're not worried about me stealing the car, does that mean your presence in the car is to spend time with me?" He Tian teased. "What's this, beauty? Have you taken a liking to me? If you fancy me, just say so. No need to be so mysterious." "Ah, I see. You wish to have a secret rendezvous and steal away. To add a touch of romance, right? How thoughtful of you." He Tian continued playfully. Pang Ling's face flushed at his words, and she pretended to be somewhat annoyed. "What nonsense are you talking about? I've been married for several years. How could I possibly have eyes for you? Police. Who would want to have a secret meeting with you? Stop saying such things." He Tian observed the charming blush on Pang Ling's face, finding her even more adorable. Coming to a stop, he engaged the handbrake and deliberately leaned his face within 10 centimeters of hers. Pang Ling, noticing his proximity, anxiously gripped the armrest of her seat, instinctively leaning back, but the seat back prevented her from retreating further. She could almost sense the masculine essence emanating from He Tian. Pang Ling blinked her large, captivating eyes, fixated on his handsome face so near, her breath quickening, causing her chest to rise and fall with increasing urgency. What do you want to do?" she stammered, a mix of panic and anticipation in her heart. He Tian leaned in closer, their breaths mingling. Inhaling her delicate fragrance, he flashed a mischievous smile and replied, "Of course." Pang Ling momentarily froze, and as she processed his words, her fair complexion blossomed into a cherry-like blush, reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in spring, shy yet enchanting. He Tian, captivated by her bashful demeanor, found her irresistibly charming and adorable. Unable to contain himself, he unbuckled her seatbelt, using his strength to pull her firmly into his embrace. Pang Ling suddenly felt her body lifted into the air. She let out a sharp scream. In the next moment, she realized she was sitting on He Tian's lap. With another soft yah, she covered her pretty face with both hands and struggled to stand up. During her struggles, her plump, shapely buttocks brushed against the stirring of his desire, and she froze instantly, daring not to struggle any harder. When He Tian saw her stop, he grabbed her fair, tender hands. As Pang Ling looked up at He Tian's face, which wore a mischievous smile, her cheeks flushed bright red, spreading all the way to her earlobes. Gazing at Pang Ling's shy, adorable appearance, He Tian slowly lowered his head and kissed her delicate, cherry-like lips. Pang Ling let out a soft whimper. He Tian pried open her teeth, his tongue sweeping through her mouth like an invading army, charging forward without restraint. Pang Ling tried to fight back, wanting to keep the enemy out. But the more she resisted, the more excited He Tian became. Before long, Pang Ling went limp, leaning against He Tian's broad chest, letting the enemy run wild in her mouth. Even though her body felt weak, she still mustered the strength to push out her chest under He Tian's touch, letting out faint sounds as a feeble sign of resistance. No one knew how long it lasted, maybe a minute, 5 minutes, or even 10, before the two finally pulled apart slowly. Pang Ling suddenly noticed her blouse was wide open, and her skirt had been tossed onto the passenger seat. He Tian looked at Pang Ling's current state, his large hand lifting her round, soft chin as he teased, "Baby, how do you want to breathe tonight?" At He Tian's words, Pang Ling's already red face flushed even deeper, like a ripe apple. Her limp jade-like hands gently pounded He Tian's broad chest in a weak protest. "I want to do to you what spring does to cherry blossom trees," He Tian teased again. Pang Ling froze for a moment. What does spring do to cherry blossoms? Did spring ever do anything to cherry blossoms? Suddenly, A realization dawned on her. When she figured it out, her face and ears burned bright red. She threw herself into Heetion's arms, too embarrassed to look up, while her pink fists kept tapping his chest. He is so annoying, she thought, saying such veiled things to embarrass me. Heetion held Pang Ling in his arms. One hand couldn't help but rest on her perky chest, while the other slowly moved downward. Pang Ling's body tensed up, a slight tremor running through her. She couldn't help but let out a soft moan, her fair hands gently pressing down on Heetion's wandering big hand. It wasn't until Pang Ling was practically hanging on to Heetion's body that he finally stopped. Carefully, he helped her put her clothes back on and tidied up the inside of the car. When Pang Ling had regained some strength, Heetion wrapped his arm around her slender waist, kissed her fair forehead, and said softly, "From now on, be my little woman, peaceful and obedient." But I'm already married," Pang Ling said, her expression growing uncomfortable. "It's fine. You don't need a divorce," Heetion replied. "Don't you think? With this kind of identity. Isn't that just?" He chuckled sinisterly, letting the sentence trail off. Upon gazing into the enchanting eyes of Pang Ling, a married woman, she was struck by the dissonance of her own situation, entwined in a delicate liaison with another man while contemplating the implications for her husband. This realization stirred a complex blend of discomfort and an unbidden sense of anticipation within her. Heetion, observing Pang Ling's thoughtful demeanor, continued, "In a moment, you shall request a leave of absence from your manager. I will take you on a spree of extravagant shopping. Designer handbags, exquisite apparel, and luxurious footwear await your selection. Along with cosmetics, choose freely what your heart desires. Feel free to indulge. Consider it a well-deserved reward for yourself." Pang Ling felt a flutter of excitement at his words. The thought of such unrestrained indulgence, selecting multiple items, raised questions about the wealth necessary to make such promises tangible. Could it truly require hundreds of thousands, or even millions? For instance, she had heard that the latest Louis Vuitton handbag cost a staggering $280,000. The mere contemplation ignited a thrill within her. Heetion's gaze remained fixed on her captivating and ever-changing visage, her delicate features seeming to come alive, shifting in expression. He found himself bemused. At times, her lips would curl into a subtle smile, reminiscent of a cherished memory. At other moments, her brow would furrow as if she were delving into the depths of her recollections for joyful fragments. Heetion pondered what delightful thoughts could elicit such joy from the enchanting woman before him. Was it the anticipation of luxurious purchases, the prospect of a blissful future, or perhaps the warmth of their recent interaction? After a considerable pause, Pang Ling nodded in agreement, saying softly, "All right, I will ask my manager for leave. You must keep your promise regarding the handbags, clothes, shoes, and cosmetics." With a playful flick of her nose, Heetion replied, "Rest assured, my word holds weight. You may choose as you please when it comes to luxury items. However, since you have resolved to be mine, while I do not demand a divorce, you shall only reveal your blossoming cherry blossoms to me. Your current husband shall not be granted such a privilege." Pang Ling, her cheeks flushed, nodded fervently, her voice barely above a whisper, "I understand. From now on, I shall not allow anyone else to behold them, including him." Heetion, satisfied, nodded thoughtfully and added, "Once I witness your cherry blossoms bloom for me, I shall grant you a monthly allowance of 1 million. As for a car, that will depend on your future conduct." Then, with a playful intent, he instructed, "From now on, you shall refer to me as brother. Do you understand?" Pang Ling, taken aback by his declaration, gasped in astonishment. 1 million a month, such a sum, as her husband would put it, would take 10 years of labor without sustenance to amass. If she simply tended to the needs of the man before her, she would receive this fortune monthly. Over the course of a year, that would total 12 million, a notion she once dared not even dream of. Yet now, her reality had shifted. "It appears that my judgment is rather astute. As long as I attend to the individual before me, I can indulge in the blissful existence of a lady of leisure." With this thought, Pang Ling nodded her small head and gently remarked, "I understand, brother." Gazing at Heetion's handsome visage, Pang Ling could not resist pouting her delicate cherry lips towards him. Heetion, captivated by the red lips presented before him, could not help but press his lips against hers. This time, Pang Ling eagerly reciprocated, inviting Heetion's tongue to explore her cherry mouth. Her fair hand grasped his large hand, slowly guiding it downwards. After a while, they finally separated, both panting softly. A delicate, glistening thread still connected their lips. Upon noticing this, Pang Ling's cheeks flushed crimson as she buried her face in He Tian's embrace. Too shy to look up at him, He Tian glanced at the dimming sky, gently ruffling Pang Ling's hair, and softly said, "Linger, let us return." Pang Ling, her charming face still flushed, nodded slightly, and murmured in agreement. She adjusted her clothing and gracefully returned to the passenger seat. Once she was settled, He Tian started the car, pressing the accelerator, and the vehicle darted away like an arrow, gradually disappearing into the sunset. Throughout the journey, He Tian held the steering wheel with one hand while the other caressed Pang Ling's long, shapely leg, elegantly encased in black stockings. Pang Ling paid no mind, even leaning her leg closer to facilitate his touch. Soon, He Tian drove back to the Four Sons store, smoothly parking the car in the center of the display area. He turned off the engine, unfastened his seatbelt, opened the door, and exited with seamless fluidity. Pang Ling elegantly stepped out of the passenger seat. Upon seeing He Tian's return, Lin Yanyan hurried over, taking 2 steps at a time. Leaning slightly forward, she eagerly asked, "Mr. He, may we find a place to discuss the details of this vehicle?" He Tian, captivated by Lin Yanyan's expectant expression, nodded in agreement and gestured for her to proceed, saying, "Of course, Miss Lin, please." Pang Ling led He Tian and Lin Yanyan to the reception room, opening the door and inviting them to take a seat. He Tian and Lin Yanyan sat facing each other. "Would either of you like something to drink?" "I can fetch it for you," Pang Ling said, standing beside He Tian and slightly bending forward with a smile. "A cup of tea would suffice." Both He Tian and Lin Yanyan replied in unison. They paused for a moment, exchanging surprised glances before bursting into laughter. Lin Yanyan's laughter was bright and radiant like sunshine, captivating He Tian's attention. Upon hearing their simultaneous request, Pang Ling was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. She smiled and said, "Please wait a moment, I shall return shortly." Before long, Pang Ling returned with 2 cups of tea, placing them before He Tian and Lin Yanyan, then silently stood behind He Tian. "Mr. He, what are your thoughts on this vehicle?" Lin Yanyan inquired first, her voice sweet and melodious. "I am quite satisfied with the car," He Tian responded. "Mr. He, might you be willing to part with this car and allow me to have it? Rest assured, I will not take advantage of you. Furthermore, if you are inclined to relinquish it, consider it a favor owed to you," Lin Yanyan said with a smile. He Tian nodded in agreement, responding with a chuckle. "Given Miss Lin's evident affection and care for this vehicle, I shall indeed part with it. As for the price, you may negotiate with this sales representative, Miss Pang Ling." Lin Yanyan's cherry-red lips parted in surprise, her large, lake-like eyes fixed on him, reflecting a blend of disbelief and a desire to ascertain whether He Tian was jesting. She had initially thought that even if He Tian were to grant her the car, he would demand an exorbitant price, and yet here he was, surprisingly accommodating. Without any exorbitant demands or conditions, he had swiftly agreed to transfer ownership to her. Rising gracefully, Lin Yanyan bowed slightly and smiled. "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. He for this generous concession. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." He Tian waved his hand lightly and replied with a smile, "Miss Lin, you are far too courteous. If I may inquire, what profession do you pursue?" Upon hearing his question, Lin Yanyan slowly resumed her seat, took a sip of tea, and sighed. "Alas, I am but a humble director in the entertainment industry," she lamented. "Being a director is commendable. Why the sorrowful sigh, Miss Lin?" He Tian inquired, intrigued. "Ah, Mr. He, if you are not immersed in the entertainment world, it is understandable that you are unaware of its tribulations. The industry is fraught with chaos. Producing a quality film has become exceedingly challenging. The current crop of young stars lacks talent and yet demands exorbitant fees, behaving as if they are grand celebrities. Moreover, it goes beyond mere demands. Some of these young stars travel with several assistants, leaving all tasks to them while they merely lounge about. It is even more egregious when, during filming, they only perform a handful of scenes or take a few photos, relying on body doubles or AI for the rest. Every one of their assistants, along with the stars themselves, insists on residing in presidential suites and dining on the most lavish meals. It often seems as though they are not there to film, but rather to indulge in a leisurely vacation. In fact, at times, the shoot nears completion without ever having seen their actual faces, leaving one to wonder what they truly look like. It is quite absurd, really. All the scenes are executed by doubles while they reap the rewards. Lin Yanyan remarked with a wry smile. Therefore, alas, there is little one can do. Mr. He, I must share with you the most peculiar experiences I have encountered. He Tian took a sip of his tea, gazing at Lin Yanyan, remaining silent. Once, an investor provided me with a substantial sum of 100 million to produce a film. However, the investor insisted on introducing an obscure actress of little renown, suggesting that she be given an opportunity to hone her craft. To my dismay, the actress arrived clad in an extravagant evening gown, her head held high, and with an air of arrogance. She declared, "I shall wear this outfit for the shoot. Hurry up and film. Once we are done, I will leave. And you may find a stand-in for the remainder. Furthermore, my remuneration is 1,200 million Dragon Kingdom coins. Ensure the payment is deposited into my bank account post-production." In that moment, I was so enraged that I felt an overwhelming urge to slap her across the face. Lin Yanyan took a sip of her tea, tilting her head back to savor it, before continuing, "Ultimately, I refuse to allow that insufferable woman to act." Upon learning this, the investor promptly withdrew his funding and threatened to blacklist me entirely, declaring that anyone who dared to invest in my projects would be opposing him. Consequently, I have not acted in quite a while. Lin Yanyan expressed her thoughts candidly, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. She took another sip of tea and sighed heavily. "Given that you have not acted in some time, why then have you purchased this car?" He Tian inquired, curiosity evident in his tone. "I hope you won't find it amusing, Mr. He, but the reason I insisted on acquiring this vehicle is that a prominent financier mentioned he would invest over 100 million in a major production for me, provided I gifted him this car. Thus, my intention was to present him with this vehicle," Lin Yanyan revealed, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Oh, so this indicates that the influential financier is unafraid of opposing those who wish to see you silenced?" He Tian mused. "I cannot say for certain, but I believe that if he is bold enough to make such a statement, he must possess a certain level of courage," Lin Yanyan replied, her conviction wavering. "Has he provided you with the funds yet?" He Tian pressed further. Lin Yanyan shook her head, responding, "No. Miss Lin, allow me to speak candidly. Please do not take offense. The human heart is inscrutable. If he truly fears no repercussions, he ought to transfer the funds to you first as a gesture of goodwill, before discussing any further details. Would you not agree?" He Tian smiled, his words resonating with her. Upon hearing his remarks, Lin Yanyan experienced an epiphany. She pondered Mr. He's logic. If she were to deliver the car and he failed to pay or offered excuses to delay, it would jeopardize everything she had. He might have the luxury of time, but she could not afford such a risk. Fortunately, it was not too late. She had yet to finalize the purchase. She needed to contact him first, as Mr. He had suggested, to secure the funds before proceeding with anything else, just to be safe. With a sudden resolve, Lin Yanyan retrieved her phone from her bag, opened her contacts, and located a number saved under General Han, dialing it without hesitation. After a brief moment, the call connected. "Hello, this is Lin Yanyan. I would like to discuss the investment matter with you." Her voice trembled slightly with anxiety. The other end fell silent for a moment before responding. "Yes, go ahead. Mr. Han, I was wondering if you could transfer the investment funds to me first. This would allow me to proceed with the project with greater confidence." Lin Yanyan summoned her courage to state. A light chuckle emanated from Mr. Han's end. "Ah, Miss Lin, do you harbor doubts about my trustworthiness?" Lin Yanyan hastily clarified. "No, Mr. Han, please do not misunderstand. It's just that I have encountered some difficulties previously, and currently, my funds are rather constrained, making me cautious. I hope for your understanding." After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Han replied, "Very well. I can transfer half of the investment to you now, and the remainder will be dispersed once you deliver the car. How does that sound?" Lin Yanyan felt a surge of joy within her and quickly agreed. "Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Han. I will deliver the car to you shortly." After ending the call, Lin Yanyan exhaled deeply, feeling immensely relieved. "Thank you, Mr. He, for your guidance," she expressed gratefully to He Tian. He Tian glanced at her and waved his hand with a smile. "Oh, Miss Lin, our acquaintance is a matter of fate. There is no need for such formalities." Upon hearing the system's notification, He Tian felt a rush of delight and said, "In due time, I plan to establish an entertainment company. Should you ever require assistance, Miss Lin, I would be more than willing to invest in you." Both Lin Yanyan and Pang Ling were taken aback by this revelation. An entertainment company? Who exactly is this Mr. He? He appears quite young. Could he possibly be a super wealthy heir? Lin Yinyan's heart swelled with joy upon hearing He Tian's words. She nodded eagerly, playfully, and with a hint of flirtation. Oh, that sounds splendid. If the day comes when I need help, I shall shamelessly seek out Mr. He for your investment, but I do hope you will not find me bothersome. He Tian shook his head with a chuckle. Not at all. I would consider it a privilege. How could I possibly find someone as enchanting as you bothersome? Shall we exchange contact information? Lin Yinyan suggested with a smile. He Tian did not respond verbally, but instead took out his phone to add Lin Yinyan's number and WeChat, also including Pang Ling's details. Before long, Lin Yinyan's phone chimed. She glanced at it, her heart soaring with joy, and turned to He Tian with excitement, saying, Mr. Han has just transferred half of the investment funds. Congratulations. Wishing you great success, He Tian expressed, genuinely pleased for her. Thank you, thank you. Lin Yinyan beamed. He Tian's gaze slowly shifted from Lin Yinyan to Pang Ling, and he spoke softly. Now why don't you two discuss the car? His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, yet it resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, Lin Yinyan was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly remembered something, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she shyly replied, Oh, had you not mentioned it? I might have forgotten about this matter altogether. She gently bit her lip, her eyes revealing a hint of embarrassment. Miss Lin, are you certain you wish to purchase this Ferrari 488 Spider? Lin Yinyan nodded affirmatively. Yes, let us discuss the pricing and the options available. Pang Ling inclined her body and smiled at Lin Yinyan, addressing her as Miss Lin. The base price for this Ferrari 488 Spider is 3.88 million Dragon Kingdom coins. If you opt for the top configuration, it will be approximately 5 million. However, I can negotiate the best possible discount for you. The fully equipped version will be around 4.8 million. Does that sound agreeable? Lin Yinyan remained silent on the sofa, lost in her thoughts. After a considerable pause, she seemed to have reached a momentous decision, suddenly rising and proclaiming with resolute clarity, Yes, I will take the top configuration. Bowing slightly, Pang Ling replied, Very well. Miss Lin, please hold on a moment while I prepare the paperwork. She cast a glance at Lin Yinyan, waiting for her nod before she gracefully exited the room. Only He Tian and Lin Yinyan remained in the room. He Tian gazed at Lin Yinyan, his eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise. He had anticipated that she might hesitate due to the price, yet she had chosen the premium option with such decisiveness. Are you truly resolved to purchase the top configuration? It is quite a substantial sum, He Tian inquired. You could consider the mid-range option instead. Lin Yinyan smiled. If one is to gift, it should be the best. Moreover, I believe the top configuration will prove more worthwhile. After all, money can always be earned again. He Tian nodded, feeling an increased admiration for Lin Yinyan. At that moment, Pang Ling returned with the contract in hand. Lin Yinyan carefully reviewed the document, and upon confirming its accuracy, she promptly signed her name. Once she had completed the signing, Pang Ling handed her the car keys with both hands, smiling as she said, Please wait a moment. Miss Lin, the license plate will be prepared shortly. Lin Yinyan nodded, saying little, and returned to the sofa, leisurely sipping her tea as she awaited the completion of the license plate. He Tian kept her company while they waited for the license plate to be finalized. Before long, Pang Ling announced that everything was ready. Lin Yinyan stood up, her smile radiant as she thanked He Tian and invited him to accompany her for a test drive. They made their way to the parking lot, where a brand new red Ferrari 488 Spider stood, exuding an alluring brilliance. Lin Yinyan opened the door and elegantly settled into the driver's seat, while He Tian took his place in the passenger seat. As the engine roared to life, the Ferrari shot out of the parking lot like an arrow, merging into the bustling cityscape. Lin Yinyan skillfully maneuvered the vehicle, reveling in the exhilaration that speed brought. He Tian watched her focused demeanor, his heart stirred. At that moment, He Tian's phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Chu Mengting. He answered the phone, and her melodious voice resonated. Darling, the license plate is ready. Where are you? I'm accompanying a friend for a test drive. I'll be back shortly. Okay, but you must return quickly. Bai Mei has already taken 3 days off from her manager. Understood. Please have Bai Er inform Pang Ling to take a leave as well and join you all. There was a brief silence on the other end before she responded. All right. I'll have her go and say so right away. He Tian simply said hello before hanging up the phone. Lin Yinyan, who was driving, paused for a moment upon hearing his conversation. Although she could not discern the words from the other end, she could infer a few things from He Tian's remarks. Being an astute individual, she understood that some matters were best left unasked. After He Tian hung up, he smiled and asked if Mr. He had matters to attend to. If not, should he drive him home? Let's wait a bit. It's not particularly urgent, and a slight delay is inconsequential, he replied. Very well then. Let us take a detour before heading back. As He Tian gazed out at the swiftly retreating scenery, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Tomorrow marked the commencement of his university journey, a new chapter of his life spanning several years. Although he had a couple of days before the official enrollment, he couldn't help but exhale softly. Lin Yinyin, noticing his sigh, curiously inquired, Mr. He, why the sudden sigh? Is it because of my driving skills? Certainly not. He Tian quickly clarified. I was merely reflecting on the onset of my university life, which stirs a myriad of emotions. However, it is indeed a stroke of luck to have met someone as remarkable as you. Lin Yinyin displayed a look of incredulity, exclaiming, Mr. He, you are still a university student? I had no idea. After regaining her composure, she smiled and remarked, you certainly know how to flatter. By the way, which university do you attend? She asked. Tsinghua University, He Tian replied with a smile. Really? Tsinghua. Mr. He, you are quite the affluent scholar. I suppose I shall have to adjust my address to young Master He from now on, Lin Yinyin teased. Young Master He, what is your field of study? She inquired with curiosity. Business administration, He Tian answered. Wow, that is indeed a popular major. You will undoubtedly have no trouble finding employment after graduation, Lin Yinyin remarked cheerfully. Perhaps I will rely on young Master He for support in the future. He Tian chuckled in response. Not at all. It is merely a mutual learning experience. By the way, which university did you attend, and what did you study? In front of young Master He, my achievements pale in comparison. My academic performance was mediocre, allowing me only to enroll in a third-tier university where I studied photography. At that time, I aspired to be a freelancer, taking on various photography and design projects. Lin Yinyin explained. That sounds delightful, both liberating and engaging, He Tian remarked. I have always believed that being able to pursue one's passions is the greatest happiness. Indeed. I felt the same way back then, Lin Yinyin nodded. Though I occasionally faced challenges, the recognition and appreciation of my work made it all worthwhile. However, as I accumulated some resources, I yearned to take a chance and ventured into the entertainment industry. As the two conversed, they admired the city's nightscape, basking in the beauty of the moment.